In the beginning, there was only the quiet, suffocating darkness. Then, a single, sudden flash of light shattered the endless night. This wasn't just light, it was chaos, a storm of brilliant new existence. It pushed through the void, creating the very concepts of time and movement. And from this cosmic dance, the first spark of life was finally born. The children of light grew stronger and stronger over the eons. The brightest among them, beings of immense power, called themselves the Shining Ones. They became leaders of all life, but the darkness grew tired of their arrogant light. To oppose them, a champion was forged in the shadows, Pentamenum, a guardian of a different kind of order, and said to be the strongest of all beings. He began his crusade, hunting down the Shining Ones and shattering their forms. But Pentamenum didn't destroy them. Instead, he sealed their brilliant essence away. He had become utterly captivated by their beauty, falling in love with the light he was meant to oppose. Holding their crystallized forms in his hand, a dark obsession took root. He embedded the living jewels into his own body, hoarding their light for himself. He crowned himself the Jewels King, a tyrant who stood above all other living beings. The world trembled, calling him and his followers the ones who swallowed the light. But even in this dark age, a small cry of new life echoed through a desolate cavern. A woman who had been searching for a long time finally found him, her expression full of relief. She held up a baby with stark white hair and piercing red eyes, the new Shining One. A narrator's voice explains that this child is the only one who can stand against the tyrant, Pentamenum. He is the world's last hope, a legend born from light. His name is Irregular, but as the guide holds the prophesied baby, she's suddenly blasted in the face by a powerful golden stream. She flinches back, momentarily blinded by the sheer brilliance of the infant's bodily fluids. Another woman calmly appears, offering a towel for what she calls the amniotic fluid, addressing the guide. The guide, however, just smiles, unbothered, her eyes full of hope as she looks at the child. She declares that from this day forward, this kid will make the entire world shine forever. But the scene shifts violently, cutting to a cold, desolate wasteland somewhere in the tower. There stands Irregular, all grown up, utterly lost and staring at a piercing beam of light in the sky. The great hero, the world's shining hope, can only whisper to himself in defeat he lost. The wind whips across the desolate landscape as Urek stands alone, hopelessly lost. He curses in frustration, wondering where he should go, where that bastard Pentamenum disappeared to. This whole situation is insane, and the thought grinds his teeth with rage. Suddenly, a strange ripple of blue energy tears through the air right in front of him. He's caught off guard as a bizarre, rabbit-masked figure materializes from the light. The creature congratulates him, announcing that by opening the door, he has earned the right to climb the tower. It holds out its staff, explaining that he is now a regular, with a chance to obtain everything he desires. The rabbit leans in, asking what the new regular thinks of this grand opportunity. Urek just stares, completely baffled, thinking to himself, what the heck is this rabbit? But the guide's tone shifts, its single eye focusing as it realizes this child is someone who should never have entered the tower. The guide casually floats, suggesting he might as well come in since he's an unwelcome guest anyway. Urek scoffs, demanding the way out, but the creature blankly admits it doesn't know. His eyes narrow with a flash of insight. That promise of everything could Pentamenum be at the top. The guide can't confirm it, but it also can't deny it, cryptically adding that everything is up there. That's all Urek needs to hear. He announces that he's in, much to the guide's surprise. He explains his simple logic. He followed Pentamenum here, and since there's no exit, he's going in. Stunned by this straightforward reasoning, the rabbit creature can only accept his decision. It grips its golden staff, the blue gem on its glove glowing with immense power. With a great surge of energy, it tells him to challenge the tower, which will not reject him. The portal swirls to life as the guide formally welcomes him to the climb. Irregular. With a confident smirk, he finally steps into the tower. This isn't just some building, it's a vast world of floating islands and strange cities. A voice suddenly booms from the sky, an automated announcer waking up all the new regulars. Has been dropped onto the test floor, the very bottom of this world's hierarchy, and as Urek lies in a field of grass, the voice declares the start of the hell test. He blinks, still adjusting, and the first thing he notices is the strange, salty air. The rules are then laid out in cold, simple terms. 400 people are here for a battle royale. The game ends the moment the population is cut in half, leaving only 200 survivors. But there's a timer. If the goal isn't met in 1 hour, every single person here will fail. The announcer's voice turns menacing, telling them not to run or hide, just kill. Not everyone here is a killer, as one kid sprints through the tall grass, clearly in over his head. But right on his heels is a hulking beast of a man, ready to claim his first victim. The giant sword swings wide, narrowly missing the desperate boy who stumbles to the ground. He scrambles away, pathetically screaming for the man to spare him. Suddenly, an incredible force erupts from behind him, a piercing strike aimed at his pursuer. The hunter becomes the hunted, a weapon bursting straight through his back in a spray of blood. He collapses backward, his own attack forgotten, landing dead right at the boy's feet. Stunned, the kid looks up as a calm voice asks if he's okay. His savior is a young woman, Lopobia Evelyn, and he can only stammer out his thanks. But his gratitude is mixed with confusion. This is a death competition, so why on earth did she save him? She grips her sword, explaining her cold, calculated logic. This test is about thinning the herd, so she plans to hunt the strong now to make her life easier later. The boy realizes with a gulp she saved him because he looked weak, a fact she confirms without hesitation. When she tests him, asking if he thinks he's strong, he completely panics, screaming that he's incredibly weak. Satisfied, she dubs him weak man and tells him to follow, and he eagerly scrambles to keep up. Their hunt doesn't take long, as they spot a monstrous figure in the distance erupting with a fearsome aura. This four-eyed, multi-armed brawler is an absolute beast, single-handedly fending off a crowd of other regulars. The boy points out how strong their target is, but Evelyn simply sees an opening, the perfect chance to strike. She explodes from the tall grass, a silent predator leaping toward the distracted fighter. Her blade plunges deep into his shoulder, a spray of blood erupting as the monster roars in agony. With a cold, merciless gaze, Evelyn drives her blade home, ending the beast's rampage in an instant. The multi-armed monster collapses, its blood spraying across the grass as she lands gracefully. Without a word, she turns to leave, telling her new companion that it's time to go. The boy is ecstatic. All he has to do is stick with this incredibly strong person to survive. But his relief is short-lived when he frantically pulls her behind a rock, telling her to hide. Perched atop a high, jagged peak is a lone figure, her presence dominating the entire landscape. A girl, standing there as if she owns the very sky around her. He nervously asks if she's strong enough to warrant hiding, and Evelyn confirms his worst fears. This isn't just another strong regular, she's one of the legendary princesses of Zahard. The boy can barely process it, while even Evelyn curses their terrible luck for being on the same test floor as a monster of that caliber. Still, Evelyn can't help but admire her. The princess really is as beautiful as the rumors say. She vents her frustration, feeling it's unfair that someone so strong can also be so pretty. The boy tries to cheer her up, clumsily saying that he's following her because she's pretty too. But their conversation is cut short as the princess on the peak casually summons her weapon. Suddenly, the boy screams, tackling Evelyn to the ground just as the world explodes. With a single, almost lazy flick of her wrist, she unleashes hell. A terrifying web of Shinsu threads blankets the entire field in an instant. The two can only huddle behind their rock, hearing the screams and the sickening sounds of slaughter. He slowly lifts his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. How did she do that? The entire field is littered with bodies, all cut down in a single, devastating moment. The survivor count plummets in an instant, a testament to her overwhelming power. Evelyn turns to the boy, her voice dripping with bitter sarcasm, asking if he still finds that woman pretty. He can only stare up at the distant figure, realizing her beautiful eyes are now gateways to a swift death. She smacks him hard across the face, snapping that this is why men die young, getting distracted by the enemy. From her perch, the princess silently surveys the field, a queen overlooking her blood-soaked kingdom. But then, her gaze catches on something completely out of place in this massacre. Lying in the grass, utterly unbothered by the chaos, is a man sleeping? Nearby, a small group of survivors spots the easy target, deciding to team up. They close in, smug and confident, thinking this idiot will be an easy kill. But another observer watches from a distance, baffled that someone could possibly be napping in a situation like this. The leader plants a heavy boot on him, rudely demanding he wake up. He grows even angrier when the man simply mumbles that he wants to keep sleeping. The stranger doesn't even bother to open his eyes, just lets out a long, lazy yawn. This blatant disrespect makes the attacker's blood boil. His two friends move in, ready to put this crazy guy down for good. But in a flash of movement, the sleeper is up, balancing effortlessly on one hand. A single, powerful kick smashes into their faces with brutal force. And just like that, the attackers are ripped apart, their bodies sent flying into the sky. Even the princess watches the crimson rain with a flicker of genuine surprise. He lands softly on his feet, as if he'd just stretched after a particularly good nap. His eyes finally snap open, revealing a burning irritation. All he wanted was a little more sleep. But another fool steps up, yelling at him to just sleep then, if that's all he cares about. That's it. The stranger snaps, lunging forward with pure rage, screaming about how bad it is to be woken up. And a moment later, the loudmouth is on the ground, knocked out cold and foaming at the mouth. With the disturbance handled, he sighs and turns away, ready to finally get back to his nap. But a sudden announcement cuts through the air. The test ends when only one person is left. He glances over his shoulder as the princess lands nearby, the countdown now at just 10 minutes. She catches his gaze and playfully asks if he's trying to ask her out on a date. But her tone turns cold as she points to the unconscious man, reminding him of the rules. She says it seems he's forgotten, so she'll help, her hand igniting with a sinister red power. But the man just scoffs, telling the princess he doesn't need her brand of help. She's taken aback. The rules are clear, so why won't he just kill the guy? He gives her a deadpan look, asking why he should follow any rules. He's a free man. That arrogant answer is enough to make her snap, her needle flashing towards his throat. She presses the point of her weapon against his skin, threatening to kill him instead. His eyes suddenly glow red as he calmly tells her she can't do that. But his internal monologue has completely derailed, because he's just noticed she's gorgeous. The intimidating aura vanishes in an instant, replaced by a deep blush as he looks away. She watches, confused, as he starts backing up, stammering that his weakness is pretty girls. The fearsome warrior is now a flustered mess, leaving the princess wondering if he's even serious about this test. Suddenly, Yurek's composure returns, and he holds up a hand, proposing a brilliant alternative. He suggests that instead of fighting each other, they should hunt down that other guy, the one who just appeared. With a confident grin, he points a finger up towards the sky. The princess follows his gesture, her eyes widening in horror as she realizes he means the test lighthouse. Yurek ignores her completely, screaming up at the sky, calling out to the square guy. He genuinely wants to know if the floating box is included in the test's head count. From the darkness within, the test supervisor can only wonder what in the world is wrong with this candidate. But Yurek is relentless, demanding the supervisor come down from his perch. He bellows that he's going to catch him, and this whole foolish test will finally be over. The princess panics, screaming that he's a ranker the supervisor doesn't even count towards their goal. Unimpressed, Yurek gives this guy a casual thumbs down. He even tries to bargain, offering to count the supervisor as 2 people if he comes down. Up in his lighthouse, the supervisor just grins, thinking some absolute lunatic has wandered in. But in a sudden flash, the air itself seems to shift, and the princess looks on in shock. In an instant, the supervisor is no longer in the sky, but right in front of Yurek, a blur of motion. Across the field, the other regulars whip around, sensing the immense pressure. The realization dawns on them: the test supervisor has personally entered the arena. The princess instinctively readies her blade, her face grim with understanding. The towering ranker looms over Yurek, mocking him as some backwater fool who doesn't even know his place. He asks what Yurek thinks now, facing the true supervisor of this test floor. But Yurek just looks at him, almost bored, asking what this thing is supposed to be. The supervisor looms over him, his sheer presence meant to intimidate the kid into submission. Instead, Yurek just lets out a little scoff, completely unimpressed. This blatant disrespect sends the supervisor into a fit of roaring laughter. And his laugh isn't just a sound, it's a tidal wave of shinsu that erupts across the arena. The princess clutches her head, struggling against the pressure. This is the power of a ranker. The supervisor gets right in Yurek's face, questioning if he's insane for his defiance. He grabs Yurek's collar, reminding him of the tower's rules and the special exceptions for supervisors. He suggests that taking one of Yurek's legs would be a very lenient sanction for breaking the rules. But Yurek calmly grips the ranker's hand, asking what rule he could have possibly broken. With a squeeze, Yurek starts talking about that sanction the supervisor was so keen on. The ranker's eye widens in disbelief. What is this pressure coming from a mere regular? Yurek just grins, mockingly asking if this kind of strength is only for those with a certain level of ability. The tables have turned completely, with the supervisor now the one struggling in his grasp. He can't believe it. This brat who hasn't even properly learned Shinsu is overpowering him. But just as the situation is about to explode, a loudspeaker blares across the field. The game has ended. A blonde woman nearby hears the announcement, her expression shifting with surprise. She breathes a sigh of relief, glad that someone else took care of the final kill. Though, she admits, it wouldn't have been so bad if that reckless man died fighting the supervisor. Then again, she muses, someone with that much nerve might just be useful to her own plans. The supervisor tries to save face, telling Yurek he's lucky to be alive and should approach the test with humility. He warns the regular not to get cocky, for the tower is filled with monsters beyond his imagination. He then turns to the princess, offering a quick apology for his rude behavior. But inwardly, he's fuming, convinced he could have taken that kid down in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, a massive wave of energy flares up, and he can only call out in shock. A powerful blast of blue Shinsu washes over the entire field, interrupting everything. Even Yurek is taken aback, turning to see where this immense power is coming from. His eyes focus, trying to understand this strange and overwhelming energy. In the midst of the swirling power, a new figure appears, calling the supervisor by his name, Danjon. The masked man calmly announces that this is enough. Danjon stares in disbelief. This newcomer is the chief test supervisor, his superior. He can only wonder who this person is, questioning if he's truly stronger. The masked man doesn't just confirm it, he declares he's on a whole other level. With calm authority, he orders Danjon to wrap things up, declaring the test is over. Humbled, Danjon can only bow his head in immediate, sharp obedience. He then bellows the official announcement across the field for all survivors to hear. Trying to save face, he leaps into the air, promising a much harder test next time. As he flies away, he makes sure to point a final, personal threat directly at Yurik. Danjon seethes, vowing that if this happens again, he'll tear the kid apart, rules be damned. Yurik just smirks back, completely unfazed, and casually invites him to try. And just like that, an official announcement blares out. The first test is ended. All remaining regulars are now being teleported away to the next location. But high above, in the chief supervisor's office, Danjon is getting an earful. His masked superior calls his direct interference in the test a complete disgrace. Danjon can only look down in shame, admitting he let a mere regular provoke him. The masked man coldly asks if he's only acting so boldly because the floor ruler is away. Danjon frantically denies it, bowing his head and insisting he knows the terrifying rumors about his superior. The official accepts his apology but warns that this can never happen again. Then he adds a chilling new directive. If he's provoked again, he must crush the regular completely. Of course, he clarifies, he won't be cleaning up the mess. Danjon is then dismissed. Left alone, the test supervisor seethes, confused by his superior's contradictory orders. But one thing is clear. He now has permission to crush that regular if he gets the chance. Meanwhile, the masked official pulls up the file on the source of all this trouble. Yurik Mizuno. He muses that they've found an interesting new player for this test. But what's truly strange is that Yurik's file is almost completely blank, no origin listed at all. Down in the waiting area, the hall is packed with regulars buzzing with anticipation. One loudmouth with a bandana complains about the crowd, thinking he should have culled more of them. He shoves the person in front of him, angrily asking which bastard is in his way. But when Yurik turns around, the man's face goes pale with shock. His aggression instantly vanishes as he recognizes the monster from before, stammering out, "Let's go, boss." The bandana-wearing regular quickly turns into a hype man, trying to clear a path for his new boss. Suddenly, a voice from the stage above congratulates all the survivors of the first test. A woman with small horns and a devious smile descends, introducing herself as Gisli, the new supervisor. Yurik watches her, completely unimpressed and already annoyed by this next phase. She gestures grandly, assuring the crowd that the test they're about to take is very simple. To climb the tower, she explains, there are two essential skills they must learn: cooperation and division. After so much time spent killing each other, she tells them it's finally time to work together. They will be split into teams of 3, a structure designed to make them just close enough to betray one another. With a flash of pink energy, she emphasizes the equal importance of both concepts. Floating dramatically, she announces the start of their next trial, the traditional team game. Suddenly, a hulking demonic figure appears, roaring a simple, nonsensical command. The entire crowd, including Yurik, is completely stumped. Flip what? The creature just keeps screaming the words, its eyes wide with a manic energy. All the other regulars can do is stare up in bewildered silence. But the bandana-wearing guy next to Yurik just scoffs, calling them all boring for not getting it. He explains it's a simple child's game for picking teams by flipping your hand. Palms up go on one team, backs of the hand on another. It's really that easy. He then tries to get Yurik to pre-plan their choice, but Yurik shoots him down with a cold glare. From her position on stage, Gisli smirks, having overheard the entire exchange. Unfortunately, she purrs. While that's how the game usually works, her version has a little twist. She clarifies that they aren't playing against each other, but against the giant goat demon standing behind her. The regulars can't believe it, but Gisli just tells them to look closely at the creature's hands. Its right hand is permanently turned, while its left is flip, each marked by colored plating. She then demonstrates with her own hands, matching its pose to show them what a successful round looks like. The true rule is revealed. All 200 of them must copy the goat's hand signs simultaneously. Fail to follow, and you're out. Before anyone can even process the change, she announces the first round is starting right now, much to their horror. With a manic glint in its eyes, the goat administrator prepares to begin the test. Its hands begin to move, accompanied by a creepy little song about flipping and turning. But then the movements accelerate into a dizzying, impossible blur of motion. A wave of panic hits the crowd as everyone, even Yurik, realizes it's moving far too fast for anyone to follow. The goat's hands stop, leaving the regulars utterly bewildered. They couldn't see a thing. But the proctor, Gisli, just smirks, thoroughly amused by their hopeless confusion. The results are brutal. Out of 200 challengers, only a pathetic 24 managed to keep up. Of course, Urek Mazino was one of them, coolly asking his companion how he could possibly fail. A Zahard princess also passed, and Gisli announces the reward for their success, the right to select teammates. Evelyn of the Lo-Po-Bia family is another victor, a fact that leaves the boy beside her in stunned silence. Gisli explains the twist. The 24 winners can now pick any one of the losers to challenge one-on-one. When she asks who wants to go first, Evelyn's hand shoots straight into the air without a moment's hesitation. With a grin, Gisli confirms her as the first challenger, free to pick anyone from the failed group. And with a slow, deliberate turn, Evelyn's gaze lands right on the terrified boy standing next to her. He can only stammer her name as she turns towards him, her expression unreadable. But in a surprising twist, she walks right past him to choose another regular, someone she'd noticed in a previous test. The boy with the cap exhales, a mix of relief and shame washing over him. Of course, she wouldn't team up with someone like him. Evelyn and her chosen opponent now stand ready to proceed with the next phase of the game. A strange little jingle explains the rules. A simple game of flip it or turn it. If they match, they pass as a team. But the song carries a subtle threat, a warning for those who might fail to follow the commands. And with a sudden flash of movement, the game begins. A test of pure reaction speed. Two pairs of hands blur through the air, trying to sync up in a split second. But it's over before it even began, leaving the blue-haired challenger completely bewildered. How was it so fast? Evelyn turns away, her disappointment clear. She had hoped he'd have some use, but it seems she chose poorly. She smiles, her voice dripping with contempt. She'd never team up with someone who can't even follow that. From above, the horned woman Gisli smirks. It's not cheating. It's how the great families play the game. The administrator announces their failure, and his massive robotic hand blurs towards the poor challenger. With a terrifying crunch, he snatches the boy, his goat-like face drooling in anticipation. The true rule is finally revealed. Those who fail are offered as a sacrifice. The challenger screams in pure terror, yelling that they never mentioned this part of the test. But his pleas are cut short as the goat administrator shoves him into its mouth and devours him whole. The other regulars can only watch in horror as Gisli explains the situation from her perch. But there's a twist. If a chosen person succeeds, they can choose to sacrifice their selector instead. Evelyn stares at the administrator's hand, a cold understanding dawning. This isn't about teams, it's survival of the fittest. Evelyn's mind races as she puts the pieces together. If you could follow the goat's movements, you've just been given a license to eliminate any rival you choose. Urek Mazino, who passed without breaking a sweat, looks on with utter disinterest. Gisli's voice then booms across the hall, instructing the winners to select their opponents from the failed group. Immediately, the strong begin to corner the weak, like predators choosing their prey. One victor smirks, casually asking who he should kill as desperate pleas for mercy begin to fill the air. All across the floor, a brutal, one-sided culling has begun. But Urek only has eyes for one person, calling out to the very same guy who tried to team up with him earlier. He offers to play a little game, and the man's face instantly drains of all color. Urek reminds him of his earlier offer, asking if he's suddenly having second thoughts now that the tables have turned. The scarred regular stammers, unable to answer Urek's simple question. Why hesitate? Just then, Gisli's voice cuts in with a chilling reminder. Anyone who refuses to play will be sacrificed. With no choice left, he frantically agrees, explaining that the test's brutal rules had him shaken. Internally, he's already given up, knowing there's no way he could ever match Urek's impossible speed. Trying to find some way out, he appeals to a sense of honor, suggesting that a real man should face forward. Urek catches his meaning immediately, questioning if that means they should both choose to flip their hands. The regular is stunned. Is this a trick? A moment of hope wars with his deep-seated paranoia. He squeezes his eyes shut, locked in a desperate internal battle should he trust this monster or not. The decision is made, a silent agreement hanging in the air between their outstretched hands. He opens his eyes to see Urek's hands are in the exact same position as his own. It's a match. But from the sidelines, another regular watches in utter disbelief, calling out to his brother. How could they trust each other? They just met in this godforsaken place. He clenches his fist, furious and confused by the life-or-death gamble his brother just took. Urek smirks, reminding the man that his life was just completely in a stranger's hands. He leans in, genuinely curious why someone so weak would bet it all on a whim. The answer? A simple hope for trust. The regular explains that since Yurik showed faith first, he simply returned it because that's how a team is built. But their moment is shattered, as a colossal hand erupts from the floor, grabbing Yurik without warning. The beanie-wearing brother screams in terror, pleading for it to stop, not to eat his family. The massive, goat-headed administrator has captured them both, despite his desperate cries that they're a team. But the ancient being just stares down, its expression cold and unreadable. Yurik can't help but crack a small, impressed smile at the man's simple conviction. The bandana-wearing regular bows deeply, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. He swears an unbreakable oath, promising to never betray the one who trusted him first. Yurik just laughs it off, telling the guy he can speak casually, much to his shock. Full of hope, he declares they'll build the strongest team, but their new blonde companion silently disagrees. A horned official named Gisli suddenly appears, announcing the end of the first game. She reveals only 7 people even passed, and now, team representatives will compete. Their opponent is the imposing administrator, who starts singing a twisted little song about a coin flip. Its strange, color-coded hands begin to whirl, one red and one blue, clasping together to begin a bizarre game that will decide their fate. The administrator's hands become a blur of red and blue, the game decided in an instant. Onlookers gasp in disbelief. Yurik was right in the middle of it, but a triumphant pose from the administrator reveals his trick he'd thrown in a fake move. Yurik simply opens his hand, showing everyone that he lost the game. His new ally starts to freak out, but Yurik calmly tells him to relax. He lost on purpose. Utterly confused, the beanie wearer asks why, and Yurik points out he wasn't the only one who threw the match. The logic is simple, he explains. The first round already revealed who the real threats are. Even the goat-faced administrator admits it. Winning now just forces you into another troublesome game. His companion gets it now, no one will dare challenge them. Yurik agrees that's the plan, but there are always all kinds of crazy people in the world. And right on cue, a voice cuts in from behind them. The onlookers recognize the emblem on her ear, a divine weapon, and realize she was in the earlier game. It's none other than a princess of Zahard, and she's here to challenge Yurik to a game. So this is the crazy one he was just talking about. He calmly sizes her up, wondering if she's here to eliminate him. Yurik tells her to give up if she thinks she can kill him, but she immediately denies that's her plan. Her true goal is revealed. She wants to team up with him, but only if he can prove his worth by winning first. The entire crowd is thrown into a frenzy. A princess wants to scout this unknown monster? His companion practically begs him to accept the golden opportunity, but Yurik flatly refuses, saying he already has someone in mind. The princess can't believe it. Is there really someone here better than her? Yurik just shrugs it off as a simple preference, but she's not taking no for an answer, declaring that she'll team up with him anyway and demanding the game begin. Yurik smirks at her stubbornness, warning her that if she keeps this up, she'll just end up as a sacrifice. The princess' eyes narrow. She'd rather die than be made a sacrifice. She declares she'll play with all her might, warning Yurik to focus if he wants to live. A rhythmic chant starts up around them, setting the stage for a simple, high-stakes game. Flip it or turn it, the crowd sings, as both Yurik and the princess prepare their hands. With a flash of energy, they both make their move, locking in their choices simultaneously. The tension hangs heavy in the air for a split second, before the results are revealed. His hands are up, hers are down. His companion erupts in celebration. Yurik got it right. He actually won. Yurik turns to the stunned princess and states, as expected, that he still won't team up with her. The crowd gasps in disbelief. After all that, he's rejecting a princess of Zahard again? The horned administrator's eyes bulge. He can't believe it. Seriously? He looms over the defeated princess, his shadow casting a grim sentence. A princess of Zahard, eliminated on the second test? Unacceptable. Before anyone can process it, his colossal hand snatches her up. Gisli screams out his name, but she's too slow, too far away to stop him. A wave of pure terror washes over the other regulars. With a sickening crunch, the administrator shoves the princess into his maw, and the crowd shrieks, "He actually ate her!" Panic erupts as the regulars stare in disbelief. Is this really happening? Gisli is left stunned, the impossible truth echoing in her mind. A princess failed, and the administrator devoured her as punishment. The whispers begin to spread. If this is the fate of a princess, what hope is there for anyone else? From the back, his companion can only stare, wondering what in the hell that crazy bastard is thinking. He runs up to Yurik, demanding to know his plan. After picking a Zahard princess, who else would he want? Yurik just points towards a lone kid in a white cap, the one trying his best to look invisible. The companion is baffled that kid isn't strong. He looks weak. But Yurik senses something familiar about him. It reminds him of the faint smell of salt he encountered when he first arrived in this place. His friend can't believe it. Hes throwing away a chance to team with a princess over a vague feeling. Yurik just calmly confirms it, and the simple answer is enough to make the other guy go crazy. But then Yurik drops a bombshell, casually asking who this Zahard everyone keeps mentioning is. The question stops his companion cold. Is this guy for real? He doesn't even know about the princesses? He whispers that Zahard is the king of the tower, and Yurik is genuinely surprised that such a person exists. Suddenly, Yurik has a new goal. He wants to meet this so-called king, and ask the administrator if he can revote. His companion absolutely loses it, screaming that Yurik is the one going crazy, not him. But after a moment, he sighs, resigning himself to Yurik's strange whims and agreeing to trust his instincts. The goat-headed administrator just grins, promising to collect another plate from those who lose. His robotic hands begin to move, glowing with an ominous light, a clear sign that the next round of this brutal game is beginning, and it's only getting harder. Another participant announces that this time, they faked the test twice, and as a result, a paltry 6 people were the only ones to succeed. Wasting no time, Yurik approaches one of the other survivors, a blonde girl named Evelyn, and they form a team. She's relieved. After failing to find any partners before, she knows just how crucial this alliance will be as the game escalates. The nature of the game has shifted. Where skill once reigned supreme, now there's a new, far more difficult requirement. To form a team, you need absolute trust, a rare commodity in a place where every face is a rival. And for one boy standing alone in the crowd, that feels like an impossible hurdle. He clenches his fist in frustration, realizing his attempt to team up with someone named Mr. Liu has failed again. Evelyn, meanwhile, watches this from afar, panicking internally. She trusts Yurik, but the kid he's eyeing is just too weak. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the boy's thoughts as Yurik calls out to him. He turns to see the legendary Irregular standing there with his grumpy companion. Evelyn can't believe her eyes. Is he seriously trying to recruit that loser? The boy had already resigned himself to his fate, realizing no one wanted him on their team. He was ready to be left behind, to fail the test and just go back to where he belonged. But his mind was already drifting back to the gutter he came from, a village for those the gods had abandoned. Hess pulled from his thoughts as Yurik's voice singles him out from the crowd. The boy immediately panics, assuming the worst and pleading that he's too weak to be a threat. But Yurik cuts him off calmly. He's not here to eliminate him, he wants to form a team. Before the kid can even process this insane offer, a hand suddenly cuts between them. He looks up to see none other than Miss Evelyn, and she does not look pleased. She storms in, accusing them of cutting in line and insisting she has priority because she requested the game first. As the argument starts to heat up, an authoritative voice clears its throat from above, demanding their attention. Gisli elegantly makes her appearance, noting that since both arguments are reasonable, there's only one fair way to settle this. In a stunning turn of events, she declares they will follow the choice of Mr. Liu, putting the spotlight right on the bewildered boy. All eyes are on him as he's forced to choose, Yurik, Mazzino, or Evelyn. He stammers for a moment, apologizing to the person who got to him first. And then, with a burst of energy, he declares that he wants to team up with Miss Evelyn. She's completely stunned, not expecting to be chosen at all. He even promises to be the perfect partner, putting his complete trust in her abilities. Yurik watches with a curious glint in his eye, remarking on the boy's sudden decisiveness. Evelyn, however, is immediately suspicious, accusing him of trying to throw the match to get rid of her. But his reasoning is far simpler and much more mortifying, as he blurts out that he just really likes her. The sudden, heartfelt confession leaves both Yurik and Evelyn utterly speechless. Deciding the situation is hopeless, Yurik grabs the boy for a clean retreat, leaving Evelyn to process the chaos. The boy frantically backpedals, explaining he didn't mean they had to get married or anything. But instead of rejecting his fumbling confession, Evelyn calmly extends a hand. A pact is formed as she accepts, telling him she trusts him just as much. Then, with a disarming smile, she admits that his bravery won her over and she kind of likes him now. Yurik watches this unfold, sighing that they've just wasted their time on a teenage romance. His eyes lock onto another regular, figuring he might as well find his own partner. He approaches a confident woman with long black hair, proposing they team up. She introduces herself as Neo, humbly stating she might not be as good as him, but she is strong. Yurik's companion can't help but note her incredible confidence, and Yurik agrees, figuring that among the stragglers left, she's his best bet anyway. She adds a little caveat, admitting she doesn't quite trust him yet. He readily agrees, admitting he's not trustworthy but promising to stay out of her way. Yurik declares that they aren't his true target, his mind already drifting elsewhere. He's thinking about the boy, Liu, sensing a familiar, faint scent of salt from him. With that settled in his mind, he and Neo officially form their team. He smirks, challenging her to keep up, and her calm acceptance only intrigues him more. Suddenly, a grand chime echoes through the hall. Gisli appears in a spotlight, theatrically declaring the team selection game is over. A total of 10 teams have been formed, with Yurik and his new partner front and center. And for anyone left without a partner, she announces their immediate elimination. Her voice rings out, declaring that all who have formed a team will now advance to the next test. Atop a massive, fluffy beast, Gisli offers her theatrical congratulations to the survivors. But Yurik is already doing the math in his head. 10 teams? He only counts 9 pairs out here. The scene flashes to a giant white goat, which cries out in agony as something pierces it from within. A bloody spear tip retracts, and Gisli's voice announces the conclusion of the deathmatch in the waiting area. The 3 survivors, she explains, will be automatically grouped together as the final 10th team. We see the victor, a woman with cold, piercing purple eyes, who has clearly dominated the bloody free-for-all. It's a Zahard's princess, one who wields the power of ice, and she stands over the body of the formidable swordsman. Another princess watches from afar, remarking how convenient it was that this little game cooled off that crazy bastard. She playfully asks Gisli if the rules were bent for her, but the administrator just smirks, clarifying they only said losers would be eaten, not eliminated. Gisli adds a final, cruel twist, explaining that the properly advanced teams must now eliminate one of their own. She mockingly calls the deathmatch survivors leftovers, but the Red Princess is unfazed, finding the rule quite to her liking. Her mind is already set on the next stage, vowing to return the humiliation she feels she's suffered. She seethes with rage, promising to make the man who rejected her pay, a grudge she will never let go. Suddenly, a broadcast cuts through the tension, announcing the official conclusion of the second test. 30 candidates have advanced, and the supervisors are now instructed to receive the regulars. The next test is revealed on a monitor, the crown game, and the massive supervisor finds this development interesting. He rises to his full, imposing height, ordering his subordinates to prepare for the contestants' arrival. Their destination is a massive, floating complex in the sky, where a luxurious cruise ship awaits the survivors. As the regulars arrive, they're met with the impressive sight of a massive floating ship dock. The candidates are buzzing, thrilled that the next test will be held on such a grand vessel. Suddenly, a blue drone zips into the air, demanding everyone's immediate attention. An intimidating lineup of figures appears, their powerful auras silencing the crowd instantly. It's immediately clear who they are. These are the test supervisors for the next stage. The masked man at the front steps forward, introducing himself as Rahab, the chief supervisor. Yurik sizes him up, wondering if this is the man in charge, as Rahab congratulates them for making it this far. He explains they will board the cruiser to travel across the testing floor for their exams. Only those who pass the final exam at the ship's last stop will earn the glorious right to climb the tower. He clenches his fist, promising them everything they could desire: wealth, fame, power, and the truth itself. This is the path of glory, he declares, the same path King Zahard forged, and they must earn it with their own strength. The massive, intimidating cruise ship waits, its cannons looming over the city as the regulars prepare to board. Rahab explains the rules. Everyone gets a ticket at the gate, and losing it is not an option as it's checked daily. The massive crowd of hopefuls and hardened killers begins to file onto the ship one by one. But as Yurik walks along, he glances back, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. His senses were right, there are a few strange, hooded figures trying to blend in with the crowd. Stepping inside, the regulars are greeted by an absurdly opulent hall, glittering with gold and light. The scarred man is completely blown away by the flashiness, while Yurik just looks on, utterly unimpressed. Suddenly, a new group of supervisors appears on a balcony above, welcoming the chosen candidates. The behemoth at the center roars his name is Danzon, and he'll be the examiner in charge from now on. Danzon declares that while the next exam is pending, they will all undergo position training. Yurik just notes, so it's that guy again. He explains they'll be assigned one of 5 core roles, and their training will be rigorously evaluated. The top performers in each position will be rewarded with special benefits, but anyone deemed unranked will be immediately disqualified, regardless of their other exam results. The crowd erupts in panic. While one regular freaks out, Yurik casually asks what a position even is. The woman beside him explains they are team roles, just like the ones used by the great founders. The first role, the scout, who moves at the front lines to disrupt the enemy and gather intel. Next, the light bearer, the strategist who commands the team from the rear, illuminating the battlefield. Then there's the spear bearer, the long-range artillery working in tandem with the light bearer to snipe targets. And of course, the wave controller, a master of Shinsu, who can obliterate enemies with overwhelming power. Finally, there's the fisherman, the lone hunter who moves freely to capture and eliminate key targets anywhere on the field. She notes his ignorance must mean he's from a remote place, and Yurik just casually agrees. The test supervisor roars, his voice booming across the hall, that he will now introduce their mentors. For the wave controller position, a stern-looking dogman named Baskerville is presented. The light-bearer mentor is a man named Pudri, projecting an aura of quiet intelligence. And for the scouts, a woman with small horns and a sinister smile, Gisli, makes her appearance. The spear-bearer mentor is a surprisingly elegant woman named Heidi, who gives a gentle wave. Then, the test supervisor dramatically clenches his golden gauntlet for the final reveal. With a thunderous shout, he declares that the fisherman mentor is none other than himself. The regulars are just baffled by his sheer volume, some even wondering if his name is literally me. Ignoring their confusion, he announces their positions have been decided, and they must follow their new mentors. Meanwhile, Urek Mizuno calmly takes in the announcement. A quick check of his own results confirms it. He's been assigned as a fisherman. His beanie-wearing friend seems a little down, sad they've been split up into different roles. The black-haired woman reveals she's a wave controller, and Urek points out it's a good thing they don't overlap. With a confident smirk, he tells them to just focus on surviving and doing their best. The scene shifts, and the chosen fishermen gather in their massive, ornate training room. Their mentor, Danzon, stands before them on a watery battlefield, wasting no time getting to the point. With veins bulging and a face contorted in a passionate roar, he declares that fishermen are the pinnacle of all positions. That means, by his logic, this group represents the very strongest candidates gathered for the test. An intense aura erupts around him as he screams his final point. The weak have no place here. The water between them ripples as the candidates watch their imposing mentor from across the hall. He tells them their training is special. He will not tolerate a single weakling sullying the title of fisherman. To prove their worth, they'll have an entrance test right now, and failure means getting kicked off the ship for good. The other regulars are in shock and entrance test for training, but Urek just smirks. Sounds fun. With a bellowing roar, Danzon throws his arms wide, his shinsu flaring as he dares them to come at him. The candidates are just left speechless. He wants them to fight without even explaining the rules. He screams again, clearly out of patience. Forget the details. Just come at him one by one. While everyone else hesitates, a confident blonde man steps forward, deciding he'll be the first to take the plunge. He brushes past Urek, apologizing with a slight smirk, explaining that he just likes being first at everything. Danzon is pleased to see some spirit, but points to the side, telling the candidate to pick up a harness before he begins. The blonde candidate picks up the so-called harness, confused to find it's just a simple rope. Before he can react, the sash springs to life, wrapping itself tightly around his arm. It cinches around his waist, forcing his arms out into a clumsy, awkward stance. As he struggles forward, utterly embarrassed, Danzon impatiently beckons him closer. With a firm grip, the supervisor shows him exactly where to place his hand on the sash. He then yanks the poor guy into an uncomfortably close embrace, declaring them all set. Danzon announces to everyone that this bizarre, intimate position is the starting stance for the test. The other regulars watch from the sidelines, with one muttering how gross it looks, and that he definitely doesn't want to do that. But Danzon isn't finished, telling the blonde to stop standing there so arrogantly. He needs to lower his posture and plant his feet, because a stiff, prideful stance will get him nowhere. Danzon warns the fisherman that he's about to fall, but the guy has no idea what's coming. In a blur of motion, the supervisor twists and throws him with contemptuous ease. The blonde regular hits the shinsu with a splash, his back completely submerged. With a cold, final glare, Danzon declares that if your back touches the floor, you lose. The onlookers are stunned by the sheer power of a rancor, tossing a regular like a piece of paper. Wiping his golden hands clean, Danzon seems utterly bored by the display. He bellows out, demanding to know who's next to face him. But the regulars just stand there, frozen in place, terrified by what they just witnessed. Seeing their fear, Urek Mizuno speaks up, offering a second chance to the first three who volunteer. Suddenly, that fear turns to resolve as several regulars rush forward, eager to take the offer. Amidst the chaos of volunteers, Urek Mizuno looks on, confused that his own chance seems to have been delayed again. The young fisherman beside him can't help but ask why he isn't stepping forward with the others. Urek just smirks, explaining that he's practically allergic to being judged by such a simple ranking system, an answer that leaves the regular completely dumbfounded, thinking this guy has to be a total weirdo. But elsewhere on the ship, hidden deep within the engine room, a different plan is unfolding. A mysterious princess and her two subordinates have successfully infiltrated the vessel, their first objective complete. She lays out their mission. They must steal the cruise tickets from the chosen participants. If they can get them before midnight, ownership will transfer, and they'll take their place in the test. With the plan clear, she orders her team to split up and begin the hunt for their targets. And it seems she has a very specific person in mind, recalling that Urek Mizuno is a fisherman, and she knows exactly whose ticket she'll be taking. Yurik Mazinos. Back on deck, another regular is left speechless, likely one of Yurik's recent, and very brief, opponents. In the main test arena, however, the supervisor Danzon has just dispatched 2 more challengers in a flash. They struggle in the water, completely unable to move, as if their bodies are pinned by an unseen force. Danzon, looking far too pleased with himself, eagerly calls for the next challenger, drawing Urik's attention. He then scolds the fallen blue-haired woman, who can only whimper that her legs are frozen in place. The supervisor's eyes narrow with disgust. In his mind, the weak don't even deserve to be here. But before he can continue, a calm voice offers to help the girl up, and Yurik is suddenly right there beside her. Danzon's head snaps toward the man who dared to interfere with his test. Yurik simply meets his gaze with a cool, confident smirk, completely unintimidated. Gently helping the paralyzed girl, Yurik calmly asks if she's all right. He then effortlessly carries her out of the water, ignoring the supervisor's glare. After setting her down, he casually strips off his hoodie. With a confident smirk, he turns to Danzon and asks if he's ready for a real try. Yurik thinks this little game might actually be fun for a change. But first, he needs to figure out that mysterious power the supervisor used. Danzon's eyes glow, confused by the sudden challenge. So Yurik decides it's only fair to return the favor, crackling with golden energy. He's going to show him the power from outside the tower. The supervisor scoffs at the display, asking if he's supposed to be scared. The supervisor can only stare in disbelief, calling Yurik a crazy bastard for this stunt. Yurik just smirks, telling him his tough act is just a cover for fear, and invites him to start. He steps in, confidently taking hold of the supervisor's belt. The moment they touch, Danzon realizes the immense power hidden in this man, far beyond any candidate. Yurik simply asks him not to make this boring as he declares their little game has begun. Then, with a casual, almost lazy sweep of his foot, Danzon's eyes go wide, his brain short-circuiting in absolute confusion. The towering supervisor is sent flying backwards, his center of gravity completely broken. He crashes into the water, his mind still trying to process what just happened. Yurik just stands there, equally baffled. Was that really all it took? The other regulars can hardly believe their eyes, cheering for the newcomer. Word spreads like wildfire. The supervisor collapsed. That light-haired kid took him down, but Danzon scrambles to his feet, insisting the game didn't count. He spouts the most pathetic excuse imaginable, claiming he slipped while holding back his power. The other candidates openly mock him, calling out the supervisor for his childish inability to admit defeat. Absolutely furious at being humiliated, Danzon lets out a roar and charges forward. He blitzes through the water, ignoring the scattering regulars, his eyes locked on Yurik. But in his mind, the supervisor admits it. This kid is holding back, making valid points despite his attitude. He hasn't seen the true power he wanted to draw out, and Yurik casually agrees. Yurik plays along, saying he didn't even do anything, and the supervisor just fell a complete mistake, right? Yurik cheerfully agrees to a do-over, which only makes Danzon wonder if this punk is really that confident. Taking the bait completely, the supervisor tells him to get ready again, and Yurik casually walks back into position. They lock up, and Danzon thinks that even with his Shinsu reinforcement suppressed, he can't possibly lose in a match of pure strength. He tells himself he was just careless before, a simple mistake. This time, he'll overpower the kid with raw force as the second match begins. But instead of feeling a push, he feels a foot plant firmly against the ground. The supervisor's eyes bulge in sheer, unadulterated shock. From the sidelines, the other regulars can't believe what they're seeing. Yurik has effortlessly lifted the massive supervisor into the air. With a bored expression, he asks what's wrong, telling Danzon to stop messing around and use some real strength. Danzon's face contorts with pure hatred, his pride completely demolished. He snarls, demanding Yurik use the true power he showed at their last encounter. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the spear-bearer's training room, where another test is about to begin. An elegant supervisor named Heidi greets the regulars, who are immediately taken by her doll-like beauty. She announces a simple first test, a basic spear throw to gauge their natural talent. But as she picks up a spear, the regulars can only stare in utter shock. With just one arm, Heidi casually swings the impossibly long and heavy weapon. She winds up and then hurls it forward with breathtaking power and precision. The spear soars like a missile across the vast training ground. It lands with a massive thud, striking the bullseye for a perfect 100 point score. The regulars are completely stunned, their minds reeling from the insane display of power. With a serene smile, Heidi turns and asks who would like to go first. A few of the more confident challengers eagerly volunteer, practically fighting for the first spot. But one boy in a white cap sits off to the side, silent and completely intimidated. A muscular regular with a beanie steps up, scoffing at the others as mere amateurs. He lets out a roar and hurls the spear, managing a respectable 30 points. Flexing his muscles, he soaks in the praise from the other impressed regulars. The boy in the cap, however, can only think of his own miserable performance, how he couldn't even grip the spear. He remembers fumbling pathetically while everyone else launched their weapons with ease. Crushing despair sets in as he questions if someone so talentless even belongs here. But his self-pity is interrupted by the scarred regular, who walks over asking why he's sulking. Lu mumbles about his poor throw, but the man just gives a cheerful thumbs up, telling him not to worry. He introduces himself as Rohan, even saying he thought Lu looked cool in the last test. Surprised by the kindness, Lu accepts a firm, encouraging handshake. Rohan throws an arm around him, reminding him that their little brother chose him as a teammate for a reason. Lu still doubts himself, but Rohan's faith is absolute not in Lu, but in their leader's judgment. He decides then and there to treat Lu like a true teammate, and offers to show him how to use his strength. Grabbing a spear, Rohan tells the boy to watch him closely and learn. He demonstrates the proper form, and Lu realizes that despite the tower's dangers, there are truly good people here. With a quiet thank you, a spark of hope and determination finally returns to the young boy's eyes. Meanwhile, inside the fisherman's practice room, a thunderous roar echoes from within. The crowd is losing their minds as the newcomer effortlessly hoists the test supervisor into the air. Danzon grits his teeth in disbelief. How could a mere regular possess this monstrous strength? But the challenger seems unfazed, feeling his own power gradually returning as he tells the supervisor to get serious. He leans in, demanding Danzon use that hidden power he tried to unleash on him before. With the crowd chanting for a takedown, Danzon warns him that this is his last chance to fight back, or face utter humiliation. A confident smirk spreads across the challenger's face, as if that's exactly what he wanted to hear. The supervisor roars, finally unleashing a torrent of raw, crackling shinsu. Ah, there it is. The challenger instantly recognizes the sensation as Danzon's body hardens and grows heavy like stone. He can feel it now. An unknown force in the room is making the supervisor stronger, and he's determined to find out what it is. Danzon seethes, calling him a foolish brat who's mesmerized by a power he can't possibly comprehend. He warns that this fatal curiosity will be his end before suddenly pulling back his killing intent. The challenger just listens with a knowing smirk as Danzon lectures him on the tower's absolute laws. A ranker can't just harm a regular without permission. It would mean banishment or even execution. But our boy just scoffs, calling his bluff and seeing right through the weak attempt to save face. Seeing his threats fall flat, Danzon's eyes narrow as he decides to make the cocky regular an offer. He proposes a formal duel in 3 days, sanctioned by the administrator, with their very lives on the line. The upcoming crown game will provide the perfect cover, a secret area where they can fight unseen. A place where, with mutual consent, he can finally unleash his full power without any consequences. The challenger's eyes gleam at the proposal, as Danzon internally sneers, thinking the fool fell right into his trap. But Danzon adds a condition, a way to save his precious pride. The boy must put him down immediately, collapse, and admit defeat right here and now. In exchange for this little performance, he'll guarantee every single regular passes the test. The crowd erupts, begging their champion to take the deal and crush the old generation. With a smirk, the challenger agrees, his grip loosening on the ranker's arm. But instead of letting go, his foot quietly sweeps out from under the supervisor. And just like that, the mighty ranker Danzon is sent crashing into the water. The other regulars freeze in disbelief as the challenger cheekily announces that he fell over. He mocks the supervisor's strength, claiming he felt like a rock and just had to collapse on his own. Then, he offers a hand, sarcastically praising Danzon for managing to knock him down once. But as Danzon rises from the water, Hez not angry, Hez exhilarated, telling everyone to witness the raw talent of a true fisherman. He reveals the entire test was a performance, designed not to fail them, but to gauge their determination in a desperate moment. The other regulars are stunned, barely daring to believe what they're hearing. And with a booming welcome to the fisherman position, the arena erupts in cheers from the relieved rookies. 3 days later, the group arrives at the site for the crown game, but the friendly atmosphere has vanished. Danzon's eyes glow with murderous intent, his mind fixed on a single promise to the man who humiliated him. I will kill you. The challenger, however, meets that killing intent with a cool, calculating gaze, finding himself impressed. He dismisses the other rookies, but his thoughts linger on Danzon, recognizing it's been far too long since someone dared to challenge him for real. For the first time in ages, he feels the thrill of an opponent who's willing to put their life on the line. The other regulars, meanwhile, are completely oblivious, just exhausted and ready to find their rooms. But just as he's settling in, a figure rushes towards him down the long corridor. He turns to see a young woman, who stops him, recognizing him immediately. It's the same girl who passed out during the selection test, and she seems incredibly flustered. With a comically deep bow, she thanks him profusely for what he did back there. Then, just as suddenly, she wishes him well and dashes off, leaving him totally baffled. He reaches out, his mind slowly processing what just happened. Wait, was that a confession? A blush creeps across his face as a wild idea takes root. His first romance is finally starting. But as the girl runs on, a sly smile crosses her face. She saw him blushing and knew she was right. The poor guy is already lost in a love-struck daze, thinking he's found his soulmate. She, however, has already sized him up. Simple, strong, and easy to control, a perfect piece to use. While our silver-haired boy daydreams, an announcement starts, but he only has eyes for the girl. But in the shadows, a different drama unfolds as a cloaked figure is suddenly grabbed. It's the princess, her eyes burning with resolve. She knows her target is Mazino. She tries to slip away after being discovered, but it's already too late. Her identity is called out, and she turns. Her mission now in jeopardy. A blue-haired man grabs her, demanding to know who she is, but he already knows. His aggressive posture melts into a smirk. He recognizes her from the burning building. He apologizes for the rough greeting, explaining that he has an offer for her. Turns out, he's also targeting Yurik, and wants to join forces to take his tickets. He bows low, pledging his absolute loyalty if she'll only agree to his alliance. But the blue-haired man's confident plea is met with a cold, piercing gaze. The princess coolly informs him that she is very selective about who she accepts. Meanwhile, elsewhere in this luxurious waiting area, some regulars are having the time of their lives. Two simple-minded challengers celebrate their haul of free drinks, thinking this place is heaven. Their loud celebration is suddenly cut short by a voice from behind them. They turn to see their ultimate target, Mazino, giving them a casual greeting. So, do they attack? Nope. They invite him to come party in their room instead. But as Yurik is led away, a small, sinister silhouette with glowing red eyes watches from the shadows. Completely unaware, the trio gets ready to celebrate their newfound friendship. Yurik curiously examines the can, about to experience a carbonated drink for the first time. He takes his first sip, chugging down the strange, fizzy liquid. The young challenger's face flushes. It's a little bitter, but he thinks he's starting to feel good. But just as the party gets going, their door is violently kicked off its hinges. It's Evelyn, storming in like a tempest, furious they're drinking sugary soda on day one. She shoves her finger right into the boy's eye, scolding him for hanging out with bad influences. With a drop of blood on her fingertip, she reminds him that everyone here is an enemy. She descends into a crazed lecture, trying to drill it into his head while the others just watch, terrified. Unfazed by his bleeding eye, the boy just leans in close and asks about that scout position again. Her entire angry tirade grinds to a halt, her brain completely short-circuiting at his audacity. So, what's a stressed-out hypocrite to do? She grabs a can and starts chugging it herself. Her allies cheer her on, half in awe and half in fear of her sheer intensity. But lurking in the shadows, a lone figure watches them with disdain, thinking they're just clueless kids having fun. He smirks, already formulating a plan. He knows the princess will go after the silver-haired guy. He just needs to steal a ticket from their team, forcing the mighty Zahard's princess into an alliance with him. Back in the room, the boy asks Evelyn what happened, and she snarls that she was forced to do the one thing she hates most. The entire group explodes in outrage as she crushes the can, revealing it was their position instructor who did this. They demand to know what horrible, unforgivable act was forced upon their new comrade. Burning with righteous fury, the boy shouts the terrible truth for all to hear. She was made to pet a puppy. The air goes still as his own words hang there, his outrage short-circuiting into pure confusion. He drops to his knees, stammering a puppy? And Evelyn can only curl up in shame and admit it's true. Shaking, Evelyn explains the instructor assumed she had anima talent, but she truly hates touching animals. The problem is, she's from the Lopobia family, the tower's masters of anima, so her refusal was a huge insult. The boy asks gently if she just dislikes puppies, and she admits she finds them cute, but she has a deeper issue, crushing the can as she reveals her fear that anything she touches will break. Suddenly, they notice a silver-haired man has been sitting silently with them this entire time, and he's not the only one, as another figure emerges from the shadows of the doorway. A woman with long black hair calls him out for listening, but he coolly replies that he already knew she was there. As she enters the room, he asks how her test went, and she dismisses it as a simple task. To show them what she means, a perfect, swirling orb of pure blue energy forms in her palm. The entire group is stunned into silence, recognizing the incredible display of raw Shinsu control. The silver-haired man realizes her power is like a ranker's, and immediately starts begging her to teach him. Evelyn can't believe it. Irregular with no background, just one day into training, is already using Shinsu? As he pleads, the woman observes him, a small smile playing on her lips. This guy, he's definitely not ordinary. Elsewhere, a lone cloaked figure waits in a vast hall, her plan set to unfold 4 hours from now, at midnight. She's confident, having prepared for every outcome. Her moment comes 30 minutes before the ticket check. A sharp glint in her eye reveals her focus. That's the perfect time to make her move. 4 hours later, the others are waving goodbye as Yurek Mizuno heads out for the night. With everyone gone, the silver-haired man is right back to pestering her, but she just calmly points out the broken door. He ignores her suggestion completely, throwing a childish tantrum and kicking the wall, demanding she teach him. Finally giving in, she begins her lesson with a massive, awe-inspiring vortex of pure energy. She begins, admitting that his complete lack of basics is a little frustrating for her. Still, she explains that Shinsu can be tied into a single domain for various uses. This domain is called a room, and he immediately asks how to create one. She tells him there are 2 ways: draw it out from your own body, or compress it from your surroundings. When he asks how to pull it from his body, her answer is deceptively simple. Just imagine it. She gives him a mental image, a round sphere, a small tube connecting it to his body. Then, he just has to let the energy flow through that connection, filling the room he's made. Taking her instructions seriously, he holds out his hands and begins to concentrate. He closes his eyes, repeating the steps in his mind. Create a room, then. Fill it. And with that simple thought, an orb of pure Shinsu begins to form. A chaotic surge of energy seems to answer his call, but when he opens his eyes, nothing. His hands are completely empty. He looks over at his teacher, confused, but she just scoffs, saying no one gets it on their first try. With a smug smile, she calls herself a genius, while silently dismissing him as a talentless fool. Hez not even listening though. Hez certain he felt something flicker into existence. So he tries again, focusing on his hand, repeating the command to just fill it. And this time, a blinding pillar of golden Shinsu erupts from the very bottom of the cruise ship. The shockwave is so immense it violently wakes the test supervisor, Danzon, from a deep sleep. Ripping off his bunny sleep mask, he instantly senses the massive, unprecedented power surge. Without a second to waste, he and the other officials leap into action, racing toward the disturbance. His eyes snap open, the sheer scale of the power leaving him utterly bewildered. He rushes to the window, staring at the impossible pillar of golden energy, wondering what it could be. And the source? Just moments before, our hero's teacher was laughing at his failed attempts. But that second try wasn't a failure, it was a catastrophic success. An explosion engulfing the entire ship. A violent shockwave rips through the vessel, sending unprepared regulars tumbling through the air. A frantic emergency broadcast crackles to life, warning everyone to brace for impact. Even those resting in their rooms, like Evelyn, are jolted from their peace as the world spins around them. The protagonist and his teacher are thrown off balance, realizing something terrible is happening outside. Back in the control room, Danzon is raging, demanding to know which genius caused this disaster. But the general supervisor is gone, and with a grimace, Danzon realizes he's been left to clean up this mess alone. His staff screams orders to block the wave, anything to stop the ship from being destroyed. But even Danzon, a ranker, is struggling, shocked by a light he's never seen before. And then, a voice erupts from the golden Shinsu itself, calling him dirty hair. The test supervisor freezes, utterly baffled. Did that energy just talk to him? He thinks he must be mistaken, but the voice rings out again, calling him ugly. The sentient energy roars with glee, declaring itself extra as it swells in power. Screams rip through the hallways as the entire ship groans under the strain. Out among the regulars, panic sets in. They're convinced the ship is about to sink, but not everyone is panicking. A cloaked figure realizes this chaos is a perfect cover. With his target isolated, this messy situation has just become his lucky day. He doesn't know what's happening outside, and frankly, he doesn't care. As the ship trembles around him, he knows this is his one chance. His eyes narrow with murderous intent. It's time to strike. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunges and viciously impales his target. The scarred man chokes on his own blood as his friend screams his name in horror. But before a killing blow can land, a blue-haired regular drops in, thwarting the attack. This newcomer has his own ambitions, though, needing to secure a ticket at any cost. His gaze immediately falls upon the weakest link, the terrified boy in the white cap. A predatory grin spreads across his face. It's only natural to target the weak. All the while, the true prize remains completely unaware, isolated in the men's room. Yurek is grumbling to himself, annoyed that he can't even make a simple Shinsu orb and now the lights are flickering. But his complaints are cut short as the bathroom door is violently kicked off its hinges. He stares in disbelief at the intruder, a woman with piercing purple eyes, and immediately points out this is the men's room. She coolly replies that she knows, since he's here, leaving him to wonder why women in this tower love breaking doors. Yurik, completely misunderstanding the situation, asks if she followed him here for a date, but she shuts him down. She's here to steal his ticket. She explains that the supervisor promised her another chance at the test, if she could just seal his ticket away. He casually pulls out the cruise ticket from his pocket, asking if this is the thing she's after. Yurik seems confused, wondering why it specifically has to be a ticket to board the cruise. When she admits it doesn't really matter, he jumps to another wild conclusion, accusing her of being a stalker. Then, a smug grin spreads across his face as he offers a different theory. She's after him simply because he is, as everyone knows, strong as hell. Yurik tries to brush her off, saying he just wants them both to pass, so she should steal from someone else. But she's not interested, her blade already lunging as she declares she's taking his ticket and his alone. His playful demeanor vanishes. He realizes she's dead serious about this. With a confident smirk, she explains her philosophy. Whether for a comrade or prey, you always aim for the strongest. He sighs, scratching his head in mock annoyance, muttering about how troublesome this has all become. He claims that for a gentleman like him, fighting a woman is a difficult thing to do, but since she's pushing it, he cracks his knuckles with a grin, telling her to accept that he will be the winner. Just then, the entire building begins to shake violently, catching another regular completely by surprise. This woman, who had been walking through a grand hall, stops dead in her tracks, wondering what's happening outside. Peeking around a corner, she sees a tense standoff already brewing between 3 other challengers. Lu and his teammate stand ready, facing off against the other regulars in the hallway. But the tense standoff is interrupted by a sudden, brutal flash of violence. Meanwhile, Evelyn stirs from her sleep, weak and thirsty. She calls out for Mr. Lu, weakly asking if he could please bring her some water. Reaching a hand out toward the bedroom door, she finds only silence. She calls his name again, a little more urgently this time, but gets no response. Back in the hall, Lu and his friend are frozen in shock as a new challenger appears, a man they were sure had failed the test. The blue-haired man smirks, revealing 4 gleaming needles held between his fingers. He lunges forward, telling them he'll explain everything right now. And in a vicious, lightning-fast strike, he impales Lu, who can only watch in horror as his life ends. The bodies of Lu and his friend slump to the ground as the attacker realizes he can now take both of their tickets. He lets the corpses drop with a faint, satisfied little chuckle. His dirty work done, he casually turns to walk away from the scene, but he stops dead in his tracks, sensing a strange presence he can't explain. He whirls around in disbelief to see Evelyn and her entire team, the very people he was certain had been eaten. She greets him with a smug grin, asking how exactly he managed to crawl out of the goat's stomach. Before he can respond, her own teammates spot her, pointing and calling out her name in shock. The blue-haired man is left speechless, watching this bizarre reunion unfold. Her friends immediately start scolding her for supposedly getting drunk and passing out, but Evelyn just crosses her arms, revealing it was all an act. She only drank soda and was never in any danger. Her teammates reel back in confusion. Acting? She explains that if she was drunk on anything, it was the wonderful scent of Mr. Lu, who had given her a piggyback ride. This is too much for one of her friends, who promptly throws up a rainbow in disgust. But in an instant, Evelyn's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by cold fury as she points at the attacker. He just scoffs back, mocking her. So what if she doesn't forgive him? With a yell, he throws a punch, intending to end this little confrontation right now. But his fist stops dead, shattering against her palm with a sickening crunch of bone and blood. He's left on the floor, completely broken, as she calls him an idiot for still not grasping the situation. She reminds them all that this isn't some safe haven. This is the merciless inner tower. Her eyes glow ominously as she cracks her knuckles, delivering a final, chilling warning. Touch what's hers, and you die. Still completely clueless, the attacker keeps running his mouth, calling her a trashy, crazy woman. But Evelyn's already moved, grabbing his arm and effortlessly flipping him through the air. The real trash, she snarls, is his pathetic excuse for a skill. Her fist connects with a sickening crunch, shattering his face in a spray of blood. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through his entire body. She follows up instantly with a vicious high kick that snaps his head back. Then comes the barrage, a merciless flurry of fists, too fast to even see. He's completely helpless, his body absorbing every single devastating blow. When it's over, he's left a broken heap, slumped against a shattered wall in a pool of his own making. Barely conscious, he can only tremble. The lesson finally and brutally beaten into his skull. The remaining regulars can only stare, muttering her name in disbelief at the sheer power they just witnessed. And then it clicks for them, of course. She's from one of the 10 great families. Suddenly, a siren blares through the hall, interrupting Evelyn's moment of triumph. An announcement crackles to life, informing all regulars that ticket inspections are about to begin. A tiny, ghost-like conductor appears, dutifully floating around to check everyone's pass. But its cute demeanor quickly vanishes, its eyes swirling with a dark, menacing energy. The creature's face contorts into a fanged maw, promising to devour anyone without a ticket. Elsewhere, in a flash of movement, a needle-thin blade slices through the air. A fierce princess of Zahard appears from nowhere, driving her rapier straight through Yurik Mazino's side. With a cold, determined gaze, she holds her stance, her deadly weapon glinting in the light. She puts her full weight into the thrust, expecting to run him through. But the blade grinds to a halt against his side, unable to pierce his inhumanly dense body. With a single, effortless motion, Yurik grabs the rapier, completely neutralizing her attack. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he finally pieces it together. She must be one of Zahard's princesses. She pulls back, surprised by his calm demeanor, and decides to get his attention. The princess asks if he's heard she's the daughter of the king, before clarifying that it's not by blood. She explains she's more like a foster daughter, a chosen heir, leaving Yurik a bit puzzled by the concept. The king, she says, selects the most talented girls and lends them his power, a system Yurik finds needlessly complex. Seeing his ignorance, she scoffs, wondering how he could possibly not know something so fundamental about the tower. She calls him an idiot and lunges again, only for him to stop her blade with a single finger, admitting he only lacks tower information. Done with the games, Yurik cuts to the chase. If he wins, she owes him one favor. Enraged, she swings her blade in a vicious arc, but he's already gone. The cruise ticket she was offering as a prize flutters uselessly in her hand. She can't believe his demanding a favor from her, a princess of Zahard. Yurik plants his foot, his patience finally worn thin. He lands a single, clean strike, confirming that his request isn't difficult at all. With a deadly serious gaze, he tells her exactly what he wants. Make him meet the king of the tower. For the first time, the princess is completely stunned into silence. She takes a step back, explaining that meeting King Zahard is the single most impossible task in the tower. Yurik can't believe it, questioning why she'd want to go against her own father. She clarifies that only a princess wielding one of the legendary 13-month series weapons can meet him. In fact, that's her entire reason for climbing to obtain one of those very weapons. With cold determination in her eyes, she reveals her ultimate goal, to meet the king and kill him. The shocking confession leaves even the mighty Yurik completely stunned. She glares at him, clearly irritated by his reaction, and telling him to just be quiet. But a smirk creeps across Yurik's face as an idea begins to form. He proposes a simple deal. He'll help her get the weapon she so desperately wants, and in exchange, she'll get him the audience with Zahard he's been looking for. Before she can respond, a ship-wide announcement interrupts, calling for all passengers to present their tickets. The announcement catches the princess's attention. The ticket check is about to begin. She glances at a spare ticket she brought, thinking it's finally time to use her little trick. Turning to the ranker, she coolly calls out his name, getting his attention. She points to the floor, asking if that's his ticket he dropped. A perfect, simple distraction. Yurik, completely oblivious, bends down to check, wondering when it could have fallen. But in that split second, a blur of motion whips past him. So fast, he barely registers the ticket being snatched from his sleeve. His eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes the paper in his hand is a fake. Behind him, the Zahard princess stands poised, her scythe already drawn. With a triumphant smirk, she holds up his real ticket, informing him she's taken it. She mocks his confusion, revealing the fake ticket was stolen from some other regular. In fact, she had it long before she met him, dropping it just to play the victim. Her plan was never just to get a ticket, it was to get his ticket, the one belonging to Yurik Mazino. As he seethes, she calmly kneels down and begins tucking it into her boot. Yurik can only stare, dumbfounded, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing. She looks up with a smirk and dares him to try and steal it back, calling him a virgin. The ranker is paralyzed with rage and embarrassment, threatening to take it by force. But then, the playful atmosphere shatters as she grips the handle of her scythe. Her eyes turn cold as she challenges him. How can he kill Zahard if he can't even handle this? Yurik's eyes narrow. The playful challenge is gone. Her aura has completely changed. He can feel something else emerging, not from her, but from the ticket itself. Suddenly, a tiny ghost conductor phases into existence, startling the princess. It demands to see her ticket, leaving them both stunned. How is the train crew even here? The little spirit glares, its voice echoing with an authority far beyond its tiny form. Yurik can only watch as this simple theft spirals into a much bigger problem. Then, in a flash of crimson fury, the conductor's face contorts into a monstrous visage. It roars that the ticket doesn't belong to them, blocking their path with its new, terrifying form. They try to explain, but their pleas are drowned out by its single, repeated decree. For this conductor, boarding without a ticket is an unforgivable sin. With a single word, illegal, the conductor unleashes a tidal wave of ghostly energy. Yurik and the princess are instantly swarmed, a chorus of tiny ghosts chanting their crime. The conductor's main body reforms, declaring that because of their transgression, it's going to eat them whole. The death penalty, it screams, is the only fitting punishment for ticket fraud. But the princess has had enough, stepping forward as Yurik prepares to throw down. Elsewhere, the supervisor Danzon is in a panic, desperately asking for the missing wave controller. Suddenly, a colossal wave of golden Shinsu erupts outside their ship. It's acting like a living creature, a predator of pure energy chasing them down. As the ship is engulfed, a single, tiny figure is seen flying away from the chaos. And that tiny figure wasn't the only one who noticed. As a masked observer watches the golden wave rush past, another masked man arrives on the scene, wondering what in the world happened while he was away. Elsewhere, a furious voice echoes through the darkness, screaming for the little rat who escaped. Standing over a pool of blood, a blonde hunter seethes, furious that his subordinate failed to make sure the target was dead. He sighs, already dreading the lecture he's going to get from his own superior for this screw-up. A companion tries to warn him about the danger of the one who devours light, but he just scoffs. A savage grin spreads across his face. It doesn't matter where the target has gone. He'll just follow the trail of blood staining the Shinsu Sea and finish the job himself. Back at the cruise ship, a new, powerful figure descends, the chief test supervisor, demanding to know what happened. All the terrified Danzon can do is stammer that a colossal wave of Shinsu simply appeared out of nowhere. But the chief supervisor simply looks on, sensing the sudden disturbance. Before him rages the source of the panic, a colossal wave of golden Shinsu. With calm authority, he raises a hand, declaring he'll handle it and ordering everyone back. A deep purple aura begins to crackle around him, a darkness preparing to challenge the light. His power erupts a violent tide of violet energy surging forward. It's not a clash, it's an act of consumption, as the darkness begins to devour the golden wave. The two forces meet, and the purple Shinsu relentlessly erases the brilliant light. Danzon can only watch in absolute horror, his mind struggling to comprehend what he's seeing. In an instant, the entire golden phenomenon is gone, completely wiped from existence. Floating in the quiet aftermath, the chief supervisor is showered with praise for his overwhelming power. The chief supervisor is left wondering just what that immense power was. Knowing Shinsu of that scale doesn't just appear. But before he can ponder it, the ghost conductor materializes, its face twisted in pure rage. It roars at the lowly regulars for breaking the law, its voice echoing with a single verdict: the death penalty. The conductor transforms into a monstrous brawler, crashing down on the group with devastating force. Suddenly, the Zahard princess steps calmly in front of Yurik, presenting him with a small, ornate needle. She looks upon the enraged beast with pity, calling it a hollow and pitiful creature. With an incantation, she declares the lost one will be contained, summoning a tide of brilliant blue water. The magical current erupts around her, a vortex of pure Shinsu washing over the stunned Yurik. With a serene expression, she stands amidst the swirling aquatic power, her weapon glowing softly. The water calms, leaving her cloaked in a gentle aura as she gets the attention of the still confused Yurik. She tells him this is how you truly wield the power of Shinsu. The water flows like a living creature, an extension of her own will. But the monster's dark energy lashes out, refusing to be contained by her sacred water. The princess watches its defiance with a cool, almost detached gaze. Yurik can't help but crack a smile, admitting to himself that she's a truly interesting woman. But his amusement fades as he realizes the monster is already starting to regenerate. He plants his foot, a spark of competitiveness igniting within him. With a wild grin, he decides he's not about to be shown up here. In a flash, he closes the distance, a streak of white aimed right at the creature's face. And Yurik Mizuno finally enters the fight, unleashing a devastating kick. The kick connects with a satisfying thud, a blast of pure physical power. But the monster just laughs it off, declaring the attack completely useless. Yurik's foot sinks into its gelatinous body, the impact doing absolutely nothing. He pulls back, a flicker of annoyance on his face as the creature fully reforms. The monster mocks him, calling all the regulars idiots for even trying to fight it. It boasts that as a workshop creation, a shirling humanoid, they can't even lay a finger on it. Yurik just sighs, irritated by this constant reliance on Shinsu. He briefly considers using his own unique power, but decides it's not worth revealing here. Instead, he cracks his knuckles, remembering what he was supposed to be doing. He begins to form a bong, the most basic unit of Shinsu manipulation. But just as he does, A blinding golden light erupts, shocking the chief test supervisor. His eyes widen in disbelief. What is this power? He recognizes this brilliant Shinsu. It's appeared once again. On the bridge, officials panic, screaming that the anomaly is back and they don't know what to do. Enraged, the supervisor's eye glows with a menacing purple light. He unleashes his own dark aura, roaring about who would dare defy his will in his territory. The entire cruise ship lurches violently, sending Evelyn and the other regulars flying. Even the scarred beanie man can't keep his footing, wondering what just happened. But Yurik isn't fazed by the power. He stumbles from the sheer motion of the ship. Clutching his stomach, he grumbles that this seasickness is killing him and curses the terrible driver. Amidst the chaos, Gisli leaps into action, striking at the monstrous ghost conductor. She swings her weapon, unleashing a brilliant arc of power meant to cleave him in two. But the creature just laughs, completely unfazed, mocking her pathetic attempt. With a casual backhand, it swats her out of the air like an insect. She's sent crashing into the ground, the impact shattering the floor beneath her. The conductor roars with laughter, telling them all to just give up and be eaten. Gisli grips her staff, her knuckles white with frustration at this infuriatingly rigid test. But then she finds her resolve, accepting the supervisor's proposal and declaring she got the ticket with her own skill. She screams at him to just listen to her for once, her frustration boiling over into a surge of power. And with that, an explosion of pink Shinsu erupts around her, blooming like a field of ethereal flowers. The conductor's fury is met by Yurik's cold, calculating gaze, wondering what's about to happen. She reveals her true power's name, Rotola Red, the fairy of the Fifth River. The test supervisor stares in utter shock, completely baffled by this sudden surge of energy. He turns to Yurik, demanding to know why the entire mood of the test just changed. But Yurik's eye simply glows, a smirk forming as he realizes she's gotten much stronger. Gisli continues her incantation, her power flowing like water along a riverbank. But with the madness of the river, she intends to change that water into pure crimson. She screams that this is the name of her wrath, swinging her weapon with all her might. A devastating wave of pink and black Shinsu crashes downwards in a vertical slice. The attack slams directly into the ghost conductor, engulfing the creature completely. The ghost conductor can barely comprehend the sheer force of the blow. An overwhelming wave of crimson Shinsu cleaves right through it. And in the aftermath, Gisli stands there, looking down on the shattered ground. This kind of power from a girl who supposedly just entered the tower. Her cold glare seems to ask if it's finally ready to take her seriously. The creature immediately starts backpedaling, begging her to wait. It frantically explains that it knows about her mission, but she has the wrong target. The real ticket, it reveals, is held by that silver-haired boy, Urek Mazino. Gisli's mind races as she learns the true hidden rule. They must switch tickets to pass. With this new objective clear, she takes a determined step forward. The conductor can only watch in horror, realizing it said too much, too late. Gisli explodes into motion, furious that it waited this long to spill the secret. Her target, Urek Mazino, barely seems to register the attack, turning his head with mild curiosity. She closes the distance in an instant, her gaze locked on her new objective. With her weapon at his neck, Gisli demands he hand over the ticket. Urek seems almost amused, asking if they weren't supposed to exchange tickets peacefully, but her eyes narrow with a predatory gleam. She has no intention of trading, only taking. She lunges forward, unleashing a powerful strike, but he deflects it with casual ease. Gisli pours her energy into her staff, which erupts in a violent pink aura as she swings. And yet, he catches her full-force attack with a single hand, stopping it dead in its tracks. With a simple squeeze, the raw energy flowing from her weapon begins to crack and shatter. But it's not her power that surprises him. His eyes widen as he senses the impossible Shinsu. A shockwave erupts from their clash, blasting them both backwards across the hall. Urek looks on in utter disbelief, realizing that somehow, everyone here can use Shinsu. And in a moment of pure frustration, he screams to the heavens, wondering why he's the only one who can't. She lunges again, but he just bats her away, his patience clearly wearing thin. He crashes into a wall, realizing this power-up isn't normal and must have a time limit. But he can't just wait her out. The deadline for the ticket exchange is getting closer. He admits it feels wrong to use his full strength on her, but he has to resolve this his own way. And to do that, he'll attempt the one thing he's not supposed to be able to do, use Shinsu. Urek plants his feet, focusing all his will into his hands until the very end. He reaches out, commanding every stray particle of light in the area to gather. Suddenly, a colossal explosion of golden energy erupts somewhere far outside. On the cruise ship, Danzon the test supervisor loses his mind, yelling that it reappeared. The chief supervisor watches in stoic silence, as his subordinate screams that it's getting bigger. This massive sphere of raw power is now hurtling directly towards the cruise. Back in the hall, Yurik can feel the direction of the energy he's drawn. He realizes with a jolt that the Shinsu is heading right for the cruise ship's location. With a final, immense effort, he pulls all that chaotic power into a single point. And there it is. A perfect, condensed ball of pure Shinsu, held right in his hand. Yurik celebrates his apparent victory, shouting for everyone to see that he can finally use Shinsu. But from the sidelines, Gisli offers a dry congratulations, asking if the energy is supposed to keep gathering like that. He looks down and realizes she's right. The golden light is swelling violently, far beyond his control. As the power surges, the shockwave alone is enough to send Gisli tumbling back. Done trying to play nice with it, Yurik grits his teeth and decides to just let it rip. He thrusts his hand forward, unleashing the entire unstable torrent of golden energy. The beam slams directly into a lone figure standing on the deck of the cruise ship. Watching from afar, the masked chief supervisor scoffs at the amateur display, calling it pathetic. But a moment later, a sinister purple aura begins to swirl around him, too. He realizes with a jolt of shock that everything on this ship, even the Shinsu itself, has gone beyond his will. Danzon screams out a warning, realizing his chief's reckless attack could destroy the entire cruise ship. But the chief supervisor is already on the move, a silhouette floating inside the storm of his own dark Shinsu. From that chaos, a Zahard princess emerges, channeling the energy into a vicious blade aimed right at Yurik Mizuno. For a split second, a flicker of surprise crosses Yurik's face, an ambush. Right here and now, the princess's eyes are locked on her target, cold and utterly focused on driving her attack home. But this is Yurik Mizuno we're talking about. He pivots effortlessly, his body a blur of motion. His forearm, glowing with golden light, meets the dark energy head-on, completely nullifying its power. The force of the impact is deflected with almost casual ease, sending shockwaves through the air. She is sent flying back. Her own attack's momentum turned against her in an instant. Yurik stands firm, but a thin red line has been drawn across his cheek. The attack actually grazed him. But Yurik doesn't just block. With a single contemptuous shove, he sends the wave of dark energy roaring back. The princess is helpless, as her own power is turned against her, blasting through the surroundings. She can only watch, stunned, as Yurik glares past her, that single scratch on his cheek, the only proof an attack ever landed. He plants his foot firmly, an unmovable object of pure confidence. Ignoring the now irrelevant princess, he calls out, his real target finally revealed. He glares up at the shadowy figure floating in the wreckage, demanding to know what the hell he's playing at. The chief test supervisor looks down, mockingly asking if all that Shinsu was truly aimed at him. A mere regular. Yurik just scoffs, a little smile playing on his lips as he asks him, so what if it was? The supervisor's condescending demeanor shatters, shocked that this nobody is telling him to come down. But Yurik calmly refuses, explaining that unfortunately, he can't let him do that. The supervisor states plainly that he and Yurik are not in the same league. He tries to pull rank, reminding this regular that he is a ranker and the chief supervisor here. Internally, has frustrated that his authority isn't working, thinking this wannabe hero is definitely the strongest of the bunch. But as he's wondering how to handle the situation, a blinding golden light explodes from below. It's the princess again, letting loose another massive, uncontrolled blast of power. Yurik can hardly believe it, she's actually attacking again after being so thoroughly ignored. This time, however, her attack goes wide, careening straight for the defenseless cruise ship. Aboard the vessel, absolute panic breaks out as crew members are thrown across the deck. The chief supervisor freezes, stammering that he can't control it. At this rate, the entire ship will be destroyed. Yurik just scoffs at the display, raising his hand with an arrogant grin as he calls the deadly storm of Shinsu to him. But before Yurik can act, the supervisor unleashes his own reckless power, a swirling mass of dark purple Shinsu. He throws himself directly into the path of the golden blast, consumed by his own chaotic energy. His dark power collides violently with the princess's brilliant attack. Yurik pauses, a flash of genuine surprise on his face as he watches the scene unfold. But this isn't just a clash, the supervisor's darkness is actively corrupting and consuming the light. A flicker of recognition crosses Yurik's eyes. He's seen a power like this before. It's the terrifying ability of those who swallow light. The golden Shinsu is completely overwhelmed, its very essence being devoured. Within seconds, the princess's devastating attack is simply gone. All that remains is the supervisor, floating helplessly in a maelstrom of dark energy he can no longer control. The supervisor scoffs, mocking Yurik that talent is useless if you can't control it. Yurik's face remains stoic, but his mind is racing. He questions how this man could possibly have the same power as the one who swallowed the light. The moment he connects this power to Phantominum, his entire demeanor changes. He won't be going easy anymore. But just as the tension peaks, A small call request appears beside the supervisor. He looks down at the chaos, reminding the princess that time is running out to check their tickets. The princess weighs her options, a look of grim determination on her face. With a sharp tug on her boot, she makes her decision. Yurik states they have no choice but to change their plans, and she offers him the ticket, asking if he's certain. She clarifies that this is not an alliance, merely a necessary move to pass the next test. Yurik agrees with a confident smirk, promising he'll make sure she fails the test. Because his real plan is to make her an ally and eventually have her meet Zahard. With their tense deal struck, he heads back inside as the door slides shut. He lets out a heavy sigh, drawing the attention of his quiet companion. She asks what's wrong, noting that such a serious look is unlike him. She even playfully asks if he's constipated, a notion he vehemently denies with pride. But the lighthearted moment passes as Yurik stares at his hand, his mind on one thing, Shinsu. He asks her earnestly how he can master it, how he can get stronger than the chief supervisor. Her expression turns grim as she warns him to be careful and not to clash with that man. Yurik senses she knows more, but she deflects, simply saying everyone knows the supervisor. She tells him if he really wants to master Shinsu, he needs the right teacher. Someone on this very cruise who is second only to the chief supervisor himself. A teacher? Yurik's never had one. The very next day, he finds himself at the wave controller position practice room. Inside, a well-dressed, dog-like instructor announces the day's lesson, practicing how to create a bong. Yurik and his companion stand out in the crowd, clearly not belonging with the wave controllers. The instructor immediately spots him, asking Yurik Mizuno why he's here, knowing full well he's a fisherman. Yurik just grins and waves, confirming his position, which only confuses the instructor more. A fisherman? In this class? With a fist pump, Yurik declares he's here for power, since there's nothing left to learn from that filthy-haired guy teaching his class. Word travels fast, and back at the fisherman practice room, the news reaches its intended target. The wild-haired instructor explodes in a fiery rage, screaming Urik's name and vowing to kill him for the disrespect. And it seems Yurik's reputation precedes him, as another fisherman sighs, already dreading the noise hell bring. Meanwhile, over at the scout position practice room, a similar level of chaos is brewing. Inside, Lopo Bia Evelyn is having a full-blown meltdown, much to her instructor's frustration. Despite her prestigious bloodline, a family of beast tamers, Evelyn absolutely refuses to touch animals. The horned instructor tries a different tactic, reminding her of her potential as a branch leader's daughter. She forces Evelyn's hand down, insisting she'll get used to it if she just tries. With a final shriek of protest, her fingers make contact with the little dog's fur. But this is no ordinary puppy. Its eyes flash a demonic red as a low growl rumbles from its chest. And in that moment, the instructor realizes, with dawning horror, that she has pushed things too far. The tiny creature lunges with shocking ferocity, sinking its teeth right into the instructor's arm. But in the next instant, the monstrous dog lies dead in a pool of its own blood. The instructor can only stare, completely stunned by the turn of events. In the corner, Evelyn is curled into a ball, trembling and sobbing from the shock. Unable to process what happened, she simply gets up and walks out of the training room. Just outside, her teammates spot her and call out her name. One of them cheerfully asks about her practice, but she brushes past him, too tired to speak. As she walks away, her friends are left confused, wondering what could have happened. Her bandana-wearing companion wisely suggests that on days like this, it's best to leave people alone. But the boy can't just let it go. He's genuinely worried about his friend. While Evelyn hides away in her room, he quietly resolves to become someone who can actually help her. The next day, it's back to business in the training rooms. Inside the Lightbearer practice area, one girl shows off an incredible aptitude for controlling the lighthouses. A fellow regular watches from the side, silently acknowledging her amazing talent. Over in the Spear-bearer room, the boy is channeling his own determination into his practice. He puts everything he has into one powerful, focused throw. The spear smashes dead center into the target, with a satisfying crack. He did it. His teammates rush in to celebrate his perfect shot, a much-needed moment of triumph. Meanwhile, in the scout practice room, Evelyn continues to isolate herself, lost in her own thoughts. But over in the fisherman room, it's a completely different story as Gisli effortlessly clears the field. She stands victorious, wondering if that guy, Yurik Mizuno, ever even bothers to show up for class. And speaking of Yurik, we head over to the wave controller practice room. The instructor and another student stop dead in their tracks, completely taken aback by what they're seeing. Yurik has gathered a massive, swirling sphere of golden Shinsu, a feat he's been struggling with. He lets out a triumphant laugh, ecstatic that he finally did it, while his companion stares in utter shock. How is this possible? Just 2 days ago, he couldn't even form a basic bong. The immense power then explodes outward, sending even Yurik flying back from the sheer force of his own attack. As the dust settles, the dog-like instructor is left reeling from the uncontrolled power. The entire room is torn apart by the sheer scale of the golden Shinsu explosion. He gets right in Yurik's face, scolding him for having amazing power but absolutely zero control. But then, with a serious glint in his eye, he makes an offer. He can teach him, right now. Yurik lights up like a kid on Christmas morning, ecstatic at the chance to finally learn. The instructor tries to get him to use the name Puppy, but Yurik's too excited and just calls him Mr. Doggy. Watching this unfold, his companion has a stunning realization about Yurik's true nature. Later that night, an announcement echoes through the ship, heralding the arrival of the crown game. All regulars are to gather in the lobby, and with that, a new test is about to begin. As regulars begin to gather, one team walks with an undeniable air of nobility. From the other side of the hall, Yurik and his companions make their way towards the lobby. His eyes immediately lock onto the woman in red, a smirk playing on his lips as he recognizes a princess of Zahard. The two groups meet, a silent challenge passing between the two clear frontrunners of this test. She warns him to prepare to be crushed, but he just meets her gaze, promising her the exact same thing. But elsewhere, in the chief supervisor's office, a panicked voice rings out in protest. Danzon is furious, telling the chief that this test is not what was agreed upon, only to be calmly dismissed. The problem? The boss is a monster that requires a full team of rankers just to fight. The chief turns, his voice laced with ice, asking if he has a problem with it, and Danzon can only shrink back in fear. Danzon is reeling, convinced the chief supervisor has lost his mind putting the Queen Net Dolphin on the board. He can only stare at the man's back, wondering if the goal here is to test the regulars or to slaughter them. Meanwhile, on the testing floor, the Net Dolphin habitat seems peaceful, populated by cute little creatures. But that peace is shattered as a colossal foot slams into the ground, scattering the tiny dolphins. The sheer scale is terrifying. The ground cracks under the immense weight of this new arrival. This is no ordinary beast, it's the Queen Net Dolphin, a monstrous, bipedal titan. She takes her place atop a rocky peak, where a small, golden crown floats patiently. A low, guttural growl rumbles from her throat, a clear sign the test has begun. With a single, deliberate finger, the queen points to the crown, presenting the impossible challenge. Back in the regulars' quarters, Yurik Mizuno is just toweling off after a shower. Suddenly, a notification sphere lights up with a personal message from Danzon. He just smirks at the blunt death threat, playfully calling it a love letter. The thought of his first fight against a ranker has him absolutely buzzing with excitement. And as if on cue, the queen lets out a deafening roar, shaking the very foundation of the test floor. But the scene shifts, cutting away to a mysterious man overlooking a bleak, jagged landscape. The sound of waves crashing on a lonely shore, as his unconscious body is carried by the tide, washing up on the sand. Battered and broken, his identity and the reason for his arrival are a complete mystery. And so begins the day of the crown game. A certain silver-haired monster, Yurik Mizuno, is out for his morning run, tearing through the halls. He comes to a screeching halt, but not without accidentally squashing a bystander's foot. With a casual oops, he sends a poor blue-haired girl tumbling to the floor. He rushes to check on her, and she, completely flustered by the close encounter, insists she's okay. So okay, in fact, that she nervously offers him her energy drink as a token of appreciation. Yurik accepts with a grin, explaining he can't skip his runs or he gets sore. The girl is absolutely starstruck, unable to stop herself from gushing about how amazing he is. It all comes out in a rush as she yells her heartfelt confession. She loves guys who work out. And just like that, mortified, she sprints away, leaving a very confused Yurik holding her drink. Yurik can only watch as she sprints away, leaving him to ponder that bizarre interaction. But his moment of confusion is cut short as he catches a glimpse of someone else nearby. A jealous onlooker glares, seething with rage that Yurik would dare accept a drink from his precious Aru. Completely unaware that he's just made an enemy, Yurik simply shrugs it off and continues his run. He's brought to a sudden halt once again, this time by a small penguin blocking his path. The creature gives him a serious look, demanding to know just who he thinks he is. Yurik's brain short-circuits for a second before he points dramatically, shouting that the penguin is talking. Insulted by the rude outburst, the penguin smacks him right across the face with a surprisingly solid flipper. It huffily declares that it's a chosen regular, and if talking alligators can qualify, why can't he? Then it promptly plops down to sunbathe, and Yurik, nursing his cheek, can't help but think it's kinda cute. He continues his jog, reflecting on the bizarre creatures inside the tower, as the little penguin naps behind him. He runs with purpose, a man on a mission in the noble name of justice. But his righteous path is blocked yet again, this time by a person lying completely still on the bridge. The girl sits up, revealing she's watching anime on 3 lighthouses, a perfect surround sound setup. She's completely engrossed in a show called Super Overlord, Crazy Strong, and can't believe he's never heard of it. Yurik, however, is not impressed, internally cringing at the ridiculously embarrassing title. On her screen, the hero of the show throws out a powerful Super Overlord punch. This somehow triggers Yurik, who immediately accuses her of thinking his taste in stories is lame. Their strange, one-sided argument is cut short by a ship-wide announcement. It's time for the next test. Now fully dressed, Urek and the others make their way to the grand lobby, ready for whatever comes next. A new figure appears, an anthropomorphic dog named Baskerville, the wave controller for this test. He informs the regulars they will be disembarking to play games in an underground space. With a flourish, he announces the legendary challenge they'll be facing, the Crown Game. Yurik and his newfound companions are caught off guard by the name. The long-haired woman explains its history, an ancient game played by Zahard himself to choose a leader. The rules are brutally simple. Everyone fights over a single crown, and the last one holding it wins. With the basic premise laid out, Baskerville orders everyone to leave the ship for the full briefing. The group follows the stream of regulars, heading down the ramp into the unknown. Watching from above is the test supervisor, a mountain of a man named Danzon, his gaze intense. Yurik glances back, a smirk playing on his lips, already feeling the familiar anticipation for battle. The regulars are led to the entrance of a colossal, foreboding cave system. Yurik and his new acquaintance peer down into the abyss, noting just how far the drop is. Down below, strange little creatures with glowing collars scurry about in the dark. An instructor suddenly appears, welcoming them to the Crown Game Arena, the native habitat of the net dolphin. He explains that the island is a living ecosystem, and all the data they need is in their pockets. With a dramatic flourish, the main prize is revealed, a single, ornate crown. And, of course, what's a crown without the throne to match? The objective is laid out in beautifully simple terms. Find the crown, wear it, and sit your butt on the throne. As soon as a team claims the throne, a countdown begins, and only the top 5 teams with the longest time will pass. But there's a twist. The pug-like instructor cuts in to add that the final team holding the throne at the end wins instantly. The instructor announces the test will end in 9 hours, at 7 p.m. And for any other questions, he basically tells them to jump in and figure it out for themselves. With that, at 10 a.m., the crown game officially begins, as a few observers watch from afar. The horned woman voices her concern, pointing out that this game is usually held safely indoors. She explains that while net dolphins are weak, angering their queen would be a catastrophe. But her white-haired companion dismisses the worry with a smile, certain the supervisors have it handled. The queen's territory is supposed to be far away from the throne, keeping the contestants safe. Still, she admits the chief supervisor has a sketchy reputation, just as her friend wonders where Danzon went. Suddenly, their spiky-haired companion interrupts, having just tracked the crown's location with his lighthouse. His discovery is a shocker. The crown is located right in the middle of the Queen Net Dolphin's territory. Meanwhile, down in the arena, the regulars arrive to find a dark, cavernous, and incredibly damp cave. They're immediately soaked by the splashing water, grumbling about the miserable conditions. The light-hearted banter begins, with one guy asking for dry socks and his friend refusing, joking about his stinky feet. They share a friendly fist bump, calling each other idiots, completely unaware of what's coming. Then, the announcement echoes through the cave. The game has begun, and killing is officially permitted. The scarred man's playful expression vanishes, replaced by utter shock as the true nature of the test sinks in. And just like that, the first move is made. A deadly shuriken comes spinning through the air. It flies straight for the back of an unsuspecting regular's neck, a killing blow from the shadows. But a hand intercepts it with impossible speed, and Yurik Mizuno casually stops the fatal attack. His crimson eye glows with cold intensity, a silent warning to whoever just tried to start the bloodshed. The would-be assassins can only stare back, completely frozen by the deadly aura washing over them. Yurik doesn't raise his voice, he just gives them a simple choice. Get lost now while he's still feeling merciful. And just like that, they're gone, scrambling into the shadows like rats fleeing a cat. Watching them vanish, the scarred man grimly reminds his companions that everyone here is now an enemy. Elsewhere, in another part of the cave, other teams are already plotting their own paths to victory. A young man named Lou and his teammate Evelyn discuss their first move. Lou's plan is simple and bold. Find the crown, go straight to the throne, and start racking up points. But Evelyn just scoffs, calling him short-sighted and boasting that she has a much better idea. Her genius strategy? Grab the crown, run and hide, then swoop in to claim the throne at the very last second. She beams with pride, imagining their flawless victory as every other team is instantly eliminated. Her teammate is completely sold, convinced they can just skip to the next floor. He even gives her brilliant strategy a name, the dirty plan to pass the test alone. Their elderly companion, Sancho, can only smile, finding their youthful energy so cute. But just as they're ready to charge off, Evelyn stops them. There's a problem. She slumps against the cave wall in defeat, realizing their team doesn't even have a light bearer. As the boy tries to cheer her up, Sancho just watches, once again amused by their antics. That's when the old man steps in, offering an alternative. He suggests they just tail another team, one with a skilled light bearer who can find the crown for them. Then, the moment it's found, they swoop in, snatch it, and execute Evelyn's original plan to run and hide. The two kids are blown away by his genius, and Sancho humbly accepts their praise, secretly loving it. The boy voices his doubt. Surely a light bearer would notice them, but Sancho isn't worried at all. He explains that, as scouts, their observers are specifically designed to hide their presence. With their strategy confirmed, Sancho gives the order to move out, assigning everyone their position. Full of confidence, the trio cheers, ready to hunt down a team and snatch the crown. Before long, they spot the perfect target. A light bearer, skillfully controlling 3 lighthouses, already on the move. That's them. Sancho gives the signal, and he and Evelyn immediately break into a full sprint. Lou is ordered to stay back, keeping his distance and following their lead carefully with his spear ready. A few hours pass as their little drone silently trails the unsuspecting team. The targets finally slow down, wondering just how much further they have to go. The masked teammate whispers to his light bearer, a hint of paranoia finally setting in. The light bearer and her teammate calmly proceed, their lighthouses illuminating the path. But then, the target team suddenly splits up, a deliberate tactical maneuver. Evelyn doesn't miss a beat, telling Sancho she'll tail the light bearer herself. Lou is left behind, nervously clutching his observer, told to call if anything goes wrong. With her target locked, Evelyn sprints through the rocky labyrinth, hot on their trail. She watches from the shadows as the light bearer heads deeper and deeper into the cave. But something feels off the path. The ground. A sudden, chilling realization hits her. This wasn't a chase at all. It was always a trap. At that exact moment, the light bearer stops, her eyes flaring with a cold, blue light. She turns, and in the reflection of her glasses, Evelyn sees herself, perfectly caught. A cold voice echoes in the cavern, asking Evelyn if she finally noticed. The light bearer reveals she knew she was being followed from the start, and this wasn't about the crown. This place, she says with a chilling look, was hand-picked to be Evelyn's grave. She even calls her by her full name as the very ground begins to surge with violent shinsu. And from the depths, a monstrous, eel-like being erupts, towering over the now panicked hunter. Its single, predatory red eye fixes on her, and Evelyn can only stare in frozen terror. A sudden blast of force sends her flying, knocking her weapon right out of her hands. Scrambling back, she glares with defiance, practically daring the monster to come at her. But as it looms closer, all her bravado vanishes, replaced by one simple thought: I am screwed. Miles away, Lou and Sancho sense the catastrophic shift in power and begin a desperate sprint to reach her. But as one person faces their doom, a telepathic cry for help echoes from elsewhere. The plea emanates not from a mouth, but from a brilliant, glowing blue core. It's the queen of the net dolphins, a creature of immense power, now seemingly trapped and desperate. Elsewhere, Urik's team finalizes their own strategy for this test. His sharp-witted companion explains their plan. Let another team get the crown, then simply take it from them. But Urik casually interrupts, asking if he can just pop out for a quick errand. His teammates are confused. He just brushes it off, saying he has a prior appointment. He waves off their concerns, promising it won't take long at all as long as he doesn't fool around. Then, his expression hardens, a dangerous glint in his eye as he promises it will all be over in 10 seconds. And his appointment is none other than the imposing test supervisor, Danzon, waiting with arms crossed. Danzon's eyes blaze with red light as he formally greets the infamous Urik Mazzino. But elsewhere, the chief test supervisor watches a monitor, spotting a tiny figure inside a purple cube. Recognizing Danzon, he's completely baffled, wondering why a test supervisor would be sealed away like that. Meanwhile, Evelyn faces a different kind of problem, a towering, unknown monster rising from the depths. A single glance into its malevolent red eye tells her everything she needs to know. Run. She immediately turns to flee, her survival instincts kicking into overdrive. But the creature is far too quick, its shadowy form lashing out through the water. A brutal impact sends a cry of pain from her lips as she's struck down. Her consciousness begins to fade from the overwhelming force of the attack, and with a violent splash, she's dragged beneath the turbulent surface. Helpless, Evelyn is ensnared by the creature's tendrils and pulled into the dark abyss. But deep within the test arena, another confrontation is about to begin. The sealed test supervisor, Danzon, suddenly senses a presence approaching. A voice calls out his name, a casual greeting echoing through the cavern. And there he is. Urek Mizuno, stepping into view with a completely unbothered wave. Danzon is stunned, admitting he thought Urek was just bluffing and would run away in fear. He scoffs at the clueless brat, certain the boy doesn't grasp the immense gap between a regular and a ranker. Urek just grins, but Danzon promises he'll soon be crying and begging for mercy. Since rankers can't attack regulars without cause, Danzon lays out the procedure. He tells Urek to open his pocket and use the official option to challenge him to a duel. Danzon explains the challenge option is for rankers, though occasionally a crazy regular tries it. He taunts Urek, expecting him to hesitate, but the kid's finger is already moving. Before Danzon can finish his threat, Urek has already challenged the filthy-haired guy, leaving him utterly speechless. Suddenly, a massive vortex of power rips them from the cavern. Urek looks on with little more than mild curiosity, completely unfazed by the teleportation. They're pulled into a dark void, standing before a colossal, monstrous being with a single, giant eye. This new entity asks if Urek is the challenger, and our boy confirms it without a shred of fear. Its gaze focuses, and in an instant, it perceives the truth: this kid is an irregular. From outside the tower, with that revelation, the chief test supervisor immediately permits the duel, a fight between a regular and a ranker. But as the immense being begins to depart, Urek calls out, saying he has one quick question before it goes. The cosmic being's eye focuses, wondering what this irregular could possibly want to ask. Urek looks up, his gaze unflinching, and asks a simple question. What would he have to do to challenge the chief supervisor itself? The giant eye stares back, a brief, profound silence hanging in the void at the sheer audacity. It then reveals a fundamental truth of the tower. Permission isn't needed, for an administrator can never refuse a challenge. With an open invitation to come fight anytime he feels like challenging the laws themselves, the godlike being vanishes. Urek cracks his knuckles and turns back to the stunned ranker. His business with the supervisor concluded for now. With a wicked little smirk, he declares that all of Danzon's concerns should be resolved now, asking if they can finally begin. The test supervisor's eye twitches with pure, unadulterated rage. Has been completely humiliated. He plants his foot, digging into the rocky ground, all his power coiling within him, and with a furious roar, Danzon lunges forward, launching the first attack of this impossible duel. Danzon's massive fist, coated in stone, smashes down with enough force to tear the ground asunder. The impact is devastating, a shockwave of raw power erupting from the point of contact. Urek is sent flying backwards, tumbling through the air from the sheer force of the blast. Before he can recover, Danzon is already on him, face twisted in a furious snarl. The supervisor grabs the irregular mid-air, locking him in a bone-crushing grip. With a powerful heave, Danzon begins to spin, winding up for an incredible throw. Urek's eyes widen, not with fear, but a flash of genuine surprise at the ranker's strength. He's launched like a missile, a silver blur sent screaming across the test floor. The impact shatters the far wall, embedding him deep inside a newly formed crater. Lying there completely unbothered, Urek wonders aloud if this is just payback for their last training session. Danzon admits to himself that Urek's grappling technique is on a completely different plane of existence, so he changes tactics, screaming that from now on, Urek will have to run for his life. But Urek is already moving, launching himself off the broken ground with a single push. He effortlessly weaves past the supervisor's wild attack, a blur of white and silver. And in a stunning counter, Urek pivots and smashes a powerful kick right across Danzon's face. He lands perfectly, not even breaking a sweat, the momentum of the fight now completely his. A cocky grin spreads across his face as Shinsu gathers in his fist. The real challenge is winning without his ultimate power. He realizes this whole thing feels like a game, a raw training session, and it's the most fun he's had in ages. We flash back 2 days earlier, to a wave controller training room with a very unique instructor. The pug-like teacher marvels at the sheer volume of Shinsu Urek commands, admitting he's never seen such raw talent in any regular. But the instructor cuts right to the chase, telling Urek that for all his talent, he has absolutely no control. He explains that most users create a space to channel their Shinsu, but Urek's power is fundamentally different. It simply manifests out of nothing, destroys everything in its path, and then disappears. That's not control. The instructor looks him dead in the eye, calling it what it truly is, a Shinsu disaster. Urek listens silently, his crimson eyes reflecting the weight of that harsh truth. He starts to panic, asking if he's just supposed to live as a walking catastrophe, but the instructor calmly dismisses his fears. The solution isn't to control the disaster, he says, but to conquer it. Urek must use his own overwhelming strength to bend his very own Shinsu to his will. And the way to do that is a special method called the netting technique, starting with a simple hand gesture. As Urek follows his lead, The instructor explains that his very hands will become the net to capture his own power. He must first catch that wild Shinsu with his hands, acting as the net. Then, with a clench of his fist, he must completely subdue it. The instructor warns him this training could take years, and Yurik can hardly believe it. But with a cocky grin, Yurik boasts that he'll master the entire technique in just 2 days. His teacher, completely unimpressed by the boy's legendary arrogance, simply tells him to prove it. We snap back to the present, with Danzon mocking Yurik for just running away from their fight. Yurik finally stops, telling the supervisor to stop rushing him. He was planning to show it off anyway. He plants his feet, a quiet focus in his eyes as he begins to gather his power. A blinding explosion of golden Shinsu erupts, stunning Danzon into silence. The supervisor's eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes that familiar golden glow. It's from the cruise. He demands to know why the cruise ship's Shinsu is all the way out here. A horrifying thought clicks into place. Could it be him? Yurik just grins, telling him to watch carefully, because this is the result of his training. He'll use both of his hands like a net to tame this massive, rampaging wave of golden energy. The entire torrent of Shinsu will be subdued right here, right now. Danzon can only stare, dumbfounded, as the power swirls. Yurik flexes, and the golden energy begins to bend to his will, lashing around him. With a wild look in his eyes, he practically dares the energy to come at him. Danzon breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that impossibly massive Shinsu is being sucked directly into Yurik's hands. And with a confident smirk, he compresses the entire storm into a single, blazing sphere. He clenches his fist, and the raging power goes completely silent, contained. Then, with a mighty heave, he tells the energy to be gone. The golden projectile screams past Danzon, a comet of absolute destruction. The supervisor can only stare, his mind blank with sheer, unadulterated terror. Yurik watches his attack fly, the immense power carving a new landscape. A massive canyon is gouged out of the earth from that one, casual throw. He dusts off his hand, admitting with a grin that he might have overshot just a bit. Danzon starts sweating, a horrifying thought creeping into his mind about that giant Shinsu. Yurik turns to him, asking what he thinks of the special technique he prepared just for this battle. Yurik casually remarks that his technique isn't even perfected yet, but he got it working just in time. He muses that he was struggling to come up with a name for it until this very moment. With a smug grin, he unveils his masterpiece, the 10-serpent fist. Elsewhere, an observer silently cringes, thinking the guy's naming sense is absolute trash. Danzon, however, is too busy having a meltdown, screaming that a new regular shouldn't be able to do this. He desperately demands to know what special family or race Yurik belongs to. Yurik just smirks, dismissing the idea of a special family, but confirms one thing: he is different. His red eyes seem to glow as he makes a simple, profound declaration. He is light. A tidal wave of pure white Shinsu erupts from Yurik, blasting Danzon back in disbelief. The supervisor is terrified. This level of power is rare even for a ranker, and this kid handles it effortlessly. As golden energy swirls around the regular, Danzon's mind is screaming one question: who the hell is he? The name itself seems to manifest in the air. Yurik Mizuno. And the terrifying power just keeps gathering. But then, the golden light shifts to a crackling blue aura, and Danzon finally admits it. This kid's confidence isn't arrogance. He knows that if he took that previous attack head-on, even he, a ranker, would have been seriously injured. Staring at the new power Yurik is wielding, the supervisor makes a decision. He has to fight seriously. The test is over. From now on, he will treat this as a true battle between rankers. But Yurik just smirks, casually asking why he's getting so serious all of a sudden. With a taunting grin, he leans in, his blue energy swirling violently, and asks if Danzon is scared. With that, Yurik unleashes his own power, sending serpents of blue Shinsu to swallow the last of the golden light. The two forces collide, and Yurik's overwhelming technique tears straight through the supervisor's attack. Yurik's Shinsu snakes don't just cancel the attack, they seem to catch and redirect it. The golden light explodes back towards its source, engulfing the unprepared supervisor. A massive beam of his own power sends Danzon hurtling through the air. He struggles to brace himself, digging in his heels against the overwhelming force. But the ranker withstands the blast, his eyes blazing with fierce resolve. As the light fades, Danzon notices something for all its insane power. The aim was terrible. Yurik clicks his tongue, annoyed that he missed. The supervisor realizes this kid can't control his Shinsu yet. A confident smirk appears on Danzon's face. He can exploit these wild, clumsy attacks. But just as he thinks he's figured it out, another massive explosion erupts right beside him. Yurik grins menacingly, promising that this time, he won't miss. Danzon smirks, convinced he's figured out the kid's pattern. Just dodge his wild pitch and there's nothing to worry about. But Yurik just keeps on throwing them, another massive blast of golden shinsu tearing through the air. The supervisor dodges with ease, seeing the clumsy attack as nothing more than a predictable fastball. He sees his opening, a chance to get in close and end this farce. Pouring power into his legs, Danzon uses shinsu reinforcement to launch himself forward. He closes the distance in an instant, grabbing onto Yurik with a bone-crushing grip. With a furious roar, he puts every ounce of his rancor strength into the hold. But as he squeezes, he realizes Yurik hasn't even flinched. Instead, the boy calmly places his hand over Danzon's, effortlessly halting his power. A triumphant scream rips from Danzon's throat, absolutely certain he has finally caught his prey. But Yurik just stares down at him, completely unimpressed, and asks what he thinks he's doing. He even mocks the supervisor, asking if he's suddenly developed a crush on him. The fight was fun, he admits. But this hug is a bit much, and Danzon's face twists in confusion. The supervisor can't comprehend it. He's going all out, using far more power than before. He lets out another desperate roar, putting every last bit of strength into his grip, but Yurik remains unmoved. Then, Yurik calmly addresses the rancor by name. He tells Danzon there's been a misunderstanding as his fingers begin to pry open the metal gauntlet. With a sickening crunch, the armored hand starts to bend and deform under Yurik's casual pressure. He effortlessly forces the supervisor's arms apart, revealing the absolute chasm between their strengths. And then comes the terrifying truth. Yurik is actually stronger when he's not even using shinsu. And in that moment, the supervisor's mind shatters. This isn't just a difference in power. Yurik simply pushes his arms away, explaining that he's not here to fight him. With a predatory grin, he cocks his fist back, deciding he's had enough of this game. The first punch connects with a sickening crunch, rattling Danzon to his core. As he collapses, the rancor's world crumbles around one single thought. He was so wrong. He finally understands that Yurik's power isn't a product of his shinsu. The horrifying truth is much simpler than that. Yurik is just stronger than him, on a level he can't even comprehend. A relentless barrage of blows follows, each one a testament to the chasm between them. And Yurik doesn't even look like Hez trying. His face a mask of casual, brutal efficiency. But in the middle of the beatdown, Yurik's senses catch a flicker. His eyes dart sideways. Just now was someone watching me? Elsewhere, the chief test supervisor monitors the battle from the safety of his observation room, but his arrogance turns to shock. Did that regular just look directly at him? The absolute nerve. Yurik plants a foot on Danzon's chest, his message clear. You're next. He sends the supervisor flying, already finished with this little warm-up. Stepping back, he decides to add a little flair, musing that he should probably end this with shinsu. The air itself begins to churn, as he effortlessly gathers an ocean of power. Danzon can only watch, frozen in absolute terror at the sheer scale of the energy. Yurik unleashes it all. A devastating blast he promises the rancor won't be able to dodge. But Yurik isn't using some grand shinsu spell. Hez just throwing a single, simple transcendent fist. The world erupts in a blinding flash of golden energy. Danzon is caught dead center, his body torn apart by the sheer force. But even as he's being erased, Yurik's voice echoes in his mind, telling him he misunderstood one last thing. This was never a fight between a regular and a rancor, or even two rancors. The irregular's cold eyes stare him down, explaining the true nature of this battle. It was simply a contest between a child and an adult. The light is overwhelming, burning away Danzon's senses as his terror peaks. He doesn't even have time for a final scream before he is completely vaporized. When the light fades, all that remains is a perfectly carved hole in the world. The shockwave of Yurik's power finally subsides, leaving the once mighty rancor completely broken on the ground. Yurik glances away, unconcerned, just making sure no one else is watching this little display. But Danzon isn't finished yet. A groan of pure agony and disbelief escaping his lips. Struggling to even lift his head, he demands to know just who this monster really is. His mind just can't process it. A regular beating a rancor this badly? It breaks all the rules of the tower. He smashes a fist into the stone, screaming about the years of effort it took to earn his title. Yurik just looks down, bored, telling him that whatever rules he thinks are so important have nothing to do with him. Then comes the final, devastating truth. He's from outside the tower. Danzon's world shatters. Outside, the realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. This isn't a regular, he's an irregular. Danzon explains that irregulars are people from outside the tower, just like King Zahard and the 10 great families. The rancor's mind reels. Hez not the only one from the outside? He frantically asks if those legendary figures ever managed to go back. Yurik looks at him like he's an idiot. Leaving the tower? He calls the idea absurd. He explains that Zahard and the others came here to escape the despair of the outside world. So why on earth would he ever want to leave this perfect sanctuary? That whole idea is just complete nonsense to him. Yurik is left scratching his head, the ranker's words echoing in his mind. So they never got out? He realizes something is wrong. The outside they fled from is different from the one he knows, giving him a new reason to climb and find them. He pushes the thought aside, vowing to find his own way out, even muttering that being an irregular must explain the guy's insane power. But the cat is out of the bag. He looks down at Danzon, knowing that once his identity spreads, the whole tower will be thrown into chaos. But before he wraps things up, Yurik has one last, very specific question for the defeated supervisor. He asks about a place on this floor that smells of salt, a query that instantly makes Danzon's blood run cold. The hulking ranker starts sweating bullets, stammering that he has no idea what Yurik is talking about. Yurik presses on, claiming he saw the island when he first arrived, sending Danzon into a full-blown panic. Then comes the troll face. Yurik admits he was lying just to confirm that the island did exist. Now that the bluff has worked, he gets serious, demanding to know what that place is and why some regulars smell of it. Danzon tries to regain some composure, scoffing at the idea that he'd ever reveal such a secret, but Yurik just grins, saying he knew the big guy wouldn't talk, so he prepared some leverage. From his hoodie, he pulls out a cute little stuffed animal, and Danzon absolutely loses it, screaming for his pink rabbit. Yurik cheekily explains he saw the supervisor cuddling it one night and figured it might come in handy. Yurik dangles the toy, telling it that if its daddy doesn't talk, it's going to be in big trouble. Danzon begs him to stop, but feels the need to clarify Pink Rabbit isn't his daughter. With his eyes turning to pink hearts, the hulking ranker tearfully declares that she is his lover. Yurik is rendered completely speechless, just staring at this absolute train wreck of a man. Finding his voice, he declares that's so nauseating, he's going to kill him for it, which is all it takes for Danzon to finally crack and agree to talk. A short while later, the supervisor is safely reunited with his precious rabbit, asking if it was scared. Yurik cuts in, his tone now ice cold, asking if the story he just heard was the truth. Danzon passionately insists he's against the very existence of that island and had nothing to do with its creation. He just begs Yurik to keep this conversation a secret from the chief supervisor, and Yurik casually agrees. But his eyes glint with a dangerous light. If what Danzon said is true, this changes everything. A sinister grin spreads across Yurik's face as the pieces finally click into place. The chief test supervisor is nothing more than a piece of absolute garbage. Meanwhile, deep inside the test arena, within the so-called Minotaur's nest, a strange, eel-like creature slithers out from the water and onto the rocky shore. It approaches an unconscious woman, its sleek black body coiling around her neck. But this isn't an attack. The creature's movements are deliberate, almost gentle. Soon, it's joined by others of its kind, all gathered around the fallen regular. They've not only found Evelyn, but also the mysterious man washed up beside her. Both of them lie unconscious, delivered to this strange, hidden shore. And far away, on a coastline just outside the arena, another figure walks alone by the water. A lone hunter steps onto the sand, grumbling about all the trouble he's gone through. He wrings out his clothes, annoyed that he's still searching for that damn wanderer. Standing on the vast, desolate shore, his mission is simple: find his target and kill him. Meanwhile, Urek Mazzino sits in quiet contemplation, facing a difficult choice. He can't believe what the general test supervisor has been doing right under everyone's noses. As much as it bothers him, he knows he can't fight the man if he wants to pass the test. Without climbing, he'll never reach the top, never meet the family leaders, and never escape the tower. The frustration boils over into a full-blown tantrum, leaving the disgraced supervisor completely baffled. But in the middle of his outburst, Yurik suddenly freezes, sensing a change in the air. A colossal shadow falls over him as a gigantic hand descends, shattering the very ground he stands on. But the hand doesn't crush him, it gently comes to rest on the ground. The sheer pressure of its landing kicks up a storm of dust and rock. Yurik finds himself standing safely in its massive palm alongside the terrified supervisor. His anger forgotten, he looks up, wondering what in the world just happened. Looming over them is a gargantuan, bipedal creature with the head of a dolphin. Its single, glowing eye stares down, its gaze blank and ancient. Danzon completely loses his composure, recognizing the beast as the legendary Dolphin Queen. He screams that they have to run, that she's the boss of this entire area and impossibly dangerous. But Yurik just smirks, intrigued by the idea of meeting someone so strong. Then his eyes narrow. He notices something about her, something that just can't be real. His eyes lock onto a tiny, gleaming object atop the creature's head. Could that be the crown? He can't believe it. Why in the world is the final test item sitting on this monster? The Dolphin Queen's piercing blue eye seems to glow with an ancient power. She shifts slightly, the light catching the crown, confirming his suspicion. Yurik excitedly grabs the supervisor by the hair, pointing up to make sure he's seeing this right. As Danzon yelps in protest, Yurik begins to stretch, his intent becoming terrifyingly clear. A predatory grin spreads across his face. If she won't give it to him, he'll just have to fight her for it. The supervisor screams that he's a madman, that he has no idea how powerful the queen is. But then a chilling thought hits Danzon. This man's power, maybe he could win. He watches Yurik walk off, realizing he has to do something to prevent a catastrophe. Danzon screams for him to stop, but his warnings are just noise to a man on a mission. Yurik's eyes flare red as he promises to only hit her a little bit. And by a little bit, he means launching himself like a human cannonball straight into the queen's face. The sheer force of the impact sends a shockwave through the air, knocking the supervisor off his feet. Yurik is sent flying back, his casual punch seemingly having no effect on the colossal being. The scene cuts back to a few minutes ago, inside the test supervisor's waiting room. Two of the supervisors are in a complete panic, having just seen the Dolphin Queen appear wearing the crown. One of them is absolutely losing it, realizing that if anyone dares to challenge the queen for that crown, every regular in the test will die. She curses the general supervisor's insane test, but a calmer voice urges her not to interfere. He tells them to wait, revealing that Danzon is already on the scene, perhaps having anticipated this very disaster. The horned instructor is impressed, thinking Danzon has gone to save the regulars, but the observer calmly points out that their supposed hero is already lying down. The two women stare in utter confusion, wondering if he's just taking a nap. Suddenly, an unknown regular blitzes forward, as the queen's hand glows with immense power. The observer's calm demeanor instantly shatters, his eyes wide with shock. He screams out that a regular is actually attacking the queen. And there he is, Yurik Mizuno, soaring through the air right towards his target. His hand reaches out, aiming to snatch the golden crown right off her. But the queen's massive hand moves in a blur, swatting him away like a gnat. Yurik is sent tumbling back, his casual attempt utterly and completely rejected. He lands perfectly, ready to go again, completely unfazed by the rejection. A wide, almost feral grin spreads across his face. He was holding back, and she still tanked it? Now he's interested. Yurik stands before the towering queen, the size difference almost laughable. Yet he shows no fear. But the test supervisor rushes in, screaming at him to stop attacking the queen. Danzon desperately tries to explain that you can't get the crown by killing her. He roars out the critical piece of information. She is the most important thing to the ecosystem here. Yurik is genuinely confused by this. An ecosystem? What's that got to do with his prize? The lesson begins. The queen eats once a day, with the net dolphins preparing her meal. They weave a shinsu net to catch fish, which are then prepared for the feast. Once the queen begins eating, all the other creatures of this floor join in, sustained by her ritual. Danzon explains that aside from the dolphins, most animals here can't hunt for themselves. He desperately screams that if the queen dies, this entire floor's ecosystem could collapse. The gears finally turn in Yurik's head. So her existence is necessary to maintain balance. The queen herself seems to register his understanding, turning her gaze toward him. Yurik looks up, genuinely surprised. He had no idea she was that important. The colossal being looks down on the tiny man and utters a single, powerful command. Go away. But then, her tone softens, and she quietly offers him her thanks. With her duty done, the queen turns her back and begins to walk away into the mists. The test supervisor collapses in sheer relief, muttering that she's finally gone. And elsewhere, the two instructors observing the test erupt in cheers, celebrating their victory. The instructors can't believe it, calling that fisherman regular, Yurik Mizuno, completely insane. But the horned instructor finds it strange. She's heard the queen never tolerates intruders. So why did she act that way? It just doesn't add up. She explains that beasts only avoid confrontation when they face an equal or a superior. Her companion wonders aloud if that regular could actually be stronger than the queen, but the idea is quickly dismissed as impossible. The white-haired woman, however, seems to think it's not so far-fetched after all. The horned instructor then shifts her focus, wondering if the queen's feeding time has already begun, which is unusually early. As if on cue, the colossal queen leaps across the rocky landscape, perhaps spurred on by the regular's arrival. Seeing a golden cube materialize, the test supervisor knows his part is done. The test is officially over. Elsewhere, another instructor watches with relief, admitting he was about to intervene but no longer needs to. The queen has tolerated an intruder in its territory for some time now. But in a sudden, instinctual flash, it recognizes a fundamental truth. It is no longer the strongest here. That title now belongs to Yurik Mizuno. From this moment on, everything will be decided by his choice, though even Yurik wonders if someone stronger exists. He's getting irritated, loudly questioning if he should just kill all the supervisors, which has the dog instructor panicking. At the same time, in a dark cavern known as the Bull's Nest, A pair of eerie, cloaked figures with serpent-like heads stand watch. They gaze down at two bodies lying motionless on the cavern floor. One of them, a man in a tattered white shirt, has clearly been through an ordeal. But against all odds, his eyes slowly begin to open. But he's not the only one stirring. Beside him, Evelyn of the Lopobia family is also regaining consciousness. The man tries to get her attention, but she remains unresponsive for a moment longer. Then, her unique, heart-pupiled eyes flutter open as she begins to speak his name. Before a full word can escape her lips, his hand clamps over her mouth, silencing her instantly. Meanwhile, a tense call is taking place elsewhere about a certain Cheonjium entering the testing area. The woman on the other end reports that he went after the escaped ascetic, ignoring her explicit warnings. This news is a headache for her superiors, but the black-haired woman on the other end seems completely unfazed. She tells them to let him do as he pleases, dismissing him as an unlighted gem that poses no threat. After all, their true plan is just moments from completion, as a single drop of blood falls onto a stone flower. Once this flower is consumed by darkness, the one who was the brightest will awaken as the darkest. And from the shadows, a mysterious woman whispers a single, cryptic name, Mago. Elsewhere, Yurik Mizuno finally stands before his target, the colossal queen of the net dolphins. He lets out a sigh. What a hassle, but his objective is clear. He needs that crown. The problem is, the queen's very existence is what maintains this entire ecosystem. So the question becomes, how do you steal a crown without harming its wearer? But before a plan can form, the queen is on the move, and Yurik instantly gives chase, leaving his little penguin guide screaming in the dust. The washed-up ascetic can only watch in utter disbelief. Did that regular just fly? That's impossible. Yurik's pursuit leads him not to the queen, but to a strange, pulsating mass on the ground. He briefly wonders if this is the Madame Hez after, but realizes the queen isn't even heading this way. The majestic creature leaps away, and Yurik follows, mystified as to where she could possibly be going. The queen strides with purpose, her destination now clear. She's heading for the Crown Game Arena, located inside the Yellow Bull's cave. Meanwhile, within that very cave, Evelyn lies still, sensing a strange thumping that's agitating the monsters. These creepy, red-hooded creatures are closing in, and she can only wonder what they're doing. Her heart pounds in her chest as they begin to move directly towards her. She and her teammate are completely exposed, lying unconscious on the cold stone. But a closer look reveals she's only pretending. Her eyes shut tight as she plays dead. She has to keep up the act. They can't possibly find out she's awake. One of the creatures looms over her, its glowing eye studying her face for any sign of life. And then its jaw unhinges, revealing a horrifying maw of teeth, ready to see if she's really gone. Just as the lizard creatures move in for the kill, something completely unexpected happens. One of them is suddenly slammed by a powerful force. The monster is sent flying backwards, utterly blindsided by the friendly fire. Its companion turns, just as confused as Evelyn is pretending to be. A new, more imposing lizard rises from the water, clearly the one in charge. Still playing dead, Evelyn can only wonder if this new guy is some kind of idiot. The imposing creature simply looms over her, its mission clearly not to kill. The others gather around, and she realizes with a dawning horror they're taking her somewhere. Elsewhere, in another part of the cave, Sancho's team is also navigating the treacherous path. But they are not alone, as another group watches from the shadows, grimly realizing their every move has been monitored. Meanwhile, on Lu's side, a growing panic sets in as he races through the cave. He hasn't been able to contact Evelyn, and his mind screams at him to hurry. But his frantic dash is cut short when a figure suddenly appears in his path. She introduces herself with unnerving calm. Pobidao Berbera, a light bearer. Berberi grabs his arm, her warning a quiet threat: if he takes one more step, she will kill him. Worse, she reveals Evelyn's fate is already sealed, which sends Lu into a rage. She coldly explains how she lured Evelyn into a trap, leading her straight to the nest of the yellow bulls. These creatures, she elaborates, are practically invincible in this watery environment. Ignoring her completely, Lu makes a desperate break for it, screaming Evelyn's name. But he's immediately struck down by a blinding flash of light, collapsing in agony. Berbere looms over him, coldly stating that even if he went now, there's nothing he could do for her. Pinned by the light, Lu grits his teeth, calling her methods shameful. She scoffs, retorting that at least she isn't trying to steal the crown, because he can't get it anyway. Her lighthouse, she reveals, has already located it in the possession of an unbelievable monster. She shows him an image of the creature, the queen net dolphin, a being so powerful it's beyond their comprehension. Berberi confesses that the moment she saw it, she gave up all hope of getting the crown. But Lu isn't listening, his eyes burning with defiance even as the attack pins him down. He struggles against the overwhelming force, his body racked with pain. All he can think about is Evelyn. consumed by the agonizing feeling of his own powerlessness. His hand clenches into a fist, fury and frustration warring within him. Berbere coldly mocks his anguish, telling him not to worry, he'll be joining Evelyn soon enough. Her eyes are utterly devoid of emotion as she prepares to deliver the final, killing blow. But just as she's about to finish him, a sudden disturbance makes her pause in confusion. Out of nowhere, a panicked swarm of net dolphins barrels through the cavern. They crash into the two regulars, sending them both flying in a chaotic surge of water and fins. Lou is swept away, his mind reeling from the sudden, violent turn of events. Even Berbere is caught in the stampede, screaming in shock at the swarm of creatures. She wonders why they're fleeing until a horrifying realization dawns on her. Something big must be chasing them. Elsewhere, the test is taking its toll, as Sancho leans heavily on his staff, his strength failing. He collapses before his teammates, apologizing that this is as far as his old body can take him. The chaos spreads, catching another team completely off guard as the net dolphins surge past. Two more regulars are helplessly caught in the aquatic torrent, crying out in shock. Sancho's companion can only watch in horror as his teammates are swept away into the watery chaos. Far from the immediate danger, even the elder supervising the test senses the immense disturbance. The wave of creatures is a force of nature, washing away anyone and anything in its path. But as the tide recedes, the true hunters emerge, strange, red-hooded lizards standing over the fallen. Berbere awakens to find herself ensnared by one of their tails, realizing she has to act now. She can't let them drag her away. Her friends are counting on her. She makes a difficult choice. With a silent apology, she gathers her energy, deciding there's no other way to escape this. The creature's eye flicks towards her, sensing the sudden and dangerous spike in power from its captive. But instead of an explosion, the hunter holding her captive just stops, confused by a strange disturbance. Suddenly, the entire pack of lizards erupts into a screeching, violent frenzy. They turn on each other, sinking their teeth into their own kind as green blood fills the air. A wave of pure, cannibalistic rage sweeps through them, a self-destructive chaos. In the middle of it all, Evelyn finds her fallen teammate, trying to shake him awake. She screams at him that this is their only chance. They have to run now. He finally snaps out of his daze, and together they sprint for their lives. They dash through the horrific scene, leaving the monstrous infighting behind them. But as the green mist of battle settles, one of the hunters stops its rampage. Its crimson eye narrows, locking onto the two tiny figures escaping in the distance. It's a dead sprint, the two of them pushing through the desolate landscape, their lungs on fire. Evelyn glances back, realizing her companion has suddenly stopped, unable to keep up. He collapses against the rocks, completely gassed, and can only apologize for slowing her down. She relents, figuring they've put enough distance between them and the chaos to catch their breath. As they rest, he thanks her, but there's a strange look in his eyes as he studies her. He asks if she's a regular, or maybe some kind of test staff who got lost. The boy looks genuinely confused, asking her what a regular even is. A wave of disbelief washes over Evelyn. This guy, he doesn't know the most basic term in the tower? It makes no sense. Only regulars and test staff are allowed here. Is he lying to her? She calls him out on it, but his panic denial feels disturbingly real. He keeps peppering her with frantic questions, asking where this place is, and why monsters are roaming free. The kid is spiraling, wondering aloud if he died and ended up in hell, or if he's been cursed. Evelyn just stares back, coolly telling him she has no idea what he's talking about. But she can't let it go, pressing him again to know if he's really acting this clueless. Her mind races. A person who doesn't know about regulars or the test, how could someone like that possibly be inside the test arena? She takes a moment, the sheer impossibility of his existence sinking in. Finally, she breaks the silence and explains the basics. This is a test for regulars to climb to the next floor of the tower. The word test is completely foreign to him, and seeing his genuine shock, she realizes he's not lying. Now that one mystery is settled, she has a question of her own, something that's been bothering her since they met. She points directly at his shirt, her eyes narrowed, and asks where in the world he got those clothes. She tells him the clothes look exactly like something someone she knows wears. He's confused. This is just traditional clothing from his village. A village? Evelyn demands to know where it is, but he just throws the question back at her, equally lost. He explains his strange journey. He was on the path of repentance, failed, fled into the sea, and just woke up here. The name means nothing to her, but he just confirms that everyone from his village wears this uniform. And then, it clicks. Evelyn's eyes widen with a chilling realization these clothes are worn by the cursed. But before she can say more, a desperate shout slices through the tense air, calling her name. It's her teammate, the boy in the cap, sprinting through the desolate landscape, his face a mask of panic. He escaped the earlier chaos with help from some net dolphins, but his calls to Evelyn are going completely unanswered. A cold dread sets in. If she's not picking up, something must have gone horribly wrong. He keeps running, screaming her name, desperately searching for any sign of his missing guide. The man simply states that everyone from his village wears these clothes. A chill runs down Evelyn's spine as she finishes the thought for him they're worn by the cursed ones. He has no idea what she means, but her expression is one of dawning horror. Suddenly, a heavy, clawed foot slams down nearby, interrupting the tense moment. They both whirl around to see a dark, hooded figure stalking toward them. The man's face drains of color. It's the same monster he escaped from earlier. Without a second thought, he grabs Evelyn and screams for them to run for their lives. As they sprint away, he realizes this one is far bigger and more imposing than the others. Its single, glowing red eye glares with undeniable authority. This is the boss. The two can do nothing but flee desperately across the barren, rocky wasteland. The boy spots a fork in the path, yelling that they might be able to lose their pursuer, but their fleeting hope is shattered as more figures leap down from the rocks above. They stop dead in their tracks, their only escape route suddenly swarming with new enemies. A whole pack of these red-hooded monsters now blocks the way forward, trapping them. Evelyn can only watch in horror, realizing the true gravity of their situation. These creatures weren't just chasing them down, they were hurting them. A cold dread washes over her. They're being toyed with like prey in a cage. But instead of despairing, she turns to the boy with a sudden, intense focus. If she can get them out of this alive, she needs him to explain that curse he mentioned. Hez stunned by her timing, but Evelyn's face is grim. She tells him it's important to her. She doesn't care how hard it is. She demands to know how to break the curse. Getting right in his face, she screams for his confirmation, and the terrified boy can only squeak out a yes. With his promise secured, her mind drifts, saving a prince under a curse. Her grip tightens on her sword hilt, a new resolve hardening her knuckles. This, she roars with all her might, is a girl's romance. Her cry of romance echoes through the desolate, rocky terrain. With a fire in her heart-shaped pupils, she declares she will fight for that dream. But her passionate declaration has drawn some unwanted attention from the shadows. A hulking figure begins to emerge from behind the craggy peaks. It's some kind of monstrous guardian, with a wild mane of hair and a body built for battle. Yurik Mazzino, one of the tower's strongest, turns to see the beast, but it's not looking at him. The colossal guardian completely ignores the irregular, its head swiveling towards a different peak. A flicker of realization crosses Yurik's face. It's not just rampaging, it's searching for something. Yes, the creature's entire focus is locked onto a specific, unseen target. Then, high above the canyons, a tiny figure is seen zipping through the air. A distant group of observers stares in absolute shock. A mere regular is flying? Suddenly, that all-too-familiar shriek of romance rips through the silence once more. And there she is, Evelyn, sword raised high, with her poor, terrified companion beside her. She's completely lost in the moment, broadcasting her noble quest to the entire floor. But the boy next to her can only think one thing: she's being way too loud. And just like that, her shouting catches the Guardian's undivided attention. Evelyn's face twists in rage. She's had enough of being looked down on. Screaming at the beast not to laugh, she recklessly charges forward. But a cold realization hits her mid-stride. Close-range attacks are pointless against this thing. She needs an opening, and fast, so she flings a dagger as a distraction. At that exact moment, a Lightbearer's observer snaps into action. A skill activates, attach copy, and a swarm of needles materializes. They slam into the Guardian's back, a perfectly timed support attack. The unexpected impact sends the massive creature stumbling forward. Its eye widens in genuine surprise. It never saw that second attacker coming. With the opening she needed, Evelyn leaps in, driving a powerful kick right into the beast's head. She presses the attack, using the Guardian's own body as a springboard to gain leverage. With a ferocious roar, she reaches out, trying to grapple the creature and pin it down. But it's slippery, twisting out of her grasp with infuriating ease. Done playing games, she finally draws her sword, ready to get serious. Suddenly, the battlefield is flooded with her copies, swarming the Guardians in a dizzying assault. She grits her teeth in frustration. This thing is annoyingly good at dodging her attacks. It's clear the creature has already figured out her abilities from their earlier clash. But that was exactly her plan. She had something else in mind all along, coordinated with her Lightbearer. As the copies pin the Guardian, the real Evelyn soars through the air, ready for the killing blow. And the support from her Lightbearer is flawless, feeling impossibly natural as she dives. The lighthouse creates a perfect path for her, a spear of light guiding her blade home. But the Guardian isn't just waiting to die, it opens its massive jaws, ready to intercept. With a firm grip, Evelyn commits everything to this one decisive strike. She lunges, but in a shocking display of speed, the creature clamps down right on her sword. Her blade is stopped cold, caught between rows of razor-sharp teeth. Using her own forward momentum, the Guardian twists its head with immense force. Evelyn can only watch in disbelief as her perfect plan is shattered. Her body is flung helplessly through the air, her attack completely reversed, and she crashes violently into the ground, the hunter suddenly becoming the prey. She can only let out a sharp cry as the impact sends rocks flying. Before she can even process the pain, a dark figure looms over her, its red eyes fixed on her. The lizard guardian towers above, ready to end this little hunt, right here and now. But as it lunges, a strange, fibrous power suddenly manifests from Evelyn's body. The creature's crimson eye widens slightly, surprised by this last-ditch defense. It bites down anyway, only to be met with a disgusting, bitter taste. With a violent spit, it tries to get the foul green substance out of its mouth. The guardian stares down at her, not with malice, but with sheer disgust. She tastes awful. It recoils, completely repulsed by what should have been an easy kill. And that moment of revulsion is all the opening Evelyn needs to push herself back up, refusing to stay down. She struggles for breath as dark tendrils snake around her, pinning her in place. But the guardian isn't done, its massive maw gaping wide to finish the job. Her eyes widen in pure terror as she's dragged into the beast's gaping mouth. Trapped inside, she screams for it to let her go, but her voice is muffled. The jaws begin to close, and her world is consumed by darkness. Suddenly, a spear of light cuts through the air, finding its mark. It's the boy in the white cap, shouting her name in desperation. He spots her, pointing frantically for his team to follow his lead. Even as she's being crushed, something inside her refuses to give up. A hand bursts forth, prying the jaws open from the inside out. With a surge of adrenaline, Evelyn lands a vicious blow right on the lizard's jaw. There's no fear in her eyes now, only the cold focus of a cornered predator. She follows up with a powerful spinning kick, sending another one of the creatures flying. But the effort costs her dearly, and she collapses onto the rocky ground, gasping for air. Her opponent stumbles but recovers instantly, stalking toward her as she tries to crawl away. Watching from a distance, the boy in the cap realizes he's in way over his head. Thinking fast, he decides to make himself a target, shouting to draw them away from her. His plan works a little too well, as the pack of lizards immediately swarms him. But the main creature simply ignores the distraction, its attention still locked on Evelyn. Its menacing red eye narrows, ready to deliver the final blow. Evelyn flinches, trapped on the ground and bracing for the inevitable. But the final blow never lands. The creature freezes mid-strike. Her eyes widen in disbelief. She knows that voice. It's the kid, screaming with everything he has from somewhere behind the beast. He grips a simple metal pipe, channeling all his courage into his hands. Launching himself through the air, he makes a desperate charge to save her. His makeshift weapon smacks squarely against the side of the lizard's head. But the attack just glances off, the impact doing absolutely nothing. The creature turns its head with an almost casual slowness, its eye locking onto him. A cold dread washes over the boy as he realizes he missed his one shot. The lizard guardian takes the bait, hurtling past Evelyn with terrifying speed. Standing his ground, the boy taunts it, begging the monster to come after him instead. From the ground, Evelyn screams his name, pleading for him to stop this suicidal act. But he's fully committed, yelling at her to use this chance and run for her life. The creature closes the gap in an instant, a blur of muscle and red cape. Before the boy can even react, the monster is already upon him, its shadow swallowing him whole. Its massive jaws clamp down hard right over his head. A piercing scream rips through the air as the beast thrashes him around like a rag doll. But just as it seems over, a pair of boots thuds onto the rocky ground behind the creature. It's Evelyn, her face twisted in fury, bringing her own weapon down on the crazy monster. But her desperate strike barely even registers, glancing off the creature's tough hide as its red eye swivels to face her. Before she can pull back, a thick, shadowy tail whips around, wrapping tightly around her body and squeezing the air from her lungs. The monster effortlessly yanks her off her feet, sending her weapon flying as she's tossed through the air like a doll. She slammed against the hard rock face with bone-shattering force, the impact echoing through the desolate area. Her teammate can only watch in sheer horror, screaming out her name as he sees his protector go down. With Evelyn neutralized, the hooded lizard turns its attention back to him, and his mind races, trying to figure out how to survive. Dazed and broken, Evelyn lies on the ground, the fight knocked completely out of her. The boy lets out a desperate growl, trying to muster some courage even as all hope seems lost. But just then, a powerful voice cuts through the chaos as an old man named Sancho appears, his staff already glowing. He apologizes for being late, relieved to see them alive as he prepares to unleash his own power. He presents a glowing purple gem, declaring he'll save them using the stone Shinsu. From the ground, Evelyn stares in utter shock, recognizing the artifact instantly. It's an incredibly rare and expensive stone, capable of bending the very flow of Shinsu. The kids immediately protest, reminding him that it's a priceless family heirloom. But Sancho's expression is grim. He admits he's hesitated to use the unstable relic before. He decides there's no better time than now, shouting for everyone to get back as he unleashes its power. A blinding beam of purple energy erupts from his staff, aimed squarely at the monster. The blast tears through the landscape, leaving a trail of shattered rock and smoke in its wake. As the light fades, Sancho stands amidst the destruction, wondering if he actually defeated it. But his hope is shattered by Evelyn's terrified scream, her eyes locked on something horrible. The beast wasn't defeated, it was standing right behind him. Before Sancho can even turn, a monstrous fist caves his head in. Evelyn and her friend can only watch, screaming his name in pure horror. The Guardian isn't done, its claws sinking deep into the old man's torso. His hand falls limp, life fading away into the blood-soaked ground. And in a final act of desecration, the monster begins to feast on his body. Its cold, red eye glares, as if searching for its next meal. But seeing their guardian torn apart flips a dangerous switch inside the children. Fueled by a sudden surge of rage and power, Evelyn launches herself forward. A powerful presence lands, and the roles of hunter and prey are about to be reversed. Another guardian descends, this one far more regal and imposing than the last. A low, menacing growl rumbles from its throat as it surveys the scene below. But instead of attacking, it suddenly leaps away with incredible speed. Because the real action is over here, the queen net dolphin is running for its life. Mazino gives chase, momentarily confused by the monster's sudden retreat. Then it dawns on him. She's not just fleeing, she's heading straight for that place. Meanwhile, the children's rage is cut short by a blindingly fast assault. The boy is sent tumbling through the air, completely overwhelmed by the strike. Evelyn is caught in the same devastating blow before she can even react. Their attacker stands revealed. A swift, red-hooded lizard warrior, and the kids are totally outmatched. Evelyn gasps for breath, completely broken on the cold ground. The boy is in the same sorry state, barely conscious after that single devastating hit. Their entire team was wiped out in a flash, left for dead without a chance to fight back. The lizard warrior stands over its prey, a silent and deadly victor. It leans in, ready to deliver the final, killing blow. But suddenly, the very earth beneath it begins to crack and splinter. The creature pauses, its crimson eye filled with confusion. What is this tremor? The ground doesn't just tremble, it explodes upwards from below. A colossal fist erupts with earth-shattering force, dwarfing everything in sight. This is no simple rescue, this is the arrival of something truly monstrous. The blow connects with the sound of splintering rock and raw, unrestrained power. Evelyn and her companion can only stare, their minds completely failing to process what's happening. The once unstoppable lizard warrior is sent tumbling through the air like a discarded toy. From the crater, a new, far larger guardian emerges, its white mane flowing as it looms over the assassin. An orb of pure, calm energy begins to glow from within the colossal being's chest. The lizard's crimson eye widens in absolute terror. It realizes it just attacked this thing's master. Before it can even react, a massive hand descends with terrifying speed. The guardian effortlessly plucks the would-be killer from the air, its grip absolute. There's a brilliant flash as the guardian's power envelops the smaller creature entirely. And with a casual toss, it hurls the defeated assassin into the sky, leaving a trail of green blood behind. Even Mazino can't help but be a little surprised as the would-be assassin is sent flying. The man on the ground stares in utter disbelief that thing was taken out with just one blow. His guide is equally paralyzed, her mind struggling to comprehend the absolute gap in power. The colossal guardian then turns its attention downwards, its glowing gaze locking onto her. Towering over the terrified young woman, it calmly asks her to identify herself. But they aren't the only ones here. Another figure watches the chaos unfold from a high vantage point. His attention, however, is drawn to a different scene entirely, a lone woman standing amidst a field of bodies. He senses something impossible, a power that shouldn't exist inside a single regular. For a moment, the blonde hunter is speechless, his eyes wide with shock. But that shock quickly twists into a hungry smile, whatever that is, he wants it. To understand what happened, we need to rewind just a few minutes ago. An alliance was being proposed by a rather pushy blonde regular. His pitch was simple. If their two teams joined forces, they could easily dominate the test. But the other team was skeptical, questioning how they could possibly trust a stranger's word. The blonde leader then offered a solution, a temporary hostage exchange to ensure nobody betrays the other. Without a second thought, he points directly at his own teammate, Go-jung. The poor guy freezes, thinking it's way too dangerous, but his leader silences him immediately. Seeing the hesitation, the young woman Aru is shocked they'd even consider sending him. With tears in her eyes, She steels herself, volunteering to go for the good of the team. But Go-jung steps in front of her, insisting he'll be the one to go, as their leader just smirks, calling it admirable. The opposing leader smirks, yelling over that his team is ready. The only ones hesitating are them. His teammates quietly discuss the offer. They know they're the weaker team, and this alliance is a huge opportunity. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl steps forward, volunteering herself as the hostage. She argues it makes perfect sense. As a lighthouse bearer, she can relay information between the teams. With the decision made, they shout their agreement, and the blonde leader calls for his own hostage to come out. The two chosen members walk across the rocky terrain, passing each other to join their new temporary teams. The dark-haired guy awkwardly welcomes their new member, Go-jung, trying to get along. But Go-jung's eyes go wide, realizing his in the presence of an actual lighthouse bearer. He's absolutely ecstatic, revealing that a lighthouse bearer was the one position his team was desperately missing. His new teammates are just as thrilled, even suggesting they make the swap permanent, leaving the girl speechless. But their new teammate, Go-jung, is seething. He can't believe his team replaced him with that girl. The blonde leader finalizes the rules. They'll search for the crown separately, and absolutely no betrayal. With their agreement made, the two teams turn and head off in opposite directions. Go-jung tries to calm his nerves, telling himself that he has nothing to worry about. After all, he has a little insurance plan. Their former teammate, Aru, isn't getting away that easily. Hes planted a tiny, undetectable observer on her, ensuring she's always in the palm of his hand. Elsewhere, we cut to Team Princess Zahard, where Gisli is facing a rather unexpected opponent. The penguin leaps into the air, swinging its weapon down with a powerful, water-infused strike. Gisli narrowly dodges, admitting the creature is stronger than it looks, as it explains cold water is the source of its power. Because naturally, it's a water-type penguin. A statement that leaves the princess completely baffled. With a determined glare, the penguin channels its power, getting serious. Its hammer crackles with a frigid, watery aura, ready to smash. Gisli barely manages to parry the devastating blow with her needle. But the little warrior doesn't give her a second to breathe. It spins wildly, unleashing a vortex of powerful, water-infused strikes. The penguin's eyes are locked on, completely in the zone. Its relentless assault finally connects, blasting the princess back through the water. Gisli lands, genuinely impressed, remarking on its amazing agility for its chubby body. She has to ask, are all penguins of its species born this strong? The penguin proudly declares that all penguins are warriors who fight the Lopobia family, before scolding her for being rude about its figure. Gisli quickly apologizes, explaining she just meant he was cute, an insult the penguin surprisingly accepts. But the time for compliments is over. The princess's demeanor hardens as she demands his name before she ends him. His eye glints with warrior's pride as he announces his name is Bichon, of the penguin tribe. Gisli can't resist a sneer, comparing his name to a dog's as she lunges, and Bichon furiously retorts. But mid-strike, her razor-sharp senses pick up on something else. There are 3 people here. She realizes that while the penguin looks alone, his companions are hidden in the shadows nearby. A quick scan reveals their roles: a spear bearer and a lighthouse bearer, waiting to either cover an escape or strike. She internally scoffs at their strategy, comparing it to her own team's decision to split their roles efficiently. Their little pact of sticking together might seem noble, but it was the wrong call. And thanks to that mistake, all 3 of them will now die by her hand. With her plan clear, Gisli lunges, her needle clashing violently against Bichon's desperate defense. She easily deflects his clumsy strike, a smirk playing on her lips as she closes the distance. A single, powerful kick sends the penguin warrior tumbling back across the rocky ground. He lets out a pained grunt, struggling to get back on his feet. But the princess gives him no time to recover, becoming a blur of motion as she moves in to finish it. Yet in the heat of her attack, her senses flare. She was counting his allies 1, 2? No, that's not right. The number of presences she feels is 3 again. A sudden realization hits her: this isn't the penguin's team. It's another group entirely. And in that chilling instant, she understands they're not here to ambush her. She glances at her opponent, wondering if this penguin can also feel the danger they've both been caught in. She senses it instantly. The ambushers have grown impatient and made their move. Her opponent, the penguin warrior, is already down for the count, his leg busted. But Gisli isn't looking at him. She's already a blur of motion, intercepting this new attack. A sharp projectile, a needle meant for a killing blow, whistles through the air. Its target isn't her, but the helpless penguin. Someone is trying to steal her kill. With a flash of black leather, she pivots in midair, her boot lashing out. She expertly kicks the needle aside, yelling at her foe to get down. The projectile skips harmlessly across the water, the assassination attempt thwarted by its intended victim's enemy. Gisli lands, her expression turning from irritation to sheer disbelief as a new face appears. The newcomer proudly declares he was trying to help her, completely unaware that he was the very threat she just stopped. Gisli glances over her shoulder, her expression dripping with condescending boredom. The clueless fighter keeps shouting his offer to protect her, but she just sighs in pure exasperation. Her eyes narrow into an icy glare. She doesn't need his help, and she's wondering if he even understands what she's saying. Hess completely baffled, still trying to play the hero. Help? She scoffs, the word tasting like poison in her mouth. A cruel smirk plays on her lips as she asks what use she has for unskilled opportunists like him. Done with the fool, she turns her back on him, raising her voice to address everyone else watching. She declares her status for all to hear. She is a princess of Zahard, and she doesn't need their pity or their aid, and don't even think about being her companion. Their only choices are to fight her or flee. Leaning in close, she informs the ponytail guy that they aren't the same species. She's a predator. And before he can even react, she strikes. A blur of motion as she puts the weakling down for good. A vicious strike lands, and a spray of dark energy erupts from his chest. Her eyes burn with a feral intensity, promising to completely devour her prey. From the shore, another regular watches the bloody aftermath with a calm expression. Gisli sits atop her strange mount, noting with a hint of boredom that everyone else ran away. The boy smirks, a little disappointed he didn't get to see more of her true abilities. Still, he can't help but think there's something very strange about that woman. It's not just her power, there's an aura around her that feels completely empty. A calculating glint appears in his eye. An emptiness like that could be very useful. He muses that she might be the perfect offering for his master, Lady Mago, and as if summoned by the thought, a powerful, otherworldly being materializes nearby. Both Gisli and the blonde regular snap to attention, their instincts screaming that a new player has entered the game. The sheer pressure sends the boy stumbling back, his mind struggling to comprehend the colossal beast that just appeared. Even Gisli, a princess of Zahard, is momentarily stunned, her hand instinctively going to her weapon. But her sharp eyes catch a glint of gold atop the creature's head, the crown, the very objective of this test. While all eyes are on the beast, Lady Mago makes her move, dark tendrils erupting from the ground to snatch one of the regulars. The girl with glasses is lifted into the air, struggling and screaming to be released from the shadowy grip. A flash of horrified recognition fills her eyes as she sees her captor. She can't believe it, this is the legendary Queen of the Dolphins. From the ground below, the other regulars can only stare up in utter disbelief at the chaos. The blonde leader points a trembling finger, completely at a loss for words at the nightmare unfolding before him. Their worst fears are confirmed. It's not just a monster, it's a monster wearing the crown. Amidst the chaos, the blonde leader smirks, deciding it's time he made his move. But before he can take a step, a massive figure blurs past, blocking his path. The imposing, dog-headed guardian sizes him up, demanding to know who dares approach. The blonde leader's eyes gleam with amusement, realizing he has stumbled upon a guard dog. The guardian flexes, surrounding himself with Shinsu, ready to put this upstart in his place. But he's instantly trapped within a colossal, diamond-shaped prison of pure energy. The guard's mind breaks trying to comprehend the sheer number of Shinsu compartments being controlled. In the next instant, countless blades of light pierce through his body from every conceivable angle. The blonde leader stands amidst the carnage, calmly declaring that this overwhelming power is simply who he is. He finishes his thought with icy certainty. He's not just powerful, he's simply stronger. Elsewhere, a flash of white cuts through the sky as another monster arrives on the scene. And in yet another part of the field, Evelyn stands before a colossal, horse-like spirit beast. Its ancient, glowing eyes peer down, radiating an aura of overwhelming power. A flicker of recognition crosses her face. She knows exactly who she's facing. But her awe is shattered by a sudden, desperate scream for her grandfather, Sancho. The young boy is already there, cradling Sancho's limp body, his hope draining away. Evelyn sprints towards them, her voice cracking as she begs for someone, anyone to help. But all the boy can do is stare in wide-eyed horror, unable to process the tragedy. On the cold ground, Sancho's staff lies broken, a voice coldly declaring that it's all over. Evelyn's eyes harden as she confirms the worst to the boy: his grandfather is gone. Her grief quickly turns to a cold, burning rage as she vows to make the monster responsible pay. But before she can act, a colossal, shadowy hand descends from the sky above them. The young boy panics, thinking it's another enemy. But Evelyn calmly tells him to wait. She seems to understand this new being, assuring him that the towering creature means them no harm. A silent message passes between them, and Evelyn realizes it's making a strange request to hold her hand. Without hesitation, she reaches out, a small gesture of trust towards the immense being. The creature seems to be processing this, its ancient eyes focused on the small girl. Then, it asks a simple, profound question. Will she be alright? The weight of that concern hits Evelyn, and a new, steely resolve settles in her gaze. She offers her hand, an unwavering gesture of trust. The boy watches in awe as Evelyn reaches for the colossal being. Her fingers gently make contact with its ancient, dark skin. The massive creature, Lady Mago, leans down, her presence dominating the battlefield. A voice echoes in their minds, asking once more if they are truly all right. Mago studies the small girl before her, a flicker of curiosity in her thoughts. She notes that even with direct contact, Evelyn shows no signs of becoming fierce or hostile. But before Evelyn can process this, the boy suddenly shouts, pointing above her head. His gaze is locked on a small, ornate golden crown nestled in the giant's white hair. He stammers in shock, asking why this creature is wearing a crown. But Evelyn has no answer. Lady Mago's voice echoes, asking if they brought something shiny to her home. But Evelyn ignores the question, looking up with resolve to ask for the crown instead. The only response she gets is a silent, piercing glare from the creature's glowing eye. With a dismissive sound, Lady Mago straightens up, her sheer size an act of intimidation. Evelyn presses on, explaining that they desperately need the crown, even just for a moment. But the beast's logic is simple and unyielding. As the queen, the crown belongs to her. The boy turns to Evelyn, completely lost, and she simply agrees with the giant's claim. She points, conceding the fact that yes, the crown rightfully belongs to the queen. A confident smirk then spreads across her face as she notes there's something Mago is overlooking. With her own eyes glowing, Evelyn plays her hand, declaring that she's a queen, too. The boy is floored by her declaration, but Evelyn just smirks, claiming every woman is a queen to someone. And just like that, he's totally on board, cheering her on as she claims to be loose queen. With her royal status proven, she turns back to the beast and demands the crown. Lady Mago is completely unimpressed, her thoughts echoing with annoyance at this little pest. But elsewhere, another player makes her move, as Gisli leaps gracefully down the mountainside. She spotted the group below, realizing others have already found the prize. Before she can close the distance, a silver blur streaks past her through the open air. Her eyes widen in shock. It's the legendary Irregular, Urek Mizzino. He isn't jumping. He's actually flying. A casual display of overwhelming power. Gisli knows in an instant he's heading for the crown, and immediately launches herself in pursuit. Urek touches down lightly on the mountainside, his casual flight coming to an end. But he immediately pauses, sensing an unexpected presence nearby. A massive wave of energy suddenly erupts from the ground directly in front of him. The earth itself seems to part as a colossal shadow begins to rise. Towering over him is the majestic horse spirit beast, its sheer scale breathtaking. And sitting calmly on its head are the two kids, Evelyn and the boy in the cap. Just then, Gisli arrives, her pursuit cut short by the sight of the giant creature. From a distance, another group of regulars spots the commotion, pointing in disbelief. They can't process what they're seeing. There are people casually riding the monster. Urek leaps back into the air, demanding to know what happened and why they're with the queen. The boy tries to explain the situation, claiming that Evelyn and the queen somehow became friends. Urek just stares back, his face screaming disbelief. Friends? Really? He cuts to the chase, asking if this new friend of theirs agreed to hand over the crown. Evelyn snaps back, annoyed, admitting that no, they did not get the crown. Apparently, the queen is being stubborn, insisting the crown belongs to her and her alone. So, Urek asks, what's the plan now? Evelyn confidently declares they're heading for the throne anyway. Her brilliant new strategy is to simply ride the queen all the way there and sit on it together. She clenches her fist, absolutely certain that if they're on the same team, no one can stop them. But as she celebrates her perfect plan, Urek raises a very good point. Will the throne even hold them? Before she can answer, a massive surge of Shinsu erupts from below, catching Urek completely by surprise. And from that surge emerges a new challenger, a woman wreathed in violet power. She immediately clashes with Urek, her rapier glowing with immense Shinsu. He instantly recognizes the aura. This is no ordinary, regular. She's a princess of Zahard. She deftly disengages, landing gracefully on a nearby rock formation. Her motives are clear as she asks if he's also here hunting for the crown. Before he can answer, she demands he give it to her, igniting her blade once more. But her target isn't Urek. She aims a devastating slash right at the queen's neck. Evelyn screams from atop the great beast, trying to tell the princess she's one of them. The other regulars, however, see the princess fighting a monster and draw their own conclusions. Thinking they're helping, they foolishly charge in to attack the queen as well. Urek has seen enough of this nonsense, slamming his hand down to stop the assault. The charging regulars are instantly repelled by a wave of pure force. Their leader is sent sprawling, completely overpowered by the casual display. He scrambles up, furious, demanding to know why Urek is protecting the monster. But Yurik just stands guard, coolly warning them that this situation is dangerous. The leader can't believe it, screaming at Yurik to help them kill the beast and claim the crown. Evelyn desperately yells that the queen is their friend, but they just accuse her of trying to monopolize the prize. She frantically tries to explain that the queen won't give the crown to anyone anyway. She thinks it's hers. This catches the princess's attention, who suggests that if that's the case, perhaps the queen could give it to her. She extends a hand with utter confidence, declaring that as a princess of Zahard, she's the only one worthy of it. But the queen merely turns, its voice echoing in their minds with a simple, crude dismissal for the so-called princess. The other regulars are stunned into silence. This was not the reaction they expected. Yurik calmly explains what they should have already realized. The queen has no intention of ever giving up the crown. And more importantly, she is far, far stronger than any of them. The leader sputters, pointing to the princess as their trump card, but she coldly reminds him they were never on the same team. To everyone's surprise, the princess then admits it's true that Beast is stronger than her. Seeing the stalemate, she changes her tune, asking what everyone plans to do now that it's clear no one will win this way. Yurik crosses his arms, considering her point while the others just look confused. But his logic is simple. If no one sits on the throne, that's perfectly fine by him. If every team fails, then everyone gets a score of 0, and the test ends in a draw. Yurik then throws out a simple question. What if they all just decided to pass together? But the princess immediately dismisses that as too naive and risky for her own team. If some other team succeeds, Yurik starts, his eyes glinting with unspoken intent. He's always lived by a simple creed. If the rules are clumsy, you just have to smash them. And with a faint, confident smile, he declares that he is stronger than anyone else here. Across the field, the other teams are just getting a view of this bizarre standoff with the queen. The blonde leader peeks from behind a rock, his mind reeling, unable to process what he's seeing. Even the kid in the white cap spots the newcomer, realizing this isn't the guy he encountered before. A shocking thought hits the blonde leader. How can an ascetic, a being of immense power, be irregular? He looks up in disbelief at Yurik, who is casually floating in midair, defying all logic of the test. The blonde leader's mind short-circuits a regular bastard is flying. To put it simply, the situation is this. A regular who can fly, an empty Zahard princess, ready for a fight. Another ascetic, one he's never seen, with 2 regulars riding on her beast, and that monstrous queen seems to have actually befriended them. He clutches the head of his fallen guard, a cold question forming. Why did Rahab hide this? His eyes narrow with a terrible realization the administrator must know about the ascetics. To protect the island's secret, his conclusion is simple. He must eliminate both of them. Even Lady Mago seems to understand, realizing a stealthy attack is now impossible. But the blonde leader stands, a grim smile on his face. He still has one useful card to play. And from the shadows, another mysterious creature lands, looking around the desolate battlefield. Its eyes snap into focus. It recognizes him. That guy. The reptilian beast crouches, a low growl rumbling in its chest, instantly on guard. It lets out a questioning hiss, demanding to know what's going on. The blonde leader strolls into view, a smug look on his face, noting the obvious tension between the beast and the others. He extends a hand, making a simple, tempting offer. Don't you want to join me? The creature's eye narrows, weighing its options. Could this be an actual alliance? The leader's true goal is clear. He plans to eliminate the regulars and their precious queen. But just as the beast considers, a blinding flash of blue energy erupts. The so-called offer was a lie, a distraction for a devastating surprise attack. The blue energy fades, and the reptile's eye snaps open, glowing with a strange, absorbed power. With a smug look, the blonde leader asks how it likes the new power it just acquired. The creature clenches its fists, feeling an unfamiliar surge of energy coursing through its body. It examines its hand, sensing the raw, untamed potential now at its command. A low growl rumbles in its chest as its gaze locks onto the blonde man, filled with pure, murderous intent. The leader's confident expression falters for a moment, a hint of confusion in his eyes. This wasn't the reaction he expected. In a flash, the beast lunges forward, a blur of dark scales and red fury, aiming to repay the gift he just received. But the leader just smirks, realizing the creature wants to test its new toy on him immediately. He mockingly calls the beast impatient as a devastating strike tears through the air. The attack isn't just a claw, it's a storm of brilliant light beams, forcing the arrogant leader onto the defensive. The newly empowered reptile lunges with a roar, its maw wide open, ready to devour its benefactor. But the blonde leader doesn't even flinch, his eyes wide with boredom. He catches the creature's head with a single hand, stopping its furious charge dead in its tracks. With a casual twist, he slams the beast into the ground, shattering the stone beneath it. He plants his foot firmly on its head, a gesture of pure, undisguised dominance. Looking down at his new pet, he tells it not to get confused about the power it now wields. A cruel smirk plays on his lips as he clarifies their new relationship. This is not a partnership, it's a master and his servant. He reminds the beast that the power he gave it will only last as long as it remains obedient. His eyes narrow, a cold glint appearing as he prepares to issue his first command. And that command is simple: find and eliminate the bull. Meanwhile, Urek Mazino floats effortlessly in the air, a silent observer above the strange queen. But suddenly, Evelyn gasps, a crucial memory clicking into place. She turns to the boy she calls Mr. Liu, exclaiming that she just remembered seeing someone dressed exactly like him. His eyes go wide with shock as he urgently asks where this person is now. Evelyn sheepishly admits he vanished, but immediately suggests they go find him. She then calls up to the Irregular, asking if he could help them locate the mysterious doppelganger. Urek agrees, but with a condition: they must all cooperate with his plan, including the queen. With the deal struck, he instantly zips over to a terrified lighthouse bearer to begin organizing the search. He tells the group's leader to help find the boy in the matching clothes, and the leader eagerly agrees. A blue-haired girl also chimes in, volunteering to help because it's everyone's duty, much to Urek's surprise. With a burst of speed, Urek leads the search, dragging the other bewildered regulars along with him. Meanwhile, Evelyn reassures the boy, Liu, that with everyone's help, they'll find his lookalike in no time. She then calls out to the queen, Lady Mago, telling her it's time to move out. But Liu stops her, a sudden, nagging thought crossing his mind. He leans in and asks quietly if by chance she heard anything from the man she saw. Evelyn beams, clapping her hands together and cheerfully denying she heard a single thing. Trying to brush it off, she points ahead, urging them to hurry up and start looking. Her overly enthusiastic denial doesn't sit right with Liu, whose expression darkens. Evelyn glances back, a flicker of concern on her face as she senses his doubt. But it's too late. His eyes narrow as suspicion takes root. He knows she's lying. Meanwhile, back in the test supervisor's waiting room, the staff is reeling from the sudden turn of events. One supervisor watches the monitor, letting out a huge sigh of relief that the queen somehow saved the regulars. His colleague is flabbergasted, questioning if that girl truly managed to befriend the fearsome queen. She's so overcome with emotion, finding the whole bizarre situation incredibly touching. But a third, more analytical supervisor cuts in to get their attention. She calmly asks why no one is addressing the elephant in the room, the fact that Irregular is flying. A flying fisherman, a princess of Zahard using possession, an anima who tamed the dolphin queen. The sheer number of anomalies is staggering, and nothing like what the general supervisor prepared them for. The scene then flashes back to a time not long ago, where a lone throne sat at the bottom of a vast crater. A solitary figure gazes down into the chasm, recognizing the desolate landscape as the throne room. Her companion boasts, thinking they're the first to arrive, but she immediately shuts him down. He can't believe it, seeing no one, but she just smiles, explaining that everyone is hiding. With a knowing look, she says they're all thinking the same thing, lying in wait. The moment someone appears with the crown, the fragile peace around this empty throne will shatter. It's a waiting game now, but it will inevitably erupt into a bloodbath for that single prize. The man panics, suggesting they should strike first and eliminate the competition early. She scoffs at the idea, reminding him that if a princess of Zahard is hiding, they'd be the ones getting wiped out. No, their strategy is much simpler. Just wait for Mr. Urek to show up and solve everything. Her partner seems to think this is a strange, passive approach, questioning her logic. But her faith is absolute. Urek is unbelievably strong, and with him here, no situation is a problem. He seems to agree, reminding her that they both know why they teamed up in the first place. She gives a smug smile, stating the obvious. They joined because with Mr. Urek, victory is guaranteed. So, she asks, what's there to worry about? Just wait for Urek's strength to solve everything. But her partner goes quiet. She starts to question his sudden silence, when he abruptly stands up, shouting at her not to be ridiculous. He explodes with passion, declaring he didn't join this team just to be carried up the tower. He turns to leave, insisting he needs to be helpful, ignoring her calls to stop. He yells back that the most important part of a team isn't one person's strength, but the desire to help each other. His fiery declaration leaves her completely silent, watching his retreating back. She just sighs, a world-weary look on her face, muttering that people in their first life are always so overzealous. Having heard his passionate speech, she finally turns, deciding to go along with his fervor. He immediately gets fired up, ready to charge out and clear the stage before his junior arrives. But she stops him, wagging a finger, and suggesting they use their heads, even if his isn't very useful. Annoyed, he grabs her head, demanding to know what brilliant plan she has in mind. She calmly explains her thinking. With so many competitors gathered, their enemies must have enemies of their own. The strategy is simple. They'll take advantage of the chaos and clean up the area before Urek gets there. Their primary target is the throne at the center of the stage, and her grand plan is to plop a piece of white cloth on his head. He stares in disbelief, screaming that this is what she meant by using her brain. She thinks it looks great on him, but he just roars back that she can wear the stupid thing herself. She calmly explains her logic. Nobody has seen the real crown up close, only on a screen. If he walks out with that headscarf, everyone will have to assume the crown is underneath. It's Schrodinger's cat. Declaring that ignorance breeds chaos, she confidently leads the way out into the open. The moment they emerge from the rocky passage, they are immediately spotted. A pair of nearby regulars just stare, utterly confused by the sight. All attention is now fixed on the man with the ridiculous white cloth on his head. They can't make sense of it. What did he even put on his head? Without breaking stride, he walks directly to the ornate throne and takes a seat. He sits there like a king, the woman watching on with a smug little smile. The bait is set. The other regulars are just baffled, trying to figure out who this guy is and why he's on the throne without the crown. Then, a thought strikes one of the onlookers, a sudden, dawning realization. The man on the throne smirks, patting his head and declaring that the crown is right there, inside the cloth. Up on the rocks, the other regulars scoff, convinced it's just some obvious, pathetic lie. But just as they decide to ignore the bait, a strange chime echoes through the cavern. They look down at the scene, completely thrown off. Where did that sound come from? The two are momentarily speechless, the unexpected noise derailing their entire focus. The green-haired guy quickly pulls out his pocket, trying to get a read on this new anomaly. He explains that he's calculating the interval, watching the seconds count up. Right as the timer hits 1 minute, the chime rings out again, perfectly on schedule. His armored companion can only stare in disbelief, her mind reeling. What is happening? A terrible thought dawns on the analyst. Is that chime not just random? Is it counting the time that guy has been sitting on the throne with the crown? His armored companion panics, realizing the crown must be inside that ridiculous headscarf. But down below, the woman smiles, her plan unfolding perfectly. She knew no one would fall for the disguise alone, but the timed sound plants a seed of doubt. The more time that passes, the more anxious the onlookers will become. And sure enough, the armored woman's patience is wearing thin, her grip tightening on her weapon. All she needs is for one of them to crack and launch an attack. And just like that, her wish is granted as a powerful blast of energy rains down. The strategist's eyes widen as she throws up a hand to defend. The trap sprung. The blast wasn't a defense, but a perfectly engineered piece of chaos. The strategist holds her ground. Knowing this, watching from above, the armored woman is stunned. They're not even trying to escape. Even the fake king starts to sweat, wondering if he was just disposable bait. The strategist clenches her jaw, perfectly playing the part of someone under pressure. It's too much for the armored woman, who finally snaps and charges for the crown. But in the shadows, a sniper scope glints, having waited for this exact opening. She sprints forward, completely oblivious that the real trap has just been sprung. A single, precise shot rings out, piercing clean through her heavy armor. She collapses as her partner realizes in horror they weren't the only hunters on the field. And right on cue, a thunderous alarm echoes from the sniper's position. The signal for chaos has been given. Our strategist recognizes the sound. Instantly, the 10-minute mark has been reached. With all eyes now fixed on their location, she turns to the decoy king. It's time to go. She bolts towards him, yelling for him to get up and escape. The other teams finally realize they've been had. The entire king act was just a stall tactic. One of the hunters rips off his head covering, screaming in pure frustration. A frantic chase begins, with orders to catch the duo before they can disappear. But as one of the pursuers closes in, an ally suddenly intercepts his path. He's ruthlessly cut down, proving this escape is a coordinated, all-out effort. The battlefield erupts into total chaos, with the hunters completely baffled by who just attacked them. The strategist remains perfectly calm, knowing that this confusion is the key. She and the decoy king sprint away, using the pandemonium as their cover. For her, chaos is a weapon born from the ignorance of her foes. They finally stop to catch their breath, and the decoy gasps that he thought he was a dead man. He asks if the plan was a success, but she just smirks, telling him they're not done yet. Looking back, she remarks it'd be a waste to stop now after causing such a beautiful mess. With a glint in her eye, she announces it's time to begin the next phase of her plan. Elsewhere, the sniper makes his move, sprinting toward a colossal feathered beast. Meanwhile, their lighthouse bearer continues her search, reporting that she hasn't found their target. And suddenly, she finds it a mess of enormous monster tracks carved into the stone. She immediately reports back that their missing person was definitely here, and he was being hunted. Riding her beast, Evelyn confirms the plan. Follow the tracks, and they'll find their man. Yurik is already on the move, telling them to keep up the chase while he goes ahead. Back on a cliffside, Princess Gisli orders her own team to follow her from a safe distance. But just as she's wondering what to do next, an urgent call interrupts her thoughts. It's her decoy, Pax, calling from his hiding spot with something he needs to confirm immediately. He tells her that 2 of Yurik's team are near the throne, and 1 is carrying a suspicious package. Everyone is chasing them, believing the object under the headscarf is the crown they're all after. The decoy explains it's clearly a bait and switch, and he needs her to verify if it's the real deal. A spark of realization hits Gisli as Pax's words sink in. She immediately orders him to ignore the bait. She's already located the real crown. It's not with the decoy group, it's being held by the mysterious Dolphin Queen. With Yurik already speeding off into the distance, she confirms she's on her way. Her plan is cunning. She tells Pax to just pretend to fight and stall for time. She knows Yurik is too focused on helping Evelyn to notice what's about to happen. A cold, calculating glint flashes in her eyes. This is her chance to cripple his team. Forget a peace deal. She's here to eliminate the competition completely. Leaping from the cliff, she tells Pax she's going first to take out Yurik's 2 vulnerable members. And as it turns out, those 2 are already in deep trouble, fleeing from vicious winged beasts. The young man with the curly hair screams that he's at his limit. He can't run another step. He stumbles, only to see his teammate standing calmly on the ridge ahead. The blonde leader gives a casual, almost friendly wave, as if they're just meeting for a stroll. Utter shock and confusion flash across the exhausted boy's face. He can't understand why his partner stopped running, why his acting so nonchalant. The boy desperately calls him an angel, but the blonde leader just scoffs at the title. He sneers, thinking he'd found a coward who tried to run away, as the boy drops to his knees begging. With a smug grin, he mentions he got soaked looking for him, clearly enjoying the power trip. But their little moment is cut short, as the crimson-winged monsters descend upon them. Surrounded, the blonde leader looks down at his terrified partner and asks with a smirk if he wants help. And just like that, the monsters are nothing but splatters of green ichor on the ground. The boy isn't celebrating though. He's on his knees, apologizing over and over. His partner, the blonde leader, just looks down, completely unimpressed by the groveling. He reveals there's another ascetic nearby, one who's arrogantly become irregular. With a predatory grin, he makes an offer. Hell spare the boy's life, but he has to help catch that guy. Elsewhere, the legendary Yurik Mizuno is on the move, responding to a call. He spots his destination, a dark fissure in the distance. With incredible speed, he blazes across the barren wasteland, closing in. But as he gets closer, he suddenly pulls up short, sensing something is off. A foul, nasty smell is pouring out of the dark cave ahead. But just as the deal is struck, the blonde leader's attention snaps toward the cave. A faint presence, but a powerful one. Someone's coming. He quickly dismisses his new lackey, telling him to disappear immediately. The terrified boy doesn't need to be told twice, scrambling to his feet to obey. But the leader stops him with one last call, his voice dripping with menace. He reminds the kid to follow his instructions to the letter, because failure means death. The boy gives a silent, fearful nod of understanding. He flees into the wasteland, leaving the blonde leader to face the newcomer alone. A moment later, a pair of red and white sneakers touch down softly on the ground. The leader turns, his confident smirk vanishing as he sees Yurik Mizuno standing over the bodies of the slain monsters. Yurik looks the man over, a flicker of confusion on his face. This wasn't the guy he was looking for, the one in the t-shirt. He glances around at the carnage he just created, the field littered with monster corpses. His eyes narrow with annoyance. No, this definitely wasn't him. He asks again, more forcefully, where the t-shirt guy is. The blonde leader just blinks, completely clueless. He has no idea who Yurik is talking about, or who Yurik himself is, but his confusion quickly turns into a cocky smirk as he prepares to introduce himself. He raises a hand, gathering his power, ready to put on a show for this newcomer. A torrent of blue shinsu erupts around him as he bellows out the name, Cheonjium. Yurik watches, unimpressed. He recognizes that name. It's the name of a jewel. A realization about the person he's actually looking for starts to click. Floating in his own light show, the leader mocks Yurik, questioning who this regular thinks he is to be so arrogant. Unfazed by the display, Yurik calmly states his own name, a name that carries legendary weight. Yurik Mizuno. The name echoes in the air, a name synonymous with one title, the strongest. And just like that, the blonde leader's entire world shatters, his bravado replaced by sheer, undiluted terror. Yurik, however, seems to have lost interest, deciding he'll withdraw for now to avoid upsetting a certain someone. He mentions a name, Rahab, which only sends the blonde leader into a deeper panic. He knows him too? But instead of letting the legend walk away, the terrified regular begins to gather Shinsu into chaotic, unstable orbs. Yurik feels the sudden, volatile shift in energy, his eyes widening in confusion. With a flash, the Shinsu detonates, blasting outwards in a violent torrent. Hes forced to brace himself, shocked that this kid would actually dare to attack him. Looking up, he sees the blonde leader with his hand raised, desperately trying to cast some kind of binding spell. Yurik shouts at him to stop, realizing this idiot is trying to trap one of the most powerful beings in the tower. The kid insists Hes not running away, just that their time hasn't come yet. He gives a cocky wave, a casual see you later, as if he holds all the cards. With a final bye-bye, he detonates the Shinsu around him in a blinding flash. Yurik braces against the shockwave, more annoyed than anything. And just like that, once the light fades, the kid is gone. Yurik instantly gives chase, a golden streak of energy tearing through the aftermath. But he stops, genuinely surprised. The kid's presence has completely vanished. He stands alone, the name the kid mentioned echoing in his mind. Cheonjium. Yurik looks up, scanning the vast emptiness, trying to place where he's heard that name. Scratching his head, he wonders aloud where this Cheonjium could have possibly gone. And just like that, Yurik's eyes lock onto his new target. There he is. He descends in a flash, an ambush so fast the air itself seems to tear apart. The blonde leader can only look up in sheer disbelief, his mind failing to catch up. Yurik closes in, his expression almost apologetic for what's about to happen. But his opponent isn't going down without a fight, roaring that hell be the one to decide his own fate. He throws up a desperate block, the impact shattering the very ground beneath them. Yurik just smirks, noting that the little gem powering that defense is about to crumble into dust. Just as he's about to finish it, a small black sphere suddenly pops into existence. His attention is immediately drawn to the unexpected device. It's a distress signal, a call for help from an organization called Neo. And elsewhere, in a dark place near the throne, a trap is being laid. Watching from the shadows, two figures observe, one questioning if anyone from Neo will really fall for such simple bait. His partner is unconcerned, noting that there are at least 5 targets gathered. She holds up a single finger, a smug look on her face. Even in a group of geniuses, she explains, there's always at least one idiot. He seems unconvinced, muttering the name Neo under his breath, clearly troubled. It's not that he doubts the plan, he just doesn't like it, preferring a fairer fight. She scoffs at his idealism, asking what good fairness is if you just get yourself killed. After all, she lectures, only those with overwhelming skill have the luxury of fighting fair. His expression hardens as he realizes she's right, thinking of monsters like Uruk Mazino or the Zahard princesses. And just as he concedes the point, they're both startled by a sudden movement. The woman narrows her eyes, spotting a lone figure scrambling across the barren landscape. It's a knight, a blonde woman, battered and barely standing as her vision blurs. She knows it's over, that she's bleeding out with every agonizing step, but she has one final goal, to see what's hidden beneath that white headscarf. With a desperate surge of will, she plants her foot and launches into a final sprint. She stumbles forward, arm outstretched, pushing her body past its limits. Her blood-soaked fingers are just inches away from her objective. But before she can touch it, a different hand flicks out, gathering a wisp of blue energy. The power lashes out, forming a swirling barrier around the scarf, cutting her off completely. Her fingers are met with a crackle of blue energy, throwing her back in a jolt of pain. The white scarf, her final objective, begins to float away, completely out of her reach. It zips through the air, ignoring her desperate shouts as it heads for the rocky cliffs. She screams for it to stop, her body screaming back at her, but she refuses to give up. But her furious pursuit is cut short by a terrifying new presence erupting from behind. A piercing beam of dark red energy tears straight through her shoulder plate. Her eyes widen in shock, cursing the mysterious figure who ambushed her. She realizes with dawning horror that he was never going to let her see what was inside. Her strength finally gives out, and her body goes limp, falling back into the dust. Nearby, the pragmatist calmly secures the scarf, confirming his target has been achieved. With the item secured, she tells her partner Neo it's time to move on to their next objective. But their departure is cut short by a new challenger, announcing his arrival. He approaches with an unnervingly confident smirk, clearly here for a fight. The pragmatist's eyes narrow in recognition he's one of the princess's people. The man introduces himself as Pax, and politely asks to see what's inside the turban. She scoffs at the request, daring him to make her comply. His friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold threat to snap her in two. But she's got a threat of her own, as the turban begins to pulse with power. Her partner steps forward, backing her up. If Pax wants a look, he'll have to get through both of them. Pax remains completely unfazed, coolly accepting the challenge from anyone who wants to fight. Before they can act, the scarred man steps up, flexing and roaring that he wants a fight like that too. Pax just gives him a tired, condescending look, remarking that his body is big but his mind is that of a child. Completely enraged, the brawler lunges forward, warning Pax not to underestimate him. But the warning is empty, as Pax casually deflects his punch with one arm. The man's much-hyped muscles are stopped cold, his attack rendered completely useless. Faster than he can even register, Pax's hand closes around his throat. A look of pure shock crosses the brawler's face. He's utterly helpless. Pax effortlessly slams him into the unforgiving ground with a brutal thud. Leaning over the defeated man, he gives him a simple, cold piece of advice. Get stronger. With the loudmouth handled, Pax turns his calm, menacing gaze back to his original targets. But his victory is cut short, as a massive wave of Shinsu erupts from the side. The woman he was with lunges forward, her own attack ready to strike. She smirks, reminding him that he hasn't forgotten there are two of them, has he? Suddenly, a blinding flash of golden energy slices down from the heavens. Her eyes widen a spearbearer's attack. But from where? The beam intercepts her watery assault, completely neutralizing it mid-air. She looks back at Pax, vowing for him to remember this moment. Because from now on, she declares, they are also a team of two. She's still reeling, realizing she was hit with precision by someone she couldn't even sense. Her partner can only acknowledge the truth. The skill of that spearbearer is immense. Realizing they're outmatched in a direct fight, she decides they need to take one of them out first. A shimmering water dragon is conjured, lunging directly at the martial artist, Pax. She watches his reaction carefully, wondering if he's trying to bait her into something. For now, she decides to play along, feigning a retreat as Pax bellows, demanding to know where she's going. But this is all part of a prearranged plan she's coordinated with her partner, Rohan. She'll act as the lure, sending him the coordinates for the perfect ambush point. And just like that, Pax takes the bait, furiously chasing the phantom dragon she created. He follows it deeper and deeper into the rocky terrain, completely oblivious. Meanwhile, Rohan is already in position, hidden among the crags with his spear ready. The brilliant blue lure continues its flight, leading Pax right into the heart of the trap. The phantom dragon dissipates at Pax's feet as he arrives in the empty canyon. He scans the area, a confident smirk on his face. He knows he's not alone. The ambushers are in position, but his partner tells Rohan to hold his fire. The plan was to wait for the perfect moment of weakness, and Rohan was ready to obey. But their target isn't playing by their rules. Pax suddenly spots them and moves. He lunges forward, hand outstretched, ready to end this little game. Just as he attacks, the signal is given, and a spear slices through the air. But it's not aimed at Pax, it impales Rohan clean through the back. The hunter's confident expression twists into one of pure, agonizing shock. He looks over his shoulder, his eyes wide with the chilling realization of betrayal. And from the shadows emerges the true mastermind, Gisli, leaving Rohan's partner to wonder when did she even get there? Still hidden, the black-haired woman screams for Rohan to take the shot, completely unaware of what's happened. Her cries echo uselessly as Pax watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. But then her eyes finally find the target of her calls, and the world stops. There on the cold stone is Rohan, motionless, a pool of his own blood spreading beneath him. The princess of Zahard stands over his body, coolly telling Pax to check what's inside. It all clicks into place for the pragmatist. Her perfect ambush was a trap for her own team. Unfazed by the chaos, Pax slowly begins to unwrap the small package in his hand. With a single, powerful squeeze, he crushes the object within into nothing but powder. He opens his hand, revealing the truth: it was just a normal stone all along. The princess scoffs, demanding Pax hand over the real crown, which she claims is on the Dolphin Queen's head. She dangles the empty cloth he gave her, warning him that jokes like that come with very real consequences. But their little standoff is interrupted by the cold, silent stare of the black-haired woman. Her eyes drift down to Rohan's body, and a storm of grief begins to brew. A brilliant blue light starts to crackle and coalesce between her pale hands. She floats into the air, her voice cutting through the tension, posing a chilling question to the princess. Hasn't anyone ever taught her that messing with a mysterious man who seems to have a past everywhere will only lead to her deepest and most painful regret? And just like that, the smug confidence on Gisli's face evaporates into pure shock. But elsewhere, Yurik Mizuno's calm is shattered by an unexpected rescue signal from Neo. With no time to waste, he decides he has to get to the throne immediately and leaps into action. Meanwhile, the blonde leader picks himself up from the rubble, coughing and admitting he badly underestimated his opponent. His humiliation quickly turns to rage as he screams a promise of death into the sky. But his vengeful cry is cut short when something catches his eye. A white-haired blur rockets past him, so fast he can barely register it's a person. The sheer force of the slipstream slams into him, a casual display of overwhelming power. He can only stare in disbelief, his mind reeling from the impossible speed he just witnessed. A tiny, floating black orb desperately calls out, trying to keep up with the Irregular. Yurik finally pauses, turning to his little companion who asks where on earth he just vanished to. Yurik states he's heading for the throne to solve a problem, leaving his blue-haired companion stunned. The little orb chimes in, insisting on going too. They're a team, and it wants to help. But Yurik has no time for debate, grabbing the girl and demanding directions, barking that he's busy. She's completely caught off guard as he scoops her into his arms. With a thunderous crack, they blast off, leaving the very ground shattered in their wake. The scene cuts away to another brutal confrontation. Neo's team against the forces of Princess Zahard. The black-haired pragmatist watches her, realizing she knows about the powerful orb he's using. The princess, Gisli, confirms his suspicion with a smirk, admitting she's read all about it. She lectures them, explaining how some Shinsu users can create massive circles of power. But to create a true orb, she muses, is a rare feat that even masters struggle with. And right on cue, the black-haired pragmatist manifests her power, leaving the princess to wonder how a mere regular could create a dark Shinsu orb. The princess's arrogant composure shatters, and she screams at her guard, Pax, to run for his life. She knows an orb's energy is far denser than normal. Shinsu, they cannot afford to be caught in its range. Without a second thought, the two of them turn and flee from the terrifying power brewing behind them. But they're nowhere near fast enough, as the orb erupts in a devastating wave of raw energy. The blast isn't a simple explosion. It's a torrent of focused attacks lashing out. The force slams into Princess Gisli, throwing her through the air like a rag doll. Seeing her struck down, Pax skids to a halt, turning to face the storm of Shinsu himself. He's instantly engulfed by the blast, and the princess can only scream his name in horror. Yet even as she falls, a chilling realization hits her. It was a single orb, but it attacked in 3 directions at once. The princess's mind races as she deciphers the technique, one Shinsu source, split into 3 perfect strands. Each one moves with its own will, yet they all strike with the same, undiminished power. She can't believe it. This is an incredible ability, far beyond what any regular should possess. But across the battlefield, the black-haired woman is the picture of calm, her hunch now confirmed. She's already sent a rescue signal through her pocket, a call for reinforcements. Her plan is simple: conserve energy and hold on until the legendary Yurik Mizuno arrives. She glances over at her fallen comrade. He's still alive, and she can definitely save him. With cold resolve, she vows that this time, things will be different. Gisli, however, is completely pinned down, her loyal guard Pax kneeling beside her, injured. Then it clicks. Her opponent isn't attacking to kill, they're stalling, waiting for Yurik to show up. Realizing this, Gisli decides she's done playing along. Her personality is one that just pushes its way in. Unleashing a wave of pink energy, she declares she'll break through, whether her opponent wants her to or not. The black-haired woman flinches, shocked by the sudden assault, remarking what a nasty personality this princess has. But her defense is immediate, blue Shinsu erupting from the ground, forcing Gisli to twist and dodge. The princess doesn't just evade, she counters, her own power slicing through the incoming attacks. Landing gracefully, a confident smirk spreads across her face. Her opponent may control Shinsu, but she's still human, and after only a few exchanges, Gisli has already seen through her entire pattern. It's always the same. First, an attack from 3 directions to pin the target. If she dodges, a second attack immediately fires from the opposite side to catch her. And if she tries to charge through the gap, the Shinsu just spins and comes right for her. Predictable. Gisli realizes the flaw in this predictable dance. If she can just keep closing the distance, then this entire attack pattern can be completely neutralized. And with a glint in her eye, she decides she has the perfect technique to break right through it. She faces the next swirling vortex of Shinsu head-on. Instead of dodging, she flips right into the heart of the attack. The Shinsu user watches in shock. Why isn't she changing her direction? Because Gisli's done playing games. She's running straight through the danger zone. Her needle becomes a blur, slicing and deflecting the raw power aimed at her. With a few deft movements, she carves a clean path through the chaos. The pragmatist's eyes widen as it dawns on her. She's not coming from behind, she's coming straight for her. The Shinsu user scrambles, redirecting her attacks, but it's too late. She tries to intercept, but Gisli is already moving past her defenses. Her strategy is brilliant. Close the distance by rotating in a tight spiral. By constantly spinning, she makes her own back impossible to target. And just like that, the pragmatist's attacks become completely ineffective. The defender can only watch in disbelief, as her ultimate technique is unraveled. Gisli dances through the storm of energy, turning the battlefield into her stage. She uses the very waves of Shinsu as footholds to propel herself forward. With a final, graceful leap. She closes the distance completely. She's broken through, needle poised, proving she can bypass any Shinsu attack. Gisli lunges, her needle poised for the final blow, a triumphant smirk on her face. But the pragmatist's eyes gleam with cold confidence. This was her real opening. Suddenly, Gisli's own weapon begins to react violently, but not to her will. A second, massive storm of Shinsu erupts from point-blank range, blasting her backwards. Her mind reels in absolute shock. How is there more Shinsu? She realizes with dawning horror that her opponent's control isn't limited to a single source. The pragmatist's expression is calm, as if to say Shed already warned her that the black-haired man with a past is not someone to be trifled with. Gisli is completely overwhelmed, her perfect assault shattered by this impossible power. And this isn't just one blast, it's a relentless, continuous wave of pure destruction. She knows her opponent is a princess of Zahard, a being of immense power. But there's no room for hesitation. She has to keep attacking. The only path to victory is to press forward until the princess is completely cornered. Her eyes narrow with icy resolve, pouring everything into this final, overwhelming assault. And yet, through the storm of Shinsu, Gisli emerges without a single scratch. The pragmatist freezes, her mind unable to process what she's seeing. Gisli's eyes gleam with a predator's confidence, having completely weathered the blast. In an instant, the princess closes the distance, driving her needle straight through her opponent's torso. Blood spills from the pragmatist's lips as the devastating counterattack lands. She stares in disbelief, wondering how anyone could possibly withstand that attack so directly. On her knees, the pragmatist can only hiss one word for the woman who defeated her. Monster. Gisli stands over her fallen opponent, needle in hand, the undisputed victor of their duel. She even offers a bit of praise, admitting that without the inherent strength of a princess, she might have actually been in trouble. But the pragmatist knows it's over. Her strategy failed, and victory is now completely impossible. She coughs up blood, realizing she can't borrow any more power from the gem she relied on. But just as the fight seems concluded, a strange energy convulses through the pragmatist's body, startling even Gisli. A horrific transformation begins as a single, glowing eye tears through the flesh of her back. It's not a transformation, something else was inside her all along. A monstrous reptilian creature emerging from its human shell. The being stands tall, a terrifying new presence on the battlefield, as a name echoes through the air. Holding its former host's head, the creature now faces Gisli and Bichon, who can only watch this nightmare unfold from a distance. Neo watches from the sidelines, recognizing the terrifying new arrival as a bull monster. But something about it is off. A strange gem embedded in its forehead catches his eye. Has certain of it that's the same power the angels use. Did someone give it to this creature? Meanwhile, Gisli scoffs, realizing the monster was smart enough to ambush her while she was occupied. But a sharp pain shoots through her arm as her body protests. She grits her teeth. The damage from her last battle is making this far more troublesome than it should be. Still, she won't back down, bracing herself and calling out Neo's name for support. But he's no longer looking at her. His attention suddenly pulled to something behind her. A new, overwhelming presence arrives on the scene. The Irregular, Yorick Mazzino himself. And as he appears, we see the grim aftermath of the monster's ambush. Rohan's body, lifeless in the dirt. Yorick Mazzino surveys the chaos, finally understanding the reason for Rohan's desperate signal. His gaze sharpens, locking onto the creature responsible with cold, building fury. The reptilian monster feels the weight of that stare, a sudden chill running down its spine. Both Gisli and Neo can only look on in shock, recognizing the legendary Irregular. Yorick's eyes then fall to the ground, confirming his worst fears as he spots Rohan's body. So this was the situation: a comrade had been struck down. His voice drops, dangerously low, as he asks the monster if this was its doing. The creature flinches, its single eye wide with alarm, now fully aware of the danger it's in. But the scene shifts, and we see Lady Mago receiving an infuriating report. Her target can't be found. Elsewhere, Evelyn and her team are just as lost, wondering where on earth their quarry could have vanished. And just like that, Evelyn's eyes lock onto something in the distance. Far below, a lone figure sprints desperately across the desolate landscape. She recognizes his clothes instantly. He's dressed just like their target, Lu. Pointing him out, she gives the order to chase him down without a moment's hesitation. At the urgent plea from her allies, the colossal Lady Mago finally begins to move. She launches herself across the wasteland, a living avalanche of pure speed and power. Her massive form descends from the sky, ready to crush anything in her path. But her landing is unexpectedly cushioned by a swarm of glowing creatures on the ground. She finds herself standing in a sea of net dolphins, momentarily distracted by their sheer number. And in that brief instant, their target vanishes, leaving Evelyn and her partner searching in vain from their perch. Their target is completely lost in a sea of glowing net dolphins, a perfect smokescreen. But then, a single hand rises from the chaos, getting their attention. A blond man with a cocky grin emerges, casually greeting the bewildered regulars. Evelyn and her partner can only stare, completely baffled as to who this newcomer is. The boy's eyes widen in shock, a dawning realization hitting him hard. The stranger smirks, admitting it's been a rough journey so far. But now, facing down the colossal Lady Mago, he declares it's time to begin the queen's hunt. A blindingly bright orb of pure Shinsu materializes in his hand. His pursuers look on in horror, recognizing the immense power of the attack he's about to unleash. And with a roar, he fires a massive beam of energy, tearing through the entire battlefield. The beam of destruction descends upon Lady Mago's loyal penguin guards. Evelyn and her companions scream in terror, yelling for their queen to get out of the way. But the queen shows no fear, instead opening her massive jaws to meet the blast head-on. And in an impossible display of power, she swallows the entire Shinsu attack. The blonde leader who fired it can only stare, his mind completely blank. Evelyn and the boy are frozen in disbelief. Did she really just eat that? Lady Mago lets out a casual burp, as if she'd just finished a light snack. Back in the control room, the test supervisors notice a sudden, bizarre anomaly on their screens. They realize in a panic that an unauthorized person has infiltrated the exam and is using Shinsu. But before they can react, a wave of dark, corrupting energy overwhelms their systems. A sinister purple energy engulfs the lighthouse, plunging the entire test into darkness. One group of regulars is thrown into a blind panic, completely unable to see a thing. Neo, however, remains composed, certain this overwhelming Shinsu belongs to the head supervisor. The masked man grits his teeth, wondering why a supervisor would cause such a troublesome mess. On the battlefield, the blonde leader recognizes the behemoth, shocked to see such a being here. He lets out a short, hollow laugh of pure disbelief. He can't wrap his head around it. She just ate his attack like it was nothing. Fine. If one shot isn't enough, then hell, just keep feeding her. He unleashes a relentless barrage of Shinsu, intent on making her stomach explode from the inside out. But Lady Mago just widens her jaws, a terrifying purple energy gathering for her own devastating counter. A torrent of violet energy erupts from Lady Mago's throat, a devastating answer to his barrage. The blonde leader braces himself, digging in his heels against the overwhelming power. But the beam was just a distraction. A colossal foot slams down, shattering the very ground he stands on. His eyes widen in utter disbelief and terror. She just grew? He's now a mere insect before her, a towering behemoth of pure primal power. With a terrifying grace, she lifts her other foot, preparing to simply erase him from existence. The sheer pressure wave of the movement sends him flying backwards, completely outmatched. He hits the ground, dazed and confused. How could this even be possible? A shadow falls over him as the gigantic foot begins its final descent. With a sickening crunch, she stomps down, and the arrogant leader's cries are silenced for good. The ground cracks and shatters under the sheer force of her stomp. Lady Mago lands gracefully, a titan who now commands the battlefield, but the impact dislodged her crown, sending it tumbling through the air. Evelyn desperately reaches out. She can't let it be lost. In a frantic dive, she manages to snatch the crown just before impact. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over her as a giant hand descends. But instead of crushing her, Mago gently catches her loyal follower mid-fall. Overwhelmed with relief, Evelyn presents the saved crown, thanking her queen. Mago calmly takes the crown, leaving the girl momentarily confused. Placing it back on her head, she looks down, finally acknowledging her tiny, devoted servant. But not everyone is impressed, as the blonde team leader flies forward in a rage. He can't believe Evelyn was still thinking about a crown at a time like this. But Mago doesn't even flinch, casually swatting his attack away with a burst of dark energy. The regular is completely overwhelmed by the sheer difference in power. Her simple counterattack forms into a condensed sphere of purple Shinsu. The resulting shockwave sends him tumbling helplessly through the air. He crashes to the ground, landing right before one of Mago's colossal feet. But he gets back up, a cocky smirk on his face, taunting her about her massive size. He declares his new target, deciding he'll aim for her legs. With renewed confidence, he gathers Shinsu, forming a sharp blade of blue light. Instead of a blade, he flattens his hand, channeling all that Shinsu directly into the ground. With a powerful slam, he unleashes his technique across the entire area. A massive, glowing blue circuit board of energy spreads out from his position. Watching from above, Evelyn's eyes go wide in shock. What is this attack? She realizes with horror that he's attacking from the ground itself. The lines of light race across the stone, converging right under Mago's foot. Evelyn desperately screams for her queen to get out of there, to avoid it at all costs. But it's far too late. as dozens of Shinsu spears erupt from the earth below. The attack connects perfectly, tearing straight through Mago's leg with devastating force. Her shadowy form shatters, chunks of darkness flying as the impossible blow lands. A silent, agonizing roar rips from Mago's massive jaws. Her tiny followers screech in unison, sharing in their queen's sudden pain. Evelyn can only watch in horror, screaming her queen's name in pure disbelief. The mighty creature thrashes wildly, completely blindsided by the devastating attack. She stumbles back, her colossal form wavering as she clutches her shattered leg. Evelyn's cries echo across the battlefield, filled with nothing but raw desperation. But the blonde leader just smirks, satisfied that his surprise attack worked perfectly. Then, a strange blue light begins to emanate from Mago's little minions. Their bodies shimmer with an ethereal glow, their energy pulsing in the dark. The blonde leader's confident smile vanishes, replaced by confusion. What are they doing? The tiny creatures swarm together, their shadowy forms coalescing into a much larger shape. The blonde leader can only stare in disbelief, unable to process what he's seeing. It hits him with a jolt of horror. Those things are combining to restore the queen's severed leg. In moments, a massive, perfectly formed foot materializes from their collective essence. High above, Evelyn and her companion watch in awe as Mago's body is made whole once again. The leader's mind races. He realizes the creature's errant minions. They're a colony that is one with her body. Mago's foot stomps down with renewed power, and all he can do is curse his own fatal miscalculation. Evelyn and the boy in the white cap find comfort in each other's presence, safe on their restored queen. Now, the colossal queen towers over him, a monument to his failure. He knows he chose the wrong battlefield. He thought her minions were a weakness, but now he's surrounded, realizing they're her greatest strength. And Mago doesn't waste a single moment, gathering a sphere of volatile, crackling energy. The leader's gaze falls upon those strange creatures on the ground, his mind racing. They weren't just a swarm of minions acting on her command. It finally clicks, a horrifying realization. They are all a single, unified entity. With that, she unleashes a devastating beam of pure destruction right at him. The sheer force of the blast sends him flying, completely powerless to resist. He crashes to the ground, wounded and spitting blood, his confidence shattered. All that's left is pure rage as he curses those net dolphins for cornering him. But he's not finished yet, plunging his hands towards the water to draw out his own power. A brilliant, geometric field of blue energy erupts from the depths. His last stand begins now. But his counterattack is met by a unified volley from the entire swarm. Bloodied but unbroken, the leader's eyes glow with furious resolve. He vows to kill every last one of them. On the beast's shoulder, the boy screams for everyone to get back, as Lady Mago senses the shift in power. She lets out a piercing shriek, not of pain, but of command. In an instant, the hundreds of tiny dolphins stop their assault and begin to dissolve. Their individual forms melt away like ink in water, flowing upwards into a single, terrifying mass of dark energy. It coalesces before him, a colossal effigy of destruction with Lady Mago at its heart. Raising its arms, the creature gathers all that power into one devastating, flower-like sphere. His friends can only watch in horror, realizing every single minion is fueling this final attack. But she isn't just throwing a ball of energy. She's compressing it, sharpening it into a giant, world-piercing needle. The tip glows with an ominous light, a single point of absolute annihilation aimed right at him. The blonde leader's eyes go wide, his mind struggling to even process the scale of the incoming attack. But with a furious roar, he pushes forward, determined to meet this overwhelming force head-on. From the safety of their barrier, his companions can only watch, their faces a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. The two powers collide in a blinding flash, a raw explosion of energy that shakes the very air. But his desperate defense is instantly shattered, torn apart by countless tendrils of cyan light. Lady Mago stands at the center of the storm, calmly unleashing the full, devastating force of her technique. He's completely engulfed, a tiny figure swallowed by an endless, roaring river of destruction. His very existence is being erased by the overwhelming, unstoppable tide of power. A horrifying realization dawns on him. All his attacks just bounced right off her. The world explodes as her devastating power rips through the battlefield. The shockwave tears through the mountainside, a testament to her overwhelming strength. He's sent tumbling like a stone, crashing hard against the jagged rock. He coughs violently, bloodied and bruised, but miraculously still conscious. The humiliation fuels a burning rage, and he glares up with pure killing intent. He swears he'll kill her, just as a colossal, shadowy hand descends from the heavens. His threat dies in his throat, replaced by utter confusion. The hand isn't aiming for him. With a sickening impact, it smashes directly into an unsuspecting Lady Mago. She's launched across the landscape, utterly powerless against this sudden, new enemy. The blonde leader is thrown helplessly through the air, caught in the collateral damage. He's slammed into the ground at the center of the impact zone. Barely conscious, he coughs, his hand trembling as he tries to push himself up. Pain sears through him, his eyes wide with the shock of the assault. For a horrifying moment, he thinks he's dead again. The agony, a grim reminder of his past. But that memory doesn't bring fear, it brings a burning, white-hot rage. Lady Mago feels the same fury, screaming that she will never forgive this interloper. Meanwhile, a masked figure calmly observes the destruction through a glowing console. They note with cold calculation that there are far too many witnesses. But back on the battlefield, Lady Mago, atop her massive spirit beast, gathers cosmic power for her revenge. Her eye widens in absolute shock. This wasn't part of her plan. A sphere of dark, violent energy materializes from nowhere. It slams directly into her spirit beast's head with devastating force. Two small figures, Evelyn and her companion, are caught right at the point of impact. The attack tears through Lady Mago herself, a brutal purple wound erupting from her chest. The blonde leader stares, horrified, recognizing that impossible technique. It belonged to Rohan. As she's impaled by the spectral blade, even our protagonist's group can only watch in stunned disbelief. The blast sends Evelyn and the boy flying, her golden crown tumbling into the void. But just before they fall, a massive, shadowy hand plucks them safely from the air. And as the queen falls, her colossal spirit beast goes limp, its light beginning to fade. The colossal beast finally collapses, its life force extinguished by that single, impossible blow. Her golden crown clatters onto the blood-splattered ground, marking the end of her reign. But elsewhere, a new confrontation begins as a bizarre creature faces the legendary Uruk Mazino. Its single, alien eye glares with what it thinks is menacing intent. A ferocious roar rips from its throat, a challenge to the man who barely seems to notice. The creature flares its hood, putting on its best intimidation display, trying so hard to look tough. Uruk, however, remains completely unimpressed, almost bored by the spectacle. He takes a single, casual step, yet the very air around his foot seems to crackle with power. With a lazy flick of his fingers, he prepares to end this little encounter. And in less than an instant, his hand is on its head, the monster frozen, utterly dominated. With a contemptuous shove, Uruk smashes the creature's head straight into the ground. It writhes, stunned and humiliated by the sheer gap in power. But Uruk isn't nearly done playing with his new toy. He effortlessly dodges a clumsy swipe, twisting his body into a devastating kick. Another punch connects, and he almost looks amused by how easy this is. The monster can only screech in fury, its maw wide with impotent rage. Uruk flows around its wild attacks like water, seeing every move before it even begins. His fist clenches, the casual air finally fading as he decides to get a little more serious. A single, powerful blow sends the reptilian beast flying across the battlefield. All right, playtime's over. He begins to gather a sphere of crackling energy to end this for good. Instead of a simple sphere, he unleashes a blinding wave of golden energy. He lands with a heavy thud, the ground itself cracking under the sheer force. But before the beast can even process the hit, Uruk is already on it again. His follow-up attack slams into its midsection, the sound of snapping bone echoing through the air. A secondary explosion rips through the battlefield as the monster is sent flying. And just to make a point, Uruk gathers another, even more terrifying concentration of power. This time, he fires it as a colossal beam of pure destruction. The golden light screams across the arena, a comet of absolute power. But its target isn't the monster, it's Gisli, who can only grunt in shock as the blast hits her head-on. At the same time, the reptilian beast meets a different fate, dissolving into a strange, green mist. Even Gisli, a princess of Zahard, is left stunned, realizing this is Uruk's true power. And Uruk's only concern? Hes finding it difficult to hold back enough not to kill his foe. But the reptilian beast isn't quite done yet, its body beginning to glow ominously. A strange crystalline jewel suddenly bursts forth from its shattered remains. The sudden surge of Shinsu catches even the Irregular off guard. A massive wave of untamed energy erupts from the crystal, flooding the arena. Gisli and Neo can only watch, completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. The monster's very form begins to warp and twist, changing right in front of them. It reforms into a far more menacing creature, its body now covered in glowing red eyes. Neo realizes with a jolt that the power from that jewel is running completely wild. This new form, powered by the crystal, is far too dangerous to be left alone. Neo screams a warning, telling Uruk to watch out for that wild power. The creature lunges, a shadowy blur of claws and fury aimed right at the Irregular. But Uruk just stands there, seemingly unimpressed by the display. He casually leans to the side, dodging the massive swipe with insulting ease. The monster's attack misses by a hair, slicing through empty air. But then it unleashes a barrage, a storm of attacks from every direction. And for a split second, it looks like one of them actually connects. Urich's eyes widen, a flicker of genuine surprise on his face. Neo can't believe it, the creature's attack actually grazed him for the very first time. His eye narrows as he finally recognizes the source of this familiar, tainted energy. He realizes it must be the power of a contaminated jewel, a cheap imitation. The creature lunges forward, jaws agape, trying to finish what it started, but Urich is done playing around, effortlessly twisting away from its clumsy assault. He dodges another wild swing, his expression now one of utter boredom. The monster's dark tendrils whip through the air, completely failing to land a single hit, and that brief moment of surprise on his face is replaced by pure disgust. His fist begins to glow with immense power, deciding its foul mouth needs to be shut. With a flash of golden light, he drives a devastating uppercut straight into the monster's jaw. The impact shatters its face, the creature's eye wide with shock and pain. And with that single punch, Urich unleashes a terrifying wave of power. The blast sends the creature hurtling backward like a ragdoll. It slams into the earth with enough force to shatter the entire landscape. When the dust settles, a massive tunnel has been carved straight through the forest. Urich stands calmly over the mangled, broken body of his enemy. He admits he'd planned to make this slow, a proper payback for what it did to Rohan. But the creature is so pathetic, it's just speeding up its own inevitable demise. Its foul stench is so disgusting that Urich can't even stand to drag this out. Kneeling down, he gently places a hand on the monster's head, his intentions shifting. He pries its eye open, demanding it to show him what he needs to know. His gaze falls upon a rotting jewel embedded in the creature's flesh. Urich demands to know who gave it such a foul, corrupted item. Elsewhere, as the blonde leader rushes forward, another figure suddenly blocks his path. He skids to a halt, furious, recognizing the man before him. He yells out the man's name Rahab, demanding to know why the test supervisor is interfering. Rahab calmly explains his actions, claiming he was forced to kill the queen to protect the regulars. He then declares that for their safety, he must also eliminate the suspicious rancor who has appeared in his test area. A sinister purple energy gathers in his palm, confident this power can cover up all the problems he's caused. But Urich is far away from this little power play, his own eyes glowing with crimson intensity. He peers into the monster's mind, demanding it show him the one who turned it into this disgusting blob. Rahab stands his ground, smugly explaining that he had to kill the queen to protect everyone. And now, for that same reason, he must also eliminate the suspicious rancor who has appeared. A swirling vortex of dark purple energy erupts in his hand, a power he believes can bury any problem. The blonde leader's eyes narrow with contempt. This bastard is actually picking a fight. He confirms it with a cold glare, his own dark aura flaring to life. The supervisor taunts him, saying he should have expected this the moment he stepped into his territory. But nearby, screams of pure terror cut through the tension as Evelyn and her companion watch in horror. The colossal body of the spirit beast queen begins to collapse, her life fading. They can only cry out her name, begging for her not to die as her eyes go dark. Back at the standoff, the blonde leader desperately tries to make Rahab see reason, warning him of what will happen if they truly fight. But Rahab is done talking, his eyes glowing as he tells Cheonjiam to just die. The blonde leader roars back in defiance, refusing to go down without a fight. The two opposing energies collide in a cataclysmic explosion of light and shadow. The other supervisors can only watch in shock, questioning if the intruder has finally fallen. His colleague is actually impressed, admitting she thought Cheonjiam was just some psychopath. The pale-haired woman, however, just finds the entire display troublesome. Elsewhere, in the quiet aftermath of a different battle, a voice breaks the silence. Urich Mazzino stands atop the defeated reptile, demanding to know who gave it that rotting jewel. He grabs its head, insisting that if it can't speak, it can at least point with its eyes. The monster responds with a terrifying, silent shriek, its maw gaping wide. But the creature's eye glares back, filled with a final, desperate burst of defiance. It unleashes a torrent of corrosive green energy, its last-ditch attack. Yet Urich simply smothers the blast with a casual wave of his hand, a display of absolute power. Gisli, a princess of Zahard, watches from a distance, her usual confidence completely gone. Her companion is just as stunned, unable to comprehend the sheer gap in strength. The flashback ends, revealing how effortlessly Urich had crushed the monstrous guardian. Back in the present, he puts more pressure on its head, his patience clearly wearing thin. His voice is calm, but his eyes burn with an intensity that demands obedience. Under that immense pressure, the reptile's massive eye begins to tremble. Slowly, painfully, its gaze begins to shift, forced to point towards the one responsible. With his foot still planted firmly on the creature's head, Urich gazes into the dark cavern. He finally has his answer, a simple direction. Annoyed, He wonders why it wasted so much of his time just to give in at the end. With a final, crushing stomp, he puts an end to the charade. The sheer force of the impact pulverizes the Guardian and shatters the very ground beneath it. From a distance, Neo and Rohan can only watch as the shockwave rips through the cave. Having gotten what he came for, Yurik turns and calls out to Neo. He tells her he's leaving Rohan in her care, his part in this little drama now over. With a casual stride, the Irregular begins to walk away, mission accomplished. But the moment he leaves, a blinding slash of energy descends upon the remaining two. Before the attack can land, Neo and Gisli are stunned by a blur of motion. It's Yurik Mizuno, moving at a speed that defies belief, leaving Neo to wonder what he truly is. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, desperate cries echo for a fallen queen. Her loyal knight clings to her side, pleading for her not to die. But their attacker, Pax, stands over them, ready to deliver the final, merciless blow. He unleashes a devastating blast, a wave of pure destructive energy. Yet from the smoke emerges a calm figure, a mysterious rancor in a dark suit. He holds a tiny, condensed orb of Shinsu, the source of an immense power. It erupts into a massive, star-shaped barrier, effortlessly absorbing the impact. The newcomer, Rahab, stands untouched, having completely nullified the deadly assault. The air between Rahab and the blonde leader crackles with raw, untamed Shinsu. The blonde man scoffs, annoyed that Rahab simply entered his zone, but a predatory grin spreads across his face. He's wanted to fight this guy from the start. His eyes flare with power as he calls out his opponent's name, reminding Rahab that he's the one who intervened. Rahab's purple aura swells menacingly. Head offered a peaceful death, but his opponent is just too stubborn. He raises a hand, gathering a storm of dark energy, intending to erase the man from existence. The devastating attack surges forward, a wave of purple destruction meant to leave nothing behind. Yet from within the blast, the blonde leader stands defiant, shielded by a barrier of glowing blue cubes. The two opposing forces collide, tearing the very ground apart in a cataclysmic explosion. His smile is one of pure exhilaration. Finally, a chance to fight someone just as crazy as himself. The blonde leader retaliates with his own brilliant wave of blue energy, but Rahab effortlessly condenses a sphere of pure, crackling darkness. The young fighter can only watch as this sinister power manifests before him. Their attacks collide, a raw detonation of light against shadow. Standing amidst the chaos, Rahab's voice cuts through the din, laced with menace. He warns the boy that if this continues, he'll put hundreds of holes in his empty head. But the leader just grins, shouting back that his head already has plenty of holes. "You idiot." He launches another attack, and the battlefield erupts in a violent storm. The very air shrieks as their immense powers clash once more. Yet in that split second, Rahab feels a chill, a warning to check behind him. And just as he turns, the blonde leader is already there, his hand outstretched, believing he's won. But in a flash of light, an unseen force blasts them both apart. A third figure appears from nowhere, moving with impossible speed to intercept the masked rancor. Both fighters freeze in utter shock, their battle brought to a dead halt. Before Rahab can even react, his arm is twisted behind his back with bone-snapping force. His mask is driven down into a brutally rising knee. The impact is catastrophic, shattering the very ground beneath them. A cloud of dust billows out, the result of a single, effortless strike. Through the haze, a chilling red eye glares, its owner completely unfazed. Yurik Mizuno looks down on them both and poses a simple, terrifying question. Who wants to die first? Yurik hovers above the destruction, a silent god looking down on the chaos he just interrupted. On the ground, the masked rancor and the blonde leader struggle to their knees, completely overwhelmed. But the blonde leader, filled with more courage than sense, actually screams up at him, demanding to know who he is. Yurik's gaze hardens, his red eyes blazing with a sudden, focused rage. His eyes fall upon the still form of Lady Mago, and he asks if they were responsible for harming the queen. The masked rancor, Rahab, just lets out a sigh, thinking this day couldn't get any more annoying. He gets to his feet, a smirk on his lips as he boldly asks, "And what if we were?" A dangerous calm settles over Yurik's face, a hint of a smile touching his lips. He explains that in this situation, there really is only one possible outcome. His eyes glow with absolute authority as he delivers his sentence. When you do wrong, you must be punished. A sudden dread washes over the masked rancor, Rahab, as he realizes what's about to happen. He can only mutter that the blonde leader is a crazy kid, but the fool is still demanding to know what he's talking about. Because Hez associated with that rotting jewel, Yurik declares he won't be holding back anymore. The blonde leader finally feels the crushing pressure, cursing the madman as golden energy floods the area. Yurik calmly announces that it's time for the light to shine, unleashing an attack that dwarfs them all. He floats effortlessly at the center of a miniature sun, a being of absolute, terrifying power. But elsewhere, in a place untouched by this fight, something dark drips from a massive crystal. A woman named Neo watches it, a quiet intensity in her eyes as she whispers her own name. It won't be long, she thinks, before the flower that grants wishes finally blooms. And when it does, she will finally uncover the truth hidden within its bloody core. And somewhere far, far away, a princess named Gisli feels a familiar tremor in the world. There's no mistaking it, she can feel the presence of Yurik Mizuno. At the same time, the crystalline artifact Neo has been watching begins to tremble and shift. It unfurls like a lotus flower, radiating a brilliant, otherworldly light. Neo stares, completely caught off guard by its sudden activation. As it blooms, she senses a lingering will. Could this be the power of Lady Mago? Back on the battlefield, Yurik is a maelstrom of golden energy, a true force of nature. The masked ranker can only stare in awe, wondering how anyone could possess such mastery over Shinsu. But the blonde leader, too arrogant to back down, channels his own power with a furious roar. He unleashes his Cheonjium technique, a desperate final attack against a living god. But against this overwhelming power, Yurik simply clenches a fist. The leader's ultimate technique, a raging torrent of blue Shinsu, roars towards him. And yet, Yurik doesn't even seem to be trying, casually deflecting the entire blast. The Cheonjium shatters into harmless sparks, completely neutralized. In the next instant, the Irregular is right in the leader's face. His expression one of pure boredom. A simple punch is thrown, not with killing intent, but with utter disdain. The leader's desperate block is meaningless as Yurik grabs him by the jaw. He's then slammed down with brutal force, his arrogance completely shattered. Yurik follows up with a lightning-fast kick, a blur of motion. The blow lands squarely on his face, ending this pathetic display of resistance. The kick sends the blonde leader sailing through the air like a discarded toy. He crashes into the ground with enough force to shatter the very rock beneath him. Skidding to a halt, he looks up, not with fear, but with pure, unadulterated rage. He lunges forward like a wild animal, trying to literally bite Yurik's arm. But the Irregular just catches his face mid-lunge, telling the brat to stop his tantrum. With a single, contemptuous motion, he slams the leader's head back into the ground. Pinning him there, Yurik's tone suddenly shifts, asking where he got a certain item. He knows about the gem, the one given to Bull, and he even knows it's a defective one from Phantom Item. The leader's mind goes blank. How could this random monster possibly know about that? Yurik's energy suddenly explodes, swirling around him in a vortex of ominous purple light. His power erupts, a terrifying shockwave of pure, condensed Shinsu. The blast is so intense it sends one of the regulars flying, while the masked ranker has to restrain his own leader. The leader sputters his subordinate's name, Rahab, completely out of his depth. Yurik just sighs, annoyed he has to deal with this mess on a testing ground. But Rahab is no fool. He can see the power radiating from Yurik is nothing like a regular's. And more importantly, he tells his leader the most chilling fact. This stranger knows about the gems. Finally dropping the act, the masked ranker confronts Yurik directly, demanding to know how he has this information. Yurik's eyes flare with contempt. That's his question. How did pathetic frogs in a well get something they shouldn't touch? He confirms he knows the gems well, explaining they are not what they seem, they're artifacts that have lost their light. In fact, they are corrupted relics designed for one purpose: to turn the world's light into absolute darkness. These gems twist the very hope of a people into absolute despair. Yurik's eyes narrow, a flicker of a painful past in his gaze. He warns them plainly, he has no idea how these gems got into the tower, but they're playing with fire. This is a darkness far beyond their control, a power that will devour their entire world. A chilling confession hangs in the air just as it once devoured his. But after hearing this dire warning, Rahab's response is a cold, simple dismissal. He couldn't care less if this miserable world is swallowed whole. In fact, as purple energy begins to crackle around him, he declares it would be even better. He would welcome this twisted tower being consumed by an even greater darkness. And with that nihilistic roar, he unleashes a massive wave of destructive energy right at Yurik. Yurik simply scoffs at the display, mocking this ranker's excessive Chunabu syndrome. He throws a single punch, a golden comet of pure power meant to shatter that strange shell of his. The wave of force sends Rahab reeling, his dark energy completely outmatched. He can't believe it. A single punch carried this much power? What kind of monster is this? Yurik's fist closes in, easily pushing through the masked man's desperate defense. The golden light tears apart the purple Shinsu, a clear and undeniable difference in their level. With a predator's gaze, Yurik promises to smash that thin shell of his. He even calls him baby, as the golden energy begins to crack the very air around Rahab. With a final, deafening crack, Yurik's fist makes contact, shattering whatever stood in its way. But the impact doesn't just end there. It unleashes a blinding beam of brilliant blue energy. But the blast wasn't from Yurek's punch, it was an ambush aimed directly at him. A colossal beam of crackling blue energy surges forward, shaking the very foundation of the test floor. The blonde-haired leader puts everything he has into this one desperate attack. His eyes blaze with conviction as he tells Yurek Mizuno to go to hell. He pushes the technique forward, riding the wave of pure destructive power. This, he proudly declares, is his ultimate move, a heavenly punishment. Yurek, completely unimpressed by the light show, just casually pulls back a fist, and with one simple punch, he shatters the entire energy beam into nothing. But the blonde's shock instantly melts into a smug, triumphant grin. The beam explodes into countless fragments. A storm of light, he boasts, is impossible to dodge. But Yurek doesn't dodge. He simply meets the first deadly shard with his fist. Then he meets the next, and the next, moving like a blur through the storm of light. The air fills with the sound of his fists connecting, shattering the blonde's confidence. Yurek considers just tanking the hits, knowing they wouldn't really hurt him. But a wicked grin spreads across his face. Catching them all would be far more entertaining. His hands flash out, plucking the energy projectiles right out of the air. The blonde leader watches, his jaw hanging open in disbelief. He can't even form the words, what in the world is he witnessing? Yurek becomes a phantom, a storm of afterimages effortlessly catching every single attack. His ultimate technique, his final trump card, is being dismantled like a child's toy. Yurek catches the last of the smaller projectiles with a casual flick of his wrist. He turns his back on the now distant, insignificant leader. The blonde can only stare up, his spirit utterly broken by the display. A smirk plays on Yurek's lips. He has to admit, this kid's got some real power. He glances up, noticing the final, truly massive attack taking shape. A complex array of energy weaves itself into a colossal, final shot. The world is consumed by blue light, as it all hurtles down towards him. But Yurek just raises a single hand, a warm, golden energy flaring to life. He calmly reaches out to meet the overwhelming torrent of power. And with a simple touch, the devastating attack is brought to a dead halt. The golden energy doesn't just stop the beam, it shatters it from the inside out. The blonde's mind goes blank, unable to comprehend the sheer difference in power. His ultimate attack is neutralized, erupting into a harmless burst of light. As the smoke and residual energy clear, the outcome is undeniable. Yurek glances back over his shoulder, annoyed at the kid's useless muttering. But a new voice cuts through the silence. A masked man who knows exactly who he's facing. He boldly orders Yurek Mizuno to come down and open his pocket. A slow smile spreads across Yurek's face. This kid's got guts. He agrees to a duel. A dangerous glint appears in his eyes as he accepts the challenge on his own terms. He lays down his first condition. Their fight won't affect the test, so he can't be disqualified for winning. Then comes his second condition. If nobody manages to use the crown, everyone passes with a tie. But there's a little catch, he smirks, declaring he won't let anyone touch it anyway. The masked challenger agrees, still convinced there's no way this high ranker can win. Without a second thought, he presses a button on his pocket, initiating the duel. The signal is sent, and the one-on-one fight is officially on. Before the kid can even process it, Yurek explodes forward in a blur of pure speed. A wide, excited grin spreads across Yurek's face as he tells him to make it fun. For the first time, the challenger freezes, realizing he's facing a complete madman. Yurek is suddenly right in his face, and the kid asks if he thinks this is all just a game. Looking down at the stunned regular, Yurek confirms with absolute certainty, yes, it is. Yurek leans in, asking if he really thought he was taking any of this seriously. The challenger's eye goes wide, the horrifying realization finally dawning on him. With a mocking grin, Yurek tells him to do his best, just so he can be entertained for even a moment. But while that one-sided beatdown unfolds, the main game is in chaos as Evelyn cries out in defeat. Her teammates try to support her, but she seems completely broken. From a safe distance, another team of regulars spots their chance. The crown, the very goal of the game, is sitting right there for the taking. They realize that in all the confusion, no one seems to care about the objective anymore. One of them urges the team forward. This is their chance to steal the win, but the fear of that Lopo-Bia girl is palpable. The others agree, vividly recalling the iron fist punch she delivered earlier, a risk they're not sure is worth taking. Their leader makes the call. They'll sneak around the massive beast to stay hidden. At the same time, Urek continues to goad his opponent, hoping for a fight that might actually entertain him. With a smug look, he tells the challenger he has no intention of fighting seriously. In fact, he declares he'll only need 2 fingers to deal with him. The masked challenger freezes, his pride shattered by the sheer disrespect. He erupts in a storm of purple energy, vowing to erase Urek and leave only those 2 fingers behind. But Urek stands completely still, utterly unimpressed by the display. The challenger lunges, pouring all of his power into a single, overwhelming assault. He screams that Yurik will regret his arrogance, for he has just stepped into his domain. A colossal wave of dark energy surges forward, aiming to swallow the high-ranker whole. The world is consumed by a violent storm of purple energy, but against this overwhelming force, Yurik simply crouches, meeting it with a single finger. He scoffs internally. If this is the best the challenger can do, then even one finger is more than enough. A brilliant golden light begins to radiate from that single point of contact. He effortlessly channels his own power, slicing through the dark energy. The golden light traces a perfect, shimmering arc in the air. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the attack spiraling outwards. The golden ring expands instantly, cutting the challenger's entire domain to ribbons. Yurik's casual counterattack shatters the space itself, utterly annihilating the assault. The challenger is sent flying back, his own technique shattered into a million pieces. His eyes widen in utter disbelief. How could this be happening? Yurik just smirks, holding up that same index finger, casually explaining that it was easy. Enraged by the mockery, the challenger screams that he's done being played with and lunges forward. Yurik doesn't even bother to raise a proper guard, simply dropping his hand to his side. The challenger's desperate punch is met with a blur of motion. With perfect timing, Yurik prepares a simple, almost lazy, counter. He intercepts the attack not with a block, but with a brutal open palm strike to the face. The challenger's head snaps back, his mask beginning to crack from the sheer force. Yurik's hand clamps down, stopping the man's entire momentum cold. But he's not done. Yurik pivots, flowing into a brutal spinning kick that sends his foe flying. The challenger is caught in the vortex, completely helpless as he's whipped through the air. For a final insult, Yurik plants his foot firmly on the man's back mid-air, and uses him as a springboard, launching himself skyward as the challenger plummets. With a final, crushing stomp, he sends the man crashing into the ground below. Yurik lands without a scratch, casually remarking that his opponent was so insignificant he just blew away. He turns and walks off, calling over his shoulder that this rebellious high school attitude needs to be fixed. Honestly, he sighs to himself. He was expecting a real fight. This is just boring. But a faint sound from the crater makes him pause, his eye twitching in mild surprise. Battered and broken but somehow still conscious, the challenger weakly calls out his name. Yurik glances back over his shoulder, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. From the crater, the challenger insists the real fight hasn't even begun. Yurik scoffs, telling the broken man he needs to learn how to stand before he can fight. But his opponent isn't listening, his bloodied fist clenching a glowing purple gem. He whispers that it's not over. Not while he still has this last resort. With a look of absolute, terrifying resolve, he brings the strange artifact to his lips. He's going to end this now, he declares, calling the legendary ranker a mere amateur. And without a moment's hesitation, he swallows the gem whole. A violent surge of power courses through his body, his head snapping back. He rises from the ground, enveloped in a sinister, overwhelming purple aura. The challenger, Rahab, gasps as the gem's power floods his system. From a distance, his teammate screams in disbelief, asking why he'd do something so reckless. Yurik watches the purple aura flare, mildly curious about what this desperate move even is. But then, his attention is drawn to movement in the periphery. A few kids are running past. While everyone was focused on the fight, another team was making their move. Yurik's eyes narrow, locking onto the boy in the lead. He recognizes what he's carrying. The boy freezes, realizing he's been spotted by the legendary ranker. He's clutching the prize of the entire test, the golden crown. The other team's leader screams, furious that they would steal the crown right under their noses. But before anyone can give chase, a massive wave of purple energy erupts from Rahab, blocking their path. The challenger rises, crackling with a violent purple aura, looking down at Yurik with newfound confidence. But Yurik's eye glints with something other than fear. It's almost amusement. The real fun, for him, is just starting. Feeling the raw power coursing through him, the challenger declares that their fight has only just begun. He unleashes a torrential blast of energy, a storm of violet power meant to overwhelm the legendary ranker. Yurik watches with mild surprise as the attack, which should have been devastating, simply shatters and flows around him, completely harmless. He didn't even flinch. From the challenger's perspective, it looks like his power is warping the very space around his opponent. He's completely mesmerized, marveling at this incredible, overflowing power he now wields. Meanwhile, the test supervisors monitoring the situation can't comprehend what they're seeing on screen. They can only stammer in disbelief that one of their own, an exam supervisor, has transformed into a giant monster. Yurik finally decides to move, planting his foot firmly on the ground. He's had enough of this sideshow, calling the upstart a troublesome bastard as he cocks back his fist. A single, golden punch obliterates the challenger's violet energy like it's nothing but smoke. The impact shatters the monstrous illusion, revealing the true face of the man inside, frozen in shock. His eyes widen in dawning horror as he recognizes the legend standing before him, Urek. In a different space entirely, Neo witnesses a divine light blossoming into a magnificent flower. He knows this energy, whispering the name of the being he thought was lost, Mago. A voice from the light seems to ask if the time for her return has truly arrived yet. But back on the battlefield, time has run out for the challenger as his rocky form begins to crack and shatter. The borrowed power dissipates completely, his monstrous body turning to dust in the wind. The challenger lies broken on the ground, watching Urek casually jog away. He's left in a pool of his own blood, cursing the man who defeated him so effortlessly. How could this be? He thought eating the gem would close the gap, but this difference in power is ridiculous. It feels utterly impossible as he watches Urek's foot stride past his face. His eyes widen with a horrifying realization. Urek hasn't even bothered to look back at him. The Irregular's gaze is fixed forward, completely unconcerned. He doesn't care whether his opponent lives or dies. The challenger understands now. It wasn't about being weak. From the very beginning, Urek never even considered him a threat worth noticing. But as he lies broken, the challenger clenches his fist, whispering a single name. Mago. His last desperate hope rests on the wish-granting flower he consumed. With his final will, it bursts into a cataclysmic explosion of pure energy. Miles away, Neo jolts, his senses screaming at the sudden, immense power spike. He looks up to see a new figure materializing from the light, their feet stained a bloody red. At that very moment, Urek is still casually chasing down the fleeing regulars. He lunges forward, shouting at them, his hand just about to snatch Gojung. But the terrified boy stumbles, and a glowing artifact in his grasp unleashes its power. Even Urek is stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide as the light suddenly surges. A tidal wave of energy erupts, blasting them all back and shattering the landscape. And through the shimmering aftermath, a soft voice calls out his name. Urek turns, his usual confidence completely gone, replaced by pure shock. A woman forms from shattering crystals, her body stained a bloody red. She tells him that he was right all along about her light. Then, with eyes full of a history we can't yet fathom, she calls him my love. Miles away, sailing on a paper boat, another person witnesses this impossible event. A woman in a blue hood stares at the distant palace, sensing a powerful being emerging. She urgently shouts for her companion, Asensio. But of course, the blue-haired man is just casually napping on his own boat. She shakes him awake, trying desperately to get his attention. Asensio finally snaps to attention, and his companion gets straight to the point. She's calling for him. He adorably misunderstands, thinking she meant herself, but she quickly confirms that she did call to deliver the news. Something is finally happening on the island. Asensio grins, thrilled that the months he spent getting permission to infiltrate the floor of tests are about to pay off. He sends out his lighthouse, and just as they hoped, the strange Shinsu barrier that always pushed them back has vanished. The path is clear. His companion orders him to switch their boats to submersible mode for a stealth approach. With a series of sharp folds, their seemingly simple paper boats transform into sleek, submersible craft. They plunge beneath the waves, leaving only ripples as they make their way toward the mysterious fortress. But on the island itself, chaos is erupting as a frantic Neo runs for his life, screaming that Mago has awakened. An alert flashes across his Aru orb, a call he wasn't expecting. This is all wrong. It wasn't supposed to be time yet. Neo races forward, shouting that he doesn't know what's happening. But as a brilliant pillar of light erupts, he knows one thing for sure. He has to chase after her. The blonde leader and his team arrive on the scene to find Urek Mizuno already there. And before him stands a woman, her body covered in strange red stains, whom Urek recognizes immediately Mago. She turns to him with a faint smile, greeting Urek and saying it's been a while. She muses that they haven't seen each other since the Suba battle. The blonde leader clutches his precious item, completely out of his depth as he watches the two titans. Urek's expression darkens. This is the worst possible outcome. He knew a shining one was involved, but he was desperately hoping it wouldn't be this woman, Mago. His dread is so palpable that the blonde leader wonders why he looks like he just drew the losing hand. Urek admits he was really hoping it wouldn't be her, but Mago just smiles. She claims she knew it was him the second she sensed his presence, reaching out a crystalline hand. The thought of seeing him again made her so happy, and her touch lands on his cheek, because in her eyes, he is her most brilliant, shining jewel. Urek lets out a dry, unimpressed laugh. He grabs her hand, his expression hardening. Even after everything that's happened, she's still the same. Shoving her aside, he tells her he's not falling for her act anymore, and orders her to get lost. Besides, he points out, she doesn't even seem to be in a complete state. Mago is flabbergasted. Incomplete? How could he say that when she's so perfect? But Yurik just deadpans it small. She stares down in disbelief as he clarifies much smaller than usual. Mago flies into a rage, demanding to know what's so small, but Yurik just mocks her for jumping to conclusions. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind. He's been wasting time. The crown! He curses, realizing the other regulars have made a run for it. And sure enough, the small group is seen tumbling down a hill, clutching the prize. The one holding it desperately yells back, trying to remind Yurik of their agreement to pass together. But Yurik roars that the game was already over the second he beat the administrator. The regular pleads, insisting they can all pass if no one gets greedy. Yurik orders him to stop with the foolish ideas and bring the crown back right now. His eyes narrow with a terrifying glint as he makes a simple promise. Mago watches on, her rage forgotten, replaced by a look of stunned surprise. Suddenly, Mago's voice cuts through, asking if a stupid crown is really more important than her. Yurik sighs. Recognizing this all too well, she's throwing one of her classic hissy fits. She declares that to look away from someone as radiant as herself is absolutely unacceptable. A massive wave of energy erupts from her body. The ground shatters as the shockwave rips through the arena. The regulars with the crown are blown away, tumbling in the chaotic blast. But, through the smoke, a new figure emerges, casually greeting the terrified group. He lands right in front of them, offering to take them exactly where they want to go. A confident, almost predatory smile plays on his lips as he extends a hand. The crown holder stammers, asking who he is, and the man introduces himself as Lapis. Lapis flashes a cocky grin, giving himself the nickname 1,000 Gold, but the regulars are not impressed. He explains that his reason for helping them is simple. It's all to mess with that one guy over there, Yurik Mizuno, who's still scaling the wall. An intense, almost crazed look fills Lapis's eyes. He wants to see that bastard fail spectacularly. While he's monologuing, the other regulars debate their options, considering just giving up the crown. The dark-haired man thinks it's the best way for everyone to win, reaching for the prize. But Gojung shoves his hand away, screaming at him for suggesting such a foolish thing. Clutching the crown, he reminds them this is a competition, and he has no intention of sharing his victory. Then, an ugly thought crosses his mind as he shouts to get Lapis's attention. He offers a deal: get rid of his teammates, and he'll gladly reveal the throne's location. Lapis asks why he should listen, but Gojung insists he's the only one with intel, thanks to a spy he planted at the throne. Besides, Lapis admits he also wants to see that annoying bastard Yurik get totally screwed over. A slow, wicked grin spreads across his face. He looks at Gojung with newfound admiration, saying he loves a guy with such a rotten core. With their mutual pettiness aligned, the deal is struck. Lapis promises to grant him power. He leads his new allies away as a brilliant blue light erupts, leaving the others behind. High above on the wall, Yurik Mizuno stops, momentarily blinded by the sudden flash. Light? He pinpoints the source far below, just as a voice warns him he's not going anywhere. A powerful technique is invoked, its name echoing through the air: Hope Reversal. Shinsu crackles around Yurik's foot as he braces himself, ready to move. But before he can take a single step, a colossal force slams into him, sending him flying. The technique, Hope Reversal, wrenches him away from his path, pulling him toward his new opponent. Yurik instantly recognizes it. This is Mago's signature power, one that forces a target to the opposite of their desire. A wry smirk crosses his face. Well, this complicates things. Looks like he has no choice. He can't even think about chasing the crown until he deals with her first. Meanwhile, at the throne, the other regulars are scattered, the battle having ground to a halt. Neo rushes to her fallen comrade's side, checking for any sign of life. She breathes a sigh of relief. His pulse is faint, but it's there. Hess alive. Gisli stands, her decision made. She refuses to be a coward after accepting Yurik's help. Pax agrees from the ground, admitting they've suffered enough losses and will accept Mizuno's proposal. She makes her stance clear. If anyone somehow brings the crown, she will be the one to stop them. One of the other regulars is just happy the fighting is over, thinking she can finally pass the test. But her relief is shattered, as a wave of power surges through the chamber, throwing her to the ground. Gisli and the others turn in alarm, wondering what's happening. She grips her weapon, ready for another fight to break out, but she freezes, her eyes wide with disbelief. How did someone get past her? Sitting on the throne is Gojung, wearing the crown, with the blonde leader Lapis at his side. He leans back with a smug look, announcing that the king has finally arrived. He then gestures towards the three stunned women watching him, and with a greasy wink, offers them a special seat right next to his throne. A system-wide announcement echoes through the area. The final regular has taken the throne. From this moment forward, the official count will begin. Even the mighty Mazino pauses, his expression unreadable at this strange development. Back in the throne room, Lapis begins a slow, sarcastic clap. He announces that the king has taken his seat and everyone should just accept it. He gestures to the boy on the throne, mocking him as a pig but also the new master. Gojung, feeling the power of the crown, agrees with what his servant has said. He looks down his nose at the women below and demands they bow before him. But Lapis immediately grabs him, infuriated at being called a servant and reminding him of his place. Gisli has had enough of this pathetic display, powering up her weapon to kick them off the throne herself. But just as Gisli is about to unleash her attack, a shimmering wall of Shinsu erupts. Lapis stands in her way, a smug grin on his face as he warns the princess not to touch his pig. Suddenly, a tiny, almost invisible projectile streaks through the air. It connects with the side of Lapis's head with a soft tink. He barely flinches, just looking annoyed, wondering aloud if a mosquito got in. Gisli, however, is completely stunned, realizing that man must be a rancor. Lapis just waves a dismissive hand at her, telling her to calm down and stop being so intimidating. With the immediate danger gone, Gojung resumes his ridiculous act, deciding he'll choose a queen. He scans the powerful women below, his eyes landing on one in particular. He points, declaring the woman with the long black hair is the most beautiful of all, leaving her speechless. With theatrical agony, Gojung declares that if he must choose just one, it has to be her. He points dramatically at Neo, calling her a beautiful black rose, leaving her utterly speechless. Lapis smirks, thinking how easy this guy is to control. But his train of thought is cut short when he spots a familiar face. He stares at Neo and Gisli, a wave of confusion washing over him. What is she doing here? Then it clicks. His eyes widen in pure shock as he recognizes the woman with the long black hair. You. Neo can barely contain her rage, muttering under her breath about that idiot, Leo, and wondering what he's doing here. Gisli immediately catches her slip, asking if she knows him, but Neo quickly denies it, feigning mistaken identity. Lapis, however, sees right through the lie, a sly grin forming as he calls out her deception, a host pretending to be a guest. Gisli's suspicion grows, pointing out that he seems to know her quite well, but Neo just snaps at her to be quiet. The blonde man then calmly addresses her, saying she's mistaken. His name isn't Leo, it's Neo, and he's never seen her before. Neo gives him one last, chilling glare, demanding to know if he understands the situation. Lapis just stares back, taking a moment before a smirk plays on his lips. He casually agrees, then gestures to the fool on the throne, telling everyone to cooperate with their new king, Gojung. Gisli isn't amused, identifying him as a rancor and asking why he's interfering, warning him that if he gets caught, he dies. But Lapis is completely unfazed by the threat, simply asking if she wants to know his reason. He holds up a single finger, explaining that his motivation is actually very, very simple. It's all because he wants to see that guy Gojung get absolutely wrecked. From a distance, the legendary Mazino's eye twitches as he hears the name. An explosion of rage erupts from him as he screams, demanding to know who this Gojung imposter even is. He storms off, completely ignoring the beautiful woman beside him, his pride utterly wounded. A voice from his past screams at him, demanding to know why his focus is wavering as an attack sends him flying. He's trapped in a memory, a torturous technique called the reverse of hope. Urek slams into the ground, stabilizing himself as the ethereal woman who struck him hovers effortlessly. He lunges back, clashing with his former mentor in a storm of brilliant, chaotic energy. The memory shifts, showing him utterly defeated, lying face down and trembling on the cold stone. The woman looms over him, reminding him that they were the ones who taught him how to fight. She claims full credit for his power, for teaching him the ways of light, speaking his name with an air of ownership. Urek's hand clenches into a fist, his voice dripping with bitter sarcasm as he agrees they taught him a lot. Pushing himself up, he recalls the lessons they gave him on how to trust and rely on others. But the most important lesson, he reveals with a glare, was how to utterly and completely hate someone. She grips his face, a possessive command in her eyes, telling him to only look at her. But the student has long since surpassed the master. Urek shatters her hold with his own. In a flash, he twists her arm behind her back, completely dominating the being of light. He slams his other hand down, unleashing a shockwave of pure, unrestrained physical power. His mentor is sent tumbling through the air, her crystalline form cracking under his raw fury. He lands perfectly, not a moment wasted as he prepares to end this twisted lesson. Soaring into the air, he brings his foot down like a meteor aimed at her core. The impact is brutal, a devastating stomp that crushes her straight into the stone below. He stands over her broken form, foot pressed firmly on her chest, the roles now completely reversed. Mago gasps his name, the painful realization dawning that he is no longer the rookie she once knew. His eyes burn with conviction, He is no longer weak, but absolutely strong. He knows simply twisting her neck won't work. That damned flower keeps her alive. Mago looks up, still trying to exert control, calling him the greatest jewel they ever raised. Yurek's gaze hardens, acknowledging that they did, in fact, raise him. But he reminds her that at his brightest moment, they were the ones who stole his light. She has the nerve to ask if he resents them for that betrayal. His answer is a single, sharp, and undeniable yes. Once again, his hand moves towards her, a dark intent returning. He confesses an uncontrollable, burning urge to finally kill her. But just as his rage peaks, a new voice commands him to let go of that hand. Yurek leans in, his red eyes burning, while a stunned Mago looks up, wondering who dared to interrupt. The answer arrives in a blur of motion and golden light, as the newcomer sends Yurek flying. This mysterious man now stands over the shattered, shadowy remains of Mago, his arrival completely changing the game. A young regular in the background can only stare, his mind reeling from the impossible sight. With long hair flowing like a dark river, the man stands there, radiating an aura of absolute authority. Yurek picks himself up, his previous rage replaced by a cold, calculating curiosity. His eyes narrow, demanding to know just who this person is that could stop him so easily. The man turns, his expression serene, and introduces himself simply as an angel. Meanwhile, the test supervisors are in chaos, completely blindsided by this variable they never saw coming. The female supervisor makes a move to enter the arena herself, but her colleague quickly stops her, urging her to wait. Her colleague is stunned, seeing her power up, asking if she plans to intervene. But with a cold smile, Heidi reveals her true allegiance, apologizing that she's on their side. Before he can even process the betrayal, she unleashes a storm of Shinsu. He's struck down in an instant, a splash of red marking the end of his surprise. Down below, Urek is entirely unimpressed with this angel talk, calling it complete nonsense. He lectures the man, explaining that angels are servants of God who descend from heaven. Then, in a flash, Urek closes the distance, grabbing the man by his shirt. He gets right in his face, snarling that in this tower, there is no such thing as heaven. The long-haired man remains perfectly still, his expression unreadable, offering no reply. Urek's eyes narrow with an almost fanatical gleam, revealing that a certain someone will open the heavens here. That certain someone, he declares, will become the new queen and open the gates to the sky. And since they are her servants, they have every right to be called angels. But Urek just scoffs, shouting that they're all being deceived. He asks if they truly believe this person will grant their wishes, questioning if they even know her true identity. The man calmly asks Urek for his name, and the legend introduces himself. Urek Mizuno, a man who shares a bad fate with their master. Unfazed, the man dismisses him, saying there's no need to listen to an enemy as golden wings of Shinsu erupt from his back. He turns to the battered Lady Mago, offering to escort her back to the castle. So that's it, Urek thinks, his patience finally snapping. They're just going to ignore his warning. He decides it would be better to just kill them all before the situation gets any worse. But the man stops, a confident smirk on his face, telling Urek that he won't be able to, because right now, he's on the verge of being disqualified from the entire test. The man says it seems Urek made some kind of bet, but winning the duel has created a new, unsolvable problem for him. He then offers Urek a single chance. Take Lady Mago and walk away. Urek scoffs, demanding to know what gives him the right. The man simply states that the ruler of this floor is on their side, as a massive ship appears in the clouds above. And then, with a smug look, he delivers the final blow. He is also the head examiner of this test. Urek's eyes widen, the impossible statement catching the legendary Irregular completely off guard. He points furiously at the corpse of the man he'd just fought, screaming that he was the examiner. But his opponent calmly explains that since the flower bloomed, the timeline of the test has split in two. He is the examiner of the stop time, an anomaly in the tower that even the administrator must overlook. An error that, until now, had to hold back, but with Lady Mago awakened, those restraints are gone. He tells Urek it's a complicated story, one he'll have to unravel on his own if he's so curious. And with a wave of his hand, he lays out the absurd terms of his new test. The stakes are simple: pass, and you can climb. Fail, and you become an animal. He warns that this challenge might even be difficult for a ranker to overcome, because from this moment on, he and his allies will be the ones supervising everything. He glows with a radiant, golden power, offering them a single chance to prove their worth. His gaze falls directly on the tower's strongest irregular Urek Mizuno. After a brief, stunned silence, Urek just sighs, running a hand through his hair. The confusion is gone, replaced by pure, unadulterated confidence. He doesn't care who's in charge. The examiner smirks, amused by the spirited little regular. Then he turns to the radiant Lady Mago, telling her it's time for them to depart. Lady Mago gives Yurik a final, knowing smile before she departs. She raises a hand, bidding him a simple farewell for now. As she dissolves into light, she leaves him with a chilling request, hoping he can kill her for real next time. Elsewhere, a new voice cuts through the chaos, commanding the attention of all the survivors. Standing beside the new king, Lapis announces that the crown game is officially over. The voice broadcasts from strange floating megaphones that appear across the battlefield. The message echoes through the sky, catching every regular by surprise. From this moment forward, a completely new test is beginning. A colossal airship descends from the clouds as the voice roars for the start. Yurik narrows his eyes in utter contempt. A new test? More like a new pile of bullshit. The new test begins inside the ominous, sprawling structure known as Mago's castle. But a team of regulars has already slipped inside, immediately noticing the eerie silence of the abandoned halls. Suddenly, the team's lighthouse bearer freezes, his eyes glued to a signal on his device. He's found someone, a lone figure standing defiantly in the heart of the castle. This mysterious person holds a sharp, gleaming blade, ready for a confrontation. His eyes burn with a mad obsession as he mutters about a flower that belongs only to him. This is the fallen ruler of the test floor, a man named Asa Mago. He turns his head slightly, a dark premonition washing over him. A sinister smile forms as he realizes some insignificant minnows have wandered into his domain. The brother asks his sister for their next move, and her response is swift and certain. Hide. She decides it's best not to reveal themselves until the castle's true master returns. At her command, the team instantly scatters, disappearing without a trace. Asa Mago looks up, bewildered. Their presence just vanished. His confusion quickly boils over into a childish, screaming rage. He vows that these minnows can't possibly escape from his castle. Meanwhile, in another space, Evelyn mourns over the fallen spirit beast she had befriended. She remembers it as the first creature she could touch that didn't become violent. For a brief moment, she truly believed she had found an animal that could be her friend. But now, that hope is gone forever, and she weeps, certain she'll never meet another like it. Her teammate watches her sadly before quietly introducing himself. His name is Lou. Lou's attention snaps to the figure who suddenly appeared, asking Yurik Mazzino if Evelyn is all right. He glances back at his teammate, who is still crumpled on the ground in grief, admitting she's not okay at all. Yurik looks away, a rare trace of regret on his face as he apologizes for being late. But their somber moment is cut short as they spot another figure appearing in the distance. The newcomer looks absolutely stunned, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He points a trembling finger at Yurik, shouting that their clothes are the same, leaving Yurik and Lou utterly confused. Without another word, the boy breaks into a desperate sprint, screaming for them to stop. But before he can take more than a few steps, Urek is on him, slamming him to the ground in a blur of motion. Lou rushes forward, calling out Urik's name in alarm as the Irregular glares down at his captive. The boy babbles apologies, claiming an archangel told him to do it, but Yurik just tells him to be quiet. He's not here to kill him. Yurik eases his grip, explaining that this will all be over if they just answer his questions. He turns to both Lou and the captured boy, asking them to tell him about the salty island. Realizing he's hopelessly outmatched, Lou quickly agrees to cooperate and tell him everything. Elsewhere in the arena, Evelyn mourns her fallen teammate, clinging to a desperate hope for resolution. But then, a loudspeaker crackles to life, announcing that the crown game has ended early. Neo and Gisli exchange confused glances, wondering what could possibly be going on. Her eyes then catch a flash of white Yurik, being swept away by the transfer, and she calls out his name. Yurik gives a final glance to another one of the test's victims, a man named Rohan. His gaze then settles on the throne, where the temporary king is whining about his fun being cut short. All Yurik can think as he listens to Gojung complain is what a pathetic, damn brat he is. A voice cuts through the silence, as Yurik steps forward to confront the boy on the throne. His eyes narrow with a cold fury, thinking that anyone who dares wear that crown is asking to be killed. But Gojung just scoffs, arrogantly asking if Yurik thinks he's some kind of king around here. Yurik calls him pathetic, a wannabe main character who can't do anything right, which is why he always loses. He then turns to Gojung's former teammates, declaring them the winning team and telling them it's time to go. Gojung can only watch, stunned and humiliated, as the Irregular's cold gaze dismisses his very existence. And with that, the test ends, and the survivors find themselves transported to a luxurious cruise liner. Inside, Lou carries the unconscious Rohan over his shoulder, following a mysterious woman with long black hair. They walk into a grand hall, joining the other regulars who somehow made it through the chaos. But no one has any answers. They're all just as confused about why the game ended so abruptly. A commanding voice cuts through the murmurs, as a figure in black appears on the balcony above. Aru recognizes him as the exam director, but she can't help but notice the jewels on his mask are missing. He acknowledges their collective confusion, understanding that the game's sudden end was a shock to everyone. The director calls it a short but cruel crown game, where one person's death sealed the fate of all the others. And in that bloody process, he reveals, 3 excellent exam supervisors were killed. The news sends a shockwave through the room. Lu can't believe 3 officials are actually dead. However, the director continues. The team that managed to claim the crown during the chaos was Team Gojung. They will be the only ones acknowledged as having passed, and will be granted immunity in the next test. Their celebration is immediately met with a wall of cold, unimpressed stares from the other regulars. With that settled, the director announces it's time to meet their new supervisors. And with that, a heavy footstep announces the arrival of the new management. 3 figures emerge from the light, their presence immediately silencing the room. Rohan's eyes widen in disbelief. He recognizes these people. The director introduces them one by one. Leo, Mano, and Lapis. From now on, he declares, these 3 will replace the supervisors who were killed. But then he drops the real bombshell. The title of General Supervisor is being given directly to Leo. The regulars can't believe it. Handing over the highest position on the floor? Is that even allowed? Leo, meanwhile, steps forward with a disarmingly wide and cheerful smile. He brightly announces that he'll be their new chief supervisor from this day on. The room erupts in protest. Who is this guy? How can some random nobody just appear and take charge? One of the regulars notices a strange resemblance between the injured Rohan and their new supervisor. Leo calmly addresses the crowd, assuring them that despite the chaos, the exams will proceed without issue. Then he drops the real bomb. He's completely abolishing the tedious position-level training. He projects a new, simplified test structure. Pass the position exam, then the last exam, and just like that, any regular who succeeds will advance to the next floor. The room goes from outrage to disbelief. 2 tests? That's all it takes to move on? Suddenly, the mood flips. The once furious crowd erupts in cheers, fully backing this new, faster path. Rohan watches the scene unfold, a little disturbed by how easily everyone was swayed by such a simple promise. A faint, knowing smirk spreads across Leo's face. His gamble paid off perfectly. Taking their agreement as a given, he turns with his team to finally begin the exams. With the crowd now completely on his side, Rohan simply tells everyone to go and rest. The scene then shifts, taking us to a private room somewhere on the cruise. Inside, Yurik and Evelyn sit across from the boy they rescued, ready for answers. They press him for the truth about the mysterious island that smells of salt. The boy, Louis, begins to speak, his story starting the day he woke up on a small island. It was a strange place, filled with people wearing identical X-marked shirts called pilgrims. These pilgrims had one purpose: to walk a sacred path that stretched across the water. Their goal was a massive structure on the horizon, a place they believed offered salvation. But this holy path was guarded by powerful beings they called angels. These angels administered a brutal trial of death, a trial Louis admits he faced and failed. Louis explains that as he lay dying, he felt a strange sense of peace. It was as if he was returning home until he suddenly opened his eyes again. Before him stood the very same pilgrims who had died right alongside him. Yurik and Evelyn can hardly believe it. The dead came back to life? Louis confirms it. He clarifies that everyone slain by the angels simply reappeared on the island. Worse, they had no memory of their deaths, and would eventually regain their false hope. This hope would drive them back to the path, only to be slaughtered once more. And after they died, they would simply resurrect and return to the island again. Louis was forced to watch this horrifying, endless cycle of death and rebirth. Evelyn zeroes in on the key detail. He was the only one who remembered everything. The pain of remembering it all made him question his own sanity. Was he the one who was wrong? But then, as time passed, a strange creature appeared before him, calling itself an administrator of the tower. Yurik and Evelyn's eyes go wide. That rabbit brat? They've met that guide too. The administrator then revealed the truth of Louis's prison. This island wasn't a normal part of the tower at all, but a space created by an external power. And within this anomaly, the tower gave birth to a countermeasure, an axis. A natural axis, born to resist the foreign power, and that axis was Louis himself. The administrator gave him a mission. If he could withstand the tower's rules and pass the trials, if he could just climb to the next floor, a balance would finally be struck against the invaders. And with that, the very restrictions binding the island could finally be shattered for good. Yurik puts the pieces together, asking if Louis's immunity to the memory wipes is because he's this prophesied axis. Louis quietly confirms it, admitting that's exactly why the administrator chose him as a candidate. With the whole story laid bare, Louis suddenly breaks down, shouting that he can't understand why it had to be him. He clenches his fist, crying out that he's just a weak, pitiful person, completely overwhelmed by the task. He feels worthless, unable to comprehend why such an important role was given to someone so powerless. But before he can spiral further, Uruk suddenly grabs him, forcing him to listen. He tells Louis to stop losing confidence, reminding him that he is the man chosen by the tower itself. And with a confident grin, Uruk adds that he's also the man that he chose to back. He reveals he knows the cause of this curse, and if they remove it, the island's nightmare will end for good. So Uruk makes a promise. Don't worry, because he'll make sure Louis climbs to the next floor, and Evelyn quickly vows to help too. Completely overwhelmed by the promise of help, Louis clings to Evelyn, tearfully thanking her for her support. And Uruk, the legendary powerhouse who just gave the big hero speech, is hilariously left out of the emotional moment. Evelyn uses this newfound resolve to rally her team, vowing that they will reach the next floor and get revenge on the supervisors, who she calls demons. But another voice cuts in, a quiet woman with long black hair, dryly reminding everyone that she's here too. Her focus seems to be elsewhere, though, as her mind drifts back to someone named Lu, and a memory of another person from her past, a boy named Neo, surfaces. We see her sitting all alone in a dark, blood-stained hallway, completely lost in her somber thoughts. The scene then violently shifts to the next day, with an enraged Uruk storming into the building, demanding to know who killed a puppy. His furious hunt comes to a dead stop, his eyes widening in pure shock at the person he finds waiting for him. Standing there is Lapis, and in an instant, the tense confrontation melts away into a powerful, unspoken alliance. With a cold, unwavering gaze, Lapis calmly admits that he was the one who killed the puppy. The confession hits Uruk like a physical blow, freezing him right where he stands. All the righteous fury drains from his face, leaving only stunned, wide-eyed silence. The scene shifts to the next day, taking us to the grand, Gothic castle where a figure named Mago resides. Inside, we find her, an ethereal being bathed in light, her legs mysteriously stained with blood. A man with long, dark hair named Leo appears before her, a gentle smile on his face. He stands on the floor of a massive hall, looking up at her as another girl with silver hair watches them from a distance. This observer turns away with a look of stern determination, declaring that they'll be making their move shortly. Mago, meanwhile, seems to be putting the pieces together, wondering if the ruler of this floor is the one who brought her here. Leo confirms it, explaining that the ruler moved her to the floor of test, and is about to reveal their name. And that ruler's name is Asha, a man who lived a life of leisure that most rankers could only dream of. Like many who sit at the top for too long, he grew arrogant, drowning in his own wealth and power. His narcissism spiraled, forcing regulars to take tests surrounded by statues of his own face. Mago listens intently as Leo confirms it. Yes, Asha was an absolute narcissist. During his travels, he stumbled upon a very particular island floating in the tower's seas. It was a sacred land, a place where locals would make long pilgrimages to pray. They would approach the castle with pure humility, kneeling to an unknown god. But Asha, watching them, was moved by a sick fantasy picturing himself as the object of their worship. So on a whim, he decided to just take it, ripping the entire island from the ocean. And that is how Asha, in his infinite ego, brought their sacred land to the floor of test. He'd stolen the island without even knowing she was inside the castle. Asha's grand plan was to turn the sacred land into an exam arena, but his arrogance finally pushed the head examiner too far. Fed up, the original examiner simply walked away, leaving Leo to step in as his replacement. And that's when, by a stroke of fate, he found her hidden inside. From that moment on, their story truly began. It was the start of a destiny that bound the two of them together. Mago doesn't understand, questioning what he means by two. Leo simply confirms it. In the past, they were indeed two. The scene shifts back to that time, with Leo facing the stolen island as Asha confirmed his intentions. And when asked what kind of test would be held there, Asha, with his typical smugness, promised it would be a truly genius test. Asha begins to lay out his plan. On the day of the test, the waters will recede, revealing a path to the island. The regulars will then have to overcome all obstacles to reach the castle's topmost chamber. There, he'll be waiting on a throne, imagining himself as a god announcing their fate. He smugly asks Leo if it isn't an impressive scene, a memory they'll cherish forever. And Leo can only agree. But as Asha laughs, pleased with himself, Leo's inner thoughts are sharp and clear. This guy is insane. He tells Asha he's heading off to prepare for the test and turns to leave. But the ranker yells after him, demanding his waiting room be decorated luxuriously, and Leo finally gets it. This is why the last examiner quit. Later that night, he sits alone atop the castle wall, taking in the quiet view. He muses that the ruler is far weirder than he expected, but at least he's back on the test floor. This is his chance, he thinks, to leave everything behind, and finally start fresh. He decides to recapture that feeling, the mindset he had when he first started climbing. With that new resolve, he hops down from the castle wall. If the ruler is going to be that eccentric, he might as well prepare thoroughly. He strides through the castle's halls, ready to get to work. But a strange presence makes him stop dead in his tracks. A path he's never seen before glows faintly in front of him, leading down. He briefly wonders if he should really be exploring this mysterious passage. Peering into the opening, he sees a staircase that spirals down into an impossible darkness. Curiosity takes over, and he takes the first step down into the unknown. He continues his descent, venturing deeper into the castle's hidden passage. At the bottom of the long staircase, Leo finds himself before a brightly lit chamber. He stops, his eyes widening in confusion at what he sees inside. In the center of the dark room, a single, crystalline lotus flower floats, glowing with an ethereal light. It's an impossible sight, a beautiful and mysterious object resting on an altar. He's completely baffled. He never knew something like this was hidden in the castle. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, he slowly reaches out his hand toward the petals. But the moment he gets close, the flower erupts in a blinding flash. A powerful, unseen force suddenly grabs him, yanking him off his feet. He's dragged through the air, completely helpless against its overwhelming pull. With a look of pure shock, he's pulled directly into the heart of the glowing artifact. He finds himself standing in a strange, shimmering void, staring up at the flower that had just swallowed him. The experience ends as quickly as it began, leaving him to wonder what in the world he just saw. The next day, he reports his bizarre discovery to his lord, a flower made entirely of jewels. The lord, a man not easily impressed, is immediately intrigued and decides he must see this for himself. And the moment he lays eyes on it, even his jaded expression melts away into pure, unadulterated awe. The crystalline lotus emanates a captivating light, a perfect, impossible creation sitting in the dark. He reaches out, completely mesmerized, muttering how a jewel of such beauty could possibly exist. It's an overwhelming sensation, a beauty so profound he clutches his head, his mind reeling. Wanting to be alone with his new obsession, he quickly dismisses his subordinate. The subordinate can only watch in shock as his lord, a man who cared for nothing, falls completely under the artifact's spell. She reflects on that moment, trying to make sense of her lord's sudden obsession. The jewel was beautiful, sure, but his reaction felt extreme. A few days later, the tests begin, and a man with long, dark hair welcomes the regulars. He introduces himself to the crowd as their head examiner, a man named Leo. But for her, the world suddenly grinds to a halt. A shocking realization washes over her as she stares at him. This man, he looks exactly like her, a perfect male counterpart. At first, she dismissed it, but his clothes, his style, it was all identical to her own. So stunned by the resemblance, she immediately pulled him aside after the test. His story was even more chilling. His age, his history, it all matched hers perfectly. This impossible situation, it all started with a single, desperate wish. A wish that somehow brought my past and present selves into the same reality. The being who granted it, a woman named Mago, found my shock quite amusing. She asked if I had perhaps made a wish to her, and I had to admit that I did. The moment I first saw her, a deep yearning to return to who I used to be must have reached her, bringing this impossible version of me into existence. But that was then. Now, I needed to understand exactly what she was. Back in the test, I started noticing strange things about my male counterpart. He knew the test's contents in advance and wielded Shinsu with impossible expertise. A deep sense of unease led me to pull him aside, demanding he tell me the truth. He confessed the unbelievable truth. He had taken this exact test before and found a glowing jewel flower. But the moment he touched it, he was annihilated only to somehow return to the test grounds. There, he met the man he always wanted to be his future self, now a powerful ranker and the test examiner. And that, she explains, is where their dilemma began after meeting the wish granter. She had wished to return to her past self from her selection days, while he wished to become that ranker of the future. Two souls from the same origin, one yearning to go back, the other desperately pushing forward. The question hung heavy in the air, which one of them actually had their wish granted? Mago's voice seemed to whisper in her mind, asking who, between the two of them, was the real one. And with that, the horrifying reality of their situation finally began to sink in. Mago pauses, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air, as she considers their desperate plea. Suddenly, she erupts in laughter, finding their existential crisis to be a wonderfully tricky question. The man looks up, a flicker of hope in his eyes. She's actually going to tell him the truth? Her expression hardens. Oh, she'll tell him all right, but only if he grants a wish for her in return. And her wish is nothing short of audacious. She wants him to bring her the legendary Uruk Mazino. A brilliant, golden jewel materializes in her hand, pulsing with an unseen power. Her true motive finally comes to light to use this jewel to force Mazino to obey her every command. Elsewhere, a man in a black turtleneck speaks quietly into his comms, reporting that his target is in position. His partner, crouched on a high ledge, acknowledges the message. The plan is moving forward. The silver-haired girl closes in, convinced she's perfectly sealed off all their escape routes. With a flash of her eyes, she strikes, believing she's finally caught her target, but her prey simply screams out a single, bizarre word, eel. Her victorious expression instantly vanishes, replaced by utter confusion. A massive shockwave erupts, sending everyone flying as the entire area is torn apart. In the blast, Mago's crystalline form begins to crack and disintegrate into glittering shards. The long-haired subordinate can only watch in horror as her only hope shatters before her. Even the attacker is caught off guard, stunned by the sudden, violent turn of events. A demented grin spreads across the blonde lord's face as he announces the hunt for the eel has officially begun. And just like that, the throne room erupts into a chaotic blur of motion. The silver-haired swordswoman parries another blow, a cold realization dawning on her. This man is far stronger than any rancor. Her opponent just laughs, mocking her for being a sneaky rat who's good at dodging. Suddenly, her comrades appear, and she whips around in surprise as her brother calls out to her. The long-haired swordsman takes his position, realizing they're not just dealing with one intruder. She grits her teeth, desperately telling them not to get involved, that this is a fight they can't win. But the blonde lord simply scoffs, seeing them all as a swarm of pests invading his sanctuary. His eyes burn with a mad possessiveness, accusing them of trying to steal his precious flower. With a final roar, he unleashes a blindingly fast, golden thrust meant to end it all. But in a flash of light, the eel herself appears, taking the full force of the attack to protect her guardian. A new voice asks for an introduction, and the long-haired swordsman looks at the glowing eel, trying to make sense of the chaos. He starts with the obvious. The screaming maniac is the ruler of this floor, and as they can see, he's a little out of his mind. As for the silver-haired swordswoman in her group, well, he admits he has no idea who they are either. Suddenly, another regular with spiky blue hair steps up, demanding to know who they are, but the swordsman just coolly turns the question back on him. The newcomer grips his staff tightly, clearly not backing down from this confrontation. He repeats his question, his eyes narrowed, ready for a fight to break out at any second. But before we get an answer, the entire scene shifts away to the scouts' test field. A disembodied voice echoes from a floating speaker, making an important announcement. Lapis listens in, hearing that anyone who passes today's position test will earn the right to take the final one. The message ends, leaving him alone in the woods as the high-stakes test officially begins. But it seems Lapis isn't the only one about to start his test. Elsewhere, Evelyn of the Lopobia family is stunned to find two familiar faces in the scout's domain. She absolutely loses it, demanding to know why Mazino and his companion are here. The boy, Lou, just cheerfully announces he's trying to be a scout, but she yells at him to get to the fisherman test. Evelyn quickly apologizes, explaining her own exam was postponed, and Yurik just brought her here. Lou reassures her it's fine, beaming that she came to cheer him on for a test hell pass in a flash. Observing this from afar is Lapis, a slow, predatory grin spreading across his face as he recognizes his target. But Mazino is also watching, not his friend, but Lapis, his expression turning deadly serious. He silently vows that he will find a way to kill the one known as Cheongium. As this tension builds, the test officially begins on the island of the jungle, home to the ruler's collection of powerful Shinhu. The rules are laid out in stark, simple terms. Escape from this island. Lapis appears with a smug grin, adding that there's a little something they should know first. His voice echoes from speakers across the jungle, explaining the entire island is enclosed with only one true exit. The island is crawling with dangerous creatures, and the regulars must either avoid them or find a way to tame the powerful beasts. But then he drops the real bombshell. It doesn't matter if they kill each other. In fact, if only one person survives, that person alone will pass. With that, he wishes them luck. Evelyn immediately panics, questioning how Lou, who isn't even a scout, can take this test, but Yurik just listens. Lapis, meanwhile, just kicks back and relaxes, mocking some clueless replacement who's walked into a death trap. But Mazino isn't fooled, realizing with cold certainty this test isn't designed for anyone to pass at all. Yes, this wasn't a test for passing. It was a test designed to kill them all. Evelyn agrees with his dark assessment, nervously wondering what kind of Shinhu they'll be up against. Suddenly, a tiny creature darts out of the bushes, sending her stumbling back with a yelp. But her panic quickly flips to excitement as she throws up her fists, ready for the first battle. The little beast, however, just sits there, completely motionless. While Lou and Evelyn see a potential threat, Yurik immediately knows this is no wild beast. In fact, his only real thought is that the little guy looks seriously unkempt. As if in response, the creature's hair suddenly erupts into a massive, flowing white mane. Evelyn and Lou scramble backward, shouting for the puffball to keep its distance. But the so-called monster just sticks out its tongue, looking anything but dangerous. As the fluffy creature inches closer, Evelyn recoils, but Lou just muses that maybe it's taken a liking to her. She stops dead in her tracks, completely unamused by his theory. Turning around, she orders the little beast to stop following them immediately. The creature just lets out a sad little whimper, its enthusiasm completely crushed. Yurik, meanwhile, is getting bored with walking and figures it's time to just fly up and find the exit. He gives the two a quick warning not to get into trouble, but Evelyn scoffs, insisting they're strong enough, and with a powerful kick off the ground, he's gone. They stare up in utter shock, completely baffled as to how Irregular can just fly. Lou tries to get them moving again, brushing off Yurik's warning, but Evelyn hesitates. As they finally walk off, the creature follows right behind, and Lou once again wonders if it's all because of Evelyn. But no matter what they do, the little creature just keeps following them, looking utterly dejected. Suddenly, Evelyn gets a brilliant, or perhaps cruel idea, shouting at Lou to just run for it. The creature, however, completely misreads the situation, perking up instantly. It thinks they're finally playing a game, and happily gives chase. But its tiny legs can't keep up, and it trips, tumbling hard onto the forest floor. Lying there, completely heartbroken, it can only whimper her name. Just then, a group of hulking forest monsters emerges from the trees, surrounding the fallen creature. Lou spots the danger immediately, yelling that the little thing they just ditched is about to be killed. Evelyn freezes, gritting her teeth in absolute fury. Damn it all. With no other choice, she yells for Lou to get the spear ready as they charge back to save it. The little creature trembles, completely surrounded by the hulking beasts. It shuts its eyes tight, bracing for the end as a strange light begins to glow. But before they can strike, Evelyn slams down from above, caving in a monster's skull. The fluffy Shinhu peeks out, watching its rescuer with pure astonishment. Her face is a mask of grim determination. She's here to end this, and fast. She lands softly, already pivoting to face the remaining threats without a single wasted motion. Just then, a brilliant red flash slices cleanly through another monster's neck. Lou grins from a distance, pleased his spear found its mark. Seeing their packmates dropping like flies, the other monsters turn tail and run. Evelyn stands guard, yelling at the cowards to get lost and never come back. Having witnessed her power, the fluffy Shinhu looks up at its savior with total adoration. It happily floats over to Evelyn, who seems less than thrilled by the sudden affection. When Lou tries to approach, she instinctively puts herself between them, warning him to stay back. He calmly suggests they should probably take the little creature with them, since it's all alone. Evelyn scoffs but agrees, telling him to do whatever he wants as she turns to leave. A grateful Lou kneels down, offering his hand to their new, tiny companion. But the Shinhu completely ignores his friendly gesture, leaving him hanging. It has already chosen its favorite, and happily toddles off after Evelyn into the forest. Lou can only watch with a wry smile, realizing the creature only has eyes for her. Yet as it follows, a strange feeling surfaces has seen this Shinhu somewhere before. Elsewhere, Urek Mazino rockets through the sky, determined to map out this island. But from the shadows, Lapis watches him with a smug, mocking laugh. He sneers that Urek can search all he wants. No one is finding the way out of this place. Because, quite simply, there is no exit. He explains to himself that he teleported in, leaving everyone else trapped within the dome. Their only options are to die or fail the test. It was designed to be impossible from the start. Urek pauses mid-air, the faint sound of that arrogant laughter finally reaching him. What a creep. Lapis then turns his attention to the odd little Shinhu he saw with the others. He pulls out his observer to scan it, but his eyes widen in shock. There's no data. Back on the ground, Evelyn and Lou are also realizing the terrible truth. They're completely sealed in. Just as they realize they're trapped, the little Shinhu suddenly bolts into the grass. Lou doesn't hesitate for a second, shouting after it as he gives chase. He and Evelyn both feel it a strange presence emanating from deeper in the forest. The furry creature isn't just running. It seems to be leading them somewhere specific. Evelyn has no choice but to follow, yelling at Lou that it's a dangerous trap. She can't believe this kid's recklessness, running headfirst into the unknown. A sudden, violent sound rips through the air. The brutal crunch of a monster's jaw clamping down echoes from the trees. Evelyn is already in combat, driving her weapon through the skull of another beast. She's furious, screaming at Lou for causing trouble, and chasing after someone who's probably already dead. But the little furry Shinhu wasn't running from danger. It was burrowing through the dense undergrowth with a clear destination in mind. Suddenly, it stops. revealing a hidden opening in the rocks. Lou's head whips around, his eyes wide with disbelief as he calls out to Evelyn. He'd found it, the creature had led him right to an exit. Evelyn rushes over, her anger turning to pure shock as Lou waves his arms, yelling that he found a way out. He proudly points to the small creature, explaining this little furball showed him the path. Stunned, Evelyn approaches the Shinhu, cautiously asking if it really guided them to safety. The creature lets out a happy little squeak, looking up at her with an innocent smile. All her frustration melts away, replaced by a quiet, heartfelt moment of gratitude. But Lou quietly admits to Evelyn that this exit will separate them, and he doesn't want friends he might lose again. The tender moment is shattered as someone calls out to Yurik, who was idly playing nearby, announcing they'd found a way out. In a literal flash, Uruk appears, leaving Lou to wonder how Irregular could possibly move that fast. He peers down at the glowing portal, confirming that it is, in fact, a real exit. He asks how they found it, and Lou proudly points to the little Shinhu, who gets a grateful pat on the head. Yurik leans in, his expression turning serious as he scrutinizes the fluffy creature. His gaze sharpens, as if he's peering into its very soul. But after all that tension, he just remarks on how unkempt it looks, shocking the little guy. Suddenly, Lapis sprints into view, screaming at them to stop, that it's all wrong. Yurik can only stare in confusion as his friend frantically warns them that this is not the right exit. Yurik scoffs at the warning, asking if Lapis got hit in the head. The exit is clearly right in front of them. But Lapis frantically insists this portal isn't the one they had prepared for the test. He suddenly turns on the fluffy creature, accusing it of being the one who opened this strange gateway. Before he can do anything, Evelyn and Lou jump in to defend their little guide, telling him to back off. The tiny Shinhu just lets out a soft coo, completely oblivious to the chaos it's at the center of. Yurik's patience wears thin as he confronts Lapis, questioning if there was ever a real exit to begin with. With a cold, knowing smirk, he sees right through the deception, telling Lapis not to lie to him. He points to the portal, declaring that this is the only way out, and they fully intend to take it. Getting right in Lapis's face, he dares him to try and stop them, asking if he really wants to fight. The ultimatum is laid bare. Show them the prepared exit and they'll leave, but if not, it's time to throw down. Yurik's eyes gleam with absolute confidence, the unspoken threat hanging in the air. The pressure is immense, and Lapis can barely get a word out, his bravado completely shattered. He grits his teeth, forced to accept a reality where he holds zero power. Finally, he breaks, throwing his hands up in surrender, declaring he'll make an exception and pass them. He desperately tells them to just get out of here, but Yurik simply smirks at the pathetic display. The Irregular's eyes glow with amusement, mockingly asking if Lapis finally chickened out. But that single taunt was a step too far, and something inside Lapis snaps. Raw, blue energy crackles to life around him as he seethes, convinced Yurik is asking to be killed. He clenches his fist, calling the high ranker an idiot for his arrogance. With a furious scream, Lapis throws a punch right at Yurik's face, demanding to know if he wants to die. But his furious punch meets an unmoving wall, stopped effortlessly by a single, casual hand. Lapis's eyes widen in shock, realizing the Irregular has completely neutralized his attack. Yurik just grins, mockingly asking him what's wrong, now that he's clearly chickened out. He then pulls rank, lecturing the fuming Regular that he's only forgiving this because he's the test supervisor. With a stern look, he warns Lapis that a stunt like this won't be overlooked a second time. As the blonde walks away, Yurik's voice follows him with one final, chilling piece of advice. Keep this behavior up, he warns, and you're going to get yourself killed. Meanwhile, back at the fisherman test site, the official proceedings are about to begin. But the supervisor, a massive man named Danzon, is screaming for Yurik Mizuno. Gisli and the others watch on, wondering if the guy is a no-show, and if that means he's already disqualified. One of the Regulars mutters that the idiot brought this on himself. Uruk's finished. The others agree, demanding his disqualification, but Danzon shuts them down. They will wait. The supervisor's decision is absolute. 30 more minutes. Not a second less. Outrage erupts from the crowd. Why is this guy getting special treatment? It's completely unfair. But then Gisli, a princess of Zahard, calmly announces that she will wait as well. Suddenly, the protesters change their tune, eagerly agreeing with whatever the princess wants. And just like that, the matter is settled. They will wait for Yurik's bus to arrive. Elsewhere, Yurik and his team finally emerge from a hidden tunnel, cheering that they've escaped. But on a nearby cliff, someone is already there, casually taking a bite out of an apple. It's Lopo, Bia, Evelyn, and Yurik's group can only stare, stunned that they weren't the first ones out. Another Regular tosses an apple, casually remarking that she thought meeting Yurik would be much harder. She introduces herself as Shine, another scout, noting they missed each other since he skipped the previous classes. With a welcoming gesture, she suggests they get along as peers who have both passed the test. Yurik is momentarily stunned, the realization dawning on him she actually beat his team to the exit, but he recovers instantly, announcing that with this done, he's heading to the lighthouse bearer test site next. Evelyn can't believe it, demanding to know why he keeps crashing other people's tests instead of focusing on his own. Ignoring her completely, Yurik simply says thanks for the advice and blasts off into the distance. Shine and Evelyn are left behind, utterly bewildered by his bizarre and chaotic behavior. As they stand there, Evelyn feels a sudden tug at her leg. She looks down to find the fluffy little Shinhu clinging on, wondering what she's supposed to do with this kid now. Meanwhile, aboard the massive cruiser hosting the lighthouse bearer position test, a lone, glowing pink lighthouse hangs silently in the air, the centerpiece of the challenge. But on the ground, one of the regulars has already collapsed, his spirit broken. He grits his teeth, realizing this entire test was nothing but a trap from the very start. A cruel challenge designed to be absolutely impossible for anyone to pass. But let's rewind just 20 minutes to when the test administrator, a woman named Mano, first appeared. She breezily informed the group of hopefuls that she dislikes complicated things, so this would be simple. With a dramatic flourish, she held up her phone, its screen flashing brightly. Their task, she announced with a confident pose, was simply to take an aerial shot. The regulars just stare back in blank confusion. An aerial what, exactly? After striking a few poses as if for a selfie, Mano explains that an aerial shot is just a picture taken from above, capturing the top of someone's head. The core rule is deviously simple. Use your lighthouse to take one of these shots of another person, and just like that, the person you photographed is instantly eliminated from the test. The last one standing in this deadly photo op is the only one who gets to pass. Simple, right? With a grin, she declares the test has begun, vanishing into the air with a flash of purple light. The horrifying implication dawns on every regular at once. Only one of them can possibly succeed. In a split second, any pretense of teamwork shatters as lighthouses blink to life all around. There's no hesitation, no time to think, just the cold, immediate need to survive. Alliances are dead, and every single person is now both hunter and prey. A single lighthouse flashes, its shutter sound cutting through the sudden mayhem. And just like that, one regular stands amidst a field of fading opponents, a cold apology on her lips. She adjusts her glasses with a smug grin, already certain of her victory. But another pair of eyes, belonging to the supervisor, calmly observes that the result is already out. The last of her rivals cry out in disbelief as they're forcibly removed from the test. She stands alone in a shower of digital light, the apparent sole survivor of the slaughter. She turns to the supervisor, Mano, boasting that things turned out just as she wanted. After all, the approved one was decided quickly, and simply it's her. But Mano floats down from above, calmly telling her she's mistaken. The winner hasn't been chosen yet. The girl's cocky expression freezes as Mano's words hit her. She's not the last one standing. Her eyes widen in dawning horror as she realizes the implication. Mano confirms it with a smirk, her dark aura flaring. She's still here, isn't she? The girl sputters that it's impossible. Mano is a ranker, the examiner. But the supervisor simply asks if she ever said anything about fighting. The true objective is revealed, as simple as it is absurd. All she has to do is take one single picture. Without a second thought, the girl kicks off the ground, launching herself forward. She twists through the air, desperately dodging the shimmering cubes of light. As she scrambles for cover, Mano just floats effortlessly above, watching the chaos. And then it finally clicks. This whole test, it was completely meaningless from the start. Mano's smug expression says it all. This was a trap, a test designed for everyone to fail. We see the other remaining regulars fleeing in terror, all thinking the same thing. How can they take a picture when they can barely survive? The remaining regulars can only scramble, cursing the unfairness of facing a ranker. He clenches his teeth in frustration, knowing this is an impossible situation. There's just no way to win this. He can only think, if someone like the Supreme King were here, they would smash this whole rotten, unfair system to pieces. But just as he loses hope, a cheerful voice rings out, telling someone to say, "Cheese." Suddenly, a figure in a gray hoodie leans in, casually snapping a picture of the stunned examiner. Mano's eyes widen, her own shocked face reflected back at her. And as the white-haired man casually strolls past, she realizes exactly who just crashed her test. Yurik Mizuno grins, admiring his handiwork and commenting on the great shot, completely ignoring the furious ranker behind him. He offers the glowing cube to the dumbfounded regular, figuring an aerial shot of a ranker is a guaranteed pass. But Mano is having none of it, furious that he just appeared out of thin air to interfere. She lashes out, but Yurik casually sidesteps her attack without even breaking a sweat. She spits that he only succeeded because he was being sneaky. Suddenly, His playful demeanor vanishes, his eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. He tells her he could vaporize her and the regular in an instant if he really wanted to. The sheer killing intent freezes her in place, a bead of sweat tracing down her cheek. Then, just as quickly, his good mood returns as he snaps a picture of her. Shouting cheese, Mano is left utterly speechless, completely baffled by his bizarre behavior. He just admires his new photo, explaining that the high angle makes her look much prettier. Flustered, Mano yells that it's none of his business, calling him a crazy old man. But Yurik just shrugs it all off, asking if he's passed the test now, with a subtle threat hanging in the air. Absolutely defeated, she relents, screaming for him to get lost and never come back. He gives her a cheeky grin, and a very clear one-fingered salute as a parting gift. Then, in a brilliant flash of light, Uruk and the regular he saved vanish from the stage. The young woman is left staring into the empty space, completely stunned by the power she just witnessed. A title she'd only heard in legends echoes in her mind, the Supreme King. The scene cuts to the official fisherman test site, where the final moments are ticking away. Other regulars are getting antsy, telling the supervisor to just start already because the last guy is a no-show. But the supervisor insists there's still time just as a voice rings out, announcing their arrival. A flash of motion, and Yurik Mizuno himself crashes the party with a flying kick, his name echoing in the minds of the shocked regulars. He lands without a care in the world, casually asking the stunned crowd if they were all waiting for little old him. The supervisor informs him he was just seconds from disqualification, but Yurik just grins, chalking it up to good luck. One of the blonde regulars marches forward, accusing him of striking a deal with the supervisor to make such a last-minute entrance. Yurik scoffs at the idea as he approaches the hulking supervisor, Danzon, and the princess watching beside him. He gets right in Danzon's face, cheekily asking if he was right to assume head wait for at least 30 minutes. With the taunts delivered and his point made, Yurik cracks his knuckles, announcing that it's finally time to begin. He breaks into a light jog, heading toward the center of the arena, ready for whatever they can throw at him. His crimson eyes flare with intensity, a predator's focus zeroed in on the test for the fisherman position. But elsewhere, at a place called Mago's Castle, a fierce battle is already raging, watched from above by a lone, silver-haired swordswoman. A man with silver hair smirks, announcing the start of his sound check. Next, a silent swordsman with long black hair, his presence described as a sad ballad. Then comes a flamboyant lord, radiating pure, hardcore energy. And finally, a quiet girl sits huddled, her own unique rhythm pulsing faintly. The silver-haired man pauses, sensing a strange sound. He realizes it's the heartbeat of that woman. But a new challenger appears, confronting the swordsman, who calmly reveals he is a test supervisor. The blue-haired intruder scoffs, mocking a supervisor for sneaking around his own test floor. The supervisor's hand rests on his weapon, agreeing that yes, things have certainly changed. He draws a unique, curved blade, warning the boy to keep up with the times or get out of his sight. Insulted by the blatant disrespect, the young spearman furiously charges forward to attack. But the supervisor meets his charge with a calm, practiced block, his blade glowing with energy. A flurry of strikes erupts, as the two are locked in a high-speed stalemate, sparks flying from their clash. Smirking mid-fight, the spearman proposes a bet. First to draw blood has to reveal their identity. The supervisor finds this amusing, casually deflecting while saying the offer doesn't appeal to him. He claims he already has a pretty good idea of who this reckless challenger is. And with a condescending point, he calls it, "The boy is from the great Kun family." The supervisor mocks him, saying it's painfully obvious with that signature hair and eye color. But then his tone darkens, questioning why people like him are so desperate to seem special. He grips his blade, his voice dripping with venom, as he condemns their disgusting sense of privilege. The young Kun is completely thrown, wondering what on earth this supervisor is going on about. The blue-haired spearman simply states he's living as he was born, a fact he won't apologize for. Suddenly, the scene explodes elsewhere, as a powerful lord screams about a sneaky rat invading his territory. A silver-haired swordswoman lands amidst the chaos. She thinks to herself it all makes sense now. The man she's facing, crackling with golden lightning, is the infamous ruler of the second floor. But she's confused. The story she heard painted a very different picture of him. She demands to know why a trusted official is helping their enemies, but he just roars back that it's their fault. His eyes glow with madness as he accuses the disgusting rats of trying to steal his precious flower. A terrifying aura erupts from his body, his rage consuming everything around him. The swordswoman strains to block his attack, a cold realization dawning on her. This is incredibly dangerous. She's blasted back by the raw power, her last thought being that this man has completely lost his mind. As her teammates watch in horror, the blue-haired spearman desperately calls out to his leader. But she's already tumbling through the air, battered by the ruler's overwhelming power. As she regains her focus, She knows that just being skillful isn't going to cut it here. Her only chance, her one glimmer of hope, is that the ruler is not in his right mind. His insanity is a double-edged sword, making him so consumed by rage he hasn't noticed the other fighter hiding nearby. Thanks to these two small cracks in his armor, her probability of victory has risen from 0 to a measly 5%. She activates her own technique, decompression, realizing it's a rare chance to fight a being of this caliber. But the possibility of actually winning, however slim it may be, that's a once-in-a-lifetime gamble, and she's ready to put everything on the line. The blonde lord screeches, his rage boiling over as he senses her power, accusing the sneaky rat of finally showing its fangs. She steels her resolve. Risking her life is nothing for an opportunity like this. She gives the signal to her partner. It's time to hunt down Sleeman, the ruler of the test floor. With a burst of power, she lunges at the blonde lord, dreaming of becoming a high ranker in one glorious fight. Meanwhile, her ally intercepts his own target, meeting steel with a resounding clash. But this opponent, Sleeman, is full of tricks, unleashing a strange void technique with his spear. The long-haired swordsman can only watch in shock as the tip of the spear completely separates. The glowing spearheads multiply, transforming into a swarm of deadly projectiles. He's thrown onto the back foot, forced to desperately parry the unexpected barrage. Sleeman closes the distance in an instant, but his follow-up kick is deftly blocked. A smug grin spreads across his face, mocking the swordsman's surprise at his sudden change in style. But the swordsman just smirks, reminding him that the test floor supervisor is a position for the super elite. Sleeman seems to find this confidence amusing. Back in the other duel, the silver-haired swordswoman clashes fiercely with the blonde lord. Their blades meet in a flurry of sparks, a chaotic dance of offense and defense. The lord's raw strength proves superior, however, sending her skidding back across the ground. But she uses the distance to prepare, channeling power for the Maschini-style ultimate spear technique. A brilliant blue lightning spear erupts from her sword, blasting toward the stunned lord. His arrogant smirk is wiped clean off his face as he hastily summons a massive golden shield to defend himself. Her lightning crashes into his golden defense, a blinding explosion of raw power. And before the shockwave even fades, she plants her foot, crackling with energy, ready for the follow-up. Her lightning spear erupts upwards, a torrent of raw energy meant to overwhelm him. She's not just attacking, she's using the infamous Maschini-style ultimate spear technique. A concentrated blast of pure destructive power she calls Death Thunder. The lord's eye twitches, his golden aura crackling with sheer annoyance. He screams that she's an irritating rat, because she's already closed the distance in an instant. From afar, Sleeman watches with a knowing look. This is his sister's signature fighting style. She seamlessly switches between ranged blasts and close-quarters combat, never letting him get a read on the distance. The blonde lord grits his teeth, his pride stinging as he's forced to awkwardly parry. Every plan he has is shattered, his focus narrowed to simply surviving the relentless onslaught. And Sleeman knows the psychological trap is sprung. The fiercer her attacks, the more his opponent's composure crumbles. The lord's composure completely shatters, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. For the silver-haired swordswoman, that frantic beat is a perfect homing signal. With every panicked thump, her invisible spear locks on, closing in on his very heart. Her technique is a phantom blade, an invisible sniper that strikes from the void. He can feel it getting closer, desperately lashing out against a threat he can't even see. But he's not going down easily, managing to push her back with a powerful golden arc. She grits her teeth. He's adapting, slowly but surely closing the distance. The realization hits her hard. If she doesn't end this now, she'll be the one who gets hunted. With a sharp cry, she gives the signal to Sleeman, who roars back that he's ready. It's time to unleash her family's trump card, the Maschini-style ultimate spear technique. She unleashes the brilliant light sword, a torrent of crackling blue energy. Every ounce of her focus is poured into this one final decisive strike. The arrogant lord tries to meet it head-on, his laughter turning to screams as he realizes it's not working. With a snap of his fingers, Sleeman triggers the second stage of their plan. The lord's golden defense shatters, and a horrifying dark corruption begins to consume him. He can only shriek in agony as the overwhelming power tears through his body. The massive beam of light slams into him, blasting him away into the darkness. A triumphant cry escapes her lips. She did it. The battle is finally won. But then, a quiet, chilling word hangs in the air. Reversal. Her victory turns to ash as she watches in horror, the attack having been turned back to impale Sleeman right through the chest. The blonde lord can only stare, his mind failing to comprehend this impossible turn of events. A fountain of blood bursts from Sleeman's mouth as the reflected attack rips through him. He collapses backward, utterly defeated by his own trump card. The swordswoman stumbles, feeling her own technique now ravaging her from the inside. How could this be happening? A tiny, ethereal figure then appears in the air, calmly announcing that it was all her doing. She explains her terrifying ability with an unnerving smile. Her purpose is to turn a person's hope into its absolute opposite, crushing, inescapable despair. Before the swordswoman can even process this horrifying power, she too is impaled from behind, collapsing in a heap. And from the shadows, the true orchestrators finally reveal themselves, a woman named Leo, and the blonde lord, Asa. She looks down on the fallen with cold indifference, telling him to handle the brats. Their one true target is all that matters. The others, she muses with a chilling smile, don't matter at all. Their only target is Mazino. Her words echo as the scene shifts, taking us back in time to the fisherman's testing site. Irregular floats defeated in the water, cursing the overwhelming strength of his opponent. And that victor is none other than Urek, who offers a hand to his foe, announced as the winner. He and the Princess of Zahard beside him are told they will advance to the next test. Now, with the lesser trials complete, only one challenge remains, the final test on a foreboding island. Later that evening, Urek gathers his newly formed team inside their private quarters. He congratulates them on passing the grueling position test, but he didn't call them for pleasantries. It's time to brief them on the enemies they'll face, and the grim reality of their current situation. And finally, he declares, he's going to tell them all about what kind of being Lu truly is. Urek's face is stone cold as he finally names the opponent for their final test. He explains their target is Mago, a cosmic entity that literally devours planets, leaving his teammates speechless. He raises a single finger, laying out the one and only condition for their success. The plan is simple. No matter what happens, they must trust him and do absolutely nothing. His eye glows with crimson intensity as he gives his final command. Stay out of his way, and they will win. Elsewhere, in a dark and foreboding hallway, another regular is slammed to the ground by an invisible force. He gets to his feet, groaning in exhausted recognition he's back here again. He confronts a silent woman, demanding to know what kind of sorcery keeps trapping him in this endless loop. The woman, completely unfazed, tells him to just give up. The system is impossible to break. And she's not wrong, as another trapped soul cries out in frustration, knowing that so many others have tried and failed. The horned woman confronts Heidi, demanding to know why she's cooperating with the enemy. Heidi calmly explains that she has no choice. Her master, the ruler of this floor, is on their side. A flashback confirms it. She once served that crazy blonde lord as a maid. The trapped man urges her to abandon the lunatic, but she coldly tells him to watch his words. A flicker of sadness crosses her face as she remembers he used to be a wonderful person. But when she returned to him, she found a man utterly changed, lost in a sea of treasure. She whispers her deepest regret, wishing she could somehow turn back time. The scene shifts to the next day, aboard a cruise ship, where a hand reaches for a white cap. It's Lu, preparing himself for the challenge ahead, his face set with purpose. With a clenched fist and a fiery gaze, he steels his resolve, ready to prove himself. Lu runs into his teammates, calling out happily to a man named Rohan. Rohan checks if he's recovered, but Urek chimes in, teasing that even a tiny scratch seems to bother him. With a confident smirk, Urek wishes them both luck in the upcoming test. The scene shifts to the spear-bearer testing ground, where an elegant woman waits patiently on her throne. Rohan and Lu stare out in disbelief, asking if they're really supposed to hit the target. All the way out there, at a distance that seems completely impossible, the woman confirms it with a placid smile. 3 chances, 1 hit is all it takes to pass. Rohan protests, saying none of them have ever managed a shot past 80, let alone 100. But she just scoffs, asking if he's bragging about being useless. She explains that for real climbers, hitting a target at 100 is just the bare minimum. This test, she declares, is simply to see if they're even fit to ascend, because if they can't clear this, they're not going anywhere. With a cold look, she declares that this simply means none of them are qualified to climb. The trio stands there, stunned by her absolute dismissal of their potential. But Rohan refuses to accept that, turning to his friends with renewed determination. He shouts that they're going to prove her wrong and show they're fit to climb. He rallies the others, reminding them they all have a reason for being in the tower. Lu looks on, his own spirit ignited by Rohan's passionate words. Fired up, the 2 boys pump their fists, ready to take on the impossible challenge. Leo, however, remains unconvinced, quietly admitting to herself that she can't do it. Suddenly, a familiar voice roars from the sidelines, cheering for Lu and Rohan by name. It's Mazino, screaming for them to destroy the target, leaving the supervisor utterly baffled by his presence. The first attempt with the bow is a complete failure, the arrow flying wide of the mark. And just as she feared, Leo is immediately disqualified, slumping forward in defeat. She makes a last-ditch effort, asking if a gun is allowed, but the supervisor coldly dismisses her. But then, Another challenger's boots step up to the line. It's Lu, and from behind him, he hears voices shouting their support. Yurik and Rohan are going wild, screaming that he is the man chosen by them and the tower itself. Their faith strikes a chord, and Lu's hand tightens around a spear, his hesitation gone. He steels himself, knowing he must succeed, no matter the cost, to finally break the curse. Even the unflappable supervisor seems surprised, sensing the sudden, powerful shift in his spirit. With a defiant roar, Lu charges forward, pouring all of his newfound resolve into this one attack. He hurls the spear, pouring every last drop of his newfound conviction into the throw. The weapon sails through the air, but it's clear it's not going to be enough. Lu collapses to his knees with a scream of despair as the spear falls short. The supervising lady watches, her thoughts cold and dismissive. The boy's ability was questionable from the start. She can't fathom how a simple ascetic became irregular. Certain he'd die in the next test. In her mind, she's doing him a favor, believing disqualification is the best outcome for him. As Lu gasps for breath, utterly spent, she smugly thinks she's doing what's best for the weak. But he refuses to accept it, a raw scream tearing from his lungs, ordering the spear to get there. Suddenly, her condescending calm shatters, her eyes widening in absolute disbelief. Lu is still screaming, pleading with the world itself to bend to his will and let his one attack land. He stares at the distant target, his spirit utterly broken, wondering why he can't make it. But from the crowd, his friends roar with support, believing in him when he can't believe in himself. The supervisor's eyes narrow, a memory flashing through her mind, a command to destroy her own limits. She was once a simple maid, kneeling before her master who refused to let her waste her talent. He saw her potential, urging her to climb the tower and become a ranker, to not give up. She remembers how amazing her young master was, how his belief changed her entire world. And in the present, as if answering Lu's desperate will, the spear begins to move again. It soars through the air, only to thud into the ground just inches from her feet, a failure. She clenches her teeth in frustration, yet she has to admit he threw it farther than anyone else. Her gaze shifts to the boy, still screaming, pouring his soul into this one act, and she finally sees it. Pure, untamed resolve. She remembers her master telling her to fight for those who believed in her. And now she sees Lu doing the exact same thing, pushing his limits just like she once did. A quiet realization dawns on her: this struggle. This is the right path for them. Back in the present, his friends roar with encouragement for his last chance. Lu gathers all his focus, all his will, for one final, desperate throw. He lets out a primal scream, pouring every ounce of his being into the spear. Bolstered by his friends' cheers, he convinces himself that he can do this. Even the supervisor, watching from her chair, finds herself silently cheering him on. Her knuckles turn white as she clutches her dress, praying he can reach the target. With his friends screaming his name, Lu puts everything on the line. He takes his first step, then the second, building momentum. Each footfall is a hammer blow, a declaration of his intent. His eyes are locked on the distant target, the supervisor watching his approach. He rears back, the spear groaning under the strain of his condensed power. He plants his foot, a final pivot to unleash everything he has left. With a silent roar, his eyes blazing, he hurls the spear forward. His hand hangs in the air. The throw is complete now, he can only watch. The supervisor's calm facade shatters, her eyes widening in disbelief. Even Uruk and Rohan are left speechless, their jaws hanging open. Lu himself looks up, stunned by the impossible trajectory of his own spear. The spear vanishes into the heavens, leaving only a tense silence behind. The supervisor finally breaks it, announcing the end of the test and its result. Her verdict is brutal. Everyone is disqualified. Lu and Rohan collapse in disbelief. Crushed with guilt, Lu can only apologize to Uruk, convinced he should have passed. The supervisor herself seems shocked by the implications. If they fail, the curse on this floor remains. But a steady hand rests on Lu's shoulder before he can spiral further. Uruk kneels down, reassuring him that it's okay, that he did his best. His expression hardens. He tells Lu to just leave it to him now. The supervisor watches this exchange, a flicker of unease in her eyes. This is a problem. She stands and begins to walk, explaining a critical rule that contradicts her own judgment. She lays out one final, hidden path forward. If anyone can challenge and defeat her, she will personally allow them to advance to the next test. Leo demands to know what kind of insane challenge this is, and the answer is deceptively simple. All they have to do is throw a spear farther than she can. But the catch is brutal. Failure means jumping from this very platform to their death. Leo scoffs, calling it a complete swindle, but the supervisor couldn't care less if they refuse. Just as all hope seems lost, a voice cuts through the silence. It's Lu, stepping up with Uruk behind him. With a fire in his eyes, he boldly accepts her impossible challenge. She confirms the death sentence, but he counters that he's seen countless people risk their lives for unattainable goals. And if He's going to gamble his life, He's betting it all on the one path that offers a real chance. The supervisor considers his words, her expression completely unreadable. But Lu isn't alone. Rohan steps forward, declaring he'll take the test too. If one life is on the line, he says with a grin, why not bet two? And then Mazino cheerfully volunteers, only for Rohan to shout that he's not even a spear bearer. But the supervisor just smirks, finding this whole situation amusing as she agrees to the terms. Fine then, she says, turning away. Both of them can throw. She'll even give them the courtesy of going last. With their lives hanging in the balance, the two regulars let their spears fly. She watches them land, condescendingly admitting that for them, it was a pretty good throw. But now, it's her turn, and the playful mood evaporates as she hefts her own weapon. She lays out the grim terms for Rohan and his friend. If her throw is better, their lives are forfeit. The supervisor lifts her spear, the air itself growing heavy around her. With a ferocious spin, she unleashes a storm of power far beyond any regular. The spear launches like a comet, a blinding flash that leaves everyone staring up at the sky. Even Mazino watches with a flicker of genuine surprise at the force she just displayed. Her weapon tears through the air, an unstoppable projectile trailing a vortex of raw energy. It crashes down with incredible force, embedding itself deep in the arena floor at a seemingly impossible distance. Rohan and Lu's faces fall, their expressions a mixture of awe and utter despair. It's over, but the supervisor isn't celebrating. Her eyes are wide, fixed on a point far beyond her own spear. Staring at the result, she quietly admits her own utter defeat. She lost. Rohan shouts in confusion, but the supervisor cuts him off, telling them not to rejoice as everyone is fated to die here. She explains with cold detachment that the test was always designed to be a slaughter. It's not her problem. They were the ones who willingly offered up their lives. But from across the floor, a calm, steady voice interrupts her grim proclamation. We're not going to die. The supervisor turns, as Mazino declares they won't just survive, they're going to break the curse of this floor entirely. He admits he recognizes her overwhelming strength, but she's making one critical miscalculation. He isn't alone. His friends are going to fight right alongside him. Looks her dead in the eye, promising that these children she approved of will ascend to the next floor. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he challenges her to simply watch and see who wins this game. With a flick of her hair, she turns away, dismissing his words as nonsense, but she's listening. She leaves him with one final, chilling promise. When they meet at the final test site, they will be enemies. Elsewhere, an operative named Shine confirms her suspicions that something is terribly wrong. The princess isn't responding, but thankfully, she's already placed a marker for reinforcements from the family. In a quiet alleyway, a mysterious girl with pale blue hair steals her resolve. She makes a silent vow to her father that she will be there soon. Her long-haired guardian explains her curse. She is tied to the island's despair. Every time the residents' hope was crushed, she fed on that despair, gaining a little more power. It is a cruel existence, one that has twisted her into something she bitterly accepts. From the ground below, a young woman in a red hood looks up, wondering who this ethereal girl is. She's informed that this is Lady Mago, an immortal phantom who simply reappears, no matter how many times they kill her. Her guardian speculates she might be a bug that appeared when Mago awoke, just like them. But across the shimmering water, the phantom seems to hear him, the word echoing in her mind. She rejects the label, they are the bugs. She has always been a part of this place, or has she? He's taken aback, his theory instantly challenged by her sharp retort. The phantom turns to her companion, Leo, her expression now deadly serious. She declares that to face a monster like their current power is laughably insufficient. It's time to get serious, and Leo can only look on in confusion. With a silent roar, the girl shatters her ethereal restraints, unleashing a torrent of raw energy. The shockwave of power explodes across the island, a brilliant blue beacon visible to all. The regulars below can only stare, mouths agape, completely dwarfed by this incredible presence. Her eyes glow with a fanatic light. This power, she declares, is salvation itself. With open arms, she beckons to the world, offering them everything they've ever desired. She calls for everyone to come running to her, to this glorious light, and to die for her, again and again, feeding her endless power. Leo can only watch, utterly silenced by the terrifying transformation of her companion. A few days pass, and the day of the final test finally arrives. A colossal ship descends from the sky, its shadow falling over the island below. On board, a man with long, flowing hair welcomes the assembled regulars. He promises that passing this test is their one glorious chance to ascend the tower. But, he adds with a knowing smile, the explanation for this final test will be a little special. With a snap of his fingers, the supervisor announces they're skipping the boring part and going directly to the test. The regulars barely have time to react as a golden light erupts around them. In a blinding flash, their feet leave the ground. Everyone is sent tumbling through a chaotic, shimmering void, completely helpless. They find themselves in a vast, dark chamber, their eyes drawn to a single, ethereal girl. Yurik Mizuno stares, his mouth agape. He can hardly process what he's seeing. A girl named Mago floats serenely in the air, wrapped in a strange, sparkling energy. But the beautiful sight is a horrifying illusion, for below her lies a mountain of countless dead bodies. Yurik is frozen solid, his mind reeling from the massacre and the naked woman at its center. She just offers a friendly wave, a sweet smile on her face, and cheerfully introduces herself as Mago. Her voice echoes through their minds, explaining she's hidden somewhere in a massive castle. The objective of this test is simple: find her and kill her. Doing so will end the test and allow them to finally ascend to the next floor. But before this twisted game begins, she has something she wants to ask them. She turns to the crowd of regulars, curious about the one wish that drove each of them to climb the tower. And as a special treat, she promises to grant the wish of the very first person to speak. Instantly, an eager blonde regular shoves his way forward, yelling that he wants to become stronger. Yurik grabs him, trying to shut him up, but the man is already desperately pleading with Mago. He throws Yurik off, asking why he's so serious. It's obviously just a trick. What an idiot. Mago just smiles, finding his wish a bit vague but accepts it with a snap of her fingers. And just like that, with a playful point of her finger, Mago declares his wish granted. The blonde regular finds a simple, unassuming rod has materialized in his hands. What is this? Yurik steps in, explaining that she gave him a weapon, the most realistic path to true strength. The guy is still skeptical. It's just a stick. But Yurik insists, just try swinging it once. He gives it a half-hearted swing, and a blinding arc of pure power erupts from the tip. The energy wave carves through the air and smashes into the wall, shattering it completely. The blonde regular trembles, staring at the stick in utter disbelief. She really granted his wish. This is ridiculous. Even Gisli, a princess of Zahard, can only watch in stunned silence at the absurd power on display. Immediately, the other regulars are on their knees, begging Mago to grant their wishes too, but she simply reminds them of her promise. Seeing their disappointment, she offers a new, cryptic challenge. From this moment forward, everyone should make a wish in their hearts. She smiles, promising that something good might just happen, but a voice cries out, warning everyone not to be fooled. It's Yurik, shouting that this woman is a swindler who only brings despair, though Mago seems entirely unbothered. He demands she prove she isn't a fraud, but Mago already has her counter ready. She tells him to stop playing games and simply look behind him to see the truth. While Yurik was busy shouting, every other regular is already standing with their eyes closed, deep in concentration. He even turns to his companion Leo, frustrated, but she calmly tells him to just focus on his wish for the next 5 minutes. Mago's voice rings out once more, announcing that the time is now up, and as she gives the signal, a girl in a red hood suddenly dashes into the arena, surrounded by ethereal energy. The newcomer looks up, her eyes wide with wonder at the scene before her. Even Yurik is stunned into silence, utterly baffled as to who this mysterious woman could possibly be. Mago's eyes narrow with an all-knowing look. Her grand test has finally begun. The girl in the red hood arrives, only to be horrified by a mountain of corpses, but her gaze snaps upwards, recognizing the ethereal being as her long-awaited savior, the Great Ark. Mago smiles, acknowledging that while the name is a bit off, she is indeed the savior this girl seeks. Landing firmly, the girl introduces herself with conviction. She is Jean, and she came here just for this moment. Overcome with emotion, Jean falls to her knees, honored to finally be in her savior's presence. She turns, revealing her one desperate wish, to erase the horrible, X-shaped scars branded on her back. These wounds, she explains, were given to her by those who condemned her as a witch. A memory surfaces of her as a child, ostracized by her village for a mysterious power she couldn't explain. She could always sense the savior, and she bitterly thinks of how her tormentors were blaspheming against a goddess. She begs for a miracle not just to heal her wounds, but to grant her a heart that can forgive her abusers. Mago looks down with a semblance of pity, acknowledging her pain and agreeing to grant the wish. But of course, there's a catch, a single, crucial condition. Mago explains that there are others watching, and if all of them choose her wish over their own, it will be granted. Suddenly, Yurik's eyes widen in dawning horror. He recognizes this twisted game and its master. Mago continues, her voice dripping with malice, laying out the alternative. If even one person selfishly chooses their own wish, Jean's scars will ignite and burn her to ash. Mago smirks, clarifying that this is the only kind of salvation she knows how to give. Realizing her fate is in the hands of strangers, Jean turns her desperate pleas to the unseen audience. She begs for their mercy, revealing that healing her wounds would free her entire village from a curse. Other regulars listen, their faces a mixture of pity and calculation. But her plea is cut short by a sudden, violent burst of fire. The curse ignites across Johnny's back, and she lets out a pained scream. Yurik and Leo watch in disbelief. Someone had already made their selfish choice. Engulfed in flames, Jean collapses, her desperate cries for mercy echoing. The searing pain is unimaginable as she thrashes on the ground. Her final, agonized plea is choked out by the inferno. She curls into a ball, consumed by the cruel, magical fire. The flames roar with a sinister glow, leaving nothing but darkness in their wake. And in moments, all that remains of the girl and her village's hope is fading ash. The ethereal test administrator muses that while unfortunate, this outcome was always obvious. It coldly explains that of course their own selfish desires outweighed the life of a stranger. The regulars can only look down, the weight of their collective choice pressing on them. A voice announces that their wishes have been heard, and the test's prologue is now complete. The long-haired swordsman snaps his fingers, getting everyone's attention with a sharp call to Leo. With a wide, theatrical gesture, he declares that the warm-up is over. In an instant, a powerful force yanks the entire group off their feet. They're violently teleported, crashing down onto the sands of a strange new shore. Everyone stumbles to their feet, disoriented and scattered across the unfamiliar beach. And standing there waiting for them is Jean, the very same girl they just watched burn alive. Lou stares in disbelief, shocked to find Yurik Mizuno and his teammates appearing out of nowhere. Yurik wastes no time, questioning why Lou is here instead of escaping. But the kid can only stammer that he was teleported mid-flight. Suddenly, their reunion is interrupted by a mechanical voice from above, announcing the start of the real game. The rules are laid out. Everyone will be split into 3 teams, each one led by a surviving ascetic. A chilling image flashes through their minds, revealing a massacre all the other ascetics have already been slaughtered by Lady Mago. A glowing gem materializes in the hands of one of the chosen few, a tangible mark of their new, dangerous role. Lou himself is revealed to be one of these ascetics, now burdened with leading his team to a distant castle. Their goal is to find a central altar and place their gems within it, which will open the way to their final target. The win condition is to kill Mago, but the test is over for everyone if even one ascetic dies or a single gem is broken. Yurik, completely unfazed, finds the rules simple enough and decides their first move is to contact everyone and regroup. Lou begins coordinating, telling Evelyn's team to protect their ascetic and meet up, only to be coldly told to stop being so familiar. His next call goes better, with Aru enthusiastically agreeing that they all need to cooperate to climb the tower. With everyone on the same page, Yurik gives the signal, and his team prepares to move out toward the castle. But just as they start, a chilling voice whispers directly into their minds, calling them greedy, selfish children. Evelyn freezes, startled, as she realizes the strange woman's voice is echoing inside her own head. The source reveals herself Mago, speaking from her crystal prison, taunting them for begging for her help out of pure self-interest. She offers the chosen ones an alternative, a way to get everything they desire if they just abandon this test. All they have to do, she whispers, is turn on their allies and protect her instead, a proposal that leaves them all stunned. Mago dangles the ultimate temptation, a wish granting flower hidden in the castle's basement, which they can claim by shattering their gem before her. By doing so, they would fail the test, allow her to be fully resurrected, and help her become the future queen of the tower. She promises that if they abandon their allies for her, their deepest desires will be granted. Neo suddenly bolts forward, looking panicked, and when Yurik questions him, he just deflects, telling them to hurry. The team continues their advance, but a seed of doubt has now been planted. Mago's voice lingers privately in Neo's mind, a chilling whisper that she'll be waiting for him. From her crystal prison, a sinister glint appears in her eye. Her message spreads, targeting all the greedy kids, including a shocked Lou and Evelyn. Neo tries to run it off, but his focus is clearly shattered by the tempting offer. Elsewhere, another regular is stopped in her tracks, contemplating the treacherous choice she's been given. But this betrayal was set in motion long before Mago's call, as we flash back to the previous night. A mysterious figure had already met with Neo, handing him a golden jewel and a simple order: kill Yurik Mizuno. One of the blonde regulars tries to play the hero, insisting his bravery isn't just from his new weapon. But his grandstanding is immediately cut short when Yurik steps in, telling him to wait. He then holds out his hand with a single, stunning demand: give me all of your gems. With a casual flick of his thumb, he dismisses the entire team, ordering them all to go hide. He cracks his knuckles with a smirk, promising to finish this fight and come right back. But his eyes burn with a chilling focus, revealing the terrifying truth of his plan. He will face Mago alone. The blonde regular sputters in protest. This is supposed to be their test, but Yurik just holds out his hand again. And this time, there's no hint of a joke in his expression. Only cold, hard resolve. A heavy silence crushes the team as they finally understand the absolute authority in his voice. And deep within the stage, their target waits patiently inside her crystalline cage, the center of the storm he's about to unleash. Her eyes slowly open as the chamber doors grind apart. Yurik Mizuno steps through, his gaze locked on his solitary target. A voice echoes in his mind, taunting him with the test's trivial rules. She muses that he's still as impatient as ever, and he doesn't even bother to deny it. He has no time to waste on some childish game with an altar and jewels. His eyes flare with crimson light as he makes his true intention clear. He's here to kill her, but his deadly promise only earns him a confident, knowing smirk. In fact, she seems almost pleased by the pure killing intent directed at her. Floating high above, she goads him, challenging him to try harder this time so he can actually finish the job. Meanwhile, far outside the castle walls, his team has found refuge in an underground bunker. Gojung voices everyone's concern, asking if this place is truly safe, but Jine guarantees it with unwavering confidence. He immediately questions how she knows the castle so well, and she drops a bombshell. She used to live here. This revelation sends a ripple of shock through the team, as she explains that many people lived here before they were all cursed. The others immediately suspect she's just a game NPC, given that she was resurrected and has insider knowledge. But Jean's mind is on someone else, another person like her, wondering where Lord Ark could be. Lu presses her for more information, asking what kind of curse she's talking about, but she hesitates to answer. Suddenly, a trapdoor slams open from the ceiling, and a cheerful voice announces that he's found them. A spiky-haired boy drops down into their midst, casually introducing himself to the stunned regulars. With a confident grin, he announces his name is Lapis, but some people know him as Cheongyam. He lands lightly on the floor, his unexpected arrival completely derailing their conversation. The others immediately go on the defensive, with Evelyn warning the smug intruder not to take another step. Jean demands to know how he found this secret place, but Lapis just grins, saying one of them told him. Evelyn's head whips around, her accusation landing squarely on Gojung, who frantically denies it was him this time. But just as she lunges, a calm voice cuts through the chaos, admitting he was the one. Everyone freezes, turning to see Neo, his expression unreadable as he confesses to the betrayal. The team is in utter disbelief, demanding to know why he would do such a thing. But he simply says it's too difficult to explain. All he can offer is a cryptic reason that there's something he absolutely has to reverse. Lapis then speaks up, reminding Neo of their promise. He won't harm the others because Leo already told him everything. Instead, he explains, a woman named Mano is waiting upstairs to escort them all to a safe prison. Evelyn snaps, asking who made that decision, only for Lapis to effortlessly grab her arm, smirking as he declares that he did. Lapis casually asks if self-defense is on the table, but Neo shuts him down immediately. As Neo walks away, Leo desperately calls out his name, pleading for him to stop. One of Neo's men holds Lu back, telling him to pass a message on to Yurik. The message is chilling. Neo is leaving to change the past. With a casual see you later, the man leaves Lu utterly bewildered by the cryptic farewell. Suddenly, we're thrust into that very past, watching an enraged Uruk Mizuno wind up a punch. His target is the ethereal Mago, who faces the Irregular's fury with an unnerving calm. Yurik moves like a storm, unleashing a blindingly fast combination of attacks. A devastating strike smashes the ground to pieces right beside Mago. Yurik presses his hand down with incredible force, pinning his opponent in place. But the force of his attack seems to rebound, shaking the very foundations of the building. Suddenly, Uruk finds himself thrown off balance, his own momentum twisting against him. The tables have turned in an instant, and he is the one being repelled by a mysterious, swirling energy. An ability activates, a power known as the Reversal of Hope. For the first time, a flicker of genuine shock crosses Urik's face. He's sent rocketing backwards, completely caught off guard by this bizarre counter. Yet even while flying, the Irregular effortlessly rights himself, digging his feet into the ground. Mago lies there with a smug look, pointing out that he must be just like her, not yet at full strength. Yurik calmly concedes her point, as a brilliant golden light begins to emanate from his hand. He then unleashes a devastating beam of power, blasting her with an attack of his own. Mago's smug confidence shatters as the golden light engulfs her completely. The blast tears through the arena, a raw display of overwhelming power. Unfazed, Yurik looks down at the smoking crater he just created. He finds her sprawled on the ground, battered and broken from the single attack. He coolly tells her to count herself lucky. At full strength, not even a trace of her would remain, but she just smirks through the pain, retorting that his power doesn't matter, she's already won. Yurek's expression darkens. Won? What is this woman talking about? She reveals the truth. His fight was just a diversion so one of his supposed teammates could reach the test's central altar and begin removing the power source. With a simple touch, Neo takes the gem that allowed Yurek to enter this space. The trap is sprung. She explains that once all 3 gems are taken, the rules state he will be forcefully expelled. Yurek is stunned. A traitor? How could there be a traitor on his team? But she just scoffs, asking since when he ever truly considered anyone a teammate. The taunt hits home, a bitter reminder of his past mistakes. She tells him he's always been more perfect, more complete, when he's utterly alone. If he really wanted her dead, he should have eliminated the obstacles he called his allies first. And because he didn't, he's failed to kill her yet again, as a second gem is secured. Yurek grits his teeth, the realization crashing down there's no more time. He lunges forward in one last desperate attempt to finish her before it's too late. But in that same instant, the final gem is taken. The game is over. A wave of shimmering energy washes over him as he comes to a dead stop. Too late. He can only grit his teeth in pure, unadulterated fury. From across the chasm, Mago's eyes narrow, savoring the look on his face. The distance between them feels immense, a testament to his utter failure. A strange, sparkling energy begins to gather around her, a power born from his defeat. She reminds him of a simple, terrible truth about her abilities. The stronger the individual, the more power she gains when she turns their hope into despair. Elsewhere, Lapis triumphantly holds up the 3 gems, a cheeky grin on his face. But as he celebrates, Neo is already walking away, her purpose fulfilled here. He asks where she's going, but she simply states it's time to return to where it all began. Her destination is clear in her mind. She has to go where the flower is. Lapis is completely baffled by her cryptic words, demanding to know what she's talking about. He doesn't get it, but decides to follow her anyway, muttering a final curse at Yurek's expense. Meanwhile, back at the now empty altar, a brilliant flash of light erupts from the platform. Yurek Mazino himself materializes, having been teleported right back to his starting point. He clenches his fist in frustration, realizing he's been played, and his mind immediately snaps to the gems. He looks down at the pedestal, his fears confirmed the slots are empty. They took them all. As he vows to hunt them down, a calm voice cuts through his anger, remarking on how quickly he found the place. Yurek spins around, his eyes locking onto the figure. He recognizes the face, it's Neo. But then he hesitates, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. No, that's not right, it's Leo. Leo stands across the grand hall, sword in hand, facing down the legendary Yurek Mazino. With a smug grin, he declares that Yurek will never be allowed to return to Lady Mago. But before the words can even settle, Yurek vanishes, reappearing in a flash of red and a spray of blood. He stands over Leo's fallen body, having cut him down in less than a second. But as Yurek turns to leave, Leo speaks from the floor, admitting he's been blessed by Mago. He rises to his feet without a single scratch, revealing the nature of that blessing: he can never die. The word never echoes in the chamber. Yurek's confident smirk completely shatters into disbelief. What did he just say? Leo's expression is calm, almost serene, as the impossible reality sinks in. Suddenly, the entire hall begins to tremble and shake violently around them. The entire test chamber groans and shatters, collapsing in on itself. Amid the chaos, Urek ignores everything but Leo, gathering a storm of golden energy. He doesn't strike the man. He rips a colossal stone pillar straight from the architecture. Eyes glowing with raw disbelief, he demands Leo repeat his impossible claim. Lying on the floor, Leo looks up with an almost peaceful expression. He reaffirms it one last time he will never die as the pillar descends upon him. Yurek smashes him into a crimson paste, leaving nothing but a stain on the rubble. Problem solved. He turns his back on the gruesome scene, ready to move on. Taking a single step away, he doesn't even bother to look back. But behind him, the blood and scattered flesh begin to writhe and pull back together. A chilling sound makes Urek freeze in his tracks. He glances back, his expression shifting from confidence to pure disbelief. The puddle of blood and gore is coalescing, rapidly reforming into a human figure. And just like that, Leo is standing there again, completely unharmed. He flexes his hand, marveling at his own truly incredible power. Running a hand through his perfect hair, he muses that even a crushed skull is no big deal. With a smug little laugh, he figures this must mean he's an angel, while Urek just sighs in defeat. Fine, he'll play along. Urek admits the power is impressive, for a cockroach. Since killing him is clearly not an option, he changes tactics, asking about his relationship with Neo. Suddenly, the smugness vanishes from Leo's face, replaced by a flicker of stunned silence. Leo calmly regains his composure, asking if Yurik has ever heard of Schrödinger's cat. The question hits Yurik like a thunderbolt. How could he possibly know a concept from Earth? He explains that after they found Mago's flower, a mysterious man came looking for them. Yurik is floored. This stranger apparently knew all about gems and the world outside the tower. Cursing, Leo admits he doesn't know who the man was. He only stayed a few days before leaving. But before he left, the man looked at both him and Neo, comparing them to that very cat. He taught them about the poor animal, trapped forever in a box. How the cat could be considered both alive and dead, until someone dared to look inside. Then, the man gave them a chilling prophecy about a lid of truth. He told them that when their truth is finally revealed, one of them must disappear from the world. Leo explains their relationship is a paradox. If one is true, the other is false. One of them is the dead cat. He looks at Yurik, confirming that this is the strange truth of their existence. As long as that box of truth remains sealed, both he and Neo can continue to coexist. Yurik is completely lost, unable to process what he's even hearing anymore. And that's why, Leo continues, they had two wishes to ask Lady Mago. The first was to finally open the box of truth and discover which one of them was real. It was a wish to end the uncertainty once and for all. But their second wish was to ask Mago to create a world where both could exist together. Just as the mysterious man told them, if Mago became the new queen of the tower and could rewrite its laws, maybe, just maybe, they could both be saved. With a surge of power, Leo declares their ultimate wish. It's to create a world where both Neo the Regular and Leo the Ranker can exist together. He reaches out to Yurik, his voice filled with desperate conviction, insisting that this is why they must fight. But Yurik is completely unmoved, snatching Leo by the collar in an instant. His crimson eyes stare coldly, dismissing the entire heartfelt plea as utter nonsense. And with a single, effortless motion, he slams Leo into the ground, ending the debate. The scene shifts abruptly. Deep within the walls of an underground dungeon, a man named Rohan goes flying as a young companion cries out his name in alarm. He picks himself up, furious and disoriented, growling that every escape attempt leads him back to this same spot. Just then, a woman's voice cuts through the air, telling him to give up, revealing that they're in a place even rankers can't escape. The woman in glasses walks off, leaving her subordinate, Sophia, in charge of handling the prisoners. The white-haired woman turns to Rohan with a condescending smirk, mocking him for all his grand talk that just ended with him trapped. But he's not broken yet, vowing to shatter this barrier with pure willpower, a notion she immediately dismisses. He then spots a glimmer of hope, the test supervisors. But his relief dies when they admit they got trapped here too. The woman's taunts continue, guessing Yurik Mazzino wasn't caught, asking if he simply abandoned his supposed little brother. She looks down on him, claiming this was inevitable to a monster like Yurik. They're just obstacles in his way. Rohan can't believe what he's hearing, but she presses on, insisting that's the real reason he left them all behind. With a final, chilling piece of advice, she tells him to accept his fate and stay put if he wants to live. Hess left utterly defeated, while his young companion can only watch, knowing Rohan can't just give up like this. This feeling of helplessness isn't unique, as we see Evelyn elsewhere, vowing to give it her all before clumsily falling flat on her face. But just as Rohan spirals, Lou grabs him, insisting they have to do something. The young boy takes a determined step forward. Then, in a blur, he dashes right past a stunned Rohan. Rohan's mind reels in confusion. Lou? How did he just do that? The other trapped regulars can only stare, completely dumbfounded. Incredibly, the boy has phased right through the barrier, now standing on the other side. A jolt of pure hope hits him. He realizes he can escape. This moment of defiance brings a flashback to the monster who inspired it, Yurik Mazzino. We see him in the midst of a violent, bloody confrontation. He's absolutely pummeling an unseen foe, tearing them apart with overwhelming power. His target is revealed, drenched in blood but still holding her blade steady. It's a woman with flowing black hair and brilliant golden wings, meeting Yurik's power head-on. She stands her ground, completely unfazed by the Irregular's assault. With a calm, almost mocking expression, she tells him that his power isn't enough to kill her. Yurik responds instantly, blasting her backwards with a furious wave of energy. But she recovers in a flash, now brandishing two daggers crackling with Shinsu. Her eyes glow with fierce concentration as she prepares to return the favor. She dashes forward, her shimmering blade crashing against Yurik's defense. Their clash becomes a maelstrom of light and steel, a dance of unbelievable speed and power. Done playing games, Yurik unleashes a massive, focused beam of pure destructive force. But his attack is met with a cage of brilliant golden energy, locking him in place. The mysterious woman grips her blade, a new power surging through her. She launches herself forward, her golden wings of energy propelling her at blinding speed. Their clash erupts, a maelstrom of light and steel as she presses her advantage. A confident smirk spreads across her face as she feels the new ability she just gained. She realizes her attacks can now leave behind wounds not on his body, but in the Shinsu itself. These are scars in reality that she can tear apart and make explode on command. Yurik looks down to see he's caught in a massive web of these glowing fissures. With cold, focused eyes, she gives the silent order for him to be torn apart. And for the first time, a flicker of genuine shock crosses Yurik Mizuno's face. A cataclysmic explosion of light rips through the air, sending a shockwave in all directions. The blast is so intense it tears Yurik's shoe clean off his foot. He's sent tumbling through the sky, completely caught off guard by her devastating attack. He reaches out, desperately trying to regain some semblance of control amidst the chaos. But she's already on him, blade flashing as she closes the distance in an instant. A relentless flurry of strikes rains down, forcing the mighty Irregular onto the defensive. A smirk plays on her lips. This overwhelming power feels absolutely incredible. Looking down at his stunned face, she declares internally that the fight is over. But then, his crimson eye flares with an unbelievable pressure, a silent, defiant question. And with a blinding flash, Yurik Mizuno finally decides to show her what a real monster looks like. She stares in utter disbelief at the blinding golden energy. Light? It's radiating from Yurik himself, his every step a sunbeam of raw, untamed power. He looks down at her, not with anger, but with a chilling calm, telling her he's killed countless creatures just like her. He begins to explain a simple truth. Darkness is an ancient, undying force, and there is only one way to truly stand against it. You must relentlessly shine an infinite, brilliant light upon it. The sheer force of his aura crashes down, a tidal wave of energy that overwhelms her completely. All her confidence shatters into a desperate plea for this monster to just go away. Her mind breaks under the pressure of a power she can't even comprehend. Yurik towers over her, dismissing her struggle. That deep, vast darkness she's so proud of, it's not even hers. He tells her that this darkness is just a shadow, cast by her own small light. She scoffs at the very idea, screaming that she isn't light, she's nothing but an illusion. The woman insists that she has become darkness itself, a being who can only exist by denying who she once was. She confesses her tragic dream, to one day find the person called Mago and climb the tower again. In complete despair, she cries out that he could never understand the reality she witnessed. But he cuts her off, his grip firm but not violent, silencing her frantic words. He gently touches her head, telling the Son of Light that it's time to go back now. With unshakable confidence, Yurik then makes a simple declaration. I am the light. The word echoes in her mind, a concept she'd long forgotten, and her eyes widen. A profound change begins to wash over her as his light starts to purify the shadow within. The darkness clinging to her evaporates into motes of light, her eyes wide with disbelief. He kneels before her, his aura a brilliant sun, as she wonders why this salvation arrived only now. In a final, blinding flash of golden energy, the purification is complete. Yurik stands alone in the aftermath, the ground shattered where she once stood. His expression is placid, but his senses are still on high alert. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen. He's detected another presence, realizing Neo is also inside this tower. At that very same moment, the scene shifts to another location entirely. We arrive at the test field for the scout position, where raw energy surges across the ground. Crackling blue Shinsu begins to writhe and gather with immense pressure. The lightning coalesces, forming a strange, almost musical symbol in the air. And with a deafening crash, a massive pillar of blue Shinsu slams into the ground. The entire test field fractures, sending shockwaves of energy and debris flying. Chunks of the arena are torn from their foundations, floating in the electrical storm. And in the middle of it all, the regulars find themselves surrounded by monstrous stone statues. A new figure stands among them, a brawler whose aura alone crackles with oppressive force. The others can barely withstand the pressure, their eyes wide with shock and exertion. When the light fades, they find themselves transported to a desolate, monster-filled coastline. Meanwhile, Yurik Mizuno finally connects the dots, realizing it wasn't Mago who granted that wish. No, there's definitely one more powerful entity hiding somewhere in this tower. At that very moment, a mysterious man in robes walks with purpose, a single name on his mind. Aubryon. A bystander is nearly knocked off their feet by a sudden gust of wind. It's Yurik Mizuno, sprinting through a grand hall at impossible speeds. He's furious, convinced someone named Neo stole the jewels and promising to make him pay. Unbeknownst to him, his little tantrum is being secretly recorded. The filmer, a girl with glasses, tries to slip away unnoticed, but in an instant, Yurik slams down right in front of her, blocking her escape. She freezes on the spot, the shock evident in her eyes. He looks down, more confused than angry, asking why she's photographing him. She recoils in fear as he reaches for her phone, casually asking if the shot was good. With a quick flick of his wrist, the device is no longer hers. He crushes the phone in his fist as if it were made of paper. The sheer force of the casual act echoes down the hall, making her flinch. Before she can even react, he's right behind her, his red eyes glowing intently. He leans in close, asking if she's planning to take any more photos. She's frozen solid as he gives her a simple piece of advice. Listen to him if she wants to live. With the threat delivered, Yurik turns on his heel, ready to just walk away. He tells her to get lost, casually mentioning he wouldn't know how to pay her back for it anyway. But as his back is turned, the girl calmly reaches into her pocket. A confident smirk spreads across her face as she pulls out a second phone. She thinks she's so clever, but a knowing smile creeps onto Yurik's face. He's got her. She whips out the second phone, ready for another try. Believing she's caught him, she snaps a picture of his retreating back. A flicker of triumph crosses her eyes. She finally got him. The screen flashes, capturing the moment perfectly, or so she thought. But as she looks down at the photo, her smug expression melts into confusion. The image isn't of Yurik, it's a photo of her own hand, somehow. Suddenly, he's right behind her again, his presence immense as she insists she took the shot. He casually explains that he moved and returned so fast her eyes couldn't even track it. Yurik leans in, a mocking smirk on his face, questioning if her camera even works properly. As her phone starts glowing, the reality of his power finally hits her, and she demands to know who he is. Not giving up, she lunges again, demanding to know just who this monster is. She raises her phone with a confident smirk, thinking this time will be different. As he hangs in the air, the camera flashes. She's sure she's got him now. There's nowhere to run mid-flight. He's completely exposed. But her face falls as she looks at the screen. It's just a picture of his fist. How? And that's when we see her true power. The more pictures they take, the more they multiply. Yurik looks around, a slight smile playing on his lips, surrounded by an army of beauties. But he's not one to stand around and admire the view. In a flash, he's upon them, his fist rocketing forward with terrifying speed. The impact is brutal, shattering her phone and splattering blood across his knuckles. But he's a whirlwind of motion, a blur of fists and feet, tearing through the sea of clones. She scoffs from a distance, thinking his efforts are completely pointless. After all, her clones are multiplying at a rate far faster than he can possibly move, or so she thinks. Yurik just stops and looks at her, casually asking what she's even talking about. Because as far as he can see, the room is empty. Right now, it's just her. Her confident smirk vanishes, replaced by utter confusion. Eh? He tells her to stop wasting his time. He already deleted every single one of them, moving so fast she couldn't even perceive it. His crimson eye glares as he lays down the law. She will never, ever be able to take a picture of him. She grits her teeth, the sheer impossibility of it all sinking in. Finally, she just breaks down, screaming in pure frustration, begging him to just stand still for one picture. She slams her fists into the ground, utterly consumed by her own powerlessness. Yurik glances back, baffled, asking what she even planned to do with a photo of the back of his head. Her phone lies shattered as she screams that it wasn't about doing anything with it. She just wanted one picture because he was ignoring her, and she couldn't stand it. He watches her tantrum, internally mocking how angry this mere regular is getting. A strange thought crosses his mind. Maybe she just has an unexpectedly tender side. The girl recoils in disgust, finding it humiliating to hear such a thing from an ugly man. That's the last straw for Uruk. He announces he's leaving as she flips him off, wishing him ill. But elsewhere, a nobleman with a rapier prowls through the halls, sensing sneaky rats nearby. His eyes bulge with rage as he realizes just how many intruders have infested this sacred area. And just like that, Uruk Mazino dashes off, leaving the whole mess behind him. He glances back for a moment, completely unbothered by the chaos he's caused. But his departure doesn't go unnoticed, as the nobleman freezes, his rapier clattering to the floor. His eyes widen in disbelief and alarm. A shark, he thinks. A true monster has entered the castle. Meanwhile, in a different part of this vast complex, two figures stand in a quiet, cavernous chamber. Before them floats a magnificent, crystalline flower, shimmering with an ethereal light. The mysterious swordswoman stares at it, her gaze fixed with an almost reverent intensity. Her hand reaches out, closing around a piece of the crystal that seems to be a hilt. This legendary item, this sacred weapon, is Mago. Suddenly, Yurik is stopped in his tracks as the blonde man from before confronts him, calling out the name Neo. The mysterious swordswoman turns, her eyes wide with shock at the sudden confrontation. Yurik, however, just seems mildly annoyed, recognizing the man in front of him. The blonde man grits his teeth, calling Yurik Tongium again and clutching 3 colored jewels. With a casual shove, Yurik pushes past him, reaching for the woman and the jewels she holds. He reminds the kid he was told to hand them over, his calm voice carrying an immense pressure. But just as his hand is about to connect, another hand darts out, intercepting him. It's the swordswoman, her hands wrapped firmly around the crystalline weapon, Mago. She stops the legendary Irregular cold, much to Yurek's visible surprise. His crimson eye widens, a flicker of genuine shock crossing his features for the first time. Because in her hands, the sacred weapon begins to unleash a brilliant, blinding golden light. Her eyes gleam with absolute resolve. She's sorry, but she has a wish to make. Mago responds, erupting with a cataclysmic torrent of golden energy. Yurek can only watch, feeling the sheer, overflowing power of pure light. The woman is engulfed in the blast, channeling an ancient, reality-bending force. This isn't an attack, it's a phenomenon that tears through the very fabric of the test floor. In a flash, their surroundings change, placing them all on a vast sea before a lone island. A white-haired regular looks around, completely baffled by the sudden change in scenery. The stoic brawler simply tells his horned companion to go and see what's happened. The blonde nobleman's eyes dart around, his initial shock turning to wary alertness. And Yurek, he closes his eyes, processing this utterly unexpected and troublesome turn of events. The mysterious island they landed on holds a magnificent, almost cathedral-like structure. Inside, the swordswoman and her blonde companion are already racing up a crumbling staircase. Her ally is absolutely fuming, complaining that it was a waste and he should have finished their target himself. But she cuts him off, her expression focused as she explains their true objective. They weren't there for a kill. They were after a gemstone containing Yurek's power, a key to force a wish from Mago. The scene then cuts to a different part of the building, where an ornate dagger lies on the floor. The one who placed it there is the glasses girl, kneeling as if her task is finally done. Standing over her is none other than that pompous-looking nobleman from before. He looks down at her, his flamboyant demeanor completely gone, replaced by a cold, appraising stare. But their private meeting is about to be interrupted, as Yurek Mizuno's presence descends upon them. And in a sudden flash of memory, we see Yurek's eyes burning with intense focus. He was facing some kind of colossal, sealed container, a challenge that now finds its echo in the present, as a high ranker from the Kun family faces a similar test. A massive wave of crackling energy erupts from his body, aimed at the distant island. He pours his power into the assault, a storm of Shinsu meant to break through any barrier. But it's no use at all. The invisible wall simply doesn't budge. His partner watches on, explaining that the island reflects everything, even his lighthouse scans. Kunuzman Ari, a high ranker scout, can't believe he's being so easily blocked. His partner reminds him to hurry it up. The family head is watching, and they can't afford to fail. Meanwhile, deep within a prison, Lu sees an opportunity as a mysterious woman walks away, thinking this might be his chance. Not wasting a second, Lu bolts down the corridor, sprinting for freedom. He stumbles out, catching his breath as Rohan rushes over, demanding to know how he escaped. Lu can't explain it. The path just opened for him, but he despairs, knowing he can't save anyone else alone. A spark of an idea hits Rohan, who extends a hand and tells Lu to try and bring him along. Lu glances back at the mysterious white-haired woman, who simply continues to walk away. Making a decision, Rohan grabs the boy's hand, and they run for the exit together. It actually worked! They both burst through the barrier, completely stunned. The realization dawns on Rohan as long as he holds Lu's hand, the path stays open. They make their escape, dashing past the woman and out of the strange prison. Finally safe, Rohan asks what's next, and Lu looks on with grim determination, ready to cross to the other side. Lu lays out his simple, crazy plan. Go back in, grab the supervisors, and use their power to escape. Rohan can only offer a warning to be careful, to which the boy gives a determined reply. Without a second of hesitation, Lu darts back into the maze-like prison. He sprints through the empty halls, passing the silent white-haired woman who simply watches. But his return doesn't go completely unnoticed. Another figure spots him from a different corridor. A supervisor with glasses screams at his partner, the lighthouse keeper, to look. He points out the impossible sight of the kid who somehow broke free from their perfect trap. The woman's calm facade finally shatters, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lu speeds past other trapped regulars, who can only stare, mouths agape at the boy running free. Their stunned silence breaks as they realize he's their only hope, urging him to run. But the white-haired woman is hot on his tail, her energy weapon crackling to life. She grinds to a halt, her eyes wide with disbelief at what he's doing. Lu's mind flashes back to his vow to Yurek Mizuno. He has to pass this test, no matter what. The woman, Heidi, suddenly understands. This isn't just an escape attempt. Her grip tightens on the barrier's frame. This boy is trying to break everyone out. He calls out to the next trapped regulars, telling them to get ready. Lu reaches through the barrier, and a grateful hand firmly clasps his. With a mighty heave, he pulls the boy clean through the energy field, right under Heidi's nose. The rescued kids can't believe it, showering Lu with thanks for their newfound freedom. The devil-horned girl smirks, turning to face their jailer, ready for a real fight this time. But Heidi just stares back, her patience completely exhausted. With a wave of her hand, she declares this entire charade is over. She turns her back, telling them she's too tired to fight and they should just leave. But she makes one thing clear: only 2 can go. The rest are just dead weight to her. The devil-horned girl is about to lash out, but the boy in the cape stops her, realizing Heidi has a point. A spiky-haired brawler agrees a mass breakout would just make them easy targets. The group turns, knowing the choice of who goes now falls to one person. The superhero boy looks directly at Lu, naming him the selector for this impossible decision. Before Lu can even react, the brawler immediately volunteers himself for one of the spots. Then, a white-haired regular makes his own bid, promising to summon the strongest reinforcements if he's chosen. The superhero boy confirms the brawler's spot is locked in, leaving Lu to choose the final person. But Lu doesn't hesitate for a second, already sprinting away with a purpose. He runs straight to Evelyn, calling out her name and telling her to come with him. She's stunned, questioning why he'd pick her when there are so many stronger options. Lu simply holds out his hand, telling her with absolute sincerity that he can't go anywhere without her. His words hit her hard, and she stares back, a flicker of hope in her eyes. Without another word, she takes his hand, agreeing to escape with him. Elsewhere, a girl frantically waves her arms, trying to get someone's attention. She desperately signals towards 2 figures in the distance, but they don't seem to notice. Her frustration boils over. She's right there, but completely invisible to those she needs to see her. She checks a message orb, realizing with dread that while she can receive signals, she can't send anything out. Her companion's patience is wearing thin. The girl from the Kun family is starting to lose her mind over this delay. Princess Masheni reminds her that she only followed because of her family's name, and this is still an exam. The girl apologizes, but explains that unless they can somehow break the barrier, they're completely stuck. Her desperation boils over as she screams out, wondering what on earth they're supposed to do now. Just then, a group of figures comes running, and she yells out, addressing the Princess of Jihad by her title. The Kun girl quickly introduces herself, shouting up to Masheni that she's from the Kun family. She explains she infiltrated on her family's orders, and Masheni can only think, so it's really her. Cutting straight to the point, she delivers the urgent news. Reinforcements have arrived but can't enter the castle. Their new mission is clear: they have to find a way to get them inside, leaving Lu and his companion completely baffled. The new Kun girl calmly explains that if they're looking for a way in, the method is standing right here. The gray-haired regular is full of doubt, wondering if this girl can actually pull it off. But her blonde friend chimes in, insisting that they should believe in her, that she's amazing. With that settled, the white-haired girl grabs Lu and leaps into the sky, flying straight for the barrier. He reaches out his hand, a soft glow emanating from his fingertips as he touches the invisible wall. Outside, the 2 Kun high rankers look on as a massive crack suddenly splinters across the sky. The sorcery is broken, just like that, leaving both the powerful lighthouse keeper and scout utterly stunned. The white-haired girl is just as shocked, realizing what he just accomplished. But just as she's about to move, Lu stops her, telling her to wait a moment. She understands, cautioning him that the family head is still watching from afar, and they can't afford to be spotted. She questions why the family head would appear, but Tessorier scoffs that this display is terribly disappointing. He declares the entire incident a shameful mess that will be completely sealed from public knowledge. But there's a bigger problem. Something that should never exist in the tower has infiltrated the castle. He doesn't know what it is, but their new priority is to capture this entity, even if it means halting the test. And with that, the hunt begins inside the foreboding structure. Elsewhere, another team is already storming through the halls with purpose. The blonde nobleman leads the charge, as his ally confirms to the group that they're all on the same side. The long-haired woman steps up, insisting she has a duty here too and demanding a gem to help. They burst into a brightly lit area, calling out as they finally find the other regulars. But the white-haired girl isn't looking at them. She's sprinting past, screaming for her own team to stop. The blonde regular can only stare in disbelief, wondering why they're rushing in so recklessly. But the woman with the sword already has the glowing blue gem in hand, ready to act. Across the hall, Kun Ausman Ari knows they have to stop that gemstone at all costs. The blonde nobleman roars in fury, cursing these slippery rats for swarming his territory. With a flash of blue Shinsu, Usman Ari meets the nobleman's rapier head-on, sparks flying. He's momentarily stunned by the sheer force of the block. How did he stop that? A warning suddenly rings out. That man is Asaya, the floor's ruler, though his current state makes no sense. But Ausaman Ari couldn't care less about titles like ruler or supervisor. He unleashes a storm of lightning, declaring he'll take them all down right here and now. And deep within the castle's quiet halls, a lone figure waits in the shadows. A crimson eye snaps open, a memory from a time long past beginning to surface. The man, Uric Mazzino, grips a strange, crystalline object in his hands. A voice from his past echoes, begging him to wait just a little longer. Her eyes held a desperate wish, asking him to endure until the very end. His hands tightened around the object, the weight of her plea settling in. The final part of her request was simple. He had to keep someone named Mago alive. But Uric's patience is not infinite, and he stares at the glowing artifact before him. The memory shifts, showing her grabbing a glowing blue core, a sudden urgency in her actions. She moved like lightning, rushing to complete her task, leaving others in her wake. And in the present, another figure sits before a sealed stone, waiting for the promise to unfold. The seal hums, its ancient power finally stirring. A pale hand reaches out, breaking the stillness. The mysterious white-haired warrior emerges, his wait finally at an end. He grips the long spear, a weapon dormant for ages. With a single, powerful slam, he cracks the very ground beneath his feet. The weapon's tip ignites, releasing a torrent of raw shinzu. A blinding wave of blue energy surges outwards, a crackling tide of destruction. It crashes directly into the Kun family members, who were completely unprepared. They can only stare in disbelief, caught completely off guard by the sudden assault. The immense electrical blast engulfs them all, a swirling vortex of pure power. The warrior emerges from the storm of his own making, his eyes glowing with ancient power. He glances back at the supposedly elite Kun family members, now scattered and defeated. With a look of utter disdain, he dismisses them all as nothing more than insects in his path. But one woman, seemingly immune to the pressure, demands to know who this upstart is. The others, however, are forced to their knees, their pride shattered and their weapons dropped. She looks around, baffled, as the mysterious man floats before them, an aura of absolute authority. She can't understand it. Why is everyone, even the high rankers, kneeling before him? He takes a single, deliberate step, and in an instant, a savage blow sends her hurtling across the floor in a spray of blood. The blonde man watches, frozen in shock, as the mysterious warrior stands over his fallen victim. A dark-haired woman screams at her companion, urging him to use the jewel immediately. Without a second thought, he slams the green artifact into the ground. A blinding torrent of light erupts, engulfing them both in its protective embrace. But their attacker simply smirks, unimpressed by their desperate gambit. He casually forms a spear of pure energy, not about to let his prey escape. The deadly bolt streaks through the air, aimed directly at the woman's back. But the teleportation magic flares up, a massive shield of light detonating outwards to intercept. The entire hall is consumed by the brilliant green explosion. When the light finally fades, the room is silent and empty. They're gone. The pair reappears in a strange, dark space, only to find a mysterious woman already waiting. They find themselves before a floating, ethereal being, the golden jewel ready in hand. The woman recognizes her instantly, a name whispered in disbelief, Mago. Mago herself seems pleased, confirming she was expecting them all along. With a simple, direct command, she tells them to hurry up and hand over the jewel. The woman agrees readily enough, but she has one condition. Before Mago gets the prize, she needs her to grant a wish first. Mago scoffs, claiming she already knows the wish and will fulfill it once the jewel is hers. But the woman refuses, her voice hardening as she demands her wish be granted now. For the first time, Mago's smug confidence wavers, caught off guard by the sheer audacity. A torrent of blue energy erupts, binding Mago in a crackling Shinsu hold. A white-haired warrior descends from above, his attack aimed squarely at the bound Mago. He smirks, mocking her for having such good eyesight yet failing to see her own doom. But Mago's eyes widen in sheer terror, recognizing the true nature of the trap. Reversal. With a blinding flash, the man unleashes a devastating wave of Shinsu. His hand tears straight through her chest, in a brutal, bloody display of power. She lets out a final, choked gasp as the fatal blow lands. But the attacker suddenly recoils, confused as his own hand erupts in a spray of blood. Her allies shout her name, realizing with horror that the reversal was activated on him. The spear-bearer stumbles backward, coughing up blood as Mago's wound reflects onto his own body. He glares down at the scene, the chilling realization dawning on him this was a trap, and he is dangerous. He senses it immediately. This woman is on a completely different level from the others. The dark-haired woman can only scream Mago's name in panic. Mago crashes to the ground, twitching in a pool of her own blood as residual energy crackles around her. The spear-bearer watches, intrigued. A direct hit to the heart, and yet she's somehow still alive. A faint smile plays on his lips, perfect. This means he can still interrogate her to find out who she really is. But Mago is cursing her own carelessness, reeling from the shock that her reversal ability simply didn't work. She realizes with dawning horror that this man is an anomaly. It'll take time to understand him before she can use her power again. As her ally rushes to her side, Mago's eyes fixate on the glowing jewel she's holding. With her last ounce of strength, she screams for her to hand over the jewel containing Yurek's power. The spear-bearer overhears this, his cold expression shifting to one of mild confusion. Mago, bleeding and broken, desperately reaches out, pleading for her ally to grant her wish and give her the jewel. The spear-bearer scoffs at the idea. So she thinks that little trinket will be enough to defeat him? How interesting. In a stunning display of pure arrogance, he orders the woman to give the jewel to Mago. His command leaves both the ally and the dying Mago completely speechless. With a confident smirk, he says he genuinely wants to see if she can even become a worthy opponent. The dark-haired woman is torn, clutching the source of her power, knowing Mago's wish is absolute. But her hesitation lasts only a moment before her eyes harden with grim determination. Mago's body begins to shatter into particles of light as she screams for her to hurry. With a firm grip on the golden crystal, the woman makes her choice. She kneels, extending the jewel to Mago and fulfilling her master's final, desperate command. Mago's hand closes over the golden jewel, a final, desperate touch. The instant contact is made. A cataclysmic explosion of light erupts from his body. His entire form shatters into a storm of golden crystals and raw energy. The blast throws the woman and her ally back, forcing them to witness his complete annihilation. From a distance, the arrogant spear-bearer watches the spectacle, utterly unfazed. As the blinding light subsides, the two companions stare in disbelief at what remains. But it's not Mago who emerges from the fading light, it's the captive girl, now free and whole. She turns to the dark-haired woman, declaring that since the jewel was given, a promise must be kept. Before they can even process this, a surge of brilliant golden power begins to envelop them both. She's not taking anything from them, she's granting them a portion of her own immense power. Her wish now granted, she quietly thanks her allies for waiting so long for her. But her attention then snaps to the spear-bearer, offering him a reward of his own. Death. Crackling with his own power, the spear-bearer just smirks, dismissing her threat as utter nonsense. He goads her to stop talking, and just come at him already. And she is more than happy to oblige, flipping gracefully as crimson energy gathers in her hands. She condenses the brilliant red light into a devastating attack. He barely manages to block the blast as it erupts, shattering the stone floor beneath him. His arrogant expression vanishes, replaced by pure shock. She's already right behind him. A confident smile plays on her lips as she confirms his fears. She's much, much faster now. A jolt of pure shock runs through him, his eyes crackling with a faint blue light. But she gives him no time to process, channeling that same crimson power into her leg. In a flash, she twists in the air, bringing down a devastatingly powerful kick. The blow connects squarely with his neck, sending a shockwave through his entire body. He can only look back, a stunned, almost disbelieving chuckle escaping his lips. He then falls to his knees, not in pain, but in a fit of wild, ecstatic laughter. It's been so long since he's felt it, this sharp, electrifying feeling of true pain. She looks on, unimpressed, as he declares that this, right here, is a real fight. With a grin, he rises and conjures a blade of pure shinsu, ready to finally take a drink. He grips the massive shinsu blade, but not to swing it. She can only stare in disbelief. Is he seriously about to drink alcohol mid-fight? But it's not alcohol. He tips the weapon back and chugs the raw energy from its core. With a satisfied sigh, he thinks that he should thank this nameless woman. His hand drops away as the last of the power is absorbed. The colossal weapon dissolves into nothing but glittering particles of light. He stands renewed, telling her she's made him feel a pain he had long forgotten. His eyes crackle with blue lightning as he roars for them to fight and shed each other's blood. She smirks, accepting his challenge and promising that next time she'll make him remember the fear of death. He grips his spear, lightning coursing through his fingers, fully accepting her terms. She grins with feral excitement, declaring this is exactly the kind of fight she wanted. With a roar, he demands they begin their battle. A true deathmatch, where only one will walk away. But the scene shifts to a memory, where a younger Yurek is stopped by a familiar voice chiding his impatience. He pauses, recognizing the presence behind him after all this time. A blond man in priest robes, Aubryon, calmly greets him by name. Aubryon looks him over, noting that he seems to have weakened considerably. The observation lands, leaving the young, powerful Yurek completely stunned. And so the deathmatch begins, a chaotic dance of blue energy and deadly weapons. But our white-haired warrior seems unimpressed, easily parrying her attacks. 3 weapons in rotation? How ordinary. He decides it's time to show her what a real weapon feels like. gripping a single, crackling blue hilt. The girl looks up, her confidence shattering as a colossal shadow suddenly looms over her. The hilt has erupted into a gigantic spiked mace, growing to an impossible size. Yet he holds it with one hand, a look of utter calm on his face as he prepares to swing. The impact is catastrophic, shaking the very foundations of the arena. But he isn't finished. Two more massive armaments materialize from the swirling energy. He floats at the center of his own personal artillery, ready to rain down absolute destruction. And his opponent can only watch, her leg already pinned and crushed by the debris from the first attack alone. His summoned weapon plummets downwards, a shadow of impending doom. But just before impact, a violent surge of crimson energy erupts from below. He turns, watching with mild interest as the strange power takes form. The red aura coalesces around the girl, who has somehow broken free from the rubble. She lunges forward in a desperate counterattack, throwing everything she has into a single punch. It connects right on his cheek, a flicker of defiance against impossible odds. But he doesn't even flinch, effortlessly catching her fist like it was nothing. With a look of sheer contempt, he shoves her back by the face, directly into the path of his other colossal weapon, swinging in from the side. The impact is absolute, a brutal crush of steel and a final, sickening splatter. But from the splattered remains, particles of crimson light begin to coalesce and reform. In a flash, she's back, standing defiantly on the very weapon that should have killed her. The white-haired spear-bearer is more amused than annoyed, realizing this won't be so simple. With a surge of power, her eyes glow as she confirms she's not one to die easily. He accepts the challenge, immediately swinging his spear with lethal intent. She dashes forward in a streak of red, trying to close the distance once more. But he meets her charge head-on, thrusting his glowing weapon forward. A strange calm washes over her face as the piercing blue light connects. For a split second, even he seems surprised by the lack of resistance. His spear skewers her clean through the chest, a brutal and seemingly final blow. But even impaled, she's not done, throwing a desperate punch right at his head. He meets her final gambit with a contemptuous blast of Shinsu, sending her flying. She tumbles helplessly through the air as her monstrous power dissipates around her. The spear-bearer watches her fall, knowing something is keeping her alive. He decides to see what's really going on, his eye glowing with crackling blue lightning. He forms a lens with his hand, activating a special Kun family technique. The penetrating electron goggles grant him sight beyond the physical realm. And there, nestled in her chest, he finally sees it, a shining, brilliant jewel. She smirks from afar, realizing he's finally discovered her secret core, and he calmly confirms it. To truly kill her, he'll have to shatter that jewel. With his special sight active, he states the obvious: she isn't human. And she casually agrees, confirming she's something far beyond that. For a moment, he's almost mesmerized by the sheer beauty of her power, but he quickly steels himself, channeling his own energy into his spear. The weapon begins to morph and crackle, preparing for a decisive blow. He understands now. The jewel's physical location doesn't matter. All that matters is that he can see it, and if he can see it, he can destroy it. She rushes him, trying to intercept before he can land a critical hit. But it's too late as his transformed mace smashes directly against her core. The impact is solid, yet he's stunned. The jewel is unbelievably tough. Her jewel pulses, violently repelling the weapon with a wave of raw energy. The spiked mace is sent flying, the direct assault a complete failure. But she's not just defending. Her bloodied feet barely touch the ground as she launches a counter. With a brutal, spinning kick, she smashes into him with overwhelming force. He's sent stumbling backward as she lands, a look of contempt on her face. She scoffs, asking if just swinging that thing around noisily actually changes anything. He simply smiles back, informing her that yes, it absolutely does. With a calm gaze, he explains that the more he spins it, the stronger it becomes. An entire vortex of spiked maces materializes, swirling around him in a shield of destruction. Her condescending smirk vanishes, replaced by alarm as she prepares to face his real power. He calmly reaches into the storm of blue energy he's created. The entire vortex of spiked weapons surges forward to crush her completely. His eyes flare as his Shinsu weapon grabs hold of her desperate defense, her confidence shattering. With a final surge of power, the spiked mace smashes through. Her crystal barrier, her last line of defense, explodes into dust. The shockwave sends her stumbling backward, utterly defeated. Or so it seems. She looks up, not with fear, but with a cold, calculating fury. In a shocking reversal, her hand lashes out with blinding speed. She clamps down on his arm, and for the first time, he's the one who looks surprised. Using his own momentum against him, she swings around and lands a devastating kick. Her foot, glowing with crimson energy, slams directly into his chest, The sheer force of the blow sends him hurtling through the air, completely stunned. He manages to land on his feet, but the impact has clearly rattled him. A flicker of irritation crosses his face. This girl was more trouble than he'd expected. She smirks, mockingly asking if he thought he was the only one analyzing the fight. Her eye glows with a strange light, its squared pupil locking onto him, confirming his true nature. With all his secrets laid bare, she declares him finished, nothing more than an amateur. He says nothing, instead conjuring a sharp blade of pure, flowing shinsu. But instead of attacking, he brings the blade to his lips, as if drinking its power. Now powered up, the two warriors stand apart, ready for the real battle to begin. He lets out a sharp breath, a wild smile on his face as blue energy flares from his eye. The taste of his own power fills him with a thrilling excitement. This whole situation, he thinks, just keeps getting more and more interesting. He glances at her, trying to puzzle out her strange ability. It wasn't a simple reflection. It couldn't have been physical, or his own spear would have struck him down. He realizes she must have reflected his very intent to attack, and asks if he's right. She condescendingly confirms his sharp analysis is correct. To be precise, she explains, what she truly returned to him was his hope. He finds the concept poetic, his fascination with this woman growing by the second. Done with the pleasantries, he condenses his shinsu into a crackling blade of pure energy. All right then, he thinks, his eyes glowing as blue lightning crackles violently around him. He unleashes a Kunidan-style lightning spear art, forming a colossal marlin of pure energy. All of that immense power is focused into the deadly point he now holds. He challenges her, eager to see if she can possibly return an attack of this magnitude. This, he declares, is the fastest lightning spear he is capable of throwing. She looks back, unimpressed, wondering if he really intends to try again. She scoffs, realizing he's even more foolish than she first thought. But his focus is absolute, the storm in his eyes growing more intense. She reminds him that speed is irrelevant. His hope to attack is all she needs to reverse it. Unfazed, he holds his ground, the lightning arcing across the floor, ready to test her theory. And with a roar, he unleashes the storm he's been gathering. Her reversal ability kicks in, twisting the lightning back on its caster. A brutal impact. A spray of blood. It seems her power worked perfectly. A massive dragon of pure energy forms from the attack, ready to devour its target. But it's her, not him, who's left coughing up blood in utter disbelief. How could this be? Her perfect defense, the core of her strength, just failed. She's slammed to the ground, her body smoking from the raw electrical power. He looks down at her, finally ready to explain the flaw in her perfect logic. This attack, he reveals, wasn't just physically fast, it was faster than his own intent. Her mind reels, completely unable to process the impossible truth she's just heard. He explains that this attack isn't born from will. It moves faster than his own conscious thought. It is a spear of pure instinct, and it pierces her before her ability can even register an intent to block. She can't believe it, calling it nonsense, but he simply states that the impossible is right here before her. With a flick of his wrist, he summons the very power that defeated her. He calls it a spear that moves faster than his own intent, a concept that shatters her reality. The force of the blow tears through her body, a brutal, undeniable impact. She chokes on her own blood, the shock and pain overwhelming her senses. A torrent of raw energy rips through the battlefield, a testament to his absolute control. And as she's flung back, she finally understands the gap between them. The man was right. This is a loss that can never be reversed. Her mind finally catches up. The problem was never about his speed. The attack that pierced her had no killing intent, leaving her ability completely useless. She's thrown back, the pure force of the blow undeniable. But as her wounds begin to smolder and heal, a desperate new strategy forms. So, instead of running, she charges straight at him. She gets right up in his face, closing the distance in an instant. Her thinking is simple. If she sticks to him like glue, he can't possibly use his spear. She looks up at him, a flicker of hope in her eyes, asking if he's out of tricks now. He glances down, utterly unimpressed, and wonders if she really believes that. Then, with a catastrophic burst of energy, he proves that his power has no blind spot. Her brilliant strategy fails, and she can only look on in utter confusion, because he just rammed his own lightning spear straight through his body to impale her. The sheer madness of it hits her. He stabbed himself just to land a blow. But he sneers, explaining that a spear guided by pure will doesn't just stop. Besides, she's the one out of stamina, so why on earth should he be the one to back down? His glowing eye locks onto hers as he asks if he really looks like a coward. And in her mind, there's only one thought. This man is an absolute lunatic. With a swift kick, he sends her flying, her mind reeling at how badly she misjudged him. She laments that she wanted to savor the power she received from Uruk. But it seems the time for games is over. It's time for a change of plans. Done playing around, she shatters a crystal, unleashing a torrent of golden energy. The spear-bearer's eyes widen. What is this sudden, immense power? Blazing light erupts from her body, pushing her to her very limits. She channels the raw power of Urek, aiming it with both hands. His own lightning spear, a beast of pure Shinsu, roars towards her, but she meets it head-on, releasing a blinding beam of golden light. The two colossal attacks collide in a cataclysmic explosion. Her golden wave completely swallows his blue lightning. He's thrown back, caught in the overwhelming force of her blast. His mind can barely process it. She destroyed his spear in a single instant. He can't believe it after everything. She still had this much strength left, but she's more than strong. She's reveling in the surge, a crazed bliss on her face. She licks her lips, savoring a taste she claims to have craved for so long. This, she declares, is the power of the one she loves most, a man named Urek. Unlike a gem that merely reflects, this light is different, something born from within. It's a pure, eternal source of energy, shining entirely on its own. In this moment, bathed in a golden inferno, she believes she has become the light itself. The spear-bearer is left completely stunned, wondering who on earth Urek is. He doesn't understand what's happening, what any of this means. But as he grips his weapon, one thing is terrifyingly clear. That light is dangerous. With a snap of her fingers, she gathers that brilliant golden energy. And in a flash, she's on him, a brutal kick powered by that stolen light. He barely gets his spear up to block, but the force of the blow is staggering. The shockwave sends him tumbling back. His mind reeling. This level of power is totally different. But instead of finishing him, she just smirks, summoning something with a golden glow. Is she serious? She's pulling out a random jewelry box in the middle of a life-or-death battle. Casually, she pops it open, wondering what little prize awaits her this time. Oh, a rose quartz. That's a pretty good find, she muses, completely ignoring her opponent. But while she's admiring her new toy, a storm of blue lightning crackles through the air. And it's completely useless, washing over her as she stands on his head, pinning him to the ground. But with a defiant roar, the spear-bearer unleashes every last ounce of his power. The Shinsu around him erupts, condensing into the form of a lightning dragon. This wasn't just an attack. His entire body begins to deconstruct and reform. The sudden explosion of energy blasts her away, her smug expression finally cracking. He rises from the storm, no longer a man of flesh and blood, but a being of pure, crackling lightning, and she can only stare in disbelief. What in the world is that? Did he just turn himself into lightning? He stands there, a god of the storm, his very presence rewriting the laws of the battlefield. With a casual gesture, he unleashes a torrent of Shinsu that tears the ground apart, and the untouchable princess is sent tumbling helplessly through the air. With his very being converted to energy, he now wields the storm in the palm of his hand. He becomes the spear itself, a living thunderbolt streaking across the battlefield. In a flash, he's upon her, a torrent of raw, untamed power. She desperately throws up her signature technique, the reversal of desire. But his lightning form smashes right through her conceptual defense without slowing. He looks on, almost disdainfully. Her little tricks are useless against a force of nature, and she finally understands the horrifying truth. He isn't attacking her, he is the attack. Her power manifests as a cage of dark thorns, a last-ditch effort to contain him. It's immediately vaporized, torn apart by the sheer intensity of his Shinsu. He pushes through the wreckage of her broken ability, completely unstoppable. He stands as a conduit of raw power, a storm given human form. She stares in dawning horror, realizing you can't reverse the lightning if the man is the lightning. The entire battlefield is now his domain, crackling with his overwhelming energy. It's as if he died and was resurrected as a literal god of thunder. And in his eyes, there's no rage or effort, only calm, absolute certainty. She raises a massive golden shield, a final, desperate gambit. He doesn't even flinch, slamming his lightning form directly into her defense. The shield shatters like glass, utterly meaningless against his power. He pierces straight through the glittering fragments, his momentum unbroken. And in an instant, he's upon her, the storm itself ready to deliver the final blow. His hand, a conduit of pure lightning, smashes into her. The entire area erupts in a storm of raw, untamed Shinsu. He grabs her by the face, intending to burn her down to the very soul. A silent scream escapes her lips as the lightning sears her skin. But just as he's about to finish it, she catches the very essence of his power. With a defiant surge, she unleashes her own attack, a blast of brilliant golden light. The lightning god is thrown back, the sheer force of her counterattack undeniable. She watches him, battered but resolute, thinking he's truly impressive for a man who was dying moments ago. Still, she scoffs internally. His lightning bolt is nothing but a noisy passing storm, because while lightning is momentary, her light is eternal. To finish this, she summons an ornate, gilded box from thin air. She opens it, revealing a single, perfectly cut diamond inside. Picking it up, she muses that while mithril would be better, this will do just fine. She deems it the best tool for the job right now. With a surge of her will, the gem begins to glow with an immense golden light. But the lightning god isn't done, launching a final, desperate attack. A hurricane of blue lightning and jagged Shinsu shards erupts, aimed to obliterate her. Caught in the center, she clutches the gem as a new, protective power envelops her. A massive crystalline dome manifests, completely nullifying the ferocious electrical storm. The spear-bearer can only watch, realizing that while her power is immense, he's reached his breaking point. She watches him burn out, thinking if she can just weather this one final storm, he's done for. The air crackles, as an impossible amount of energy gathers around the spear-bearer. He hangs in the eye of his own hurricane, a god of lightning preparing his final judgment. With a clenched fist, he begins to focus every last spark of his power. His body glows, becoming a living conduit for the raging tempest. He's transcending his physical form, becoming one with the very Shinsu he commands. The raw, chaotic energy compresses into a single, terrifying spear of pure lightning. She can only stare in disbelief. He didn't just make a spear, he became the spear. It streaks across the battlefield, a roaring thunderbolt aimed to erase her from existence. The ultimate attack closes in, about to collide with her seemingly fragile defense. Her eyes lock onto the incoming threat. She knows this has to be his final, desperate blow. The spear of pure Shinsu, a torrent of raw destruction, is just moments from impact. But she isn't just bracing for it, she's meeting it head-on, weaving her hands into a seal. With a surge of power, she unleashes her own trump card, the infinite indestructible barrier. The living lightning spear smashes into the crystalline pink shield with a thunderous crash. A blinding explosion erupts, a cataclysmic wave of energy washing over the area. His all-or-nothing attack rages furiously against her seemingly delicate defense. The entire battlefield is engulfed, yet her barrier doesn't even show a single crack. All that immense power scatters into nothing, completely and utterly nullified. Behind her crossed arms, her gaze is ice cold. His ultimate attack was useless. She smirks, fully confident in the diamond powering her defense with Urik's light. It's an absolute barrier, one that regenerates instantly no matter how much power is thrown at it. All she has to do is wait for him to tire himself out, and this fight is hers. But a sudden flicker of doubt crosses her mind as she senses a change. The brilliant golden light emanating from the jewel is starting to fade. That's impossible. Urik's light is supposed to be an infinite, inexhaustible source of power. A horrifying realization begins to bubble to the surface, her composure cracking. Her mind flashes back to the mysterious, black-haired woman who gave her this very jewel. And the truth hits her like a physical blow. They didn't give her the real thing. She was tricked. As her absolute defense wavers, the storm of lightning rages, ready to break through. The crackling blue energy overwhelms her, a desperate plea lost in the storm. She screams in pure panic, begging her light not to abandon her now. But with a sharp crack, the jewel her borrowed power shatters into pieces. Its golden fragments fall away into the abyss, her last hope extinguished. A thunderous explosion rips through the air as her absolute barrier shatters like glass. Her eyes widen in utter disbelief, a single thought echoing in her mind. Damn it. Freed from its prison, the spear-bearer's lightning rages with unchecked fury. It completely vaporizes what's left of her pathetic shield. The last glittering fragments of her once perfect defense are swept away, leaving nothing but a swirling vortex of pure, untamed electrical power. The golden dust of her shattered hope glitters amidst the crackling energy. He stands over the remains, his body still radiating immense electrical power. It's been a long time, he admits, since he's had to push himself this far. But the exertion comes at a cost, and a wave of exhaustion suddenly hits him hard. He remembers Jihad's warning, wondering just where the hell these invaders came from. He looks down at the pathetic remnants of her borrowed power, deep in thought. Questioning her is pointless. She's in no state to give him any answers. With a dismissive stomp, he scatters the last of the golden fragments. He calmly bends down and retrieves his massive spear from the ground. A deep sigh escapes him. He'll need to rest for a bit before moving on. He admits to himself that if she had held out just a little longer, it could have been dangerous. Still, a part of him knows he wasn't even using his main spear for this fight. He yawns, deciding he'll just tell everyone to head back while he takes a well-deserved nap. But from the shadows of a nearby doorway, a young man watches in absolute disbelief. His mind is racing. How could this have happened? Lady Mago actually lost. He realizes he has to escape now, while that Kun family monster isn't paying attention. But as he turns to flee, a tiny voice suddenly calls out, warning him not to step there. Confused, he looks down to see his shoe hovering just above some glowing grains of sand. It's Mago's voice, explaining that she left these fragments of herself here just in case. She urgently tells him to be quiet and only use his thoughts, so their foe won't hear them. Mago's voice whispers from the dust, pleading with him to get her somewhere safe without that guy noticing. If he helps her regain her strength, she promises to grant him any wish his heart desires. The young man's eyes narrow, a flicker of cold calculation within them. A wish, huh? He glances back at the Kun family monster, still fast asleep on the ground. This could work. He confidently assures her that he knows the perfect place where Lady Mago can hide and recover. The dust glimmers with approval, but before they go, he needs to be absolutely sure she'll keep her word. Mago asks what he wants, and his wish is surprisingly specific. He wants to see a man named Yurik Mizuno utterly destroyed. As the spearbearer sleeps on, the name seems to hang in the air, a strange premonition. But his rest is shattered, as his glowing blue eye snaps wide open, instantly alert. Too late, Mago's follower is already sprinting away, determined not to be the only one having all the fun. Yurik's crimson eyes narrow, scoffing at the mere suggestion that he's grown weak. The blond man smirks, taunting him if he's so strong. Why didn't he act that way in the past? A flicker of rage crosses Yurik's face as he gets closer, warning the man not to provoke him. The man changes his line of questioning, accusing Urek of being the one who fulfilled the wishes of both Leo and Neo. Yurik admits he's half right, confirming that he did indeed grant Leo's wish right here in this castle. He recalls the moment he appeared before the two brothers, but he drops a bombshell. He only ever granted a wish for Leo, just one of the two. It turns out, there was another god in this place, and Neo made his wish to that other entity entirely. Yurik leans in close, a grim memory playing out in his mind. He reminds the man that it's never a god that attracts disaster, but the insatiable greed of a human being. Yurik recalls that day on the test floor, the day Neo made a wish that immediately bound him to a terrible curse. The scene shifts, revealing Yurik confronting the man, calling him out as Oberion, a devourer of light for the Pentaminim. He accuses Oberion of orchestrating the entire disaster, but the man calmly denies it, saying he never planned for the castle to move. He clarifies his role. He didn't grant Leo's wish. He just stopped Mago from interfering with it. And as for Neo, Oberion smirks, saying he knew from the very first moment he laid eyes on him, the boy was a fake, possessing Leo's memories when he should have had none. Neo was nothing more than a phantom born from a wish, doomed to repeat the tests on this floor for eternity. And because Neo knew exactly what he was, his own wish was fundamentally different from his brother's. The memory then snaps back to that very day, in the heat of the final test. During the test, Neo is suddenly stopped in his tracks by two other regulars running towards him. He has no memory of ever seeing them before. How could the three of them have met like this? The boy with the cap looks at him with recognition. He eagerly introduces himself as Ru, then points at Neo, already knowing his name. Neo is stunned, but Ru just laughs it off, saying everyone knows the prodigy who mastered Shinsu the fastest. The boy then introduces his quiet companion, Miss Jean. But as Neo turns to leave, Ru suddenly grabs his arm, pleading for him to wait. Jean watches on, a desperate hope in her eyes as Ru holds him back. She's the one who speaks next, humbly asking if Neo could lend them his strength. They're searching for a god called Ark, she explains, to lift a terrible curse that's been placed upon her. Neo listens, piecing it all together, a curse, burning wounds, and a suffering girl named Jean. And the only way to break it is by finding a god called Ark? Ru nods eagerly. The boy pleads for his help, but Neo stops him, a cold analysis already forming in his mind. He drops the harsh truth that girl, Jean, isn't real. She's a phantom, he explains, a ghost lingering in the test area, and should just be ignored. But Ru looks over at her, thinking how cruel it would be to just abandon her to suffer forever. He thanks Neo for the advice but respectfully refuses it, his resolve hardening. A promise is a promise, he declares with conviction, phantom or not. Waving a quick goodbye, Ru takes Jean's hand and dashes off, leaving Neo standing alone. The boy's determination is clear, as he leads the ghostly girl forward on their quest. Neo watches them leave, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face at the boy's naive conviction. Together, Lu and the phantom girl race down the long, shimmering corridor. But their journey is cut short, as stone guardians suddenly erupt from the ground around them. The boy grits his teeth. They're completely surrounded with no hope of escape. Suddenly, a blast of pure energy obliterates one of the golems in a shower of rock and light. Lu spins around in shock, catching a glimpse of a figure effortlessly weaving through the chaos. It's Neo, the very man who told him to abandon this quest, now reaching out a hand. Before Lu can even process it, Neo pulls him aside, claiming he simply had a change of heart. He declares that he will join them on their mission to break the Phantom's curse. A wave of relief washes over Lu as his new, unbelievably powerful ally gets back to work. And so the three of them, Neo, Lu, and Jean, set out on a brand new quest. Forgetting entirely about the final test, they descended into the unknown to find Ark and save Jean. Because this was a path not etched into Neo's memories, something inside him began to stir. For the first time, he felt the exhilarating, unpredictable thrill of a true adventure. He experienced the warmth of companionship, a bond he'd never known he was missing. With a fierce drive to achieve their goal, they raced towards a glowing doorway. Overcoming every obstacle, pushing forward together, it was all surprisingly enjoyable. The emotions he had suppressed for so long began to finally spill out. A holographic map appears before them. Their destination is almost within reach. Lu points to a glowing red dot, confirming that's the location where they can find Ark. As they walk, Lu turns to Neo with something important on his mind. He confesses that he used to regret coming to the tower, feeling lost and surrounded by rivals. But now, for the first time, he's having fun because being with Neo feels like a real adventure. With a hopeful look, he asks if Neo would climb the tower with him, even if he might just be a burden. Neo's eyes show a flicker of surprise, taking in the weight of the heartfelt request. After a quiet moment, he gives his answer. All right. Lu can hardly believe it. Neo clarifies that if they both truly manage to ascend, then yes, they will climb it together. Overjoyed, Lu suggests they drop the formalities, since they're friends now, and Neo agrees with a smile. Their journey continues, leading them towards a massive, isolated structure sitting in the middle of a vast ocean. After their long trek, Lu declares with excitement that they finally arrived. He confirms with Neo that this is the place if they pray here, they can summon Ark. Relieved they made it in time, Lu eagerly asks if they should begin, and Neo gives a firm yes. Neo directs Jean to step into the center of the large, runic circle on the floor. Without hesitation, Jean kneels and begins her prayer, addressing the great savior, Lord Ark. She pleads with him to hear her, explaining she's here to absolve the sins of those who cursed her. Her prayer reaches its climax as she begs him to reveal himself and lift the curse he placed on her. As she speaks, an immense pillar of golden energy erupts from the circle, engulfing her. Through the blinding light, a towering, muscular figure emerges, holding a massive staff. The being opens its striking green eyes, its voice echoing as it confirms it has heard the young girl's wish. The mighty Ark turns his gaze upon the group, asking if they are the ones who wish to lift the girl's curse. Lu, practically bouncing with excitement, shouts that they are, and Ark agrees to heed their prayer. But there's a catch. He'll grant their wish if, for the next 5 minutes, they pray only for Jean's sake. However, if even one of them prays for a different wish, he will grant that person's desire instead. Neo struggles to understand the meaning behind this twisted rule. Ark simply declares himself the savior, the one who grants salvation to anyone who prays. His eyes lock onto them with an unnerving intensity, and he commands them to begin. Lu, completely missing the point, thinks it's just a simple test of their focus. But as Neo stands within the circle, a dangerous thought enters her mind. Her own wish, would he truly grant it? Her expression darkens with a chilling realization. This isn't a test, it's a trap. Jean kneels, her entire being focused on a single, desperate prayer to lift her curse. But Neo is completely lost in her own thoughts, a selfish desire echoing in her mind. The temptation is just too great. She knows what she wants to wish for. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light signals that time is up. Ark turns around, announcing that he has heard their prayers loud and clear. He calls out to Jean, and her face lights up with a flicker of genuine hope. His expression, however, is one of cold, cruel pity, and she immediately senses something is wrong. Ark confirms her fears. Her curse has not been lifted. Her world instantly shatters. He then turns his gaze to Neo, the one he calls Phantom, the one who broke the rules. But in a stunning twist, he declares that her wish cannot be granted either. Ark reveals this was all a final test, designed to see if Neo truly wished for Jean's salvation. The realization hits Lu and Jean like a ton of bricks. She prayed for something else. Jean whirls on her, accusing Neo of deceiving them from the very start, just to get her own wish. Neo stammers, trying to explain, but Lu's shocked expression says it all. Her eyes widen in panic. She has no excuse, no way to justify her actions. The simple, heartbroken question hangs in the air from Lu. Neo, why? Ark looks down on them with utter contempt, chiding these foolish humans for their endless greed. His judgment is swift and absolute. All of them shall be cursed for their selfish desires. This wound, he declares, will be the final lesson that the test bestows upon them. A blinding pillar of light erupts as Jean screams his name, begging him to wait, but it's already too late. But her desperate cries fall on deaf ears, as a shard of judgment descends upon them. The curse, a searing flame, finds its first target in the greedy night. Jean screams as the fire latches onto her, igniting the very wound Ark had promised. She turns, her eyes wide with terror, begging Neo to save her. A final, desperate plea for help echoes as she is completely overwhelmed. Then, the curse leaps from her burning form, engulfing Lu and Neo in the same agonizing fire. And just like that, Genie is gone, leaving only the smoldering tatters of her cloak behind. A silent, brutal testament to the administrator's merciless judgment. The flames on Lu and Neo finally subside, leaving them standing, marked but alive. Lu turns, his voice hollowed by betrayal, asking Neo one more time why. Neo stammers, the shock and the curse stealing the words right from his mouth. But Lu gives him no time to explain, launching a savage kick that sends him sprawling across the floor. As Neo gets up to run, Lu's desperate screams echo behind him, begging him not to go. But he does, fleeing without a single glance back. He grits his teeth against the searing agony now coursing through his body. A glowing, cross-shaped brand burns itself onto his back, the permanent mark of the curse. He stumbles onward, alone in the vast, shimmering darkness of the hall. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through the silence, remarking on his terrible state. Neo looks up, weak and confused, to see a blonde-haired man he's never met before. The stranger simply informs him that he's been cursed, and that this castle has always been a testing ground. This stranger remarks on the truly vile tastes of whoever designed such a cruel test. He turns to Neo, asking if he really thought that chaotic being would grant his wish. With a piercing gaze, he warns that one must never peer into chaos while ignorant. He explains that Neo's foolishness is the very reason he now bears this curse. Oberion then gestures to a dark staircase, simply ordering him to go down. He tempts him, revealing that the flower that grants wishes lies at the bottom. Without hesitation, Neo turns and begins his descent into the darkness below. He walks down the cold stone steps, one foot in front of the other. At the base, he finds it a glowing, crystalline bloom, the very flower that created his phantom. He looks at it, making a quiet wish, knowing that asking to ascend was impossible anyway. His one wish, spoken into the quiet depths, is not for himself. He asks for Lu to ascend to the next floor, and to forget he ever existed. He's willing to remain here forever, a forgotten phantom bound to this place. The silent promise echoes out over the shimmering, dark water. Neo closes his eyes, accepting the lonely fate he has chosen. But a sudden sound, a voice desperately calling his name, shatters the calm. His eyes snap open, filled with utter disbelief. It's Lu, rushing toward him, explaining how he'd been searching everywhere. The boy is just relieved to see him okay, apologizing for getting him into this mess. He looks Neo in the eye, insisting that his wish matters just as much as anyone else's. Neo is touched, thinking Lu is so kind, like a friend made just for him. But Lu has a confession of his own. His real dream was to climb the tower with Neo. He wanted to experience everything together, traveling freely, laughing, even being afraid. That, he says, was his only wish, and Neo's eyes widen in realization. Fired up, Lu declares they should go pass the test together, but Neo quietly crushes his hope, explaining that he can't, because he's a phantom. The word hangs in the air, leaving Lu utterly confused. What could he possibly mean? With a look of sad finality, Neo promises he will remember Lu forever. But he insists Lu must forget him and climb higher, causing the boy to grab him in protest. Lu shouts, absolutely refusing. Forgetting him will never happen, no matter what. Then, with a bright, unwavering smile, he makes his own vow. He will remember Neo, too. Neo's eyes soften, a silent understanding finally passing between them. Moved by his unwavering promise, she whispers her thanks, a sense of peace washing over her. But in that same instant, a hand bursts straight through Lu's chest. Neo can only stare, her mind going blank as blood splatters across her face. The attacker, Oberion, looks on with a detached, almost curious expression. She screams Lu's name, desperately trying to shake him back to consciousness. But as she cradles him, his body goes limp, the light fading from his eyes. Her mind frantically tries to grasp what's happening, recalling his final words, his wish. Oberion calmly wipes the blood from his hand, revealing a crucial detail he'd left out. That flower they found, it doesn't grant wishes. It does the exact opposite. The horrifying truth crashes down on Neo. The wish was fulfilled in reverse. Blinded by rage and grief, she screams that she'll kill him, lunging forward. But her desperate attack with a hairpin is useless, simply brushed aside. And with that, Oberion calmly finishes his story to Yurik, explaining how the test ended. Yurik's head hangs low, his fists clenching as he processes the man's absolute cruelty. Oberion continues, telling him how Neo learned her friend Ru was cursed on the Island of Exiles. Ru had tried to re-enter the test, only for his entire team to be wiped out by a powerful foe. He kept trying, but a cruel rule prevented him from ever reaching Ark again to lift the curse. But this time was different. Urik's arrival in the tower gave Ru another chance. Obaryon smirks, mocking how Ru must have begged Mago for one last opportunity. Obaryon's words hit their mark, and a furious golden aura explodes from Urik's body. The man simply watches, a calm, almost curious look in his eyes. But Urik's mind has gone silent, replaced by a single, murderous intent. He lunges forward, grabbing Obaryon by the collar, who dares him to try it. With a grip like steel, Urik makes it clear this is no idle threat. The sheer force yanks Obaryon off his feet, his arrogant composure finally cracking. Without a word, Urik hurls him through the air like a ragdoll. He scoffs, wondering how Obaryon could be so foolish after the beating he already gave him once before. But from the crater in the wall, Obaryon just smirks, asking what he's even talking about. His eyes flare with a chilling blue light as he declares that back then, he wasn't even in good shape. Urik's eyes burn with red fury. He doesn't care about excuses, he's just going to crush this idiot. He plants his foot, ready to end this farce once and for all. But Obaryon simply adopts a relaxed stance, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. Urik mirrors him, clenching his fists, ready to unleash hell. In an instant, they both vanish, their movements becoming a chaotic blur. What follows is a furious exchange of strikes, each blow met with a precise, calculated block. Their hands lock together, a tense battle of pure strength and technique. Urik's fist finally breaks through, landing a solid punch right across Obaryon's face. But Obaryon retaliates instantly, a sharp counterstrike catching Urik just as hard. Meanwhile, somewhere else within the vast castle, other events are unfolding. Lopobia Evelyn stares at a monitor, completely bewildered by the events unfolding at the altar. Lu explains what he saw. The moment Neo placed the gem, the blue-haired man vanished, leaving everyone else in a bizarre standstill. Evelyn grits her teeth in frustration, regretting they didn't go there themselves. But Lu reminds her they had to protect the prisoners. Suddenly, a figure materializes right behind them with a silent flash. It's Neo, her expression cold and determined, her sudden appearance branding her a traitor in Evelyn's eyes. She simply tells them it's time to go, leaving the two completely stunned and on guard. Extending a hand, Neo reveals her impossible goal. They are going to reverse the past. The world shifts to a memory of a desolate island, a place Neo says appeared from nowhere along with Lady Mago. Leo explains that the island endlessly spawned specters, all marching toward Mago's castle, forcing them to seal it off. Back in the present, Neo's hand ignites with a strange, powerful purple energy, ready to unleash a technique Lu has never seen. We're pulled back into the memory, where Leo gave Obaryon a grim directive: kill them all. He explained that the more of these illusions they slaughtered on their way to the castle, the faster Lady Mago would be reborn, and their perfect world would finally arrive. But back in the present, Obaryon is facing a reality he can't erase. The fist of Urik Mizzino. His desperate strike is intercepted with almost insulting ease by the Irregular's bare hand. Urik's counter is so fast, Obaryon can barely even register the impact. A thin cut appears on Urik's face, but his cold, red eyes show he's completely unfazed. Yet, Obaryon begins to lecture, a smug look on his face as he talks about power. He boasts that while most unknown powers are impractical, he is a different story. As a true wielder, he claims the destructive force he's about to unleash is simply astonishing. He lunges forward, a blur of motion wrapped in a vortex of raw power. The two clash in an instant, a flurry of strikes too fast for the eye to follow. But Urik's hand shoots out, intercepting the blow with a resounding crack. He catches Obaryon's fist, and for a moment, the Devourer's confidence freezes. With a sickening crunch, Urik's grip tightens, shattering the bones in Obaryon's hand. Yet, just as he has the advantage, Urik's eyes widen. He senses another attack coming from below. Seizing that split-second opening, Obaryon strikes back, piercing the Irregular's shoulder. Urik stumbles backward, clutching a bleeding wound, a rare sight for anyone to witness. Obaryon looks down on him, mockingly asking if he's just trying to imitate someone else's moves. He smirks, declaring it doesn't matter, because his own strength is far beyond theirs. But Urik isn't interested in talking. A brutal kick slams into Obaryon's side. The Devourer's smug expression vanishes, replaced by pure shock. He realizes too late the attack came from below, completely bypassing his guard. Before he can recover, a vicious uppercut smashes into his chin. The blow sends his head snapping back, rattling him to his core. His eyes widen in disbelief as Urik's leg swings up for another devastating kick. Ignoring the wound in his shoulder, the Irregular unleashes his fury. He launches Obaryon into the air, a ragdoll against his overwhelming power. But this vicious combo isn't over just yet. With a final, explosive impact, Urik drives his fist straight into Obaryon's torso. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts from Urik's fist, The force wave sends Oberion and his lackeys tumbling through the air, but the Devourer of Light recovers, catching Urik's next punch with a grimace. He retaliates with a chaotic storm of dark power, shredding through the air. A confident smirk spreads across Oberion's face. He sees his opening. The blast slams into Urik, throwing the Irregular off balance completely. Before he can react, Oberion's hand plunges straight through his shoulder. Urik stares at his own blood, the shock of the devastating wound registering. Oberion grinds his foot onto the downed Urik's head, savoring his dominance. But instead of despair, Urik simply tastes his own blood, a dangerous fire in his eyes. Oberion licks the blood from his lips, musing that it always tastes the same. But Urik has heard enough nonsense, roaring back to his feet in a blind rage. He explodes forward, chasing down the retreating Devourer of Light. With a furious cry, he throws a desperate, blood-soaked punch. Oberion catches it, but he can feel the immense power building in Urik's grip. The Irregular's fist ignites, gathering an impossible amount of golden Shinsu. The blast sends Oberion hurtling backward, completely caught off guard. Before he can even recover his footing, Urik is already descending upon him. He brings his fist down like a golden meteor, aiming to end this now. The impact is absolute, a blinding flash of light as the punch connects. But Oberion meets the golden storm with a tempest of his own. Blue light erupts, swallowing Urik's attack in a violent clash of Shinsu. The very ground shatters from the sheer force of their collision, and as the dust settles, the Devourer of Light stands unscathed, a mocking smile on his face. Urik, refusing to yield, presses the attack, their fists blurring in a flurry of strikes. But this isn't a battle of raw power. Oberion flows around the punches, his movements precise. He catches Urik's fist, not with strength, but with a terrifyingly delicate technique. The Irregular's eyes widen in disbelief. His legendary strength is being neutralized. With a sickening twist, Oberion bends his fingers back, a brutal counter to brute force. And for the first time, the mighty Urik Mizuno is forced to his knees, defeated by pure, agonizing skill. But even after that humiliating defeat, Urik's spirit is far from broken. He explodes off the ground, refusing to accept the outcome. He throws himself back into the fight, his fist aimed true despite his injuries. Oberion calmly asks how long he can keep this up, now that Mago has stolen his power. Urik's eyes blaze with pure, untamed will. His answer is simple. He'll fight until Oberion is dead. The Devourer of Light almost seems to sigh, noting that Urik's stubborn personality hasn't changed one bit. Urik's attack connects, blasting through the stone with a flash of golden light. But as the smoke clears, he stands alone, his opponent having vanished. Then, from the ground, an ominous darkness begins to creep in, swallowing the light. Surrounded by darkness, Urik smirks, admitting that fighting Oberion after so long is actually fun. But his opponent reappears, and he's brought a friend, a hulking, armored figure emanating a chilling aura. Urik's confidence shatters as Oberion mocks him, saying this isn't fun at all when he's just a weakling. The Devourer of Light begins a lecture on his twisted philosophy of reversing kindness and peace, a process he coldly refers to as corruption. He looks down on Urik, explaining that evil is not the opposite of good. The scene shifts to the past, illustrating his point as Neo, Lu, and Evelyn run for their lives. Their desperate escape is cut short, as a shimmering blue wall of energy erupts in their path. Nearby, a woman named Jean can only watch in shock. Realizing they've been trapped, Neo and Lu skid to a halt, completely stunned by the barrier that just sealed their fate. A woman's voice echoes from the past, musing that in the end, he must have made his wish, too. Back then, Jean could only accept the hand offered to her, turning away from the tragic scene. But in the present, a bloodied Urik Mizuno simply smirks, thanking Oberion for the information. And in return for his condescending lecture, Urik promises to clarify a little something for him. He looks Oberion dead in the eye, revealing a critical truth. Mago never took his strength away. The priest's confident facade cracks, his mind reeling in confusion. What is this nonsense? Urik clenches his fist, explaining that what Neo stole was just a tiny fragment of his true light. Before the Devourer of Light can even process that terrifying revelation, Urik explodes forward with blinding speed, slamming a vicious high kick right into his jaw. His eyes burn with raw power as he finishes his thought. He is much, much stronger than Oberion thinks. Urik casually blocks Oberion's weapon, shattering its power with a flick of his wrist. He muses aloud that while you can't get rid of evil, you can certainly beat it up. His thoughts drift to another, a luminous, armored being he calls the Emperor. A memory of this radiant figure, a true master of light, flashes through his mind. And back in the present, that memory fuels his rage as he sends Oberion crashing backwards. The narration explains the priest's very nature. Oberion is a being that turns all that shines into darkness. And this man, Yurik Mizuno, was once the brightest human he had ever known until his light was stolen. Meanwhile, on the test floor, Kun Masheni Jihad addresses the survivors. She tells a defeated Kun Usman Ari that while he's regained his sanity, severe punishment is coming from above. He's now in charge of fixing this mess, and with a humbled apology, he accepts his orders. With the test concluded, the remaining regulars thank Masheni and take their leave. She watches them go, her expression unreadable and her silence absolute. From the doorway, another princess calls out to her, questioning her cold indifference to a fellow royal. Suddenly, a streak of violent blue energy rips through the space behind Masheni. Her eyes widen just in time to see a blonde-haired man rocketing towards her. In a flash, he's on her, one hand clamped tightly over her mouth. He tells her to hush, making it clear he's the one in control now. A predator's grin spreads across his face as he says he has an attractive proposal for her. But her defiant eyes glare back, silently asking what happens if she refuses to listen. The answer is simple and chilling. Then she dies. He asks mockingly if she needs him to spell it out for her again. The deal is simple. Swallow this glowing gem, and she'll become a vessel for Lady Mago. He warns her the process will be painful, but before he can finish his pitch, she calmly agrees to do it. Her immediate acceptance catches him completely off guard, leaving him to stutter out a confused, "What?" Pulling his hand from her mouth, she begins to explain a simple truth he's overlooked. The only people who reject a gift of power, she tells him, are those who've never truly gone hungry for it. Her cold, ambitious logic leaves him absolutely stunned, realizing this princess is not the victim he thought she was. And with that, she consumes the gem, instantly unleashing a catastrophic wave of raw energy. A violent torrent of Shinsu erupts from her body, her hair whipping around in the vortex. The entire chamber is engulfed in a blinding, chaotic light as her transformation begins. The raw, untamed power courses through Masheni's very being. Her captor can only stare in disbelief, recognizing the swirling motes of light, the essence of Lady Mago. A sinister smile creeps across her face as she feels the power settle into its new home. The entity within her is pleased, finding this vessel to be excellent. And with that, our story flashes back long ago, to a place called Earth. On a lonely city street, a man in a sharp suit approaches a young man in a simple tracksuit. He informs the youth of his grand destiny, to become the next emperor, a beacon who must never fall to darkness. The boy, a young Yurik Mizuno, casually confirms that he's heard this story before. The agent simply tells him to follow, expecting immediate and unquestioning compliance. But Yurik's silence speaks volumes, and the man realizes his mistake. This kid isn't asking for permission, and he certainly isn't taking orders. Long after that day on Earth, this man rose to become an emperor. He fought against the Shining Ones, beings of legend, with casual grace. He was a hero who led hundreds of battles, a man who had forgotten the taste of defeat, a benevolent monarch to his allies, a warrior who stood firm against absolute evil. His power was a brilliant flash of righteousness that cut through the darkness. So, stepping into the arena now, I truly believed that a man like him would never, ever be tainted by darkness himself. But seeing him now, Yurik simply sighs, remarking what a pain it is to be fighting again. As I thought, he muses to himself, observing from a safe distance. Watching is so much more comfortable than being the one in the fight. Isn't that right, Yurik? Yurik's crimson eyes narrow on me, and his order is simple: stay put. I can only watch as he faces that monster's power, a twisted force I know all too well. It stems from the weapon, Aubryon, an artifact that turns all that is good into evil. Its power is absolute reversal. The kinder the person, the more wicked it makes them. And that is precisely why the emperor before us, once the most brilliant human, has now become the darkest being in this world, clashing with the irregular. But Yurik isn't fazed, winding up a punch that glows with immense golden energy. He unleashes it with enough force to shatter the very ground beneath them. The corrupted emperor raises a massive gauntlet, just barely stopping the blow. A flicker of a smile plays on Yurik's lips. As expected, this one's tough. The force of the blow sends the corrupted emperor skidding across the shattered ground, but he instantly retaliates, unleashing a massive pillar of his own chaotic energy. The clash of light and darkness tears the very air apart in a violent explosion. This time, it's Urek, who's blown back, launched high into the sky by the ferocious counter. And watching this all unfold from a safe distance is the devourer of light, Oberion. He seems completely unbothered, calmly analyzing the power of this strange irregular. Even the emperor is impressed, admitting that this is the first time anyone has ever pushed him this hard. He gathers his power, spinning like a dark cyclone before rocketing towards his opponent. Yurik is forced onto the defensive, bracing himself as a massive beam of energy slams into his guard. But he's not just defending. His own golden aura begins to flare, ready to answer power with power. His golden fist meets the warrior's glowing blue sword in a deafening crash. Yurik doesn't let up, hammering away with blows that crackle with raw power. He lands gracefully, already pivoting for his next move, a smirk playing on his lips. This guy is strong, he admits, but there's a flaw in his style. The two energies erupt, a torrent of gold versus a storm of cyan. Yurik's eyes narrow in calculation. A giant sword like that should be slow and cumbersome. But his opponent's footwork is anything but. He's surprisingly fast on his feet. The armored being stands firm, its ethereal blade humming with immense pressure. For the first time, Yurik seems to be taking this enemy seriously, his gaze fixed upwards. The Shining One tightens its grip, ready to unleash its true power. And with a roar, the being brings its massive blade down with cataclysmic force. The ground shatters instantly, unable to withstand the sheer pressure. A shockwave of pure energy tears through the battlefield, ripping everything apart. But as the blinding light and dust begin to settle, the scene suddenly shifts. Elsewhere, Oberion casually deflects an attack, pinning a corrupted being with one hand. He moves with an unsettling grace, effortlessly dodging Uruk Mazino's furious blows. A mocking smile plays on his lips as he asks if Yurik is angry to see an old friend so changed. He lectures that those who overcome despair by embracing darkness are destined to sink deeper. Yurik freezes, the chilling words hitting him just like the supervisors he saw. Oberion confirms his worst fears. He personally sought out those broken souls for this test. He promised them a new future, bringing them to this place under Heidi's watch. A masked man named Rahab appears, his eyes burning with vengeful purpose. He confronts Heidi, mentioning intruders, but she seems unconcerned, almost arrogant. Rahab calls her a liar, reminding her that Lou and Evelyn already got out of this prison. With blinding speed, he moves in, deflecting her energy weapon with his bare hand, and in an instant, he slams her to the ground, twisting her long white hair in his fist. He knew this would happen, he hisses, because she never truly believed in the power of the gem. But Heidi retorts from the floor, asking why she'd ever covet a power so rotten. Rahab leans in close, explaining that the gem's light is one that corrupts everyone it touches. Then he drops the bombshell. Maybe she didn't care because she was already corrupted, the one who killed her old team. Rahab slams Heidi's face into the stone floor, demanding she not speak so lightly of the dead. But she screams back, spitting blood, insisting they were comrades in name only. They were incompetent, mediocre, weak pieces of trash who deserved to die for holding her back. Lying broken on the ground, Heidi can only listen as Rahab's cold voice cuts through her rage. He tells her she's forgotten a fundamental truth. No one in this world is born deserving death, and the fact that she can no longer remember that is the ultimate proof of her corruption. Elsewhere, Oberion calmly informs Uruk about the absurdly dangerous person he brought with him, a true psychopath whose hobby is murdering regulars, something that's finally legal in this prison. Two blood-soaked blades flash into view as Oberion continues his chilling monologue. He reveals that this very person is, at this moment, on their way to Uruk's companions. Wounded and bleeding, Uruk stumbles as Oberion coldly tells him there's no point in rushing to help. He demands to know what he means, but Oberion's expression is chillingly calm. The reason? Because they're all already dead, slaughtered by the very killer Head just warned Uruk about. A flash of pure, unadulterated rage ignites in Uruk's eyes. He turns on Oberion, remembering they're just illusions, but still demanding to know what the hell he's playing at. But Oberion just shrugs, comparing this entire gruesome spectacle to simply burning firewood. He poetically explains it's like adding fuel to a fire, even knowing it's dangerous, all for the simple pleasure of watching it burn more beautifully, more vigorously. Because the more dangerous a light is, the more beautiful it seems, and Uruk begins to blaze with golden energy. A mysterious eye watches on as a command echoes. Keep burning, Uruk. Burn even more. Done with the games, Uruk throws a punch right at Oberion's smug face. But his fist connects with nothing, shattering the illusion into 1,000 pieces. He can only stare in disbelief, realizing this man truly is a crazy bastard. Oberion's voice echoes, admitting he's crazy for Uruk's light, wishing only to see it burn. Meanwhile, Rahab rants over a beaten Heidi, denying his own corruption. He insists it was his victims who were the real problem, that some people just deserve to die. A calm voice agrees from behind him, and Rahab's monologue comes to a dead stop. A blade erupts from his chest, driven through by a blonde man who appeared from nowhere. The attacker looks down with pure contempt, calling the masked killer a piece of scum. And from the floor, Heidi looks up, her eyes wide with shock, recognizing her young master. Stunned, Rahab can only utter a single name as his life fades. The young master yanks his blade free, and Rahab's body collapses. He catches Heidi just before she hits the ground, his only concern for her safety. She clings to him, overcome with relief, whispering that her young master has finally returned. With tears in her eyes, She tells him just how happy she is. He holds her close, Rahab's corpse forgotten at their feet. Looking at the blood in her hair, he's flooded with regret, wondering how he missed it. How could he have been such an idiot, not realizing this dazzling light was so close all along? Elsewhere, the illusion is broken, with Yurik Mizuno standing over the kneeling form of Oberion. His knuckles are bloody, and he coldly declares that for a madman, a club is the best medicine. Oberion casually brushes himself off, a smug grin on his face as he says it was all just a little joke. After all, he reveals, Yurik's companions are still alive, they're just being hunted down. The Irregular freezes, the news catching him completely off guard. But Oberion isn't finished, adding that they've likely already been caught. And indeed they have, bound and helpless, awaiting a death sentence that only he can give. Yurik's expression hardens, his silence more threatening than any shout. He finally speaks, accusing the man of taking hostages because he's too afraid to fight him head-on. Oberion simply chuckles, admitting that fighting Yurik is terrifying, but a thrill he's enjoying far too much. This was never about a simple fight. It was about harvesting desperation to empower the being known as Mago. The whole island was a stage for this ritual, and Yurik's despair is the key ingredient to bring her back. Oberion begins his lecture, asking Yurik if he truly understands the nature of this place. He points out the tower's established rules, its laws, the very power of Shinsu. None of it is a coincidence. The entire structure, he claims, is a crucible. It was designed to test and nurture a single, chosen individual. Yurik listens, his face unreadable, as Oberion speaks of a being created by the world's sheer necessity. A being on the same level as an Irregular like Yurik, or even the dreaded Phantominum. The implication dawns on Yurik. Oberion is talking about the birth of a new, godlike Exus. And that's exactly why they're here to act before that prophesied being can appear. Yurik's eye narrows, his silence a coiled spring of fury. Oberion throws his arms wide, declaring his faction's true goal: to seize the tower and devour everything prepared for this chosen one. This, Oberion declares, is how they will stop the new Exus from ever being born, because it is the will of Lord Phantominum himself. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a former test supervisor named Belle casually torments her captives, who struggle uselessly against their bonds. She calls them adorable little children, but dismisses their pleas for freedom with a cruel smirk. Her name is Belle, and she coldly informs them she has received direct orders to capture them. She confesses she'd love nothing more than to kill them on the spot, but her true mission is to hold back Yurik Mizuno until Lady Mago recovers her strength. The urge is almost overwhelming as she presses a blade to a captive's throat, desperate for the feel of their weak flesh. She whispers a promise. When Lady Mago becomes queen, she will shatter all the suffocating laws of the tower. And Belle can't help but wonder, why do these laws even exist? She suddenly explodes in a psychotic rage, questioning why rankers can't just kill weak regulars as they please. She throws her head back, screaming that she wants to drink their blood, the restriction driving her absolutely insane. The captured regular can only scream in sheer terror. Belle continues her unhinged rant, clinging to the promise of a new world. A world where rankers can finally slaughter regulars as they please. But her twisted fantasy is cut short by a powerful, clenching fist. Suddenly, a massive figure slams her into the ground, roaring that her horrible world will not come. Her attack is stopped cold, her body crushed by overwhelming power. The regulars stare in disbelief, realizing their savior is the test supervisor, Danzon. Evelyn snidely remarks on his disgusting hair, much to Danzon's annoyance. He explains he tracked their pockets, furious that a ranker would dare attack them, and decides to call Yurik. And just like that, a pocket flies towards Yurik, who turns to hear Danzon's voice on the line. Danzon tells Yurik that he's rescued his comrades, and will send the location. But his promise to protect them is cut short by a blade slicing through his throat. Yurik listens helplessly as his ally is assassinated on the other end of the line. His face contorts in horror and rage as he screams Danzon's name. In his final moments, Danzon's pocket transmits the coordinates Yurik needs. But right now, Yurik is trapped in a high-speed battle against a powerful spear-bearer. His opponent stares him down, completely confident that Yurik can't possibly stop him. He scoffs that while Yurik's legs are certainly fast, he is something far beyond that. He claims to be the personification of light itself. Back at the ambush site, the killer Danzon just defeated stares at his corpse in disbelief. The white-haired killer relives her victory, her own neck snapped, yet she still mocks Danzon's corpse. She remembers thinking how unsatisfying it was to stab a man as tough as him. But that triumphant memory is shattered by a fist of brilliant golden light. A punch from the past connects, her entire world breaking apart from the impact. The blow lands with absolute, overwhelming force. Her arrogant expression twists into pure shock and agony. She's sent flying by the sheer power of the attack. and the man who delivered that punishment was Uruk Mazino himself. His strike was so powerful it cratered the very ground beneath them. Snapping back to the present, the spearbearer calls his name, but Uruk is lost in a silent, burning rage. The scene flashes back, Danzon staring in disbelief at a bloodied Uruk, wondering how he arrived so quickly. Uruk claims it's nothing, but Danzon knows better seeing the captured kids. He realized Uruk wasn't just fast, he was impossibly so. A pulse of Shinsu erupts, and the shimmering blue bonds holding the children captive simply dissolve. Uruk turns to the group he just saved, his voice cold and detached as he tells them all to go away. He dismisses the man who betrayed him, forgiving the stab wound but still ordering him to leave. But then his eyes glint with a strange intensity, warning him to make his wish correctly this time. Leo and the boy beside him can only stare back in utter confusion. What on earth could he mean? Without another word, the grateful group turns and runs, leaving Uruk to face the darkness alone. Back in the present rubble, Uruk gives Danzon a final, chilling order. Use his Shinsu, and run for his life. His face is a mask of grim resolve, because the real enemy is about to arrive. He knew it was coming. Soon, the real demon would finally appear. With the creak of a door, the air grows heavy. Uruk stands his ground, bloodied but waiting patiently for the guest of honor. Unsettling purple feet touch the stone floor, stepping out from the shadows. And there he is, a man in a crisp suit, walking past Uruk, as if he's nothing. He stops, glancing down at the body of the gray-haired girl, remarking on how pathetically she died. With a final look of disgust, he turns his back on the fallen warrior. Then, raising a hand, he calls upon his power, giving the order for his emperor to go. A monstrous wave of turquoise Shinsu erupts, roaring towards its target. But Uruk doesn't back down an inch, his own power flaring gold as he clenches his fists for battle. A spear of pure turquoise Shinsu clashes against Uruk's golden-clad fist. The energy blade splinters, unable to pierce the skin of an Irregular, and with a single, contemptuous punch, Uruk utterly shatters the attack. The Emperor construct recoils, its head exploding from the sheer force of the blow. Uruk calmly wipes his mouth, a strange clarity finally washing over him. He admits that when he first got here, his mind was a mess of questions. But after that little exchange, he's realized he no longer needs any annoying conversations. The blond man watches, sensing the dangerous shift in the air. Uruk's golden aura flares as he declares he can now focus on only one thing: fighting. With a furious roar, he challenges the man, promising to tear him to pieces. Unfazed by the challenge, the blond man makes a condescending gesture, as if toying with a child. But Uruk is already in motion, his golden kick streaking past the armored guardian like a meteor. The man attempts to catch Uruk's follow-up punch, a fatal miscalculation. Uruk's fist blows straight through his defense, burying itself deep into his side. He stares at his own bloody, trembling hands, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. Leaning in close, Uruk's voice is low and menacing. He announces it's time for the light. With a devastating uppercut, he clarifies what he means. It's time for his opponent to get beaten up. The blow shatters his composure, and a vile, dark energy begins to erupt from the man's face. His human features melt away, replaced by a monstrous jaw lined with razor-sharp teeth. The transformation completes, revealing a hideous demonic form as Uruk squares up, ready for round 2. The demon towers over Uruk, its voice dripping with condescension, questioning his faith in humanity. It sneers his name, remarking that his foolish belief in saving people hasn't changed one bit. But Uruk's expression softens into a knowing smile. He agrees, musing that humanity's beauty lies precisely in its foolishness. The creature elaborates, describing them as moths to a flame, always chasing shiny baubles to their own destruction. And that, it argues, that very self-destructive nature, is the true shine of humanity. To deny this fundamental flaw, it preaches, is to deny humanity's very existence. But Uruk has heard enough of this twisted lecture. He explodes forward, shattering the ground beneath him. He's tired of hearing the same old garbage, the same stale argument from beings like this. With a final, powerful push, he closes the distance in an instant. The philosophical debate ends abruptly with a fist crashing straight into the demon's jaw. A blinding flash of gold as Uruk's fist connects, the impact rippling through the air. The shadowy creature is sent flying back, its form flickering under the sheer force of the blow. For a moment, the scene shifts, a memory of another armored giant clashing with a powerful foe. Back in the present, the energy from Uruk's punch erupts in a massive golden explosion. But the creature retaliates instantly, its tendrils hardening into blades that pierce straight through Uruk's arm. He barely seems to notice, simply driving another fist forward and shattering its dark defenses. As Uruk prepares another attack, his gaze shifts. A third party has just crashed the fight. It's one of the shining ones, materializing a massive sword of pure, crackling blue Shinsu. In a blur of motion, The armored being slams its weapon down right in front of him. The tip of the ethereal blade stops just inches from the shadowy creature's chest. A silent, deadly ultimatum. The ethereal blade vibrates with an unimaginable pressure, holding both titans in a fragile stalemate. But its words are not for the beast. They are for Uruk, a cold and final judgment. It declares that if Uruk is now a blunted sword, unable to cut the darkness, then he should disappear with it. With that, a blinding explosion of pure energy erupts, engulfing both Uruk and the shadow creature. The force is so immense that even the Shining One's own divine armor begins to crack and splinter. In a brilliant flash, the entire suit shatters, unable to contain the power it just unleashed. From within the light, a new face emerges, impossibly calm after causing such destruction. The true warrior stands revealed, his long white hair flowing, coolly asking what happens now. Elsewhere, Kun Masheni and her companion are making their way through a darkened corridor. She suddenly pauses, sensing the distant shockwave, and knows that the light itself is furious. Far below the epic battle, Neo's team is rocked by the tremors, struggling to stay on their feet. Evelyn looks up in shock, wondering what in the world is going on up there. She turns on Neo, completely fed up with his secrecy after she followed him here on a whim. He calmly apologizes, explaining that if he told them the truth, they wouldn't be able to take this test again. She'll understand soon, he says, just asking her to wait a little longer, much to her frustration. Ignoring her, Neo turns to the boy in the red cloak, Jean, and tells him to begin the prayer. Jean obediently steps into the circle and kneels, praying for a divine presence to release them from their curse. As he prays, a brilliant pillar of golden energy erupts from the ground right in front of him. A powerful figure emerges from the light, its voice booming that it has heard the girl's wish. The being's piercing green eyes lock onto them, asking if they are the ones seeking to lift the curse from Evelyn. Evelyn and Lou stare in disbelief, realizing Neo orchestrated this entire summoning. The divine being is unfazed by her protests, calmly agreeing to listen to their prayers. It gives Jean a condition: pray for 5 minutes, focusing only on breaking Evelyn's curse. But here's the catch: if anyone else makes a different wish, that person's desire will be granted instead. Evelyn and Lou instantly recognize the game, a cruel test of trust, just like the one they faced before. With golden energy flaring around it, the being grandly announces itself as Ark, the savior. Its eyes lock onto the group, and with a single command, the test begins: pray. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a desolate, shattered landscape, where a pair of sneakers touches down. A shadowy hand grips the rubble as a dark voice mocks Uruk's misplaced faith in humanity. From the darkness, countless demonic forms begin to rise as the entity proposes a little bet for old time's sake. The dark entity continues its taunt, claiming that in the end, they will all betray each other. It's simply human nature, it sneers, to prioritize their own selfish wishes above all else. But Uruk just smirks, his own golden shinsu beginning to blaze around him. He declares that he doesn't care what they choose to do, because whatever choice they make is their freedom. With that, he unleashes a concussive blast of power, obliterating the shadowy fodder. He clenches his fist, gathering his light into a devastating weapon, and then releases it in a massive explosion that consumes the entire battlefield. The world is utterly consumed by a torrent of golden, purifying energy. When the light fades, Uruk is somewhere else, standing before an ancient, armored giant. But the giant's words echo through the space, clashing with the sound of battle. It claims the test is too cruel for humans, who will always choose to save themselves, a taunt that they are no different from the ones who fell before him. But Uruk swiftly dodges another lethal strike, ready with a comeback. He thinks the giant is wrong. He doesn't have high expectations for humans, he admits, as he lands a radiant punch. What he truly despises is the hypocrisy of those who tempt others and then mock them for falling. He finds it absolutely disgusting, punctuating his point with a devastating, light-infused kick. To him, the fallen Shining Ones and the weak humans they tempt are exactly the same. They are all just dust in this vast, uncaring world. So he gives them a final warning: don't you dare meddle in the lives they choose to live. The corrupted being roars back, spitting Uruk's own insult: disgusting trash dust. But the scene shifts, focusing on Evelyn, who's just been offered a wish. She's immediately skeptical, thinking this has to be a scam, just like that other woman's offer. Her hand clenches. She knows there's no way they'd grant her wish so easily. Still, the temptation lingers. What is it that she truly wants right now? Her mind flashes to an image of an X, the symbol of Lu's terrible curse. If only his curse could finally disappear, that would be her one true desire. But before she can speak, a hand gently takes hers, pulling her from her thoughts. It's Lu, looking at her with wide, concerned eyes, asking if she's okay. He offers a gentle, reassuring smile, telling her that he's fine. Looking down, Evelyn's resolve hardens, and she finally agrees. Instantly, A brilliant golden light erupts, binding her and Lu together as the wish takes hold. Their hands are clasped tight, a beacon of power in the swirling magic. The scene shifts, showing a similar prayer from the past, as a boy named Jean kneels before a towering savior. The figure, Ark, meets his gaze, announcing that his desperate pleas have been heard. With a divine declaration, he tells Jean that his wish has been granted. A woman named Leo watches in horror as the boy begins to transform right before her eyes. Meanwhile, Uruk Mazino blasts through a stone wall like it's nothing. He lands with earth-shattering force, a man on a mission with no time for obstacles. And his target comes into view, a monstrous, horned warrior charging straight for him. But the charging beast is gone, replaced by a far more ominous, slender figure just floating there. In another place, a different horned creature watches a pillar of light descend, wondering what's happening to the island. Back in the past, a voice declares that Jean's wish has been granted, saving him and all the inhabitants. The boy's form begins to dissolve, consumed by a blinding white energy. He whispers a final thank you as his sacrifice is fulfilled. Leo and the other boy, Lu, are frozen, watching their friend fade away into nothingness. A cataclysmic beam of power then slams into the ocean, completely obliterating the landmass. The observing creature notes with satisfaction that the cursed island has finally vanished. In the present, the demonic entity smirks at Uruk, asking if he was wrong, glad they didn't make a bet. Uruk stands unfazed on the bridge, staring down the powerful being that stands between him and his goal. The demon's voice drips with condescension, reminding Uruk he didn't expect anything from humans. A small, knowing smirk spreads across Uruk's face. He admits it freely. That's exactly what Head thought. But witnessing that sacrifice, it honestly felt pretty good. Pentaminum sighs, deciding it's time to end this little game. But Uruk is having a breakthrough, realizing he's had trouble drawing out his true power here. Hez figured it out. The Shinsu of this space is the power of a new Exus, and Hez learned to use it. He looks to the sky, calling out to this unknown entity to lend him its strength for just a moment. A brilliant golden light erupts from his hands, raw power coalescing. He imbues his light directly into the Shinsu, unleashing an explosive blast that catches the demon completely off guard. This was no mere scorching fist of death, Uruk realized. This was something else entirely. A colossal wave of golden energy erupts from his body, engulfing the entire space. Even in a distant memory, Rohan and the other regulars are sent staggering back by the sheer force. The divine power of Ark the Savior flows through him, answering his desperate call for aid. This attack utterly transcends his old signature move, evolving it into a divine judgment. He channels the immense light, focusing it all into his clasped hands. This is the Supreme King's transcendental, scorching fist. The blow connects, and for the first time, Pentaminum's dark form registers pure shock. Of death, the demon is instantly annihilated, shattering into nothingness under the overwhelming light. The divine explosion tears through the darkness, an unstoppable wave of golden light. Tendrils of pure energy lash out, scouring the very fabric of existence. The power finally converges, imploding on itself, and wiping the battlefield clean. Amidst the swirling smoke and devastation, Uruk stands completely unfazed. He cracks a satisfied grin, thanking the powerful entity he casually calls Puppy. Turning away, he brushes it off, stating that he's cleaned up the mess. He knows it's not a true death, though the demon's gem is still out there somewhere. But just as he ponders his next move, a strange, gentle light appears behind him. The radiant being who lent him this power manifests, asking if his name is really Uruk. Caught completely off guard, Uruk turns back, demanding to know just who he's talking to. The being introduces himself with a smug grin as Kun Edwan, the leader of one of the tower's most important families. He then casually drops a bombshell. If Uruk was looking for the woman named Mago, he's too late. Edwan already killed her. Uruk is floored. Him? He killed Mago? Edwan just shrugs it off, admitting she was a tough opponent, especially if she'd been at full power. He then offers Uruk a chance for revenge, a challenge hanging in the air. But Uruk clarifies they were mortal enemies, which seems to relieve the spearbearer, who claims he's tired and will find Uruk for a fight later. Uruk can't help but ask why would they even need to fight. Edwan's hand begins to crackle with electric Shinsu. The reason is simple, and delivered with a predatory smile, because it looks like it'll be fun. This answer leaves Uruk utterly speechless, his mind struggling to process this bizarre powerhouse. Edwan then reveals Hez run a current through Uruk's piercing, a little tracking spell so they can meet again. And with that, he just lies down to sleep, leaving Uruk to curse this incredibly self-centered man. Uruk jolts awake from his dream, his mind racing. He doesn't know the details, but if what that spearbearer said is true, then he has to get to Neo. Now, he sprints through the darkness, screaming their names, a knot of dread tightening in his chest. Finally, he finds them, or at least, He thinks he has. But it's not Neo or Lu. It's just a small, huddled figure on the ground. It's Evelyn. He rushes over to find her weeping uncontrollably, and he can only ask why. His eyes widen in confusion and dawning horror. Then he sees it lying on the cold stone floor, Lu's cap. It all clicks into place. Evelyn would later explain that the curse was broken and Jean vanished. But shortly after, Neo and Lu, they also began to disappear. She recalls how Neo and Lu simply looked at each other, not with shock, but with a serene acceptance. Evelyn screamed his name, desperately reaching out to him. But Lu's face, as he began to dissolve into particles of light, was unnervingly calm, as if this was always his destiny. She lunged forward, trying to embrace him, to hold him back from the disappearing light. But he simply faded away, slipping right through her desperate grasp. She fell to her knees, his cap tumbling to the ground as the last of him vanished forever. All that remained was a single piece of him, a final, heartbreaking memory. In that moment of utter loss, something within her snapped, her eyes turning a stark, empty white. And this is how she was found, a broken girl huddled over the memory of her lost friends. This is the story of that island, a place that, as it turns out, was cursed long before they arrived. A long time ago, during a brutal invasion, a single young woman rose to lead the defense. Her name was Jean, a warrior who claimed to wield the power of a transcendent being called Arc. She won every battle, saving everyone, but once the war ended, the people she protected began to doubt her. They captured their savior, branded her a witch, and in their fear, they burned her alive. When the transcendent being learned of this betrayal, its judgment was swift and absolute. It cursed them all, banishing them to face an impossible test of greed. In the end, not a single one could pass, and they became cursed spirits, forever wandering the castle grounds. Future generations would make pilgrimages there to remember the curse, wearing its mark on their shirts. But with time, the truth was forgotten, leaving only a rumor that a man named Aubryon would use for his own dark plan. This is the story of a boy named Lu, who prayed for salvation as the island around him shook, but a disaster left him crushed beneath the rubble, slowly dying all alone. In his final moments, a truly transcendental being appeared before him, a guide. Evelyn reveals that for Lu to finally pass his test, he was destined to disappear from the world. She looks out at the fiery sky, wondering if the curse binding him was something they should have never broken. Yurik tries to comfort her, saying that if Lu looked at peace in the end, then that's all that matters. For both Lu and his companion Neo, he's sure this was an acceptable end to their journey. He muses that they're probably off traveling somewhere exciting right now, but his words do nothing to soothe her grief. For Evelyn, it's not the same at all. She screams in frustration, unable to accept that she can't go on without that stupid fool. Her cries echo across the water, a final, bitter farewell to the fool she lost. Yurik turns to her, stretching as he tells her to cheer up already. He walks away, leaving her in the care of a small, winged creature he calls Queen. The little being toddles over to the heartbroken Evelyn, who remains staring out at the horizon. And in a small, simple act of kindness, Queen offers a comforting hug. The waves crash against the shore of the cursed castle, a final punctuation mark on this tragic story. And that is how the chaotic final exam finally came to an end. The few regulars who survived were allowed to pass, but only if they swore to never speak of what happened. If word leaked out, the consequence was simple: execution for everyone involved. With the test floor activities concluded, the group walks away, ready to climb once more. As they ascended to the next floor, a single item remained: a glowing white cap. Evelyn presents it to Yurik, reluctantly admitting he's the one most likely to reach the tower's peak. She asks him to take it, to break the curse and climb to the top for Lu. Left alone with this simple memento, Yurik kneels in a moment of quiet contemplation. Placing a hand on the cap, he makes a solemn vow to see her request through. Sometime later, he finally rejoins the waiting survivors, apologizing for being late. The group is taken aback, not by his arrival, but by the familiar cap now perched on his head. Rohan recognizes it instantly, and Yurik, wearing it backward, says this is how they'll move forward. He pulls his friend close, declaring they'll all climb to the top together, carrying Lu's dream. But Yurik's gaze is fixed on a goal far greater, not just the top, but the world that exists outside the tower. He reflects on his journey, unsure how long he'll remain in this tower or who else he might meet. But one thing is certain: he will carry the memory of Lu and Neo with him forever. And with that silent vow, Yurik Mizuno officially completes the test of the second floor. The scene shifts, and after some time, a group of weary regulars lets out a collective sigh. They complain, wondering how long they have to wander this forest, thinking the hardship was over. But their guide, Urek, reassures them it's not long now, and another regular cries out that he's found it. In the distance stands their destination, the official accommodation for regulars on the third floor. The group's mood instantly lifts, one of them cheering that they can finally get some proper rest. They all rush forward, eager to get inside and leave the wilderness behind. A grand feast is waiting for them, a holographic sign congratulating them on passing the test. The regulars can't believe their eyes. They can eat everything, and there are even beds waiting for them. The team is ecstatic, marveling at how delicious everything looks after their long ordeal. But as the others dive in, Rohan notices Yurik standing by himself, not joining the celebration. He asks if Yurik isn't going to eat, but Yurik simply tells him to enjoy the meal. He'll be keeping watch, because the moment one relaxes is when danger loves to strike. And so, while the others feast, Yurik stands guard outside, his gaze sweeping across the dark landscape. A vibrant pillar of light in the distance catches his eye. He figures it must be the next test site, but just as he notes its proximity, a sudden flicker of movement pulls his attention. It's one of the women from their group, the one with the long pink hair, slipping away into the forest. Yurik watches her go, a silent question forming what could she possibly be doing out there alone. He finally catches up to her in the darkness, demanding to know where she's going. She scoffs, telling him it's none of his concern. She's decided to act on her own now. But Yurik isn't here for games, asking if she plans on stealing someone's power and appearance again. His eye glows a menacing red as he reveals he knew she was hiding all along. He calls her out by her real name, Mago, and she can only stare back, caught. The two stand frozen in a tense confrontation, the air thick with unspoken history. But their standoff is shattered by a sudden blur of motion from the direction of the camp. An unknown assailant strikes with incredible speed, their clawed foot landing with a sickening thud. A figure in a red hood now crouches over one of the blonde regulars, annoyed by all the noise. The regular lies motionless, a gaping, bloody wound torn across his chest. The brutal attack ends in an instant, a splash of crimson marking another life lost. Before anyone can even process the kill, a new woman appears, gun leveled, introducing herself as Garam Zahard. She declares her mission is to kill the regulars, and more importantly, the nameless Princess of Zahard. Yurik, for once, looks genuinely stunned, asking her to repeat that last part. Garam doesn't flinch, calmly restating her full name and title with unwavering confidence. The name Princess of Zahard hangs in the air, an undeniable death sentence. Elsewhere, a defeated voice echoes through a void, admitting Urik's mastery of Shinsu was far beyond their calculations. The voice also reveals that Mago has awakened, but her power is dangerously unstable. Realizing the situation is out of hand, a shadowy figure decides to call for help from someone named Latour. And as the night deepens, a chilling monologue begins, mocking the naive regulars and their dreams of a rosy future. The hooded figure whispers that unfortunately, there's no other choice. Looking down at their victim, they declare that everyone must die to complete the princess's mission. A small device snaps in their hand, releasing a plume of sinister blue energy. Miles away, Yurik is still reeling, trying to confirm if Garam is truly another princess of Zahard. Suddenly, his instincts scream, and he realizes another threat is already in motion. He bolts towards the other regulars, shouting at the fleeing pink-haired girl. Garam refuses to be ignored, taking aim and firing a concentrated blast of Shinsu. The attack closes in, but Yurik's crimson eye shows no hint of concern. He simply reaches back, effortlessly catching the entire energy blast in his bare hand. Garam is left utterly speechless as his voice echoes, asking if he should catch her too. His mind races with a cryptic warning as he blitzes past Garam. Kill what's inside the target, not the vessel. He skids to a sudden halt, his instincts screaming that he's missing something. And then it hits him the real danger isn't out here in the open. It's back in the dormitory. With no time to explain, he pivots and shoves past the bewildered Princess of Zahard. The sheer force of his movement is like a physical blow, forcing her to shield her face. By the time she recovers, he's vanished, leaving her to wonder if the man simply took flight. Meanwhile, back in the dorms, Rohan sleeps peacefully, completely unaware of the approaching doom. His door slowly swings open, spilling light into the quiet room. Looming over his bed is a sinister masked figure, its arm glowing as it transforms into a razor-sharp blade. In a flash of red and black, the assassin strikes down at the helpless target. But the blade never lands, stopped cold by an iron grip just inches from its target. The assassin reels back in shock, unable to comprehend who could have possibly intervened. Before he can process it, a single, devastating punch from Yurik Mizuno shatters his guard. The force sends his weapon flying, his face cracking under the brutal impact. Jolted awake by the commotion, Rohan stares in disbelief at the attacker, calling out a name. Younger brother? Mission failed and identity compromised. The assassin makes a desperate choice, crashing through the window to escape. He lands outside, shaken and bewildered, wondering just who that monstrously strong person was. Suddenly, Garam Zahard is there, demanding to know what happened and addressing the attacker as Your Highness. He apologizes profusely, explaining that someone interfered, and the target Garam was so concerned about got away. She tells him it wasn't his fault, some idiot interrupted, likely the same man she just ran into herself. Whoever that man was, Garam has to admit he was strong. For now, there's no choice but to withdraw and regroup. Back at her residence in Lister City on the 3rd floor, Garam is losing her mind, trying to figure out where that monster came from. He's supposed to be a regular. She clutches her arm, remembering her orders. She must kill them here, on this floor, before she can continue to climb. She thought her chance had finally come, but she can't stay stuck here forever. But she wonders why the orders specified killing everyone, not just the nameless princess. A familiar voice cuts through the night, suggesting it was probably to drive them away, and Garam freezes in shock. You! She whips around, demanding to know how long he's been standing there. Yurik calmly explains the likely truth. They were added to the hit list to cover up the last test, and to keep the princess's death a secret. He admits he's been listening since she mentioned her mission to kill the nameless princess. Without a word, she lunges, blade ready, declaring she has to kill him right now. But Yurik gives her a simple choice. If she can't kill him, she'll have to listen. And just like that, the fight is over, with Garam completely bound and immobilized. She struggles, demanding to be let go, but he refuses, knowing she'll just attack again. Her guard rushes in to help, only to be stopped by Yurik's cold threat to split his princess head in two. Garam is in shock, realizing the overwhelming gap in their power. This man is no ordinary regular. With the situation under his complete control, Yurik finally asks the real question. Why is she so determined to kill the nameless princess? What crime did she even commit? Garam screams in frustration she doesn't know. She was just ordered to wait for her, kill her, and climb. She wails in pure agony. She's been waiting 150 long years for this. All that time, just for some random guy to show up and ruin everything. With a simple motion, he grabs her foot, his grip unbreakable. He dangles her upside down, offering to let her go if she just promises not to attack. Garam isn't having it. If he won't kill her, he at least needs to tell her where the princess went. Yurik calmly uses her own logic against her. If there's nowhere else to go, then she must have climbed. So, if Garam wants to cancel her mission and fight, she should just climb too, right? She tries to pull rank, but he just mockingly introduces himself as the incredible Yurik Mizuno. He then cuts to the chase, proposing they make a deal and go after the princess together. His ultimatum is simple: cooperate or die. Her pride finally shatters, and she screams for him to let her go. An uneasy truce is formed, but Garam makes one thing clear. The moment she finds that princess, it's over. As they walk through a dimly lit town, Uruk explains this is the home of the so-called left behinds. These are the people who, after the trauma of the test floor, simply gave up on climbing. Whether from a fear of the tests or an unwillingness to kill, they chose to stay behind. He muses that they might seem like failures, but they're not bad people, a sentiment Garam doesn't share. Yurik smirks, pointing out that someone trying to avoid killing is surely better than someone who relishes it. She concedes the point, but is firm this place of quiet desperation is not for her. If she stays here, she insists, she'll never find a reason to climb, a notion Yurik seems to ponder. Garam's eyes harden with resolve. She has a reason to climb, and it's to fight that very girl. The scene cuts to a memory, where Mago asks our hero if he is a slayer as well. She questions who is hunting him, reminding him of his supposed status, but he tells her it's none of her business. Mago presses, insisting he'll need her power, demanding to know who he really is. But as she peers into his essence, she finds something horrifyingly wrong, an empty, shattered soul. The chilling realization dawns on her. He isn't a person, but a vessel made to contain someone else. Suddenly, we're back in the present, with Yurik cheerfully pointing out Garam to their companion. He then loudly announces her secret identity as a princess of Zahard, earning a swift punch for his big mouth. With that chaotic introduction over, their journey continues to the 3rd floor's test information area. The group arrives at the floating test information area, gazing up at their next challenge. Garam's senses tingle. She knows the one they call the nameless princess is here. Just as she says it, they catch a glimpse of a figure in red deep within the woods. But before they can act, a man in a plain uniform appears, introducing himself as the 3rd floor's test administrator. He wastes no time, pointing towards their true objective off in the distance. Garam's eyes widen with dawning horror as she recognizes the infamous Lister City. The administrator then explains the test's brutal objective: to make sure not a single person remains inside that city. How they accomplish this is their choice. He says coldly they can expel them, or they can kill them. Within 1 week, their mission is to reduce the entire population of Lister City to absolute zero. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, The test administrator reports to his superior. She confirms the test will proceed as planned, but he can't hide his fear. It's not the test itself that worries him. Looking down at the condemned city, he confesses a devastating secret. His own child is in there. The scene shifts to the streets of that very city, bustling with life. Completely unaware of their fate, a young man with brilliant white hair dashes up to a fruit stand, greeting the owner with a wide smile. The vendor calls him by name Baek Ryun and hands him a perfect piece of fruit for his journey. Such a polite young man, the vendor thinks, admiring the gift. Baek Ryun moves through the market, joking with another shopkeeper that he's an expert at winning hearts. And as he offers free fruit to the crowd, a pair of intense red eyes watches him from the back. Yurik Mizuno is here. And elsewhere, a test administrator greets his old acquaintances with a new, chilling mission. Yurik and Garam are ordered to reduce the number of regulars in this city to 0 within a week. The method, the official smirks, doesn't matter at all, kill them or force them out. Garam sighs, knowing it sounds easy to a monster like Yurik, who'd just slaughter everyone without a second thought. She, however, has a more refined plan, deciding her first move is to visit the city's mayor. Soon they're sitting across from a polite young man, who introduces himself as Enzo, the mayor of this place. Yurik can't hide his surprise. He never figured a dump like this would even have a formal leader. Enzo explains the position is new, only established 30 years ago, all thanks to the help of Lady Garam. Yurik glances over at his companion, who simply confirms that the city was here long before she was. But it was a total mess back then, a festering trash heap for all the failures who'd given up climbing the tower. Before she arrived, there were no laws, no systems, nothing but a haven for the hopeless. So Garam resolved to make this place a real city, a place to find happiness without climbing. Enzo credits her with everything, from establishing the rules to handling urban renewal and education. With that history, he finally asks what brings her and her companion here today. He even probes if Yurik is a special friend, but Garam immediately dismisses the idea. Her expression turns serious as she gets to the real reason they're seeking him out. The mayor's face pales in shock as she explains their purpose. They're here for a test, one that requires every single regular to be removed from the city. He erupts, refusing to believe they'd ask him to destroy his own home just to help them climb. But Garam's warning is cold and clear. If he doesn't cooperate, everyone here will be in danger. Garam levels with him, her voice grim. She knows he understands the implications. A test this hostile is a clear message from the rulers of this floor. She begs him to help them solve this peacefully, her tone shifting from a demand to a desperate plea. Because if he doesn't, she warns, they won't just fail a test, they'll burn the entire city to the ground. The weight of that threat crushes him, and Enzo bows his head in defeat. He understands, but he won't rule by decree. He will inform the citizens and hold a vote in 3 days. With the heavy decision made, Yurik finally speaks, thanking him for his cooperation. Later, walking through the vibrant streets, Yurik remarks that for someone who claimed to waste her years, she's been quite busy. He mentions how floors this high are usually just stagnant pools for people who couldn't pass their tests. But looking at the happy citizens, he realizes this place is different, a home for those who never fit the system to begin with. Garam corrects him, these people aren't failures. They're just victims of a flawed system who still have every right to live peacefully. And yet, to continue their climb, his group is threatening to destroy everything these people have built. Mayor Enzo delivers the grim news. The floor ruler has ordered the city's closure within 1 week. Rather than force them out, he's decided to let the citizens themselves vote on their future. The scene shifts to Yurik's team, waiting in their temporary accommodation. Yurik explains the deal. They'll wait 3 days for the vote, and will honor the results. But one of his companions has to ask the obvious question. What happens if they vote to stay? A confident, almost cruel smile spreads across Yurik's face as he says, hell, just have to make them leave. With that, he heads out to find the missing princess, leaving his companion fuming at his arrogance. Garam grumbles about how infuriating Yurik's self-sufficiency is, but asks if he's even sure the princess is here. He is. He explains his logic. She knows him well enough to hide in plain sight, where she can easily escape, but their search is cut short by a frantic call. It's Enzo, and from his tone, something is terribly wrong. He's found a brutal murder scene, complete with a bloody message, leave the city or die. Yurik and Garam arrive, their faces hardening as they take in the gruesome scene alongside the mayor. Enzo's voice is grim as he explains the true, underlying threat of this incident. If word of this brutal attack spreads, he warns, it will completely poison the upcoming vote. Garam asks if this will just turn the residents against them, and Enzo confirms her fear. Yurik decides they have to find the culprit, suspecting it's either a setup by the opposition or perhaps the princess herself. Then, a subtle detail catches his eye, a fresh crack in the stone nearby. The culprit is much closer than they think. While outside, the townspeople are fired up, vowing to hunt the intruder themselves. They declare they'll never leave their home just as a window nearby shatters from the inside. Yurik has found his man, cornering the red-hooded attacker who demands to know why he barged in. With a smirk, Urek calmly identifies him as the murderer they've been looking for. The attacker tries to protest, claiming he's the princess's assistant, but Yurik cuts him off with a swift kick. He points out the obvious flaw in the plan. His peculiarly shaped feet left very distinct footprints. Not only that, Yurik threatens, but he'll tell Garam everything if the creature says one more word. That does the trick. He leans in and demands a full confession. Why sabotage the test? And who's pulling the strings? Completely broken, the assistant collapses, admitting he was only following orders. Yurik connects the dots, asking if this was all to prevent the nameless princess of Zahard from advancing, to which the creature can only agree. Yurik presses his point, noting that a normal attendant would have ascended with his princess. So, he asks again, a dangerous edge to his voice. Who was giving the orders? The creature panics, terrified of what his masters will do if he snitches. But Yurik has zero patience for excuses, smashing him into the ground with overwhelming force. He leans in with a cold ultimatum. Start talking if you want to live a little longer. Otherwise, he's more than happy to rip that shell off and turn him into crab stew. The threat works. Trembling, the attendant finally starts to sing, stammering out a name, the nameless princess, a being said to be born from the waters of the pond. As he confesses, we see Garam confronting the one who ordered the murders to keep the princess trapped. And the mastermind in the red hood is none other than Mago, the nameless princess herself. Garam lunges, but Mago is already a step ahead, her voice echoing the grim truth. Before Garam can react, a piercing pain erupts as she's run through from behind. She hits the ground hard, her attack completely neutralized. Mago coldly explains this creature, this snake, is the very one that raises the princess. Garam can only reach out in disbelief as her consciousness begins to fade. With her pursuer dealt with, Mago simply turns and walks away without a second glance. She then slips away, running through the city streets, as if nothing ever happened. The tale continues, speaking of a snake from the tower's deepest, darkest pond. This creature is the origin of them all, its tendrils ensnaring all who draw near. And from the murky depths, its true, terrifying humanoid form finally emerges. The ancient being calls out from its watery domain, wondering where his princess could be. The scene cuts away to Mago, who is currently making a swift and silent escape. We're back in the present, where Urek scoffs at the culprit's story. He's supposed to believe a snake gave the orders? The terrified creature insists this is no ordinary reptile, it's a primordial being, a deity from the abyss. But before another word can escape his lips, the attacker suddenly begins to shriek in agony. His head violently bursts apart in a spray of dark blood. Urek can only watch in shock as the headless body crumples to the floor. Then, from the remains, a small, dark serpent slithers out. It immediately transforms, erupting into a massive, monstrous snake of pure energy. Urek's eye narrows with frustration. So it really was a snake, damn it. Urek sighs in frustration, his only lead just self-destructed, leaving him with zero answers. He's run into a dead end, or has he? Wait a second, a thought sparks. There is one person who might know something. Using a high-speed technique, he sends a signal out into a remote forest. And in an instant, a figure materializes, surprised that Urek would be the one to call first. It's Baek Ryun, co-founder of Wolhike-song, looking at him with a knowing smile. He playfully compliments Urek's summoning technique, calling it spatial displacement. But the pleasantries end there. His eyes gleam as he asks the real question. Are you ready for a fight? Urek's gaze doesn't waver, his crimson eyes holding a deep intensity. Urek then lays out his terms. Answer his question, and he'll give him the serious fight he craves later. Baek Ryun listens, intrigued, as Urek struggles to organize the monumental question on his mind. Then, with a piercing gaze, he asks, what is the true nature of the princesses of Zahard? The question hangs in the air, catching Baek Ryun slightly off guard by its sheer weight. He smiles, offering a choice. The public story, or the unrecorded secrets known only to a few? Urek scoffs at the very idea of a choice. He wants the deepest truths, the most secret ones. A flicker of amusement crosses Baek Ryun's face as he relents. Fine, the truth it is. He starts with the basics. The princesses are the chosen women who have inherited a fragment of Zahard's power. But to understand why, he explains, you have to go back to when the great warriors first climbed the tower and their adventure came to an end. They settled down, but the tower itself never stopped seeking challengers to conquer its floors. Eventually, the first guardian, Hedon, demanded candidates from their bloodlines, forcing each family to select a child for the climb. To aid their climb, these chosen children were granted Zahard's power, becoming the first princesses. Yurik cuts in, wondering why they all had to be girls, but Beck Ryan says boys are just incompatible with the power. As they climbed, Zahard gifted them the 13 legendary weapons, promising a prize for collecting them all. That ultimate prize was the qualification to ascend to the next floor of the tower. While the title is now a mere symbol of honor, back then, it was the only real path forward. Yurik finds this confusing, having thought it was all about passing tests, cheekily calling himself a beginner. But then he abruptly changes the topic, asking about the connection between the princesses and a snake. He casually relays a wild rumor he heard from a crab with a snake inside it that a water snake created the princess. Bakrion's interest is piqued, asking if this bizarre informant is around, but Yurik states flatly that he's dead, his eyes glowing. Bakrion quietly processes this insane new variable. A snake created the princess. Bakrion admits his knowledge is limited, but there's a pattern he's noticed. A rumor tells of a woman who prayed to a water snake in a well to conceive a child. That child, born from a wish, grew up to become a princess of Zahard. Yurik takes this in, and with the lore session over, Bakrion lands before him. With a grin, he throws up his fists, declaring it's time for them to fight. But Yurik just waves him off, completely uninterested, claiming he's busy. As he turns to leave, he pauses, offering a final cryptic piece of advice. He warns Bakrion to be careful when dealing with the water snake. It's not just some creature, he explains. It's a single entity operating in the tower's shadows. And with that ominous tidbit dropped, Yurik simply walks away, telling him to get lost. But as Yurik departs, the citizens of Leicester City are rallying, vowing to defend their home from outsiders. Yet even as they shout, they're racked by a violent, debilitating cough. Suddenly, a young man runs up to Yurik, recognizing him instantly. It's Enzo. He pleads for Yurik to follow him, his voice strained with panic as he reveals that Miss Garam has been attacked. Yurik's plans immediately change, and he sprints after Enzo, bursting into a nearby room. There she is, Garam Zahard, sitting and waiting for him, looking as calm as ever despite her situation. She holds a blood-soaked compress to her side, a clear sign of a serious injury. Yurik's casual attitude evaporates as he demands to know who did this to her. He then tells Enzo to step aside, signaling that this next conversation is private. The young man quietly exits, leaving the two powerful irregulars alone to deal with the fallout. He asks if the attacker was really the nameless princess, and Garam grimly confirms she was utterly defeated. She also reveals her assistant, Manhwa, was another victim, found dead after collapsing at home. Yurik's eyes narrow. Of course the princess is strong, he realizes, since Mago is inside of her. But Garam says the fight wasn't a total loss, gesturing toward a small, glowing container on the nightstand. She calls it strawfish powder, an item she had prepared specifically for this encounter. We see a flash of the fight, where she managed to slip the powder into her opponent's shoes. The princess may not have noticed, but now Garam has a tracker on her, revealing her every move. Just as Yurik is about to swear vengeance, his pocket begins to vibrate with an incoming call. It's an urgent message from his team, a panicked voice yelling that the members are acting strangely. The caller cries that it's like they've all caught some terrible disease, leaving Yurik stunned into silence. Yurik rushes in to find his comrade Rohan completely unconscious, his breathing shallow. His companion explains the horrifying speed of the illness. Everyone was fine this morning, and by nightfall, they were all down. She offers a grim diagnosis. This is no mere sickness, but an infectious disease spreading through the Shinsu itself. Yurik realizes he's only immune because of his 10 family's bloodline. This was a deliberate, targeted attack. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. It's Garam, stating the obvious culprit is, of course, the missing princess. She's already gathered intel, confirming the epidemic has now escaped their base and is sweeping through the local village. Garam reveals the terrifying truth. The princess is weaponizing the water she creates, spreading the disease to drive everyone away. He can hardly believe it. Either she has this power herself, or someone is helping her. He has to find her, but Garam is already on the move. Ignoring Yurik's desperate pleas about her unhealed wounds, she simply tells him there's no time, leaving him to watch as she heads out into the night alone. Yurik and his companion get a frantic update over the radio. Things are going from bad to worse. She curses in frustration. Their tracking powder has gone cold. Their target, Mago, is too smart. But at the mention of that name, a knowing smirk plays across Yurik's face. He casually tells her to stay put, that he'll handle the search himself since it's so dangerous. She can't even imagine how, but for Yurik, the answer is painfully obvious. He crouches slightly, power gathering in his legs with a palpable thrum. Then, with a ground-shattering boom, he launches himself into the air like a rocket. His companion is left speechless, staring up at the sky in pure, unadulterated shock. The very street she's standing on has been turned into a crater from the force of his jump. Now soaring high above the city, Yurik scans the entire landscape, searching for his target. From his vantage point, Yurik muses that she isn't hiding, but walking freely in the open. His gaze sweeps over the civilians going about their day. And then, his eyes lock onto a lone figure cloaked in crimson. His focus narrows, zeroing in with absolute certainty. There's no mistaking the glimpse of white and pink hair under that hood. He's found her. But just as he confirms the target, he notices something else. It seems the nameless princess has picked up a couple of tails. Two shady-looking guys are following her, trying and failing to look inconspicuous. But a quick glance at her face reveals she's known about them the entire time. She calmly turns down a side street, leading her pursuers into a trap. With a heavy thud, one of her pursuers steps into the darkened alley. He watches her stop, her red-cloaked figure standing still in the gloom. Without turning, she calls out, letting them know she's been aware of them for a while. One of them steps from the shadows, his face twisting into a grotesque fish-like form as he greets the Miss Princess. Her eyes narrow with recognition and contempt. A snake. She demands to know who he is. The second pursuer, a pale, masked figure, steps forward, telling his partner to stand down. He calmly states that this is all her fault for not cooperating with their master's wishes. But Mago scoffs, declaring she has no intention of following anyone's plan but her own. That was the wrong thing to say. The masked man's hand gestures, a dark power gathering around him. Suddenly, a monstrous water snake lunges from the shadows, its jaws wide open, ready to devour her whole. But before its fangs can even connect, a massive fist descends from above. It smashes directly into the water snake's head with devastating force. The sheer impact of the blow completely obliterates the creature in an instant. The white-headed attacker can only stare, his mind reeling in utter disbelief. Even Mago is frozen in shock, her eyes widening as she processes what just happened, because the man who just appeared is none other than the legendary Yurik Mizuno. Casually holding the dissipating snake, he tells the two attackers that they're interfering. He points towards the snake man, coolly informing them to wait their turn. But his white-headed companion has no patience for this interruption. He lunges forward, unleashing his own furious attack directly at Yurik. But Yurik doesn't even flinch as the man's attack completely misses him, because his attention is now on the snake man, who lunges from the other side. Its massive jaws unhinge, ready to swallow the legendary Irregular whole. Yurik, however, just casually reaches up and stops its entire head with one hand. He pins its lower jaw to the ground with a simple stomp of his foot. The colossal beast is held completely helpless, its attack utterly pathetic. With a look of sheer boredom, Yurik cocks back his other fist. One clean punch, and the creature's entire body detonates in a shower of gore. From the bloody remains, a tiny, pure white snake emerges, dazed and confused. And Yurik calmly plucks its true form right out of the air, ending the fight instantly. Even in its tiny form, the snake tries to bare its fangs, utterly powerless in his grip. Holding the creature up amidst the carnage, Yurik gets straight to the point. He demands to know its identity and why it was so intent on chasing that girl. But before it can answer, Mago appears, angrily reminding him that he promised not to interfere. And right behind her, Garam Zahard storms in, ready to back her up. Yurik simply turns to Mago, reminding her of the vow he made back on the test floor, a vow to kill King Zahard for her. He tells her that for this plan to work, she has to come with him, his words hanging in the air. Garam freezes mid-stride, the sheer gravity of his statement stopping her cold. What kind of relationship do these two even have for him to make such an insane promise? The scene shifts, showing Bek Ryan sitting alone in a market, watched from the shadows by a man in a suit. A local vendor approaches Bek Ryan, surprised to see him without his usual companion. The man nervously asks if he's here for the rent, but Bek Ryan has a different question. Has the owner caught the epidemic? He explains the chilling rumor that the new regulars are spreading a disease to drive out the city's residents. Back in the present, Garam stands over a dead body, screaming at Yurik not to fall for Mago's manipulations. Yurik calmly holds the tiny white snake, as Garam insists Mago will only betray him in the end. Suddenly, the creature in his hand erupts in a blinding light, letting out an inhuman shriek as it dissolves. Mago coolly informs Yurik that it's not dead, but simply returned to its collective body. Garam has had enough, stepping forward to block their path with a furious expression. She refuses to stand by and watch them continue to destroy her city. But Mago just smirks, turning the accusation around, saying Garam is the one spreading the epidemic. Garam's fury boils over, accusing Yurik of playing dumb about the whole situation. But Mago coolly dismisses the charge as yet another baseless accusation. Garam lays down the law, ordering Mago to stay put and not make another move. Mago simply lets out a tired sigh, as if dealing with a petulant child. Then, to Garam's complete shock, Yurik agrees to her terms for now. Later, Mago finds it odd that he'd let himself be captured so easily, but Urek clarifies he wasn't caught. The residents' distrust just made this a convenient place to hide. He then challenges Mago's apparent trust, reminding her that the entity she hates most is inside him. Mago smirks, revealing she already heard about it from Garam, but she adds that she can also feel it, his raw fury, and her own strange affection for him. Urek scoffs at the very idea, warning Garam not to place any trust in Mago whatsoever. It's not about trust, he clarifies, a smirk playing on Mago's lips as he speaks. He just needs her power. His eyes narrow, glowing with an ancient and unbreakable resolve, the power to kill King Zahard. Having laid his cards on the table, Urek turns and begins to walk away. He reflects on what he's learned coming up the tower, that irregulars like them operate under a different set of rules. They are the only ones with the inherent ability to bring an end to the king and his family leaders. But his thoughts are interrupted as Garam calls out, demanding a private conversation. She follows him into a room, the door slamming shut, sealing them inside. Leaning over the table, she confronts him directly, asking what kind of relationship he really has with Mago. Urek tries to play it off as a simple test partnership, but Garam's not buying it. She heard everything. She's furious, accusing him of treason for promising to help a princess kill the king. But Urek remains perfectly calm, folding his hands as he admits he was also curious about Mago's motives. Leaning in, he poses a simple, cutting question. Why should anyone be loyal to a king who's trying to kill them? Garam stammers that the order didn't come directly from Zahard, but Urek just turns the question back on her. Then who sent it? The question hits a nerve, and she finally cracks, screaming that she doesn't know why Mago has to be killed. She doesn't know who gave the order, and her frustration boils over a feeling Urek mirrors, slamming his own fist down. His mind flashes back to another time, another place, watching a commotion unfold on the street. A man with glasses is handing out flyers, desperately trying to get everyone's attention. He's rallying the crowd, urging them to vote to leave the city and continue their climb up the tower. Urek recognizes the man Gogojung, and can't help but wonder what he's doing here, stirring up trouble. Gogojung doesn't hold back, screaming that this place isn't a home, it's a cage for losers. He points a finger, accusing them of being nothing more than cowards who are afraid to try. The locals are furious, ready to beat him down for his insults. But before they can move, a chilling pressure descends as Urek's eyes flare red. He tells them to settle it with their votes, and his quiet command sends them scrambling away in fear. Urek then confronts Gogojung, asking why he can't just stay still. But the activist refuses to back down. He can't just watch as his comrades are laid low by illness. He has to act. More than that, seeing the other residents who have completely given up on the climb irritates him to no end. He can't stand the thought of his own future ending up just like theirs. Later, Urek sighs, concluding they'll have to use force. But his companion calmly reminds him that for now, the results are their secret alone. Enzo begins to explain his plan for the announcement tomorrow. He'll state that the vote was in favor of everyone packing up and leaving the city. His companions are shocked, with the woman asking if he's really going to manipulate the results. But Enzo doesn't see it that way. He's preventing the disaster that's sure to befall this town. He knows with grim certainty that this place is doomed to be destroyed. The only kindness they can offer is a clean exit, under the guise of a voluntary vote. Urek, however, cuts the debate short, his red eyes glinting as he tells Enzo to go inside and wait. He then reminds a fuming Gogojung that as outsiders, they shouldn't be interfering with the vote. But Gogojung doesn't care, storming off and vowing to kick everyone out by force if the result is bad. The next day arrives, and a single call signals that the moment of truth is here. A message for Garam slices through the tension. The results are in at City Hall, but the final tally is a death sentence, 232 against leaving. The citizens have chosen to stay. Garam is ready to force the issue, but Urek seems resigned at least until Enzo interrupts. He slams his hand down, declaring that he has a plan that he claims will be the best path forward for everyone involved. Urek abruptly stands, a sudden grin on his face. Problem solved. Garam can only watch, realizing this was the intent all along. He claps a hand on Enzo's shoulder, mockingly praising the wise mayor for his well-thought-out plan. A subtle shimmer of power gathers in Urek's hand as he prepares to enforce this new decision. Walking out, he remarks that the masses are rarely smart, but how lucky this town is to have a clever mayor. Enzo simply closes his eyes, accepting the heavy, silent burden of what's about to happen. Garam can only stare in disbelief, calling out his name. She asks how he can be okay with this, abandoning the city he loved, but Enzo is resigned. He knew it couldn't last. In fact, he has a favor to ask of her, predicting the city's imminent collapse. He explains that everyone will have to choose a new path, either to leave or stay, and so will he. Looking out over the city, he makes his stunning request. If he leaves, he wants to climb the tower with her. She's completely caught off guard, but Enzo explains he can't join the others after rigging the vote. He formally asks to be a member of her team, and after a moment's thought, she agrees she does have an opening, after all. From a distance, Urek watches as Enzo erupts in thanks, barely able to contain his relief. The mayor bows deeply, having traded his home for a chance to follow one of Zahard's princesses. And with that heavy decision made, the scene shifts to that very night. Garam walks alone through the quiet streets, the weight of the future heavy on her mind. Enzo also stands in the moonlight, looking up as if sensing the powerful gaze of Urek Mazzino from a rooftop above. Having seen all he needed to, Urek activates his pocket, ready to report back. The following day arrives, bright and clear, bringing with it the city's final judgment. Enzo stands before the public, announcing the results of the vote. The city is officially closing. The crowd immediately explodes into a fury of denial and outrage, refusing to accept their home is lost. He calmly tries to tell them the decision is final, but his words are drowned out by their desperate objections. Then, Enzo drops a bombshell, revealing the city is infected with an artificially created disease. He looks to the sky, letting everyone know this was the work of the people up there. The truth was, their vote never mattered. The higher-ups would have shut this place down by any means necessary. Watching from the sidelines, Urek admits that while he loves this city, Enzo made the right call. But Enzo isn't simply giving up. With a clenched fist, he makes a solemn vow. He declares that he will climb the tower, become a ranker, and one day return to rebuild their home. He then calls out, asking who among the citizens will share his will and join him. In an instant, the entire mood shifts, as the crowd roars with newfound hope and determination. But just as the cheers reach their peak, a single hand cuts through the air. A lone voice asks everyone to wait, bringing the celebration to a sudden halt. A man with silver hair emerges from the crowd, stating he has a doubt about the voting results. Enzo turns, completely caught off guard by the accusation. A doubt? The man steps forward confidently, ready to challenge the very foundation of their decision. The man doesn't mince words, bluntly stating his belief that the vote was manipulated. Enzo spins around, demanding to know who this stranger is and on what grounds he's making such a wild claim. The silver-haired man remains perfectly calm, introducing himself to the entire crowd as Bekriun. Enzo's supporters are outraged, but Bekriun cuts through their shouts, directly accusing him of falsifying the results. His eyes flare with a golden light as he reveals his secret. He can hear the stories carried by the tower's Shinsu, and right now, he claims the Shinsu around Enzo is telling him a tale of a selfish liar who absolutely cannot be trusted. Enzo can only scoff, completely baffled by the sheer absurdity of the accusation. He turns to the crowd, mocking the idea that such a ridiculous story could ever be considered proof. Fine. If proof is what he wants, Enzo will give it to him, calling for the ballot box to be brought forward. He presents the box containing all the votes, absolutely certain it will clear his name and expose Bekriun as a fool. Watching from the sidelines, even Urek Mazzino has to admit, Enzo came prepared for a fight. With a flourish, Enzo dumps the entire box of ballots onto the ground for all to see. He smugly challenges Bekriun to count them himself and find proof of this supposed lie. Bekriun, however, remains perfectly still, his golden eyes completely unbothered. He doesn't move to count them. He simply raises a hand, and a single ballot floats up, lifted by Shinsu. The paper hovers in a gentle, glowing blue aura. It's just a simple vote, marked with a clear yes. But Bekriun reveals his true power, explaining that the Shinsu shows him the fingerprints on the paper. Enzo's confident smirk instantly vanishes, replaced by pure, dawning horror, because Bekriun calmly lifts another ballot, declaring that this one has the exact same fingerprint, and another and another. Bekriun reveals that every single ballot is marked by the same person. He stares down Enzo, rhetorically asking just whose fingerprint this could possibly be. The smug confidence is gone, replaced by the cold sweat of a man completely and utterly caught. From the sidelines, even the legendary Urek Mazzino watches this quiet dismantling with interest. Enzo tries to play dumb, demanding to know whose prints they are, but the truth is obvious. Bekriun then addresses the crowd, asking a simple question: did any of them actually supervise the count? A nervous murmur ripples through the townspeople as they exchange uneasy glances. The answer, as Bekriun's piercing gaze confirms, is a definitive no one. Cornered with no way out, Enzo can only point a trembling finger and accuse Bekriun of lying. But the damage is done. The crowd's suspicion now turns on their own mayor. Bekriun's calm accusation shatters Enzo's composure. This can't be happening. The townsfolk, finally seeing the truth, erupt in a unified cry of outrage. Their trust turns to fury as they surge forward, demanding their corrupt mayor be brought down. Meanwhile, Urek decides he's seen enough, telling Garam he's going to pop down for a moment. She's baffled, questioning why on earth he would get involved in this mess now. With a predatory grin, Uruk explains the obvious. He's going to play the villain. Down in the square, Enzo frantically tries to deflect, accusing Bakrian of being the real traitor. But the people aren't listening anymore, their shouts for justice drowning out his pleas. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of golden light descends from the heavens, stopping everyone in their tracks. Floating above them all is Uruk Mazzino, his power radiating outwards as he makes his grand entrance. He announces that playtime is over, ordering every single person to get out. Uruk offers them a sliver of mercy. Leave town within the next hour, and he'll spare their lives. But some of the regulars laugh him off, arrogantly shouting that the rules protect them from rancors. Uruk just stares back, completely unimpressed by their foolish, misplaced confidence. With a casual wave of his arm, he unleashes a devastating shockwave of raw power. The entire crowd is sent flying, their angry shouts turning into screams of pure panic. His energy blast rips through the square, powerful enough to rattle the city's massive clock tower. Those same cocky regulars who cited the rules are now tossed around like helpless ragdolls. Standing alone in the aftermath, Uruk calmly wonders if that was a clear enough warning. One of the survivors can only stare in disbelief, realizing this man isn't just a ranker, he's a high ranker. Not finished yet, he pulls out a lighthouse to amplify his voice. He then broadcasts a message to the entire town, proudly taking credit for the recent explosion. Uruk gives them a simple ultimatum: evacuate within the hour, or he'll do it all over again. And then, with a sharp-toothed grin, he adds a little twist to his threat. Hes not a ranker, he claims Hes irregular, which means he can kill them all without breaking any rules. The crowd is stunned into silence. It doesn't make any sense. How can a regular be that strong? Then one of them remembers he saw Uruk arrive with the other new climbers. He's telling the truth. That horrifying realization is the final straw. The entire square erupts into a desperate stampede. But as the terrified citizens flee for their lives, one young man remains perfectly still in the chaos. It's Bakrian, calmly observing the pandemonium with a curious, unwavering gaze. A voice cuts through the chaos, asking Uruk why he gets to stay while everyone else has to leave. Bakrian isn't appealing to morality. He's just calling Uruk out for being a bully. But Uruk's logic is cold and simple. If you don't want to die, you leave. And he has no plans on dying. With a low growl, he adds that he's not leaving either, as his hand shoots out to grab Bakrian's collar. The young man is stunned by the sudden, overwhelming force. And in the next instant, he's launched into the sky like a human missile. He soars helplessly over the rooftops of the now abandoned city. The flight ends in a devastating crash, tearing a massive scar into the earth far outside the walls. Before the dust can even settle, Uruk is already there, pinning him effortlessly to the ground. With his hand on Bakrian's throat, he casually observes that it looks like everyone else has left. With a cold glint in his eye, Uruk poses a simple question. And now, do you want to die? The pressure is immense, dark energy crushing Bakrian into the crater. But even pinned down, Bakrian's eyes burn with defiance. Uruk simply tells him to get lost. He'll let him go, but only if he promises to never set foot in this town again. Uruk grinds his foot down, a final, humiliating show of absolute dominance. As he walks away, Bakrian accuses him of taking away everyone's home. But Bakrian's spirit is far from broken. He believes that one must always protect where they live. He forces himself to his feet, demanding to know just who the hell this monster is. Uruk actually stops, a flicker of something, maybe respect, maybe just curiosity in his posture. He turns his head slightly and delivers the answer that changes everything. He's from the outside. The words hit Bakrian like a thunderclap, his mind struggling to process the impossible truth. And with that, Uruk vanishes, leaving behind a sudden, eerie silence over the town square. A strange glow envelops the entire area, a silent testament to his power. In the aftermath, a massive crater of swirling water is all that remains of the infected land. Enzo, one of the survivors, bows deeply, thanking Uruk for clearing the epidemic with such incredible skill. But Uruk cuts him off, holding out a hand, his tone leaving no room for argument. He tells Enzo to hand over the cure, accusing him of being the one who spread the disease in the first place. The young man's face drains of all color, collapsing as Uruk reveals he'd been suspicious all along. After all, it was strange that Enzo was the only one who never got infected. The final nail in the coffin? Uruk saw him meeting the test supervisor in secret just last night. Uruk's voice narrates the scene he witnessed Enzo receiving a bag, the supposed cure. He questions why Enzo would need something like that, given that he was never sick. The only logical conclusion? A pathetic scheme to emerge as the town's savior. Uruk couldn't care less, he just wants the bag. Back at their lodgings, the confrontation continues in private. With his plan completely shattered, Enzo has no choice but to hand over the cure. He desperately asks if Yurik isn't even curious about his reasons, about his deal with the supervisor. But Yurik cuts him off with a blunt and simple no. He's not curious in the slightest. Stunned, Enzo mutters about the deals he thought Yurik was making, maybe for Garam or to climb the tower. Yurik is already at the door, telling the young man that in his eyes, he is nothing but dust. He turns back for one last crushing blow. A slightly dirty piece of dust, perhaps, but still utterly insignificant. Leaving Enzo to his thoughts, we find another reunion already in progress. It's Enzo, now on his knees in sheer relief. Seeing that Baek Ryun is alive and well, he explains that someone left the cure and saved everyone, his voice full of worry for his friend. But now that the illness is gone, a new problem arises. Their livelihood is gone, and he asks what Baek Ryun will do. Will he continue to wait for that person he's been searching for all this time? Baek Ryun shakes his head. With the city gone, staying here is pointless. Hez made a new decision. Hez going to go up a little higher, to continue climbing, and maybe, just maybe, he's found someone new he should follow. As if on cue, a massive transport ship descends, ready to take the successful regulars to the next floor. Watching from afar, the test official Gogo Jung applauds, impressed by the incredible speed at which the city's population was reduced to zero. The test administrator confirms what they'd hoped for. Congratulations, you've all passed the test. But he interrupts their celebration with a gesture, announcing there was one more successful candidate among them. And to everyone's utter shock, he presents Enzo, declaring that the city's former mayor has also passed. Garam and the others stare in disbelief, wondering how and why the mayor is coming with them. Enzo steps forward, explaining that after Garam accepted him, he begged the supervisor to let him join the test late. He admits he was terrified of what might happen, but thankfully, his actions were enough to qualify him. Garam frantically waves her hands, telling him not to apologize. It's actually a huge relief. She shudders, realizing she can't go back anyway. The citizens would probably kill her for what happened. Seizing the moment, Enzo grabs her hands, asking if he can truly climb with them, and a flustered Garam quickly agrees. She accepts the responsibility, while the others, still processing the news, welcome their unexpected new teammate. Enzo just smirks, shamelessly accepting praise for his bold move of manipulating the votes. The others are completely won over, welcoming him to the team with open arms. Even the quieter members thank him for joining, relieved to have him on their side. Meanwhile, in a much quieter place, a report is being delivered through an ornate communication device. A man in a suit listens intently, receiving confirmation that despite some noise, his son has passed the test. And that son is revealed to be Baek Ryun, who watches the device ascend back into the sky. With the test behind him, he turns his gaze forward, determined to climb to the next floor. The scene shifts, and we see the team has arrived on the 4th floor, a vast and treacherous canyon. Already, the endless path is taking its toll, with some members questioning how much further they must walk. But they press on, a strange mix of individuals now walking the same difficult path together. But amidst the group, Baek Ryun's thoughts are dark. He knows he has to eliminate the nameless princess soon. Suddenly, a panicked shout pierces the air. Someone is calling for Mago. The entire team looks up in confusion and alarm, wondering where the threat came from. Even Enzo, the cocky newcomer, is caught completely off guard by the sudden chaos. It wasn't an attack on Mago, but an arrival, as a figure descends from the sky with blinding speed. A thunderous impact slams into the ground, sending the entire party flying from the sheer force of the shockwave. The very rock of the 4th floor shatters beneath the newcomer's feet. Enzo reacts instantly, using his own body to shield the blue-haired girl from the blast. He warns her to stay as far away as possible, knowing she'll be obliterated if she gets caught up in this. The source of the destruction reveals himself. A man named Ladder, radiating a sinister energy. He might look sleazy, but his power is absolutely monstrous. Yurik gives one last warning to the others. Run, because he takes no responsibility for collateral damage. Ladder doesn't wait, lunging forward with a grim promise to turn this entire floor into hell. But Yurik meets his ferocity with a confident grin, his own fist already glowing with golden energy. The two attacks collide, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of red and yellow light. What follows is a blur of pure combat, a whirlwind of fists and raw power. They exchange a furious barrage of blows, each one shaking the very air around them. Yurik seems to be enjoying this, a slight smirk on his face as he effortlessly deflects and counters. He winds up for a punch, channeling a blinding amount of Shinsu into his fist. Latour meets the blow head-on, another thunderous impact echoing across the battlefield. Without missing a beat, Ladder twists, launching a vicious kick right at Yurik's head. Yurik blocks the kick with ease, barely even moving from his spot. Not giving up, Ladder channels a terrifying amount of red Shinsu into his fist. He condenses all that power into a single, devastating point of impact, then unleashes it all in a massive crimson beam, sending the other regulars fleeing for their lives. Yurik, however, doesn't even bother to dodge, simply raising his arms to take the hit. He catches the full force of the blast, a glint in his eye showing nothing but utter boredom. Latour's all-out punch is stopped dead by a single hand, his confident smirk instantly shattering into disbelief. Then, with a casual flex, Yurik's own power erupts, completely overwhelming Ladder's attack. The man is sent hurtling backwards, a ragdoll against the sheer force of the counter, and Yurik just stands in the settling dust, cracking his knuckles, as if he'd just finished a light warm-up. Done playing around, Urek drops into a crouch, the ground beneath him buckling from the pressure alone. He explodes forward, a white blur of motion closing the distance in an instant. Latour throws a desperate punch, trying to meet the unstoppable force head-on. Their fists collide in a brilliant flash of golden energy, a shockwave tearing through the air. But Yurik is faster, slipping past his guard to drive a brutal punch right into Ladder's gut. Latour manages to land a counter hit of his own, a solid strike right across Yurik's cheek. For a split second, they become a whirlwind of attacks, trading blows at impossible speeds. Yurik's eyes just narrow, a flicker of annoyance the only reaction to the hit he just took. He winds up his arm, pouring a terrifying amount of energy into a single, decisive blow. The impact is absolute, shattering Ladder's defense and ending the pathetic struggle in a blast of light. The shockwave tears the very ground apart, a testament to the power just unleashed. But another challenger, Gogo Jung, steps forward, gathering a sinister red energy in his palm. Yurik glances over, a flicker of pure annoyance in his crimson eyes. Another one? And this guy has the absolute nerve to critique his fighting posture. He then unleashes a devastating blast of crimson energy, intending to wipe Yurik from existence. Yurik doesn't even bother to face it, casually throwing a lazy punch to the side. The massive sphere of destruction just stops, imploding against his knuckles. All of that redirected force carves a massive trench into the earth behind him, an attack that could have leveled a city, swatted away like a fly. Gogo Jung can only stare in disbelief, the arrogant smirk wiped clean off his face. Ladder's mind races. If Yurik obtained this level of power, then true hell has already arrived. But his dread is interrupted by an entirely different sound, a sharp crackle of electricity. This isn't Yurik's crimson power. This is a storm of pure azure lightning. The energy flares violently, dominating the battlefield with its raw intensity. With a ground-shattering impact, a figure lands amidst the chaos. Yurik Mizuno looks over, a dangerous smirk on his face, asking if they were all having fun. But another voice cuts through the tension, belonging to a silver-haired man descending from above. Even Yurik is caught off guard, his eyes widening in surprise. What is he doing here? Latour can only stare blankly, completely lost as another monster enters the fray. The newcomer, Baek Ryun, lets the lightning dance across his hand, a silent declaration of his own power. With a calm but chilling smile, Baek Ryun announces that he wants to play, too. But elsewhere on this floor, the test wasn't a clash of titans, it was a desperate scramble for survival. Gogo Jung and two other regulars collapse, gasping for air, finally feeling a moment of safety. They ran so hard they have no idea where they are, or what happened to the others. Just as they're catching their breath, a hand suddenly reaches out of a hidden hatch in the ground. They recoil in absolute terror as a figure begins to emerge from the darkness. But it's not a monster, it's a smiling young man, casually greeting them as they stare in disbelief. He lights an old lantern, its warm glow revealing the entrance to a dark, underground space. The man explains that he lives here, and has for a while as the only human in the area. Despite the creepy atmosphere, Gogo Jung cautiously asks if they can stay, knowing the dangers outside are far worse. With a disarmingly warm smile, the young man agrees. Of course they can stay. He tells them to rest up, leading the exhausted regulars deeper into his hidden sanctuary. But their relief is cut short by the sight of a pale, silent woman fused to the body of a monstrous insect. Gogo Jung, however, seems to have his priorities straight, already marveling at the delicious meal they've been given. He thanks their host, Enzo, who admits it's just nice to talk to people again after being alone for so long. Looking at the feast of bread, meat, and cheese, Gogo Jung asks how he manages to get supplies out here. Enzo explains this place was an old, forgotten lodging, and incredibly, supplies are still delivered automatically. He tells them he found it by pure chance, seeking shelter from a brutal sandstorm with his old teammates. A flashback shows his former comrades waving goodbye, eager to resume the test after the storm passed. Gogo Jung naturally asks why he didn't go with them, and Enzo trails off, confessing he never really fit in. Enzo quietly admits that he wasn't just tired of the test, but exhausted in a lot of ways. Elsewhere, another one of the survivors is taking advantage of the facilities. A blue-haired girl sinks into a hot bath, sighing that this is the absolute best. She feels incredibly lucky to finally be able to relax and wash up like this. But just as she's lost in the moment, a dark shadow suddenly looms over her. A mysterious, dark-haired woman peers down with an unnerving, predatory smile. The scene shifts to a tense clearing, where a white-haired fighter seethes, wondering why Yurik Mizuno just had to show up. Yurik, however, is calm, knowing that the most important thing in this situation, as blue lightning crackles in his hand, is to determine who the real target is. His opponent's annoyance turns to a vicious grin. This is going to be fun, all thanks to that damn guy. With a roar, the white-haired fighter decides he's joining this party too. Yurik unleashes a massive beam of energy, and his opponent braces, thinking, "Is it me?" Suddenly, another man with a sharp suit and a sharper mustache bursts onto the scene. He yells out a warning, seeing that Yurik looks like he's in trouble. But Yurik is calm, his red eyes focused as a fist flies toward his face. With a simple motion of his hand, he changes the entire game. The white-haired fighter's eyes widen in absolute shock. Did that attack just bend? Indeed, it did. Curving through the air as if it had a mind of its own, the beam swerves directly toward the mustached man, who never saw it coming. He's forced on the defensive as the white-haired fighter takes advantage of the chaos, landing a heavy blow. Yurik follows through with a brutal spinning kick, slamming the mustached man into the ground. The white-haired fighter's glowing weapon hums, a silent testament to his own power. Completely baffled, the mustached man asks if this was all some kind of trick, since they seem to be on the same side. Yurik just scoffs, mocking him for clinging to another man, which earns him an indignant denial. From a distance, the white-haired fighter watches, thinking that at least Yurik isn't a total moron. He clarifies that he's a man of his word. He just wants to get rid of this distraction and fight Yurik properly. Yurik floats casually, admitting he's not particularly moved by the man's noble stance. But with a quick smile and a thanks, he launches himself forward, not at the fighter, but at the mustached man. Before the poor guy can even process the betrayal, Yurik's fist connects solidly with his jaw. Another powerful blow follows as Yurik decides to personally take this nuisance out of the fight. The mustached man braces himself as Yurik unleashes a brutal body blow. Fists fly in a blur, hammering against his desperate guard. Yurik follows up with a devastating kick, intent on ending this quickly. The man is sent staggering back, completely on the defensive. He tries to create some space, lashing out with a high kick of his own. But Yurik casually blocks the attack with a single forearm, unimpressed. The Irregular's eyes narrow, seeing the attack for the clumsy attempt it was. The man twists his body, using the blocked kick to pivot into a new angle. Suddenly, he finds his opening, questioning if Yurik's gotten sloppy from only facing weaklings. He chastises him for using too much force, as his fist connects perfectly with Yurik's jaw. The punch connects, a perfect hit that the man believes has finally broken through the Irregular's guard. But Yurik barely even flinches, his red eyes showing more curiosity than pain. The mustached man had poured his power into that blow, a flash of red energy marking the impact. And in that same instant, before the man can even celebrate, Yurik's own fist clenches tight. He fires back with a counter so fast it's a blur, a brutal strike straight to the gut. Yurik coldly dismisses his lecture, telling him that from where he stands, they're all just weaklings. The man doubles over, completely stunned by the sheer, overwhelming force of that one casual punch. Yurik's gaze turns deadly, his glowing eye signaling that the time for games is officially over. He begins to gather a terrifying amount of blue, crackling shinsu in his open palm. Then he gives his opponent one last warning. Jump with everything you have, or get impaled. Yurik dodges and unleashes his shinsu blast in a single, fluid motion. Latour's eyes widen, seeing the condensed energy coming straight for him. There's no time to move. No way to escape, he can't dodge this. The beam of pure power erupts, tearing through the air with crackling force. He crosses his arms, bracing himself against the overwhelming torrent of shinsu. But as the light fades, Latour is still standing, a flicker of amusement on his face. He's genuinely surprised to think there was a guy this strong inside the tower. But his moment of reflection is shattered by a sharp voice calling out his name. It's Mago, demanding to know why he's having fun instead of rescuing her. Nearby, the white-haired fighter warns her that Yurik isn't the only threat. The blue-haired guy he fought is just as dangerous. The mustached man suggests a tactical retreat, figuring they can let their enemies finish each other off. But Latour scoffs at the very idea. The word run simply isn't in his vocabulary. Then Mago's quiet question cuts through his pride, asking if he ever truly loved her. That one question changes everything. Latour turns to a baffled Yurik, declaring it's all for love, and with a quick see you next time, he blasts off, leaving Yurik yelling after him in disbelief. Mago places a hand on his shoulder, a silent signal as they escape together. He effortlessly sweeps her into his arms, ignoring her protests as he carries her away. Meanwhile, The escape isn't totally clear, as the white-haired fighter parries a furious barrage of Shinsu blasts. His opponent, Baek Ryun, can only grit his teeth, his attacks being completely neutralized. The white-haired warrior smirks, crackling with raw power as he prepares to show Baek Ryun a real fight. Baek Ryun roars in defiance, refusing to let them get away as he unleashes a massive Shinsu blast. The wave of pure power rockets directly toward Latour, who can only shield Mago with his body. Mago realizes with dawning horror that if this continues, she'll be caught in the blast. But before the attack can land, Urek Mizuno plants his foot, clearly having had enough. He meets the colossal beam head-on, stopping it cold with a single, casual punch. With a look of sheer boredom, Urek effortlessly dissipates the energy, not even breaking a sweat. A furious Baek Ryan charges forward, demanding to know what in the world Urek is doing. Urek looks away, trying to explain his actions as some vague feeling of camaraderie. He flatly states he won't allow the regulars to be killed, leaving Baek Ryun utterly speechless. His opponent starts to understand Urek calls them enemies, but he still has people he's determined to protect. Urek lets out a weary sigh, telling Baek Ryun that with the obstacles gone, the real fight can begin. Baek Ryun's eyes blaze with intensity as he accepts the challenge without a moment's hesitation. Elsewhere, Latour flies through the sky with Mago, remarking that a hellish love must be brewing somewhere nearby. He knows exactly who's at the center of it, calling her by the ominous title, The Reversal of Love. Latter muses that while her followers are unaware of her presence, he's already witnessed a pitiful and ecstatic love story. He leans closer, a grim look on his face as he prepares to explain the twisted scene he's observed. He describes it as a love akin to embracing the shed skin of a centipede while screaming your devotion. Unaware of his words, another group of regulars arrives at their destination, the blonde woman asking if this is the place. They found it, a large, flat rock, the supposed safe haven promised to them by the mayor. But the ground begins to shift, and the safe place reveals itself as a lure, the shell of a monstrous centipede rising to meet them. The monstrous creature looms over its trapped prey, ready to strike. The blue-haired woman is helpless, her skin already bruised and stained. She could only watch in utter terror as the centipede descended upon her. But just then, a torrent of crackling blue Shinsu begins to gather. The white-haired fighter roars to life, fury etched onto his face. He unleashes a massive wave of electrical energy, aiming to blast the beast away. And he wasn't alone. His companion in the white hood charges up a golden fist. Their two distinct powers begin to merge in mid-air. A devastating beam of blue and gold energy slams directly into the giant centipede. The impact is catastrophic, blowing the cavern apart in a flash of light. The blast sends blue lightning ripping through the cavern, catching the blue-haired girl in the chaos. Her eyes widen in shock and confusion, wondering what on earth is going on. Then she sees it, a golden blur rocketing out of the smoke, not retreating, but advancing. It's the man in the white hoodie, but he's turned on his ally, driving a golden fist at the white-haired fighter. The fighter reacts instantly, throwing up a swirling shield of blue Shinsu to deflect the sudden betrayal. The golden punch slams into the barrier, power clashing against power in a shower of sparks. Without hesitation, the hooded man follows up with a devastating kick, shattering the defense completely. But the white-haired fighter stands his ground, his eyes blazing with the fury of being backstabbed. The traitor presses his advantage, unleashing a flurry of attacks with blinding speed. But he's not fighting a one-on-one duel. The entire team leaps in, ready to counter their former comrade. Unfazed, the white-haired fighter gathers his own power, blue lightning crackling at his fingertips. The team's combined assault is brushed aside as the hooded man shatters their attacks with ease. He closes the distance in a flash, his red eyes burning with intensity as he prepares another blow. Their powers clash in a massive explosion, sending shockwaves of blue energy across the battlefield. But the traitor calmly begins to concentrate a new attack, a brilliant golden light forming in his hand. He looks down on his opponent, a small smirk forming as he notes how amusing this all is. He practically laughs, calling the white-haired fighter pretty funny for even trying to resist. But his opponent just grins back, his own power flaring, thinking the exact same thing about him. With a mutual, wild excitement, their energies collide again in a cataclysmic blast. The golden light swells into a massive sphere, threatening to vaporize everything in its path. But their epic clash rips the entire arena apart, catching an unfortunate regular in the crossfire. She looks on in sheer terror, her small dagger useless against this level of power. A desperate scream is all she can manage as the blue energy closes in. The world vanishes in a torrent of crackling Shinsu. Meanwhile, the white-haired fighter gathers his energy, deciding he's had enough of this game. He needs to end this now, before the test administrator is forced to step in. But from the sidelines, Urek Mizuno finally notices something is wrong. He spots the woman, somehow still floating amidst the destructive storm. Hess confused. Why is she still here? Why isn't she running for her life? Her final shriek echoes as the full force of the blast consumes her. He unleashes his ultimate skill, the Ejuan style lightning spear technique. A torrent of destructive energy pours from his very being, forming a spear of final judgment. The apocalyptic blast surges forward, aimed directly at its target. But just as it's about to connect, another regular refuses to accept this outcome. The white-haired fighter sees it too, a blur of motion interfering with his attack. His eyes widen in shock. The woman someone is moving to save her. Frustration boils over as he realizes he's lost control of the situation. In a flash, the blue-haired boy dives in, grabbing the woman and shielding her from the blast. Powerless to stop it, the fighter can only watch as his own attack detonates with full force. The entire area is consumed in a cataclysmic explosion of blue energy. The world shatters into a storm of crackling blue energy. When the light settles, the boy is on one knee, cradling the woman he just saved. He frantically asks if she's all right, but she yells back, her head pounding from the electric spear. She demands to know why he didn't run, and he reminds her of his mission. The nameless princess was escaping. He tells her the princess is long gone, so she needs to escape now too, because he knows he can't possibly protect her while fighting a monster like this one. The white-haired fighter approaches them calmly, a stark contrast to the chaos, and asks if the boy is hurt. Blood streams down his face, but the kid just smirks, brushing it off like it's nothing. But his opponent's glowing eyes see right through the act, noting the serious injuries around his head. The boy's patience snaps, and he roars that he's fine, unleashing his own aura in defiance. The white-haired fighter simply looks on, unimpressed, calling the boy stubborn for his defiance. But instead of backing down, the kid calls out from across the shattered landscape with a sudden proposal, a bet. He challenges his opponent to a straightforward clash. They'll both launch their attacks at the same time. The stakes are simple, yet insane. The loser becomes the winner's subordinate. His opponent can only scoff, thinking he's acting like a child, but the boy just gives a thumbs up, demanding an answer. The powerful fighter considers it. He doesn't have his strongest spear, but then again, his opponent is far from his best shape. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he agrees, but with one condition: no attacks that would destroy the entire place. The boy's face lights up with a manic grin as he roars his approval, golden energy already swirling in his hand. He clenches his fist, condensing the raw power into a single, focused point. Brilliant white lightning erupts around him, signaling that his attack is ready. The ground instantly shatters as their combined energies begin to build. A nearby woman can only watch in horror, realizing she's trapped in the blast zone. That absolute idiot, he started the attack while she was still right here. With a defiant glare, the boy unleashes his golden lightning-infused punch, but his opponent meets it head-on, releasing a tidal wave of crackling blue energy. The two forces collide in a blinding flash of gold and azure light. For a split second, the boy's eyes widen, registering the sheer scale of the power unleashed. The shockwave erupts, sending the woman flying as she screams in terror. The entire valley is engulfed in a cataclysmic storm of raw, destructive power. Elsewhere, his companions wait anxiously, unable to get in touch and fearing the worst. The capped man tells the blonde woman not to worry, asking what could possibly happen to a monster like Urek. But she retorts that it's not Urek she's worried about, it's his precious cap. While the man with glasses decides to call it a night, she can only stare into the distance, wondering what that fool is doing. Suddenly, a massive shockwave rips through the earth, a distant echo of golden destruction. It's followed by the sound of utterly insane laughter booming across the mountains. The triumphant cackling continues, a clear sign that the fight is most definitely over. Urek finally appears, battle-worn but beaming, demanding they all acknowledge his incredible power. He tells the defeated warrior he wasn't even at full strength, admitting he was more worried about the administrator intervening. Then, with eyes glowing a fierce red, he makes his declaration: "You are now my subordinate." And to add insult to injury, he gives him a new nickname, Edumon, a title so absurd, the proud warrior can only seethe in shame. But the newly named Edumon is having none of it, his rage manifesting as a storm of crackling blue energy. His power erupts violently, a tempest of uncontrolled Shinsu lashing out in every direction. Suddenly, he freezes, his senses picking up on something far more alarming. A powerful presence is approaching from afar. He begins to panic. If that's his family, they might call the Guardian. Urek sees the power spike and yells at him to wait, but the cornered warrior just grits his teeth. Before he can act, Urek slams a fist into the ground, announcing that the real training starts now. The sheer disrespect infuriates the proud warrior, who can only roar at this ill-mannered brat. Their combined power erupts, tearing the very landscape asunder. The ground cracks and shatters into a cloud of dust and rock. All the warrior can do is scream, forced to endure the overwhelming force Urek is now unleashing. and as the dust settles, the victor stands there gloating, asking if everyone saw his magnificent power. He claims he was still holding back, while the defeated warrior can only grit his teeth, annoyed he ever worried about the guardian. With a triumphant gleam in his eyes, the boy declares that from now on, the warrior is his subordinate. And to top it all off, he'll be called Admon, a name so ridiculous the warrior thinks it sounds like a cheap pop-up ad. Elsewhere, a group of regulars are cautiously making their way through the canyon, completely bewildered. Hiding behind the rocks, they spot the two figures and wonder why the white-haired warrior isn't moving. But their presence doesn't go unnoticed. The cocky kid just turns and gives them a friendly little wave. The newcomers just stare back, completely dumbfounded by this bizarre scene. They call out, asking who these people are. But the newly named Admon just sighs in utter humiliation. The scene shifts, focusing on a dark sphere as a voice urgently tries to contact Lady Garam, getting no reply. A young man desperately clutches the communicator, lamenting a promise they made to climb the tower together. But as he looks up, his blood runs cold. The woman lying next to him isn't Garam at all. He shakes her, pleading for Lady Garam to answer, his mind refusing to accept what he's seeing. Stirring from her sleep, the strange woman wonders what the tickling sensation is. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, and the entire bed frame explodes into motion, throwing him back. Staring in utter terror, the man demands to know who this imposter is. The horrifying truth is revealed. He's been sleeping beside a woman whose lower half is a monstrous insect. One of her giant, chitinous legs pins him down, and he can only stare in disbelief. With his life on the line, he blurts out the only threat he can think of that he's going to scream. He holds up the communicator, warning her that if he yells into it, everyone will come running. Seeing a flicker of interest, the terrified man stammers out that they should make a deal. He promises he won't scream if she lets him go, and hell do one better. He'll open the door and lead his friends right to her, serving them up on a silver platter. The insect woman simply stares, her expression unreadable as she weighs his pathetic offer. A moment later, the door to the room quietly creaks open into the dark hallway. The man slips out, having apparently sealed his cowardly pact, and shuts the door behind him. He stumbles away, his body shaking from the adrenaline and the horror of his own betrayal. Suddenly, he collides with a solid figure in the darkness. It's his master, Enzo. He frantically tries to warn him, pointing back at the room and yelling about a monster on the ceiling. But Enzo just raises a single finger to his lips, calmly telling him to be quiet. But the horror on the traitor's face isn't for his master, it's for the next part of his terrible deal. Elsewhere, his teammate Gogojung is sleeping peacefully, completely unaware of the approaching doom. He's suddenly jolted awake by a frantic, desperate pounding on his bedroom door. Grumbling, he drags himself out of bed, wondering what could possibly be so urgent. He opens the door to find the panicked regular, who's visibly shaking and can barely form a coherent sentence. The coward stammers, asking if Gogojung slept well, as a monstrous insect leg twitches just behind his back. He continues the absurdly polite charade, while the insect woman herself looms into view, a silent predator. Before Gogojung can even process the betrayal, a massive appendage smashes down with sickening force. The panicked regular watches helplessly, as his so-called friend is crushed under the weight of his decision. The attack is swift and brutal, skewering Gogojung's body in a fountain of blood and ending him instantly. A final, gurgled scream escapes Gogojung's lips as his life is brutally extinguished. The traitor can only stare in mute horror, the consequences of his cowardice sinking in. But just as the scene falls silent, two figures touch down with a resounding thud. It's Urek Mazino and his companion, Admon, who have just arrived in the middle of the slaughter. They calmly survey the bloody scene, wondering just what kind of mess this is. The panicked regular sees them, his terror momentarily replaced by a sliver of hope. He screams Urek's name, frantically pointing at the monster that just murdered his friend. Unfazed, Urek simply turns to Admon, informing him he has a job to do. He points a finger directly at the insect woman and gives a simple command: kill that monster. With a shove, Urek sends the grumbling warrior forward, who can only sigh at what a hassle this has become. Admon lands with a heavy crunch on a corpse, grumbling that he really dislikes catching bugs. With a smug look, he simply raises a finger, beckoning the monster to come and get it. The insect woman takes the bait, launching herself through the air in a furious charge. But Admon is completely unfazed, calmly conjuring a shimmering ice crystal in his open palm. He meets her attack with a blast of freezing energy that rushes out to meet her. The icy power erupts, instantly engulfing the massive creature in a wave of frost. And just like that, the monster is trapped, frozen solid in a tomb of jagged ice. The surviving regular stares in utter shock, unable to believe the beast was stopped so easily. Urek cheers from the side, playfully calling Admon a magician, much to the warrior's irritation. Seeing an opening, The regular thinks now is his chance to finish it, rushing forward with his knife. But just as he's about to deliver the final blow, Enzo grabs him from behind. The regular is stunned as Enzo, calling him master, desperately begs him to spare her. He can't believe his ears, with Enzo practically on his knees pleading for the monster's life. He whirls around, furious, asking if Enzo has lost his mind. He's here to kill the beast. To his shock, even the blonde girl Evelyn is on the ground, crying for them to spare Onis. The scene shifts, revealing this is all a flashback as Enzo calmly begins to tell his story. He explains how he and his original team found this place while escaping a sandstorm. One night, he followed a noise to a companion's room and found her devouring his friend. He remembers the moment she looked up, her face a mask of blood and carnage. And in that grotesque instant, Enzo admits he fell hopelessly in love with her. His teammates were doomed, so instead of being eaten, he suggested a grim coexistence. He would lure in other unsuspecting regulars to calm their fears, and then the insect woman would devour them. He knew it was wrong, but she had to eat. In his twisted mind, her hunger was just a survival instinct, not a crime. He begs the boy in the white hood, insisting he's the only one at fault here, but his pleas are cut short by a swift kick that sends him flying. The boy stands over him, disgusted, asking if romance has completely warped his mind. His eyes glow with cold fury as he delivers a chilling ultimatum. If Enzo truly believes all this nonsense, then he should offer himself as her next meal. The dark cavern vanishes, and a ladder materializes, ascending toward a blinding light. The test is over. A path to the next floor now open for those who passed. And so, the surviving regulars simply walk away, leaving the grim aftermath behind them. But in a cold, dark room below, a hatch slides open. It seems Enzo took that chilling ultimatum to heart, now bound and helpless. He's been delivered, a final, tragic meal for the woman he tried to protect. Her eyes slowly open, sensing the presence of her devoted lover. A sharp, bone-like stinger slides into view, ready to strike. With a swift thrust, it pierces his skull, his last thoughts drifting to someone named Onis. His monstrous lover leans down, her expression unreadable. She begins to consume him as his final, fragmented realization hangs in the air. So you also. The sound of tearing flesh echoes as the insect woman finishes her gruesome meal. His body is completely crushed within her armored coils. With one final crunch, the tragic sacrifice of Enzo comes to a silent end. Elsewhere, the other regulars who passed the test begin to walk away. But Mazzino stops, a strange and nagging feeling washing over him. Did he forget something? He dismisses the thought, figuring it couldn't have been that important as his group leaves the area. But far below, buried in the rubble, Garam Zahard struggles to her feet. She pants for breath, surrounded by destruction, the shock of her near-death experience setting in. Her communicator is dead, spitting back an error code, her only lifeline severed. Stranded and furious, she screams into the empty chasm, cursing the name of the man who left her behind, Mazzino. But as Garam's furious vow echoes, it reaches the ears of another regular walking nearby. Her desperate scream for vengeance against Mazzino rings through the desolate canyon. Baekryun stops in his tracks, peering over the edge, wondering who could possibly be down there. Garam looks up, her rage turning to shock as she realizes she's not alone. Before they can interact, another presence makes itself known, landing sharply on the fractured ground. The fourth floor's test supervisor, Ari Todd, has arrived to investigate the disturbance. He takes one look at the crater and knows this was no natural disaster, but the result of a battle. We flash back to Baekryun's arrival, being guided to the test area by the ranker Admon. Admon stops at the entrance, opening a portal and telling Baekryun this is as far as he goes. But he leaves him with a chilling warning. The Ari family rules this floor, and they crush anyone who stands out. Admon delivers his final, chilling command. Baekryun is his subordinate now, and he will come when called. Inside the waiting area, a hologram of Ari Todd appears, formally introducing himself as the examiner. He lays out the ground rules for the assembled regulars. This test will be conducted individually. One overconfident brawler named Werber steps up immediately, eager to be the first one through the gate. In the back, one regular gets called out for his cowardice, lamely claiming he's just waiting for Garam to arrive. With a brilliant flash of light, the first test taker enters the chamber. Elsewhere, two test officials monitor the situation, wondering if the one who created that massive crater is among them. His partner scoffs at the idea. Only a high ranker could cause that damage, but the entry logs show only regulars. The senior official decides they'll have to see for themselves, even if the situation makes no logical sense. After all, it is the sworn duty of the Ari family to eliminate any anomaly that goes against the norm. Inside the vast chamber, a voice greets the first challenger, Werber, and begins to explain the test. The instructions are simple. He must walk to the central circle, suspended over a deep chasm. There, he'll find a switch to press and release as much Shinsu as he possibly can. The amount of power he unleashes will determine how many conduits open on the pillar below. 2 is a pass. The reward scale with power opening 5 conduits earns a free pass for the lower floors. But the ultimate prize, the all-pass test, requires opening all 13 conduits on the pillar and the wall. The explanation concludes, and Werber calmly walks to the center of the platform. He kneels, his hand poised over the glowing blue switch, ready to prove his worth. With a firm push, he activates the device, channeling his energy into it. Meanwhile, one of the Ari family test officials watches the monitor with keen interest. He pours every last drop of Shinsu he can possibly generate into the switch. A massive wave of blue energy erupts, striking the pillar with immense force. The result is announced. Regular Werber has opened 4 conduits. A comfortable pass. A bridge of light materializes, beckoning him to cross to the victor's side. But as he turns away, he can't help but feel a little disappointed. He was just 1 conduit short of earning that coveted free pass for the lower floors. Next up is regular Rohan, who nervously steps forward to begin his own test. He takes a breath, focuses, and slams his hand down onto the glowing device. His power bursts forth, raw and untamed, striking the pillar below. 2 conduits open just enough to pass, and Rohan explodes with pure, unadulterated joy. The next regular unleashes a powerful stream of Shinsu into the device. 3 conduits open a solid pass. He breathes a sigh of relief, thankful the gem on his forehead is regaining its power. With his turnover, the rabbit guide calls the next challenger, Regular Evelyn. She approaches with quiet confidence, kneeling and placing a single hand on the activation plate. A massive surge of energy erupts, far surpassing the previous attempts. She opens a staggering 5 conduits, celebrating with her little companion as she earns a coveted free pass. Watching from above, a test official wonders if anyone is even capable of opening more than 10. She recalls that it's happened before, mentioning Princess Urim Zahard, who unfortunately failed to open all 13. Evelyn's ears perk up at the name. Urim Zahard, she's heard that name, a true legend. But her thoughts drift to an even greater monster, wondering if someone like Yurik could open maybe 15. And as if on cue, a flashback begins. The administrator's voice calling for the next regular, Yurik Mazzino. The legendary Irregular himself steps into the light, casual and completely unfazed. 2 other test takers watch the console, having no idea what's about to happen. Yurik thinks back to some friendly advice, deciding it's probably best not to draw too much attention. In another part of the testing area, a young man named Enzo waits, his thoughts racing. Hez sure shall come if she's alive. And right then, a familiar silhouette appears. It's her Lady Garam. He can't believe his eyes. She rushes over, grabbing his shoulders, relieved to see that Enzo is safe. But his expression is one of pure shock, his gaze fixed on the person behind her. He's utterly confused, asking why is that man standing next to Lady Garam? And at that exact moment, back at the testing area, a tidal wave of Shinsu explodes. The system screams out the results. All 10 conduits have been forced open. A perfect score. The officials stare in disbelief, demanding to know the name of this absolute monster. It's Yurik Mazzino who walks off, hoping he kept a low profile. Yeah, right. Back with the others, the silver-haired man calmly announces it's his turn to take the test. Enzo immediately confronts Lady Garam, grabbing her arm and demanding to know why she was with him. She explains she got lost and he helped her, adding that he was apparently following Yurik Mazzino. Following Yurik? Enzo can't wrap his head around it. Why would anyone follow that guy? Garam admits she doesn't know the details, only that he said there was something he needed to confirm. And now, that same man, a regular named Bakrian, steps up to begin his own test. Bakrian calmly places his hand on the test device. An immense amount of Shinsu instantly floods from his palm. The energy surges through the machine, a tidal wave of pure power. It blasts through the conduits with unbelievable force. The officials can't believe their eyes. He's already opened 11 conduits. But unlike Yurik, the torrent of energy doesn't even slow down. It keeps pushing, forcing open every single pathway in the system. All 13 conduits are open, a perfect score that grants him access to the all-pass test. The officials are in a full-blown panic, scrambling to find any data on this monster named Bakrian. He just stands there, tilting his head as if their frantic shouts are a minor annoyance. But his perfect score comes at a price, as the machine begins to groan and buckle under the strain. The massive pool of Shinsu churns violently, coalescing into a terrifying vortex of pure darkness. Bakrian's eyes widen. This wasn't supposed to happen. He's unleashed something. The shockwave of power is so immense that even Yurik Mazzino, far away, stops and turns. From the depths of the vortex, a monstrous entity of shadow erupts with a deafening roar. The test officials can only stare in horror, stammering about what kind of monster they're witnessing. Baekryun stands before the colossal beast, its single glowing eye fixed on him. For the first time, a look of genuine shock, maybe even fear, crosses his face. The head official screams frantically for his men to shut the entire system down. Now. But it's too late. The sheer pressure shatters the arena, the very ground cracking apart. Just as the shadow's jaws are about to consume him, a flash of white intercepts Baekryun. A single fist, glowing with overwhelming golden light, is thrown. The punch connects, effortlessly blasting the nightmare creature into nothingness. One of the test officials stares, his mind reeling. He thinks he recognizes that man. It's him all right, the irregular, Mazino, his red eyes focused. Baekryun is left completely stunned, realizing exactly who just saved his life. Far away, on the 5th floor, 2 others are on a mission, searching for a princess of Zahard. The woman seems certain, mentioning that this floor is under the Ari family's control. This must be the place where the main body of the serpent is sealed away. Back at the arena, Yurik lands, the ground cracking under the sheer force of his presence. He turns to face Baekryun, the sheer pressure of his presence still lingering in the air. Baekryun, still processing, demands to know what that monster was and who Yurik even is. He tries to brush it off as a long story, but Yurik isn't having it and asks for a summary. So Baekryun flips the script, asking how a simple regular possesses such monstrous strength. Yurik just throws the question back, leading to a ridiculous standoff of "you first." The test official watching from the sidelines can't believe what he's seeing. He finally interjects, calling out Yurik Mazino by name and warning him not to interfere with other regulars' tests. A warning that Yurik completely ignores, casually strolling past. He gives Baekryun one last look, telling him that he'll be waiting for him outside. And in the control room, the other official realizes, with dawning horror, that these two are a massive problem. He declares that Yurik and Baekryun are risk factors that must be eliminated at all costs. An order is given to report them to the family, but for now, they must continue with the next test. Elsewhere, a regular named Garam Zahard completes her trial, successfully opening 9 conduits. Still, she seems dissatisfied with her performance and has a question for the administrator. She asks if Princess Yuram Zahard ever took this test, and learns she did, 100 years ago. The follow-up question is simple. How many conduits did she open? The answer, 11. The news hits Garam hard. In her mind, she was 3 conduits short of that legendary score. Back in the control room, her identity as Garam Zahard flashes across the screen. The officials are in disbelief. They had no idea a princess was climbing among this group of regulars, wondering who else is in this chaotic batch. They turn their attention to the next participant, Enzo. As Enzo's turn begins, the senior official gives a shocking order. Let him pass, no matter what. His subordinate is stunned, questioning why they'd go to such extremes for one regular. The reason? Enzo is the child of a high-ranking family member, and keeping him happy is top priority. Meanwhile, in the hallway for those who passed, Yurik Mazino finally catches up to Baekryun. He stops the silver-haired man, saying there's something he needs to confirm with him. Yurik recalls Baekryun mentioning he was from the outside, and asks a simple question about that place. He looks him dead in the eye, wanting to know, does something called the moon exist there? The question hits Baekryun like a lightning bolt. How could anyone in the tower know about the moon? The tables turn instantly as Baekryun grabs him, frantically asking if Yurik is from the outside too. Yurik freezes, his red eyes wide with the silent, earth-shattering realization that he's just found another one. But Baekryun's answer deflates Yurik's hope he wasn't from the outside after all. He was born in the tower, and the story of the moon was passed down from his father. It's an ancient legend, a story passed from one generation to the next. His father told him that while the sun makes everything bright, the moon shines in the darkness. This power he wields, the ability to illuminate the dark, was itself passed down from an outsider long ago. All the secrets hidden in the tower's shadows would be revealed to him, including that monstrous creature. Baekryun's father also gave him a mission. Wait at the lowest place in the tower for someone from the outside. If he joined that person, together they could bring a great, world-shaking wave to the tower. Yurik finally understands this is why Baekryun had been following him, but the silver-haired man isn't so sure. The next day, after this heavy revelation, we find ourselves at the 5th floor accommodations for the regulars. While Yurik is kicking back and relaxing, a high-tech drone suddenly zips into the area. But its target isn't him. It's Baekryun, who's quietly sitting by himself nearby. The drone projects its voice, introducing its operator as Ari Bolt, the test supervisor for this floor. Has come with a special offer, explaining that Baekryun's all-pass ticket lets him challenge 10 floors at once. He can even choose to bring his teammates along, but an offer this good always has a condition. The rules are simple but brutal. For every teammate he adds, the difficulty of the test will increase. If he brings a full team of 5, they'll be facing the challenge on its absolute maximum difficulty setting. With the terms delivered, the drone tells him to make his choice and simply flies off, leaving him to think. Baekryun's mind races with the possibilities: an easy solo pass, or a legendary challenge with a team. His hand clenches in determination. Has made his decision. Has going to ask Urek to take this impossible test with him. And Urek doesn't just accept, he roars with excitement, immediately agreeing to the proposal. Baekryun is stunned by the instant acceptance. But for Urek, the logic is simple. Climbing faster is always more fun. He's already moving, saying they just need to find 3 more people to fill out the team. Baekryun can only stare, speechless. As Urek explains, that's precisely why they need a full squad. With a confident smirk, he declares his true intention. He wants to challenge the test on its maximum difficulty. In fact, he's already got the rest of the team ready to go. He proudly presents the 3 other regulars who will be joining them for this impossible climb. The newly formed party stands before Baekryun, who silently sizes them up, his mind reeling. He has to ask them, his voice heavy with doubt, do they have any idea what they're getting into? But the big guy, Rohan, just grins, saying he couldn't care less. If Urek's going, he's going too. The girl, Evelyn, pumps her fists, declaring her goal is to go as far as possible with Mr. Lu's hat. Werber, the stoic one, pushes up his glasses, stating it's an honor to fight alongside the Supreme King. Baekryun internally screams, wondering if anyone in this group is normal, while Urek just flashes a satisfied grin. Defeated by their sheer absurdity, Baekryun lets out a long, weary sigh. Fine. He activates a communication device, saying he'll inform the test supervisor of their decision. The supervisor on the other end confirms the request. A 5-person team for the test. He remarks on their confidence in tackling the hardest difficulty. But Baekryun has to clarify it wasn't exactly his choice. The supervisor accepts, telling them he'll see them at the test site tomorrow before Urek confirms the arrangement. Elsewhere, another test official cracks a sly, knowing smile. It seems other teams are being formed, as he swipes through the profiles of other promising regulars. The 5th floor test supervisor, Ari Bolt, contemplates his plan for the other team. And across the floor, his chosen candidates are about to get their invitations, like Lady Garam by the pool. Another regular, a gem-headed kid, is startled as a black notification orb zips past his face. The same orb finds its way to Enzo, who seems to be minding his own business. And finally, it arrives before a blonde woman, interrupting her private concert. She looks up, a bit annoyed, as the orb hovers patiently before her. Its message is simple. She's been chosen for the rival team with an all-pass ticket on the line. Her eyes widen in surprise. An all-pass ticket? This changes things. And so, the stage is set on the 5th floor, at the location of the grand test. Ari Bolt welcomes the regulars who applied, with Urek's team standing ready among the crowd. He introduces himself with a confident grin. He's Bolt, the supervisor for this test. But before explaining the rules, he's got a surprise. Their very own rival team. With a dramatic flair, he summons them through a glowing doorway. Footsteps echo as a group of figures confidently steps out from the light. Urek's eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he recognizes them. It's his own teammates. The very people he ditched to try and take this test alone, and they are not happy, calling him out for the ultimate betrayal. Bolt drops the bombshell. The 2 teams will now compete for that single all-pass ticket. He clarifies the stakes: only the last one standing will earn the right to climb to the 10th floor. The objective? It's all tied to a high society wedding taking place at the top of that skyscraper. And the objective? The scene suddenly shifts, cutting to a memory of a young Baekryun facing a shadowy figure. This mysterious being warns him that his power, his moonlight, attracts sinister forces from beyond the tower itself. The voice is utterly damning, telling Baekryun he is a child who should never have been born. The young boy can only listen, his eyes wide with a silent shock that freezes him in place. He is given a terrible command. Abandon his dream of climbing the tower, and live in hiding forever. Back in the present, Bolt continues the briefing, explaining the bride is from an important family. Their task is simple, yet brutal. They must complete their mission before the ceremony ends. Rohan speaks for everyone, his voice laced with disbelief. They want them to kill a man at his own wedding? Unfazed, Bolt lays out the details. The groom arrives the day after tomorrow, at 10 a.m., to board his transport. He slides them 2 tickets for the transport ship, the Vint, as he finally reveals their target's name. The man they have to kill is named Delamod. Their mission will take place aboard the massive liner Vint, a transport vessel in the 5th floor's middle area. Sometime later, Urek sits down with Baekryun, clearly wanting to discuss the mission's brutal nature. He suggests that at the very least, they should find out what kind of person this Delamod is before they act. But Baekryun immediately challenges the idea. asking what would happen if they discovered their target was a good person. Yurek's answer is chillingly practical. If he's a good man, they'll hesitate, and that hesitation will make them fail the mission. Baekryun suddenly grabs Yurek's leg, his intensity startling him, declaring that if he doesn't deserve to die, then so be it. With a cold fire in his eyes, he reminds Yurek that there is never any real justification for murder. He stands, telling his friend to stop trying to rationalize the evil they've been ordered to commit. As Baekryun walks away, his mind races. No matter what they learn, the mission remains, and this whole thing could be a trap. But his heavy thoughts are cut short by a sudden, jarring sound. A piercing scream for help rips through the corridor, snapping him to attention. Suddenly, a man is violently thrown from a room, tumbling right at Baekryun's feet. Yurek is instantly there, demanding answers as the terrified man points back from where he came. A nearby door cracks open, revealing two crewmen who glare at the scene before quickly shutting themselves away. Baekryun waits patiently as the man, now safe, struggles to catch his breath. The passenger finally manages to sit up, shakily offering his thanks for the rescue. They move to a private room where Yurek presses him for details about his girlfriend being held in the captain's cabin. The man, a passenger named Jack, confirms that his girlfriend, Jasmine, a crew member, has been taken. Jack begins his story, explaining that he met Jasmine right here on this ship, and it was love at first sight. He admits their time together was short, but they were already planning to build a future. Baekryun listens quietly, but Yurek seems skeptical about how fast things move these days, asking why she was locked up. The answer was simple and brutal. The ship's captain found out about their relationship. It turns out the captain had secretly been in love with her for a very long time. When he learned she was with Jack, he was consumed by a jealous rage and lost his mind. Jack tried to fight back, but the entire liner was under the captain's control, and his men branded him a terrorist. He had no choice but to run for his life, which is when he sprinted down that very corridor and past a very confused Baekryun, who had no idea what the frantic screaming was all about. With the story concluded, Yurek wonders what to do next, his eyes already fixed on the captain's cabin. Baekryun conveniently points out that their target is also in a first-class room right behind it, making the decision easy. That's all the convincing he needs. Without another word, Urek gets to his feet. He declares they'll just deal with this whole mess as they go. It's time for a little visit. Meanwhile, the obsessive captain is putting out a call. Absolutely certain Jack will return for his lover. He issues a ship-wide alert, branding Jack a terrorist, and ordering his immediate capture. The captain's men draw their blades and begin to move, sweeping the halls to find their target. One of them turns to block a doorway, only to find a casual-looking passenger standing right there. He tries to tell Yurek the area is closed, but gets effortlessly shoved aside like a fly. The captain's men are stunned as Yurek simply walks past them. They demand to know who he is, but then their eyes lock onto someone behind him. One of them spots Jack and screams, identifying him as the terrorist and ordering everyone to kill him. Without even turning his head, Yurek effortlessly backhands the first guard to charge him. He then grabs the man by his head, completely neutralizing the threat with zero effort. Baekryun joins in, dropping another guard and telling a shocked Jack that it's time to go. With the path cleared, Jack sprints ahead, pointing down the hall toward the captain's cabin. They race through the corridors, closing in on their destination. But just as they reach the door, a voice rings out, warning them to stop, or the girl dies. Peeking through the doorway, Baekryun and Jack see what the commotion is all about. Jack's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. Inside, the ship's captain stands over a kneeling woman, his hand glowing with menacing energy. He knows her. His heart sinks as he recognizes his crewmate, Jasmine. He's about to scream her name and rush in, but Baekryun quickly claps a hand over his mouth, holding him back. But their stealthy approach is interrupted by a new voice, drawing the captain's attention. A man in a simple white shirt stands there, hands raised, calmly telling the captain to let her go. The captain snarls back, demanding to know why this stranger is sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. The man simply explains he was coming from the restroom, saw Jack run past, and decided to check things out. A blue aura flares around him as he declares he can't just walk past a girl begging for help. With an unnervingly calm smile, he offers a simple deal. Let her go, and he'll forget this ever happened. The captain scoffs at the offer, spouting some ridiculous lie that they're in love. He screams that this first-class passenger is just a third wheel who needs to get lost. To make his point, he tightens his grip, forcing a pained cry from Jasmine. Watching from behind a window, Jack is frozen in horror, still held back by a focused Baekryun. But the standoff is cut short by the sound of shattering glass as the man breaks through the barrier. The captain can only look up in utter disbelief, completely caught off guard. Before he can even process what's happening, the stranger is on him, fist already flying. A brutal crack echoes as his fist connects, sending the captain sprawling across the floor. He immediately turns to Jasmine, gently checking to see if she's okay. His eyes are filled with genuine concern, asking if she was hurt during the struggle. Flustered and a little starstruck, she manages to stammer that she's unharmed, but the captain staggers back to his feet, groaning in pain and disbelief. He roars with Shinsu flaring around him, demanding to know why this stranger is interfering. Suddenly, another figure blurs past Jack and Bakrian in an impossible burst of speed. It's Uruk Mizuno, already airborne and aiming a devastating kick. His sneaker slams into the captain's face, silencing his rant with a sound like thunder. The captain's body is sent hurtling through the air, crashing off the side of the ship. Ignoring the chaos, Jack sprints past Uruk, his mind focused on one thing: Jasmine. But someone else got there first, a handsome stranger already kneeling beside her. He gently asks if she was hurt, and she can only stare, confirming she's okay. With a charming smile, he tells her that a beautiful lady shouldn't have to bear any scars. Jasmine is immediately captivated, her face flushing at his smooth confidence. Jack, Uruk, and Bakrian watch from a distance as this new player steals the scene. She reaches out, grabbing his arm and bravely asking for the name of her hero. He meets her gaze, introducing himself with a cool calm. His name is Delamod. The name Delamod echoes, and both Uruk and Bakrian recognize it instantly. Jasmine, completely smitten, asks him to come with her, but he dismisses her with a flick. He gently touches her face, apologizing to the beautiful lady. Unfortunately for her, his life is already devoted to another woman. His noble rejection only makes him more amazing in her eyes, while poor Jack collapses in despair. Delamod then calmly strolls over to Uruk's group, thanking them for their assistance. He formally introduces himself, and it finally clicks. This charming hero is their target. Before they can react, he vanishes in a blur of motion down the corridor. Just then, two more pursuers arrive. Drawn by the commotion and sensing their man is close,